Ugh. It's over. It's all over. And who are the biggest losers of the week? All of us who believed in KC. Why? It happens every time. I mean, they beat T1 and Faker, he just became an official EWC ambassador and then he got sent home packing. The arena was packed, the fans were loud, and the blue wall was blue. All to just get 3-0'd in the finals by a car company. Why does France always blow it at the finish line? Just like against England or the Waterloo. Maybe another game can cheer me up. For instance, our researchers dug up some interesting facts about Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational after they were able to finish reading the title. The competition for these lady gamers, or as I call them, lamers. Nope, not that. These female athletes, or never mind, they don't need a nickname. But the competition this year was personal because 3 players each from Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds have switched sides to play for the rival. Now that may seem cutthroat and cruel, but that's what it takes to win in this business. What's that? None of them even made the playoffs? They weren't really a threat and Vitality won once again? Well, there's plenty of room in the depression pit, ladies. Hop on in. All I want, other than my emotional support sorbet, the feelings of comfort and normalcy. Did Free Fire provide? Of course not. Defending champs Evos Divine barely showed up. Vitality's Secret and Aurora didn't even make the finals, all while Falcons, Twisted Minds, and Loud fell over to Lion, who forgot to even use their hands in League. But they did secure over 100 kills to get to the final. They want me to yell booyah here, but I'm afraid that if I do, I'm gonna start crying. Finally, in Dota. Wait, didn't we already cover the— No, that was a different game. I haven't been following closely since my Rune Eaters were eliminated by eventual champion P-Vision. They were heavy underdogs who made a splash before our hearts were ripped out, just like with KC, just like every time. Now that we've cheered and laughed and cried together, I only have one more thing to ask. KC fans, can you please stop camping outside of my hotel? I said that I was sorry about all the French jokes. Someone threw a hardened baguette through my window and it hit me in the forehead. I even got hate mail engraved on a croissant. Okay? Please, stop. S'il vous plaît. Please. This is Cadrill's fault.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2026 Esports World Cup here in Paris, France. It's day 2 of TFT, which means we're crushing keys today. It's going to be a big day, and of course, for some others, they'll be making it into the playoffs bracket. Hey, everyone, welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Stuart and Dobbs. Good to see you, boys. How are we feeling for day 2?
Super excited for day 2. As you said, keys are getting crushed. Players are going to be moving on to the playoffs. Yesterday was a bit expected, but today is going to be very hype.
Going to be hype indeed. Dobbs crushing keys, 4 of them, in fact. It's hard sometimes to watch them get crushed because that's the hopes and dreams in the heart of the competitors.
I mean, it's hard for the competitors. I feel like for us, it's amazing. I love the key crushing stuff.
That's cruel.
I think that this is the thing that I want to see in here. Keys getting crushed.
That's right. Well, you're going to see it for sure. Day 1 was a wild ride and a lot of fun, and Clements and Casanova are going to catch you up.
Day 1 of TFT at EWC was insane, full of upsets and close calls. That first close call being T1 versus Weibo.
In what was a championship caliber match, our reigning champions did prevail and sent T1 straight into the lower bracket.
The next matchup was Zeta Division versus JDG, and Zeta Division bringing maybe the strongest roster they ever had. After falling short in 2024, they're able to get the first match here, taking down one of the CN powerhouses.
For CN, though, JD Gaming was the only team that fell into the lower bracket. All 4 moved on. One of them was Vision versus MKOI in a clean 2-0 sweep.
And the last match of A's stream was Vitality versus the Flash Wolves. The Flash Wolves able to upset the giants that are Vitality, trying to make them repeat the failings of 2025.
And in what was our most heroic moment, Dasik flew back for Godlike just in the nick of time to complete the 2-0 sweep of Fnatic. Amazing play.
Insane day of games on day one. I can't wait to jump straight in to day two.
Thank you for the recap. Day one was exciting. Day two about to get started, but the hit on day one a little bit more. We had two streams, A and B. A lot of matches ended up taking place. There was one matchup I specifically remember saying to you, I believe it was, and you getting incredibly excited about it. It was Noxium Red Force on the B stream going against Aurora Gaming, and I said they're tied up 1-1, and you almost lost your mind.
No, it was crazy. I mean, you can tell that some of these teams, you know, the power of friendship that we always talk about as well, these teams that come in as the underdogs still have a chance against some of these powerhouses from China.
That's clearly the case, and we thought T1 Dubs might have had a chance to take down Weibo at one point.
Yes, they started very in high tempo in that first game of the series, but Tian Long did a great job. He showed after getting an 8 on the first game, he finished second twice, and then Weibo got the win.
Yeah, I mean, that T1 was incredibly close. We knew that that was going to be an incredible game. Casanova and Clement put it perfectly. It was a match that could have been the semi-finals, could have even been the grand finals of this tournament as well. Of course, T1 going into the lower bracket means that they have to claw their way back up, but I'm sure they're going to have a great time today.
We watched Movie Star Koi, we watched Vitality, so many different rosters fighting to move forward in the upper bracket. Of course, for some, Dobbs, they ended up dropping down to the lowers.
Yes, I mean, you never want to afford another loss when you're into the lower, and I feel like T1 is the biggest team that is playing on that side.
Absolutely.
But I think they might have the best tools to come back.
I think so. I mean, given T1's history, especially in EWC, we're talking 4th place, 2nd place, respectively. They are here on a mission. They no longer want to be second. They no longer want to be first. They want to be the winners. They want to be the title defenders like Weibo Gaming is. But they've got a little bit more work to do if they want to get to that point. Let's take a look at our schedule for today for both Stream A and B. We've got the action all day long. We start with Weibo Gaming once again, but this time against Godlike Esports. Vision will play against Flash Wolves, T1 and Fnatic, and then Movie Star Koi and Vitality. Those two lower bracket matches for Group A will be an elimination match. Keys will be crushed, and same thing for Stream B. Starting off for the B stream or B group, we've got AJAL versus Zeta Division, Virtus Pro, Aurora Gaming, Maus, JD Gaming, and Team Nemesis and Noxium Red Force. A lot of powerful teams there to play, not only for a playoff spot, but also, of course, to protect their key. And we've been saying keys are getting crushed today, and we've got to prepare for it.
It's officially Key Crush Day. Where are my inspectors, though? I hired them like 2 hours ago.
No, Kitty, it's okay.
We're all TV. We got Damascus as
Traffic
well.
was crazy.
You guys got hired for this? You guys have credentials?
Damascus, the glass, brother. The
You
glass.
are supposed to do this, Rob. Why is it so ugly?
What are you talking? Oh, actually, most importantly, guys, I've got something special.
What you got?
What do you got?
We gotta test the key crusher.
No, Rob.
No. This is dangerous, but this is for the keys. You don't put your hands in there. You're crazy.
You're fired. Rob, you're fired. Damascus, you go on stage. We need stage hosts for day number 2. Be careful. Safety is important. And of course, this is the Teamfight Tactics at the Esports World Cup 2026, day number 2.
I don't know, with those three, hopefully we'll get those keys crushed. I've got faith in them, but right now they seem a bit chaotic, Kitty. You need to keep Rob and Damascus in check, because clearly they need some help. Hey, the club championship is well underway, and they're playing for the trophy. What does all that mean? Let's find out.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The Game Trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
The Esports World Cup has quite literally the best format you could possibly imagine. The pressure is elevated each and every day of competition, and I love the trophy system, especially the keys, the hearts of the competitor once getting crushed. And who's at risk of getting crushed today? Well, there's no more.
Find your inner anthem, write another stanza. If you're on the dance floor, go ahead, put your hands and sing it with the band. The sun don't shine. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la la la.
As well as I think the last game specifically was very close, and I can look on the argument side. Soju and Ironbog, they both have the same argument, which gives you either items or a Radiant item. But the Radiant item is so much better, and Ironbog just got it, and it's snowballed it from there, while Soju didn't have the same luck. So I feel like Flash Wolves, they were ahead because of it, and they closed out this series. But Vitality has the chances.
And when you look at the bigger picture for Team Vitality as well, I mean, this is an organization that's been here before. They've been in this position before. They've gone down to lower bracket. Last year, they didn't even make it out of groups. They had the same group as T1 and Weibo last year. This time around, though, they need to try and make it out of groups as well. This could be the last time that we see this iteration of Vitality. Soju coming into this as well with his best performance this set, you know, going to Tactician's Crown, winning multiple cups as well this year. So it's an important series for Team Vitality as a whole.
As a whole, as well as the org, right? Going for the club championship trophy. They're trying to take first place, and they have a chance to do it over Na'Vi. The players were walking in, and Dagon had a chance to talk to a couple of them.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to day 2, and we've got teams coming on in right now. It's Godlike moving right on in, and Day 6 right here. Here's the man of the hour, one of the few Western teams to get a win in day 1. Day 6, how's it going, brother?
Hello.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
How was yesterday's matches for you?
Like it was nice. It was pretty late for me during the day because I was traveling for quite a long time. But we still played our best and we just won 2-0.
You know, that was the coolest part. You weren't maybe going to be able to make it, and then you were able to make it here on time. How cool is it that you land, you show up, and you win?
Definitely it feels nice because my entire team was waiting for me, and they helped me with travel and stuff. So it definitely feels nice.
What's the score going to be in your matchup today?
I would say 2-1 because they are a good team.
All right, respectful from Daysik. Thank you very much. Good luck today. See you, brother.
Oh, perfect guy to interview heading into our first series of the day. And speaking of our first series, it is the crunchy story of the day. This is a big one. It's Weibo versus Godlike Esports. It's the winners versus the dreamers. And we've got to break it down because this series means a lot, obviously, not only for the tournament life. I mean, you go directly into the playoffs if you win this series, but also you don't want to go down to lowers because you know who's down there. It's T1 and many others. You don't want to face against them. Let's talk Godlike and what makes them so good.
Yeah, I mean, they have incredible synergy on their team. You know, Daysik being one of the star players. It would have been really unfortunate if he did miss out. But flying in here, 9 a.m. he landed yesterday morning, went straight to the game, got into the game as well. And he, in one of his games yesterday against Fnatic, he got a 10-round win streak. He was the main carry yesterday for his team. For a player that flies overnight, that comes into here, maybe he hasn't had a lot of sleep, he comes in and he actually absolutely dominates Fnatic.
From what I was hearing, game one, Godlike didn't drop a single player. Flawless through the game one. Game two, only lost one player. But if we talk about the caliber of players on Fnatic versus, let's say, T1, for example, who Weibo had to get through, how strong does Godlike truly look after that win against Fnatic?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's not the same scale as you mentioned as T1. I think Weibo still coming into this, still have a stronger chance than Godlike as well. I think individually, though, Godlike have some incredible players. We talk about GoBuster as well. He's had an incredible year individually. Maybe a few other players like Dahua coming in from, the Americas. It's the first time we've had an EMEA and NA kind of collab team where you have 3 players from EMEA and 1 player from NA, which I think is very interesting to see their synergy. But this is a team that has worked hard, that's scrimmed a lot, and they've got the full roster here now, which is incredible.
And the full roster, indeed. You've talked about a couple of them. And for you, though, who is going to be the superstar today? Because I'm learning from you guys. I really am. TFT is new for me, so thank you for putting up with my ignorance. But if you had to put a player, a.k.a. setting them up for T1, for top 1 place, who would it be?
It has to be Dasik. I mean, of course, he comes in here and he's one of the most storied players here as well. He's been playing all the way since set 3 from a few years ago as well. He's been playing this game since really the start. He's a content creator as well. He's been helping so many players across the world, in terms of tier lists, in terms of knowing so much about the game. So he's the player that's going to be the standout and take his team to victory.
Well, it takes 2 to tango, and they will tango indeed. It's Weibo, the title defenders. Let's talk Weibo, what makes them so good, because that series against T1 Dobbs was exciting, but let's face it, T1 could have won that series if things would have went slightly differently.
Yeah, I feel like Weibo confirmed that they were the favorites. I mean, it was a thrilling matchup against T1, and they actually overcome after losing game 1. T1 looked so good on that first game, but Weibo was able to come back as Tianlong helped them, leading them to the win. And I feel like they are just the favorites, and Godlike is going to have a lot of trouble in this series.
For sure. And again, Tianlong, he was a big talking point yesterday, but Sal Pimmy as well. He comes in and he looks absolutely stellar for Weibo. This is a roster that stayed together. Winners from last year, staying together this year. So Dobbs, for me, that team chemistry. Of course, we mentioned how important it is to just have friendships in general on your roster. Weibo, they've got it all.
Yeah, I feel like synergy is one of the most important things. We usually to call that power of friendship.
That's what it is.
At the end of the day, it's synergy. These guys know each other. They know what the teammates can do. So when that happens, you have much more chances to find the wins.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Weibo team as well, I think they took a lot more risks yesterday against T1. We saw that in game number 1. They play a lot more of the high variance lines. They try and go for emblems. They try and go for the win-out players. Godlike on the other side, they tried to play for more tempo. They didn't really have a lot of players that were playing for streaks during the early stages. We talk about stage 2 and stage 3. Dasik was really the only one that had that streak, that big massive 10-win streak in game number 2 yesterday against Fnatic. Whereas Weibo, they try and guarantee the streaks. They lose the early stages of the game because they want to try and get that win-out player that can try and win it all.
Yeah, we are talking that Godlike were played with more patience.
Yes.
But I feel like against Weibo, it's going to be very difficult because Weibo can play tempo very aggressively. So this is going to be a very interesting series.
Which is so interesting to hear you say that, because I remember the biggest talking point with Weibo playing against T1 was that T1 had great tempo. So if Weibo's doing it better, they're clearly the winners and the title defenders for a reason. And speaking of title defenders, let's take a closer look at Weibo Gaming. It's Weibo Gaming!
准备好了。
It starts with Sal Pimmy. It's finished by LBTZ. And Weibo Gaming are the winners of TFT at the Esports World Cup.
在夺冠的时候捧起奖杯的时候，我觉得我们非常的开心吧。然后能和队友拿下世俱杯的冠军，非常的激动。
The MVP of TFT at EWC.
This is where they get to pick their keys.
Totally deserved. Amazing gameplay, amazing teamwork. 我没有预料到自己能成为这个 FMVP。回想去年的话，我觉得就是打好自己吧。
我觉得当前版本环境能决定胜负的就是新兴阿卡丽这套阵容，然后以及团队的配合方面。
在这1年中，我都是一直在专注这个赛事的，这个很广泛，说的有点，就是其实我们就是每天都是训练嘛，打游戏就是这样，基本上都是这样。在这1年中，我基本上都是专注于提升自己个人能力，比如阵容的搭配、装备的选择，还有海克斯强化之类等等，就是在今年希望打出自己更好的表现。
Front lines need to hold strong enough for these Aurelian souls to continue to cast. From the corner, Tianlong is going to extend his life in this game.
Perfect chain of abilities.
我觉得再次来到世俱杯，我们给大家带来的惊喜就是成功卫冕。我觉得没有任何困难能阻挡我们，我们就是最强的。
It is time, it's EWC TFT Day 2, and we are ready for our first match. But before the match, we've got a very special guest, Rob.
Right now, as you can see, I am with my dog, Dasik. Now, I have to ask you, of course, representing Godlike Esports, usually you're playing in singles tournaments, right? We've seen that you recently in TAC Crown got top 8 2 times over recent years, but it's your first time here at EWC, the biggest event where it's a team format. How different is it for you coming into an event like this where you're no longer just relying on yourself?
I think it's actually easier because you have a team behind you and you can talk like in real life, so like definitely helps. And spending time outside of the game also helps. So I would say like overall it's a pretty good experience, and I'm happy to be here.
Okay.
You guys starting really strong yesterday, you know, dominating Fnatic 2-0 as newcomers and everything. Was that something you guys expected? How was that preparation? And then taking on a team that, you know, a lot of people know.
Yeah, I think like we played a lot of scrims. Like when we have like a sub on it, it's Alborozov played like a few games. Even our friends from our study groups also helps us. So like we never played with only like 4 people like roster basically, and we have like minimum 5 people behind the scene. So like we have like a different view on the game and stuff. Like definitely helps overall. And today's game is going to be very interesting.
Okay, and just one last thing. We're only going to do 2, but I have to ask you about the fact that you almost weren't even here, right? A lot of people thought that you might not be able to make it because certain visa issues. So last second, you come here yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and heroically pull up and are able to get a big-time victory. What was that like for you, almost not being here, and how did you perform last second?
Honestly, I remember like a few things about yesterday only because it was like a very long day, and I hope like today is going to be also like a good memories after like we're going to win.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Damascus, I do think it is finally time for us to get to our first playoff qualification match. It is going to be Weibo Gaming going head-to-head with Godlike Esports. Best of luck, brother.
It is time to kick off day 2, and what a match we have in store for us. The reigning winners from last year's edition, Weibo, being able to defeat T1 yesterday, a really tough first matchup in that day 1. They've made it now in a confident position. But this Godlike team may be the hope of the West, the hope of EMEA for sure. Dasik arriving as a hero yesterday, alongside Gobo, the 2 players who really, I think, performed at a really high level versus Fnatic. But this is a whole new beast today, Hupeson.
Yeah, 100%. For Dasik, that's the wild card, right? He didn't have enough rest, and he popped up yesterday. And now he's even better. It looks like he got some sleep. He's looking great. He has great energy here coming into the game. And Dohwa, I mean, we have it here on the front. This is a player that gives the joy to the team. Raiko, also a wildcard, top 1 player that has the possibility to do so much and so much damage to the team. You talk about Sao Pimin. I want to talk about Wang a little also. Tianlong, these representatives that for sure will give you a cap game today. Starting off with Twisted Fate, so a little gold.
Gold augments, we're going to see, of course, incredibly impactful augments potentially coming through on 2-1, something like spreading roots we see so often in 4v4 in terms of giving players direction, in terms of giving players a clear idea of what they should be playing for in that early game in particular. But
looking at something like Treasure Hunt, you have the chance to play some reroll lines, for example. Cho Lissandra especially benefits a lot from this kind of augment. And we saw Attack Crown, Anima Commander, not so much in 4v4, very hard to get those crazy loose streaks going.
Yeah, for Daisy here also the possibility to play Lulu. We know he loves the reroll lines also as a possibility. Very open. This is a line selection player, if you will. Has all the multiverses open and has all the possibilities to play anything that the game provides. Also good at resource management, but of course, he wants to play for the team. He wants to make sure that he's doing exactly what the team needs him to. And this is the pop-up player. It's the player that we want to watch being the win-out player, going for risk, and obviously trying to assemble a great composition.
A bit more insight on Daisy as a competitor outside of the conditions in terms of him arriving last night or yesterday and coming in late. He's a player who's very creative in TFT. He's very intuitive about the game and his understanding of the game. And this really helps in 4v4 because having a big picture understanding of what your team needs in terms of lobby tempo, in terms of placements, going into stage 4 in particular, and being able to help the team understand, hey, we have to play for this placement, we have to avoid this placement, we need to remove items here, we don't want to sack for you because you're too weak already. You know, things like this really help going forward.
We have with a good start here just with the Lulu. And very important to get a position, to get a placement, to know exactly what you want to go for the early game. We saw him holding here some Briars and Jinx just to get additional possibilities. Normally we see players doing a little more economy maybe in single play, but in 4v4 you really need to hold these units and be open to flexible lines, especially when you don't know what the rival and your teammates are doing.
Gold augments coming through. We'll see the different options for our players. For Daisy here, has a chance for Birthday Reunion, which is a Fast 9 augment we saw so often played into Nova Fast 9, and is one of the possibilities, one of the options to become a win-out player. This is something we absolutely need on every team. Someone at some point in the game has to rise up and say, hey, I can play for the win, I can be the tiebreaker player if we move into that top 4 where we need to get the first place. And it will be replication for Daisy. He's a player that often plays more for a tempo game plan. Not necessarily a tempo game plan of re-rolling on stage 3, but just tempo in general. Making a strong board from the very first round, playing for item, for example, and around upgrades we're seeing here, the TF and the Briar. For Raiko, it will be the spreading roots. We did see their Primordian and the Space Groove. Space Groove, one of the premium +1 lines, just the verticals in general in TFT. I think Darkstar and Space Groove, the two strongest in terms of stable level 8 boards, but also very clear direction that can cap out quite high in the right conditions.
We have LBTC and One, both with Bodyguard. So these are players that are getting combat augments right now, thinking about the future, thinking about assembling a great board in the latest stage of the game. So possibly not the greatest in strength right now, but this will be the players to watch for Weibo, and they have a great chance to take out the game. So if they manage to hold with the rest of the players, improve tempo, One can be the one to win it all.
And Salpimi on Treasure Hunt does not surprise me in the slightest. He's a player who played all 3 games yesterday around the Nova line, mostly around the Akali line. He seemed to be the player who was happiest to play for the stage 3 win streak. We saw that was super important against T1. I think against Godlike it'll be a little bit less important. Speaking to Daisy yesterday, he mentioned that he does feel like in day 1 and his learnings from that day 1, it seemed to be that playing for very heavy stage 3 tempo is not the most important thing like it was in past editions in the last 2 years of EWC. Instead, playing for a bit more of a late game kind of curve in your game plans seemed to be the more successful strategy yesterday.
Yeah, 100%. And also having the possibility here to know exactly what your teammates are doing. Salpimi, you mentioned Treasure Hunt, already open, being sure that he has the loose streak, he has the inflection of gold, he has the loose streak possibility here to get the interest. And of course, a great game plan. We already have a reroll player here for Weibo that will push tempo on stage 3. We have 2 win-out players, and the other player is more maybe playing defense and making sure no one from Godlike is going out of line.
To remind viewers on the different roles on a team in 4v4, as you're mentioning, it's really important to have a player who can preserve a lot of HP via rerolling mostly in stage 3. Because that player can then kind of trade away his HP to the players who need that just little bit more time in stage 4 to scale onto their win-out boards. And it is a pivotal part of this 4v4 strategy. For Daehwa here, we're seeing solo play on the Leona. We're going to have a chance to play for some variation of AP Flex, which I think is the default. You know, I'm homeless, I don't have anywhere to go. Yep. What do I play? It's AP Flex most of the time. And you have that little chance of sometimes you roll not much on 8, you hit everything quickly, you can go 9, and you can still win out boards with the 5 cost, with Bard, with Sona coming online.
Flexing a little more on the flexibility, as you mentioned, already having only tank items here, slamming here the Striker Fredos just to have additional crit possibility, also a flex unit here. And Tianlo, on the other hand, this was the the flexible player, if we will, for Weibo, and we already know he has a wingsuit, very flexible. He could stay on the Nard that we haven't seen that much. You can print it and go. Normally, this should be a LeBlanc angle, but already having the meeples, I think it makes good sense to stay on this Nard, try to print a lot of Nard in the early stages of the game, and then try to pop off together with Bart in the late game.
The Stargazer will be Medallion, so not really a chance to play for Zaya with that Rage Blade. It really will only be potentially LeBlanc coming in later, or maybe even the Kindred if he decides to play into the AD variations instead. So Raka, a chance to heal. I will say, back in the qualifiers in EMEA, there was a game from MKOI where they were going to lose no matter what, and they all hit the 12 HP heal from Soraka on stage 4, and that gave them enough time to scale and win the game. So Soraka can be very influential in 4v4, where it's an individual TFT, not so much the case. We're seeing here the open fort strategy from Salpimi. I believe it is Raiko who is also contesting that open fort. Raiko, he has a thing called he's the magician, because he makes his board disappear by selling all his units early and making a lot of econ. So I think Raiko in 4v4, he feels quite at home. It's like, hey, I do this anyway in, normal TFT. I'm happy to do it here in 4v4 as well.
Also, I'm loving the communication there. We see Gobo, the only Frenchman here at EWC, and they're communicating and in a soft way. This is exactly what you want to see. Cold-minded, talking about the game, but not interrupting themselves. Hey, are we looking for this spot? Can you quit the loose streak? Are you okay with health? Do you have the inflection of gold? Do you need me to help you maybe in a specific round just to get additional tempo? And this is exactly the great place, the elite way to play 4v4.
We're seeing here the two of the healthier players going on a full blue streak, but is playing 4 wins here with the advanced loan. Does get taken down here despite being level 5. From Tianlong, who is potentially one of the players pushing that tempo for Weibo Gaming, both Tianlong and LBTZ trying to stay as healthy as possible in this stage 2. So a pretty even split between the Weibo players in terms of the lose streak and the win streaks.
Salpimi maintaining the lose streak, as you mentioned, and Tianlong, player to watch here to see if he's able to maintain the win streak, preserve that HP that you mentioned is so important here, Panda, and then being able to influx it, to give it to the rest of the team, and being able to give time to LBTC, gives time to one to actually pop off with the bodyguard.
Looking at the augment selection, looking at the big picture game plans that will develop in this game, there's a very important thing to mention. 2 players on Weibo Gaming on the bodyguard training you mentioned earlier. These are players who are weak right now. They will be weak in stage 3, but as they level up, they're going to get more and more value from their augments. So they're hoping to kind of slowly curve their tempo and their pressure up, and near the end of the game, they should be the strongest players. This is where I think Godlike has to find a window of opportunity to kind of strike. In stage 3, start of stage 4, when there's still 2 players who are kind of weak, Salpimi maybe as well, if colleagues are held from Godlike. That's kind of the weak spot for Weibo in this game 1. We saw T1 trying to attack that same exact weak spot, stage 3 and start of stage 4. So we'll see if Godlike adapts to the augment selection and to the presented game plans from Weibo.
It's difficult, right? Because you don't want to roll in an interval that is not good for you, but maybe you have to as you mentioned, punish that stage 3 and be able to keep a little down here the Weibo players. One, a player that played so well last EWC. He was so close with Salpimi discussing the MVP placement. Another player that can really pop off here, playing also a tempo style here. Didn't have the upgrade, so looking a little weak so far. But as you mentioned, the late game is the plan here. He really needs to get stronger right now.
No upgrade, still 92 HP. That's a pretty good spot to be in coming out of stage 2. Definitely indicating he will be playing towards some variation of AP Flex with the JG Slam. Could still be A-Soul, not locked to LeBlanc, so still completely versatile in terms of his game plans going forward. Similar for Gobo, he's just playing on Advanced Loan. Lots of extra econ. We're seeing how rich he is, how much he can hold on his bench while staying above 50. Has the early LeBlanc as well. Doesn't have a bow for the Rage Blade, but has still a component anvil. He can potentially find Rabadon's JG Rage Blade LeBlanc on 3-1, which is maybe a formula for a bit of a win streak going forward.
Also the early Morgana that is always great to watch here. The best tank in the game right now. Decides to wait. He doesn't know who he's going against, maybe waiting for the last moment to pop off the anvil and make sure if he wants to pressure tempo right now or maybe take it cool.
There it is. He finds the Rage Blade. Item's going to be on the LeBlanc for now. As you mentioned, doesn't have the slam just yet. He is going to be facing Dasik. We'll see if he wants to go for the win here. Dasik definitely does. Full slams onto the Lulu for now. And Dasik, I mean, this could be a Lulu spot for him, right? It's Medallion. We saw it being an option. Both Tidal and Revan yesterday played Medallion Lulu. It seems to be one of the favorite constellations for Lulu from our competitors. And it can be a comp that, despite being a reroll comp, can win games. If you hit early enough, if you start printing infinite gold, you can make it to 9 sometimes with a full board of 3 stars.
The regular TFT player already know this, but for the newcomers, for the people coming only for the show, and of course the possibility of win-out points here, Medallion, what it does is Lulu gets a power that gets additional gold, and you want to get a lot of 3 stars in your board, because if you do that, you get even more powerful. So we will see a lot of shiny champions on the other side just popping off, and of course, he gets there, it could be one of the best comps in the game.
Sao Pimi had a Corki and a Rammus on level 6, but he will not be distracted. He has a mission, and that is 2-cost reroll all across the board with the treasure hunt here, playing around the Jinx and the Akali for now. Has the Jax upgrade already. We did see quite little Jinx compared to Akali yesterday. It was only, I think, Flash Wolves that still prio Jinx quite heavily. I understand why. I think the Akali comp with Kindred, it just caps much higher, and you have the flexibility of playing around both Akali as a 2-cost, or you can just push levels and hit Akali as late as stage 5. We saw him from Sao Pimi yesterday.
Yeah, especially if you have additional items there. We saw a Q1H playing the Jinx yesterday, one of the only ones you mentioned, and Pop-Off, I mean, didn't win the game, but actually pressured the lower stages of the game and got a placement above other players from Vitality, especially, that were trying to look for the win there. So here, Tianlong trying to pressure a little more, already committing to the last Whisper, so not going into the LeBlanc line, and already having additional Nard. We were not expecting to see the Nard as a possibility, but now the angle, great here for Tianlong.
And for Daysig, does pick up Constructor Companion into Aatrox 3, so trying to play for immediate tempo right now. Raiko has played a bit of a board. He's still on a loose streak. He still hasn't really committed to too much. It does seem like Raiko will be playing for just a standard level 8 Space Cruise. Side effects, a pretty strong combat augment for the comp, has the +1, is trying to preserve some HP, but I think we understand he will be going into stage 4 quite low. If he can maybe win a few fights despite breaking the loss streak, I think it could be pretty important, because Space Groove is not necessarily a mech ASOL, come back on 1 HP and guarantee top 4 or win the game. I think it's a little bit less stable than that.
Also for Raiko, this is a player that you want to cheer for. He's Italian, he has all the aura of an Italian, one of the biggest streamers also from the TFT scene from the region. And I mean, he loves to go for the top 1, he loves to play flexible, and I mean, he shows it in the game. Right now, going for the emblem, as you mentioned, just trying to go into the vertical of Space Group and trying to pressure the lobby right now. Has the pair of Samira that will be great for the middle stage of the game, but taking a loss here. And this is what you mentioned. If they don't pressure now, it will be tough, but they don't want to roll level 6. So when do you wait? When do you actually change your game plan to actually get more tempo into the lobby?
Ooh, the Echo offering here, so appealing, I have to imagine, for so many of our players. The option for 2-5 cost that you can play around as early as stage 4 is incredibly impactful depending on your game plan. If you're playing Space Groove and you hit a Blitz, and then you high roll maybe 1 or 2 more Blitzes in the shop, a Blitz 2 on 8 can maybe decide the entire outcome of this matchup in terms of how impactful it would be for a player like Raiko with a +1 already. So we'll see what players end up opting for the Echo boon here, and we'll see what 5 costs we get 4 rounds from now.
Also, Tianlong was the one calling the shots there. Let's take the opportunity. We see here on the camera, Tianlong, a player that is the veteran right now here. He wasn't popping off in last EWC, but he did pop off in Tactician Crown just a few weeks ago. He made day 3. He's playing in elite gameplay right now, and he's the leader of the team. Always composure and trying to do the call-outs in a particular way and in the matter of facts here. So already wins us here for the BTC, our bodyguard player with good pop-off potential on stage 4.
Most likely will be playing towards Fast 9 or attempting to. I think we saw this exact kind of game plan and build with Advanced Olympic up in particular. I think he wants to play for maybe an Econ Augment on 4-2. He is currently healthy enough, whereas if he wins the next few fights here, if he wins some fights in stage 4, he finds Timebreaker, I think he has a chance to become the win-out player for Weibo. And they need one, right? Sao Pimi, most likely playing reroll. We saw the Tianlong on more of the Gnar angle, so I think LBTZ needs to be the player to step up and say, hey, I can win it for our team in this game 1.
Yeah, I love it. LBTC and one are talking. Okay, one of us has to be the real win-out player, and the other one, okay, we both pop off, but there's a moment where you have to choose. Can I give you the HP right now? Can I be lower for you? And do you really have the potential to be the win-out player? So both of them going for the win, but of course, one will have the more influx of HP and maybe the opportunity to step up for the team.
I think one is more likely going to play towards just Fast 8's AP Flex. We're seeing here with the item slams. We're seeing that's how the Timebreaker and Riven pair. If you find the Riven 2 for free, that can be pretty impactful as well. But we're seeing the lose streak here. We're seeing he has less gold. He's still level 6, for example. So I don't see him ever making it to 9, or at least not till quite late into the game. I think he'll be more the stable player that will trade some HP and try and get very strong in stage 4.
Makes total sense. We see them facing each other, so the two win-out players that we have been hyping throughout the first game today. So having that possibility, yeah, one maybe a little weaker on the side there, only having the Emilio on the back end doing a little damage. But of course, the pressure so far. GoBuster did exactly what he was requested to. Punish the lobby a little in HP. 5 win streak for him, and the Frenchman is about to pop off rear right now. If he managed to maintain a little more here, Panda could make the difference.
Bit of a, maybe not a mistake, but I think definitely Guan would have preferred LBTG to get that win, to stay a little bit healthier coming into stage 4. Just a chance to go straight to 9, or yeah, to have more HP to work with. And especially with the fact that there was 3 timebreaker in for Guan, I think he would have been happier with the loss there. But we'll see how everything looks for stage 4, how the game plan starts settling, especially for Godlike. We've been seeing a lot of the spots for Weibo Gaming. We have a clear understanding of what they're playing for in each of their roles for the team. But for Godlike, it's going to come down to someone like Raiko with a decent amount of gold here, finding the Nami 2 right away, finding maybe a high roll Blitz 2 could completely decide the game for him as well, and we'll see the 4-2 augments.
For Salpimi, this will be the big roll down. He really needs, first he wants to pop off Treasure Hunt, but then he needs to find something here. Ideally the Akali, and then transfer the items, but let's see what he managed to cook here.
And we'll see if Godlike holds copies of Akalis. I think you have to in this current format, in this current meta. You have to have every single player holding at least 1 or 2 copies, making life more difficult for the 2-cost reroll players. Salpimi has a Nova emblem already online, has some pretty good items. The Gunblade, of course, is there, has a Stone Plate on the Jack. So a lot of the things you need to make this comp function are there for Salpimi. Gobo we're seeing here also. Of course, we saw earlier with the LeBlanc coming in on stage 3 in a great setup to play AP Flex.
Yeah, already with the 5 Shepard together with the Morgana, this is perfect setup.
LeBlanc pair on 7 having not rolled yet is pretty good news for Gobo.
Totally great. Also punishing the rest of the lobby and having the chance to pop off. And being so high in HP, this could be maybe not the win-out player, but top 4, top 2 for sure. And if he gets the LeBlanc quickly, as you mentioned, that could make the difference right here. Going up against his teammates, so friendly fire here against Raiko, who hasn't rolled yet, so 4-2 will be the name of the game. Everyone going to stage 8 and trying to pressure the lobby from now on.
We have to look at Raiko and Guan. They will both be rolling down heavily on 4-2. They will both be rolling down for the same units, and they are both tasked with stabilizing their HP and trying to rise up in the HP standings for their team. We're looking at Gobo and Raiko right now, both players from Godlike coming through on a big roll down. Gobo finds an early Bard, a good pickup and addition. You want to roll right past the Namis, allow them to maybe populate Raiko's shops as well.
Makes sense.
Raiko taking his time here. He's holding on to Kindred as well. He's maybe trying to, get in the way of some of the Nova players on the side of Weibo Gaming.
Holding also the Nar, trying to contest and grief a little the Weibo players. Doesn't find the additional. Already having the Pero, Morgana, and LeBlanc you mentioned, but doesn't find. Decides to go to True Zero, finds the Nunu. Great front line right now together with the 5 Shepherd, but doesn't find the LeBlanc that is also so important.
Raiko's going pretty slow here. Doesn't have any kind of a board set up yet. Does not have 3 timebreaker in either. He just put in the Gwen last minute. So Raiko, a very slow turn. He's going to have to settle the board a little bit better on 4-3. Not quite where he wanted to be, I think, coming into this 4-2 round. Especially the fact that he is one of the lowest HP players on his team, right? Despite the 3 win streak.
Yes. So Gobo, I mean, playing defense a little, holding the Akalis, holding the Nar on the bench. But he really needs to pop off here. So this will be the name of the game here. Nami access to the backline, but it's not enough. Nunu makes good defense here. Should be enough here for both GoBuster maintaining health together with Daisy right now. Being on the pop-off, LBTC taking a good win here against Dohwa, who now is in danger zone right now in HP.
We'll look at the roll down from Salpimi, still on the same 6 Akalis that we saw earlier. He is not actually rolling down heavily at all. These are the 2 sides of the kind of the possibilities with Akali. You either roll very heavily on the earlier levels and you go for Akali 3 right away, or you wait and you play for Vex, you play for Kindred, and you play for Akali. You play for all 3 of them. You kind of slow roll for Akali on level 7 or level 8, and you end up hitting Akali maybe in stage 5 like we saw yesterday, but that's good enough to really still have a good performance for your team. And the Vex pair must be very, very tantalizing for Salpimi. I have to imagine one of them came from the Echo. Has to be from the Echo. Maybe the Duo Q as well. Pretty good hits for Salpimi, considering he's still level 7 and hasn't rolled.
Yeah, you have so much power coming in from Nova to all the units, and Vex is exactly loves that. Vex is a unit that hits the entire board and caps out so huge, and now having the Nova early is a great placement for him. Very difficult to find the Vex to start not right now in level 7, but should be stable for now.
Uh-oh, Dehua, another loss here. He needs to stabilize. He needs to turn this loss streak around. It's a 7 loss streak now. Raiko, not surprisingly, also has lost his last 2 rounds. We saw his board did not look finished at all on the 4-2 roll down. Does Salpimi have time to hit the 5-cost shop and maybe hit the Vex too? This is a very interesting option. If players have enough HP, they can try and go for the higher risk play of playing for the 5 cost, especially if you're 1 copy away from a major spike.
Yeah, that's exactly the option they're looking for, and this will be the inflection point. Very important for them to find the additional carries. Most of the tacticians right now are rolling to True Zero, so no one has really gold. So positioning very important right now. The removers will be used throughout the game right now to actually influx HP to the rest of the game. Gobo and Daisy being on the top and having the possibility to give HP to the rest of the game will be important, but LBTC on the other hand, he needs to keep winning and want to pressure the lobby.
It's go time for both of these players. They need to finish off their boards. They need to win this next round no matter what. If they don't, it's very bad news for Godlike overall. Raiko has to finish off his board. He needs the Nami 2 in particular. He has just a single copy of Blitz for now, and he has not been able to hit the Nami at all. He was holding onto his gold for, I think, too many rounds in this stage 4. For Dehua, he has hit the A-Soul too. He has the Leon on the front line. Items have been removed, and they're facing each other, which is not what you want to see, with both players being at maybe 2 lives already at this point in stage 4.
Yeah, I think Dohua knows that the cap out for Raiko is a lot stronger, so decides not to put the units here, making sure he gets the win here for Raiko. Stacks 1 here for him. Raiko is lower in HP. Great gameplay here from Dohua, taking the punish, right? Taking the defense play and making sure Raiko then has the additional possibility to pop off.
You would have loved maybe like 1 or 2 more unit kills for Dohua, because that would be maybe 2 lives, even in stage 5. It is so hard, of course, to min-max these fight results in 4v4 when you're playing up against a teammate. But for LBTZ, very different story. We're seeing LeBlanc 2 has been found. He is trying to make his way to 9. He's also playing great defense. I would like to see him maybe buying and selling the Vex if Salpimi is still rolling this turn. Or maybe he's hit it already and we haven't seen that. But the Nami holds here are fantastic for LBTZ.
Doesn't find the Nunu, that is also important for him. So LBTZ just looking for the tank, and of course Raiko looking for the damage that is so important. Salpimi still with the 2 copies of Vex, managed to find the level 8, doesn't have gold to level 9, so he will be in the hands of the gods, if you will, to try to find the pop-up here.
This is a very important fight. Gobo, he is currently at 75 HP, 3 win streak. He's maybe the stable point for Godlike right now, considering the rest of his teammates. It would be so important for him to win this fight, but the Vex Akali combo seems to be so strong. It is a close result. LeBlanc is down, and the Vex carries the fight for Salpimi. Despite being only on 12 gold, stuck on level 8 a little bit, his board is already so strong.
Yeah, both with high HP, Salpimi obviously with the possibility of finding the Vex, and Gobo in a pressure moment right now, so difficult possibilities. We see the chance here for Dohua just to get a little stronger, finds the Aurelius Hole to start, finds also the front line, looking better right now and not thinking about that level 9 and popping off with Baran Sona. Doesn't have the gold for it. If he has additional time, he could, but the HP is not helping here.
I think the problem is that Dehua maybe wanted to be the win-out player, playing more for 5 costs in this AP Flex line, but he has not stabilized at all on stage 4. We're seeing there 4 out of the 5 rounds were losses. Looking at the HP totals, it is not looking good for Godlike. They essentially cannot lose any rounds, or any fights rather, in the start of this stage 5. If they do, the moment you face your teammate, you're eliminating yourselves. It's going to be very hard to fight for the win in terms of the total point placements.
Also, Godlike was playing defense throughout all the game, holding the Nards, and finally Tianlong managed to find it, printing the Nard with the meeple, and now has an additional chance here. Finds also the Jin, so double carry for him. Great front line there with the Ramos being so big with the anomaly from Echo, and now a good chance for Tianlong to keep the punish up.
Able to go to 9, has a 3 sniper online as you're mentioning. All the items have been removed, so you can sack HP for someone like Guan. Guan is sitting on a Blitz pair. He's sitting on the potential Ornn 3 as well, so it is looking very scary. We're seeing at least 3 players on Weibo who are very close to really big spikes coming into stage 5, and I'm not sure Godlike will be able to hang with these players.
Yeah, so tough. Also, we see holding Ornn there, so possibility to Ornn 3, having an additional chance there to have an additional front line. Tianlong takes the stack here, and this fight is so important. Dohua takes out 1 HP for him, almost out against Salpimi that is so strong. And now he just has to roll. He has to try to find something, has the pair of bar, but it's only level 8. So hard to find right now.
Daysik, a 5-loss streak, finally just able to hit the Lulu 3. Is it too little, too late? The itemization is fantastic, but you're at 17 HP. That should be 2 lives, still similar for Raiko. But I mentioned we needed maybe full wins from Godlike in that last round. It was not the case. Gobo lost a fight. Dehua down to 1 HP as well. We'll see who Dehua faces. He's in a do-or-die moment. This team did not go 8th at all yesterday against Fnatic. This could be their first 8th place. And it's Gobo versus Dehua. Items have not been removed from the LeBlanc. They have been removed from the front line. Yep. Is that enough for Dehua to stay alive? Is Gobo able to throw a lifeline to his teammate?
Should be enough. The Leona is holding strong here for Dehua. So GoBuster playing defense, making sure he has an additional chance here for Dehua to roll for the bar 2-star and then have a possibility here to maybe avoid that 8th place that is so important. But 3 members down there is just too tough here, Panda.
There's a bar 2. That might be exactly what the doctor ordered. Will it be enough for the comeback here from Dehua from 1 HP to maybe a win out now that he has some of his 5 costs online? But we're still level 8, right? We're still very far from making it to 9. I think we have to be kind of realistic. You could maybe win a few more fights with the Bard now fully online.
And for Daysik, I mean, this is the moment when you need maybe 4 or 5, even 3-star right now. He only has 4 or 3, if you will. Didn't find the Emilio, only find the Lulu that you mentioned. So the strength right now for the medallion composition is just not strong enough.
And this is where preserving HP early matters so much. Gobo, a second lifeline to his teammates, keeping Daysik alive, taking items off the front line yet again. For Dehua, he's up against Tianlong, a pivotal 1v1 here. Both players very low on HP, but Dehua especially, he's on his last life. Is the AP board able to beat the Nard? It is a pretty convincing win, but not an elimination, it looks like. I'll have to check the HP totals.
So close here. Dehua 1 HP, Tianlong should be lower right now. So
I believe he's also 1 HP, so it could be a pretty crazy turn of events here for both teams.
Also having the chance, this is perfect. I mean, they have to avoid facing each other, especially Daysik and Dehua, just to get a chance here to have a chance. And Xiaopimi is just going down right now, 3 win streak, but his composition is just not strong enough right now to hold. The placement, the matchup is now the important part. Decides to pop the units here and just get stronger and stronger for Dehua.
A 2-win streak. We'll see if Dehua can continue this, but it will be a forced elimination, unfortunately, for Godlike. Dehua versus Daysik. Bard 2 versus Lulu 3. No matter the outcome, this could be a bad result, but if Dehua gets the win and Tianlong gets a bigger loss, that could be a dodge on the 8th place. So actually very important for this to be a close fight. It isn't. Daysik will get hit pretty hard here. Does Tianlong get hit harder? That's the question.
Tianlong wins against Gobo here. This is exactly what we didn't want to happen here for the Godlike. So Weibo doing great in the layer settles again. LBTC, one of the win-up players, didn't manage to pop off. So goes down, but Daysik takes the 8th. So it's a 1-point win right now for Weibo.
The smaller loss there would be so important for both teams. In the end, Daysik took a bigger hit, and that will be the first 8th place for Godlike in this tournament. Weibo, I mean, I'm looking at them. They look very, very scary, especially Xiaopimi. The moment he hits the Vex 2, I think he's going to take over this game. Raiko did turn the corner. We talked about him being a little bit slow on stage 4 on his level 8 roll down. He's managed now to turn this around into a 6-win streak, but the rest of the standings, I mean...
1 life for 4 players, yeah.
And Xiaopimi has 51 HP.
Gobo against Dehua here. One of them will be eliminated. Access to backline, strong side. Great positioning here from the other side. And the Morgana is just holding too strong. No damage coming in from Dehua. No access to backline. Meanwhile, the LeBlanc is popping off and ramping in results.
Leona holding on. Dehua's ace, the Bard, the combo, 3 damage. There's going to be enough to take down Gobo. This was expected. I think Dehua was maybe the player that we wanted to see try and fight for level 9 for the 5 cost, whereas Gobo was more the stable player. It will be Gobo going down in 6th, Guan going down in 5th place, and this is going to require a win, of course, from Godlike to have any chance, and more importantly, they need to take down Xiaopimi. I think he is the player to defeat from Weibo Gaming.
so difficult right now because 2 points down, you really need to pop off here. Both players need to step up and have an additional chance here. So Weibo playing great defense throughout the game. And now Dohwa, the player that was helped by the rest of the team, is the one that is trying to pop off. Very close to level 9. He should be able to pop off right now. Goes to level 9, trying to find anything additional here. Carries, especially the Sona, doesn't find the pair, finds one Blitzcrank, but he really needs the Sona to start. There's the pair. One more for him, and he could make the difference.
We're seeing still the Akali's being held, so giving us information that Salpimi has still not hit his own Akali 3, which is the next probably big spike along to the Vex 2 for that Nova board. Pivotal fight here. Dehua has to dodge the 4th place. Tianlong and Dehua could face each other potentially, but it will be Tianlong versus Salpimi. Items removed from the Vex for Salpimi. Raiko versus Dehua, and I don't see any items removed from Raiko. Is Dehua stronger than Raiko? That's the question here.
Yeah, Tianlong trying to find the bar. We see it on the bench. So friendly fire and Salpimi helping here, but is it enough? Is the transfer of HP here going to make the difference?
Dehua does win. Raiko does stay alive. That's the exact outcome they were expecting for Tianlong.
And Tianlong is out.
He will be going down. The Belveth does enough for Salpimi despite the item removal on the Vex. That's how strong Salpimi is coming into this stage 6. And it's all about the win now. Whoever gets the win takes the game.
Dohua finds the Sona to start. The game plan works right now. They find the win out player. Dohua is capping the board totally. Raiko finds the Riven, and now Salpimi, who's been grief throughout the game right now, trying to find the Akali 3-star. It just doesn't look like it's enough. This could be the win-out trading position in the end.
The Vex being held here as well from Dehua in the shop. If Salpimi hasn't hit the Vex 2 yet, I believe he does actually. We did see it, yeah. It's a Vex 2 already. Static Shiv as well off of the treasure hunt. I mean, this is a really strong setup. The do or die moment, the first big test here. Can Raiko beat Salpimi? That's the board we have to look at. Actually, on both sides, the players are both facing Salpimi. It's the ghost for Raiko, so maybe an expected win. For Dehua, it's the real board. Dehua's not looking too bad. The AP Flex board is looking maybe strong enough. Salpimi taken down a notch. Is it going to be enough from Godlike in this stage 6?
It doesn't look like nothing else can be fine for Salpimi. He's looking for the Hail Mary right now, trying to look for some position, but Dohua just managed to find the inflection point. The moment where he's so strong right now, having everything in place, and Salpimi couldn't find the Akali. Well hold, well played defense here by Godlike, and I'm just impressed. They play for the Hail Mary for Dohua to find the Bard at level 8. He managed to find it, and now the possibility to turn the game around.
And Salpimi holding down the fort against the 2 players from Godlike, both on AP boards, very different variants. It will be Dehua versus Raiko's Ghost here. Dehua, I mean, currently seems to be the strongest player. Already beat Raiko earlier on without any items removed from Raiko. He's on a 6-win streak right now. Raiko versus Salpimi. Salpimi on 22 HP, that should still be 2 lives. So even if Raiko wins here, the game will continue forward. And it looks like maybe both players from Godlike are currently stronger than Salpimi. The Vex 2 is not enough to win these fights.
Access to backline there. We saw Dehua just popping off here, going down, but Salpimi doesn't have the gas here to fight it out against Raiko. Raiko just won against the Ghost, and now with a chance to take the win for Godlike if he wins the next round against Salpimi.
And Raiko isn't able to go 10. He knows it's the last fight of the game, considering that both players are on their last life. So he's rolling down for anything he can do to improve his board, even a tiny bit. But what else do you need? You've hit all your upgrades. You have the Blitz online. Your last item popped. So the positioning looks pretty standard here for Raiko. Not much more to change.
Also block the Hail Mary. Salpimi maybe could sell something and try to find something. 3-star very difficult, but just trying to make sure he was holding the units there. Salpimi couldn't find that 2-star.
Yeah, the Shen, the Akali, not yet upgraded to the final form.
Having a chance here, Raiko taking the win here. Full damage here with the Space Group. Nami doing so much damage. Blitzcrank 2-star, everything assembled for Raiko, and it's just not enough for the Nova board.
The Blitz is still healthy, but the Kali is onto the Nami. The Nami is taken down. The Blitz is down as well. Salpimi wins the only fight that matters. Weibo takes the game 1. The hero, yet again, the MVP for Weibo Gaming. We thought it was over. He lost fights to both Dehua and to Raiko, but in the end, he turned it around.
That's what happened was you have Akali. The emblem was doing, the community knows, and Salpimi, experienced players you mentioned, our MVP for 2025, now having an additional chance, gets a little elongation here, just having a chance to pop off. They don't believe it, but they play to this. They play for the angle for Salpimi to pop off, and in the end, he made it happen. We see the expression here. They know they had it, Panda, and now making the loss, they need to reinforce the mental and try to pop off in the next one.
Godlike with their first loss of the tournament in any game, really, after their 2-0 against Fnatic. A bit of a shock on their faces. I think a lot of plot twists throughout this game. Coming to stage 6, we thought Salpimi would be the strongest player. Didn't hit a Kali 3. We thought there's a sliver of hope maybe for both AP players on Godlike. Raiko and Dehua back-to-back wins against Salpimi's real board. But in the fight that matters, the only fight that really decides the game, Salpimi comes up clutch yet again and takes it for his team. A Game 1 lead. Different to what we saw yesterday against T1. Weibo Gaming started off on the back foot there. And now a different story coming into Game 2. Godlike forced to step up, to bounce back, to get their mental in check, to have someone like Daysik maybe leading their team with a composure, with a calmness to try and bounce back and recover in the upcoming Game 2.
And we know Salpimi, when he starts strong, he keeps getting stronger. The emotion here, I mean, he feels the pride. He knows that he actually pop off, and this is exactly what you need. And if you have Weibo winning the first round, normally they manage to close it. This is really difficult for him. For Godlike, they have to know they played it great. Elite gameplay in 4v4, transferring HP, doing what they have to, just checking additional mistakes here, and they really can pop off. So, I mean, we see the expression right now for Raiko. I mean, a player that can for sure ramp up about this one, but I mean, just in the last moment, this is just too tough for them.
And if it's working, don't change it. Salpimi, his 4th game on the Nova line, a lot of Akali as well. And it seems to me he has the best idea, but we're going to hear from Kitty in an interview on the stage.
Hello everyone, I grabbed Salpimi, our MVP for Game 1. So I wanted to ask, when did you know that Game 1 was a WBG win? 想问一下Salpimi选手，第一把你是从哪一刻觉得这把已经拿下了呢？
从那个寻宝第2个出了一个金铲铲之后，我觉得这把应该就拿下了。
I got a golden spatula in the 2nd round. Thank you so much, Salpimi 选手。可以下台了，谢谢。Thank you so much. That's going to be the mid-game update.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We knew it was going to be a great series, and it didn't disappoint. Back and forth they went, but Weibo Gaming get the job done to lead 1-0 in this best-of-3 series. And let me remind you, the winner moves forward to the playoff bracket. No drama, no lower bracket. They just go straight into it. But whoever loses, well, they've got their tournament life on the line, fighting for their key. Who's it going to be? Let's find out. Welcome back into the Allianz Vault studio. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble Stewart. Casanova, good to see you too. What a game it was. Casanova, Kitty pulled one of the players aside. Salpimi had a chance to do a quick interview. What did we learn?
Well, we did learn that he felt that the win came when he found that golden spatula. He got it off of his treasure hunter, and since he's in the uncontested Akali line, getting that Nova emblem is a huge difference maker, putting Godlike on the back foot because there's always the looming threat of that first place.
Our FMVP from last year looking great and poised for potentially another win and another title defense. Of course, we'll have to wait for that. Walk me through start to end, because there was a lot of back and forths, and at one point we thought Godlike Esports might be able to take it.
Yeah, it all started off with really the early stage 2. I mean, we saw this yesterday, something that I brought up in the pre-show as well. The stage 2, Godlike don't really play for the win streaks and the loss streaks. You know, we saw the, Daysik and Raiko only had like 4 streaks in the end, and it was actually Weibo that had the 5 win streak, the 5 loss streak. And you thought at that point, it's like, will that come back to bite them? Will that be something that it's going to be a bit of a mistake. We saw them when going into stage 3 and stage 4 that the players for Godlike Esports starting to fall rapidly in terms of HP.
And let me stop you there, because now we're at stage 4, Casanova. We're moving into stage 5. We take a look at our first action of the game, and it is stage 5-5, and this is where things start to look up for Godlike.
Well, and you can even look at this board, and you can see 3 different players on those blinking health bars looking like they're about to fall. And this is where Dehua was able to find that Bard 2 at the last moment. He had been free falling for many rounds prior to this. We thought the game was over, Weibo was going to have it, but Dehua was able to actually stay alive due to this Bard, and he ends up putting Godlike in a potentially winning position from there.
Yeah, I think it all came down to as well the Godlike players being able to save HP for each other as well. Just before this round, all the players on Godlike were so low on blinking health bars, as you mentioned, also low on 1 HP. Of course, here in the end, Dehua actually taking out his teammate Dasik, who went 8th in the end as well. And on the other side, it was actually Tianglong that stayed alive and avoided that 8th place spot.
So at this point, we're thinking, Godlike, hold up a second. They went from looking down and out to potentially coming back. But as we know, Weibo Gaming did in fact win the game. So Casanova, we go now to past stage 5 in towards the end. We take a look at our final action. What ended up unfolding to allow Weibo to take back control over Godlike?
So this is where we think there is a potential mistake from Godlike in the end game. We had both Raiko and Dehua take on Salpimi. Raiko fought the Ghost and won. Dehua fought the real Salpimi and also won. But considering that Dehua fought the real Salpimi and won by a large margin, it's potentially correct for Godlike to have Raiko sell his entire board so that he doesn't take out Dehua.
No, exactly that. I think it's so perfectly poised for that. When you're in this position, you maybe think that Raiko can also win this as well because he beat the Ghost, but when it comes to the strong board as well, on this uncontested line for Salpimi, unfortunately not hitting the Akali 3, but being so strong thanks to that Nova emblem that he found from the treasure hunt as well. Raiko not being able to sell his board, and actually Dehua dying in the end meant that it was down to this 1 versus 1 that we can see.
Yeah, it's hard to tell for sure because Salpimi's board was so good, but this may have been a case of rock, paper, scissors, where Dehua beats Salpimi, Salpimi beats Raiko, and Raiko beats Dehua. So with the team play of 4v4, that gives you the opportunity for Godlike to have tried to make a play and sell out Raiko's board.
And these are the simple things, and these are the little things as well that can be such a big difference in a 4 versus 4 environment. Understanding what board states are like, understanding who is stronger at this point as well. But I think the overall point of this game as well is, you know, Godlike not going for that Akali, not finding someone to contest that Akali. And as the casters pointed out as well, this is Salpimi's comfort zone. He played this yesterday as well, treasure hunt into Akali. He was uncontested, didn't find the Akali 3, but that Vex 3 in the end as well, thanks to the gods from Echo being able to find 2 Vexes at level 7.
And I think when we break down further the game plan of Godlike into this one, they were accepting that this was an uncontested Akali. They were grabbing Akali, all of them were grabbing Akalis on their roll down, and they may have even conceded that first place might not go to them in this game because Salpimi was going to be so strong, particularly with that emblem and the early Vex that he found. But from there, it just ended up being some of these fights not swinging their way in the end game. They took the 8th and the 6th, losing those first 2 kind of duo pairs, losing out in the bottom side of the tables, and it forces them to have to find a win, and that's where they were not able to convert at the end of this game.
And it's a new adaptation that players have had to do pretty much since the end of the Tactician's Crown, right? This Akali composition kind of coming out of nowhere. We know that these 2-cost rerolls are going to be very, very important in a 4 versus 4 environment. You can't all pay for that level 8, level 9. You need some rerolls, and this Akali composition has kind of come out of nowhere and has been dominating every round.
And I think just taking a step back and looking at just the Godlike versus Weibo matchup, Godlike does a lot of VOD review. They looked at Weibo's games from yesterday, and they actually felt that while the team was very coordinated and clean and strong, they felt like they were beatable. They could bleed. And even in this first game, you're starting to see glimpses of that with how close Godlike came to taking that.
You two are so good at your job. I just want you to know that, okay? Shout out to you guys. We take a look at the fall during that celebration as Weibo ends up taking it. Obviously, a sigh of relief. Weibo once again trying to be the title defenders and winning this game puts them one step closer to doing so and grabbing the heart, obviously, in these intense moments. And, you know, the power of friendship, they're having fun out there for sure. But on the opposite side, for Godlike Esports, you know, there's going to be a lot of stress, as you can see in this moment, grabbing the head. You know, at the end of the day, man, these are tough matches. At one point, you think you're leading and you think you're going to win. At the other, all of a sudden you are losing, forced to survive and win 2 games in a row. Riot is doing a lot when it comes to the Esports World Cup. Not only TFT, but also check this out.
The TFT Open is coming back to Vegas. I just hope there's no conflicts.
Why would there be?
We're bringing the first North American Regional Championship to Vegas.
So excited. Cool model.
Thanks, it's extremely fragile.
Where's my TFT Open?
My first ever NA Regional Championship.
They've combined
into some sort of
Convergence Fest? 2 games in one place at the same time? Can we do it?
We have to.
Convergence Fest, TFT Vegas Open, and the Riftbound North America Regional Championship, December 11th through December 13th, 2026.
A lot of fun stuff happening over there. Riot doing a lot right. TFT as well here for the really 5 days. Now 4 more days left in day number 2. It's been exciting for sure. This is just the very start. And again, just a reminder for all of you all at home, this is Stream A. We also have Stream B taking place right now. 2 series at all times. 8 total games today. 2 to move forward to playoffs. 2 for the keys to be crushed. Now, boys, coming back down to reality. Weibo, they're feeling okay. They're up 1-0. Godlike, though, need to win 2 in a row. I know it's possible, obviously. They're great competitors. They're here for a reason. I mentioned the history of Godlike beating Fnatic, how much that series meant to them. They clearly have the confidence. But now, going into, of course, this next match, it's simply not going to be easy. But, of course, they're going to have to do it. Hey, a lot of emotions out there. Let's head to the stage.
And it's a do or die moment already for Godlike. The first time in this tournament that they feel their backs up against the wall. Salpimi, the hero for Weibo Gaming, setting the pace on this series, the very first series of this day 2. We'll see how and if Godlike can bounce back.
100%. Weibo is showing why they are the title holders right now for EWC 4v4. The same roster going up against and trying to find the catch-up, already winning against Team. Exactly to check how these players are giving gold to each other, giving resources, HP especially, and of course the high bane, especially from this guy. Salpimi, MVP for 2025, now the MVP for the previous game, trying to pop off once again.
The Stargazer will be the Huntress coming into this game 2 of the series. Very good for Jack's hero augment, not so good for Lulu and Zaya. And we will be having Kale and Echo as the gods. Kale, a lot of extra items, a chance for a duo, a trio carry setup coming into the late game. And Echo, I mean, we saw Echo last game, a lot of 5 costs, a lot of high rolls with Artifact potentially. Yep. And the chance to synergize with a Loose Streak player as well early with Divine Intervention. You can then have this massive spike round coming to stage 4.
The anomaly, of course, one of the mechanics that we have for TFT in the last sets. Tianlong, once again, the veteran, the player that went to TAC Round just a week ago and did a great performance right now, already with a great start together with the Primordials, trying to get additional economy here and just trying to pop off items. Looking a little sketchy for now.
I think Salpimi's going to tell him, hey man, sell that Akali. I'm the Akali player on this team. Of course, if someone has a better spot, I think Salpimi will seed the way, but in 4 games that this team has played, Salpimi has played some variation of Akali in every single one of them.
Looking for any possibilities here. Not rolling the nest, goes for gold immediately, just trying to pop off right now. Has an economy situation here with the Primordials, also holding the time breaker to have that chance. So he will once again play slow and then think about the later stage of the game to try to pop off.
And Tianlong saying, you know, it's helping me. My spot is pretty good. I have a Akali pair, I have 2 Belvet, I have Primordian start, I have a lot of gold. Maybe I should be the Akali player in this game. We will see if he's given the red carpet treatment, if he's allowed to play into the line easily. For Guan, we're seeing Clear Mind, an early Talon 2. 9 gold currently. If he wins this fight, that would be great for interest. Oh, wants to just sell, wants to guarantee he gets the interest no matter what. And we'll be playing for more of a Loose Streak angle, most likely.
Spatula here also for Gobo, having a good chance. Goes immediately for the Nova, defending the line. This was the composition that Salpimi used in the previous game to win it out. He got the spot later into the game. So now Gobo, knowing that he's early into it, it will be defense play immediately from Weibo trying to hold him up and keep him down.
And has the Lesser Champion duplicator as well, so I think a pretty good reason and a good angle to play into the Akali line and try and contest and stop Weibo Gaming from getting away with it one more time. For Raiko, it will be the Heart of Steel, gold printing Arbiter as well as we saw there, so some extra econ potential. And wow, a Leona 2 right away in the shop for the Magician, a very good tempo start in terms of AP flex.
And for him, this is a player that the mental has to pop off. He was the one having the possibility to win it out in the previous game against Saupimi, couldn't close the game. Some positioning maybe, but especially the pop-up from Saupimi being so strong with the additional emblem. So now Raiko needs to shake it out. He needs to really perform at his peak. And now with this interest, I think it's a great composure game for him to start to ramp up.
The Vanguard comes in, Raiko maybe opting to sell the Ezreal if he was trying to play for the 10 gold threshold, if he wants to play for just the AP flex and forget about any kind of econ traits going forward. The longer these fights are, the better for these Steadfast, stacking the extra HP here.
Yeah, having a chance, also having two already, one with the augment and one with the items is so good. So once again, thinking about the later stage of the game, thinking about a big tank there in the front line, holding units here, just trying to make sure. Losing right now, maybe going for the Primordial also to defense a little. LBTC, a player that likes to play a little more tempo, already having the Winsus here. Good front line with the artifacts, and now just trying to... He's the player to pressure the lobby, maintain health, and then try to transfer to the others.
With the artifact coming in, wants to be the win streak player for Weibo Gaming in this stage 2. A great combination, Rage Blade Slam, you want these longer stage 2 fights when there's just so little DPS for most of your units, and then of course the chance for the Light Shield Crest to put in a lot of work here.
See the face-up right now, 4 players, 3 players already still with 100 HP. We see here, 1 with Clear Mind, thinking also about leveling deep. And once again, LBTC playing tempo, 1 trying to pop off. He wasn't the pop-up player in the later stage of the game, had a good plan, but didn't work, similar to Daisy. Daisy trying to play the cap-up with Lulu, didn't work out, went in the end, but you need those type of players. Maybe you will not win the game, but you need to take risks right now against this elite level of play.
How does Saupimi do it? He has hit treasure hunts again. I think he also had a treasure hunt game yesterday, so out of the 5 games he's played on the EWC stage this year, he's found treasure hunts on 3 of those games. One of the best augments for a reroll, one of the best augments for Akali, because you are trying to roll at all these different stages of the game when playing for the Akali upgrades, and then the Kindred, and then the Vex as well. So a really good setup for Weibo Gaming right away.
Divine intervention.
As we mentioned earlier, if you're playing for a lose streak like one, if you're playing for Clear Mind, you're stacking HP anyway, you might as well have this little extra plus coming for you in stage 4.
We see it there on Tianlong, 1 as you mentioned, so these players will be so strong, especially on the early stages of stage 4, and that will be the players to watch, trying to pop off with possibilities, and the rest just looking for tempo. So once again, total spread right now, and the teammates are already doing their plan. And once again, the players who want to pop off in the later stage of the games is Weibo. So now, more important for them to try to pop off and maintain the win streak throughout the game.
We saw some Arbiter options there for LBTZ. Not too convinced for now. I'm not sure selection came through in the end. They're just going to play around this Caitlyn for now with the Fate Weaver online. And we'll see if he wants to go for LeBlanc with the Rage Blade Slam or if he's considering playing around some variation of AD. We mentioned Xayah, not really an option with the Huntress. And I think the Nova line will be quite populated. We're seeing it from Gobo. We're most likely seeing it from Saupimi as well.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot right now. Difficult to play Xayah also, maybe Vex, but he will need a very high economy on the later series of the game. Keeping himself open, getting additional possibilities, getting the Vanguard, also Chance and the Arbiter to maybe try to go into that Shepherd line that you mentioned. That's obviously the default, so we should be seeing LeBlanc here. Meanwhile, we see Gobo holding deep here with the Nova emblem, and you're already with a plan. This is exactly what you want to see. Probably Saupimi will be the one contesting with the treasure hunt.
And LBTZ yesterday seems to be the player who just fills in whatever role is needed. He's kind of the flex player on the team. He played some Corki yesterday to great success, actually. One of the few players who had good results on the Corki line, the Fast 8 line in stage 4. But of course with Rage Blade, not going to be the case here. Looking at the win streakers and the lose streakers, this is the 2 sides of the coin for Godlike. Dehua, he's playing for Birthday Reunion. He's playing for fast 9.
Time breaker.
You can't really full loss the entire game to get to 9. You have to start winning at some point and try and preserve some HP with some like tempo window to get to 9 in a comfortable position, not to be on 1 life. But this is the 2 flip side. And yeah, perfect matchup. Gobo on the 4 win, Daehwa on the 4 loss. They meet right in the middle, and they get exactly what they want for the team.
Also, just in case, taking out the Cho'Gath in the last second just to make sure he maintains the lose streak, and now in a perfect pop-up place, as you mentioned. Top of the board here for Gobo, Dowa maintaining the lose streak, and Saopimin the other one. So Gobo and Saopimin will ramp it out there in the end, and for him it's a great spot. He can roll right now to get value from Treasure Hunt and the Augment, and once again, it will be the MVP from last year, the pop-up flare that will at least pressure the middle stage of the game for Weibo.
Pretty scary from Saopimin. With Treasure Hunt overall, we've seen mostly Saopimin playing an open fort and then rolling very heavily on 3-2 to stabilize. So he's usually coming into his roll down around 70 HP. In this case, able to get a 5 win streak essentially for free off of a very good Briar start with Primordian, getting extra econ. If he can win 3-1, or maybe he'll roll a bit. I don't think he has enough gold actually to roll to 6 or level to 6 and roll on 3-1. If he wins 3-1 and then he rolls heavily on 3-2 off the Treasure Hunt, that can be a 10 win streak very easily for Saopimin here.
Yeah, very close to the Rek'Sai also. It's very important to have 1 tank at least to take the damage, and having 6 already is perfect because you roll a 6,
wow,
you get
so much gold coming in from the orbs.
Exactly what he needed. 40 right now, the threshold for him. Let's see if he pop-ups. The safest place to wait 1 more round for 3-2. But of course, he needs to balance the rest of the lobby to see if he can actually maintain the win streak here against Gobo.
An early Riven on level 5 as well when he has the Briar and he has the Kai'Sa and he's playing around Rogue anyway. I mean, this is a really strong start. The Gunblade is found as well for Saopimin if he is considering being the Akali player contesting Gobo on the same line.
Gobo pressures. Gobo decides to go deep here. Saopimin stays at level 5, so it will be important here. Gobo trying to snap the win streak here from Saopimin, and Saopimin playing a little more greedy, waiting 1 more round.
Yeah, it's really important if they face against each other. It will not be the case. The board is also looking very strong here from Raiko. Has a Nunu already, has a Zoe online. And Raiko, a player that maybe is going to be streaking some part of this stage 3 as well with the Leona 2 and the early Nunu.
Yeah, committing the death play also. Having a good chance here for Gobo to just keep ramping up. Having the Akali 2 is just too strong. So he should be a little stronger than Saopimin, but Saopimin won the grid race, won the possibility of not being able here to hit, and now with the chance to take also the win out spot. Let's see if he makes it. 5 win streak. No, he takes the loss. So works out here for the Godlike, and now Saopimin will have to step up from this round on.
Pretty important loss there for Saopimin, for Godlike at least, because yeah, it's going to cut that potential 10 win streak in terms of Saopimin next big spike here with the Treasure Hunt proc coming through on 3-2. Prismatic augment for Saopimin, advanced loan of course for Tianlong, which means he's getting a gold augment, so a pretty big punish for Tianlong. You always want the better option, which is gold to silver instead of prismatic to gold. You lose a lot more value from prismatic to gold, but it will be sweet treats for Saopimin. A lot of extra items already. You get item components from Treasure Hunt, so really good synergy between both of these augments, and you have so many good hits on the artifact for the Akali, for the Vex, for your tanks as well, for the Kindred, even if you have attack speed artifacts. We'll see the options here. Mogul's Mail is maybe the safe generic tank option.
We saw Twitter yesterday saying Lich Bane Riven, so we saw it on Analyst Selects also as a possibility, but of course going for the default and having a great chance right now. Raiko, looking for Shojin, AP flex for him. Doesn't have a strong board for now, just thinking about the later stages of the game, ramping up together with the Heartsteel, ramping up with Baron Lair. So thinking about holding gold right now and then having a full cap board on level 8 probably.
Raiko will likely play for Space Groove yet again. The same exact thing we saw from him in the last game. Almost the winner in that game 1. Not quite able to defeat Saopimin, unfortunately. But for Raiko, I think really good augment synergy as well. The Heart of Steel into the Baron's Lair, gets the 3rd tank item for the Leona right now. You are allowed to extend these fights even further. You're on a lose streak now, yes, but the same thing happened last game from Raiko, and he was almost the winner. So he definitely knows how to play from behind. I think it's where he feels most comfortable, actually. And we're going to see him spiking in a big way on stage 4.
Yeah, as you mentioned, holding the space group right now, so that's the default line. Also holding some possibilities here with the Leona to try to stay on the Vanguard, already having the Nunu as a chance. So, I mean, strongest board is the name of the game. He needs to preserve HP, and now the face-off will be so important for him. Gobo finds a Master G early, and now can really pop off once again. Has a trade tree right now. also Marauder, so now he can think about cooking a little more and not doing the normal Nova board with Vex and trying to play a Master Yi on level 8 at least for now.
The Stargazer won't be super relevant, but everything else is, I mean, pretty fantastic. Marauder +1, Nova +1, Brawler +1, Bastion +1 on level 9 can all add value to a Marauder Yi-ish kind of comp. And this board can reach a really high cap if Gobo is able to make it to 9. And I mean, this is one of the more creative players, not just on this team, but in general in EMEA overall. I think he's a player who can definitely navigate this game to a very high cap board.
Increase HP permanently here for Echo, but no, people are going directly for the items. Kale is the possibility they want to pop off right now. They need immediate strength and try to pressure the lobby here on stage. We see the communication here coming in from Dohwa, just making sure everyone knows their spot, everyone knows what exactly they have to do, and to preserve HP right now. Normally we talk about early game to look position, late game, who wins, but this is the moment where the HP is handled by all the players and they need to be exactly in the same line.
Compared to what we saw from T1 yesterday against Weibo, it seems like both of these teams are happier playing for higher cap. They're not so interested in playing for extremely deep roll downs on level 6 on stage 3, outside of Gobo, for example, and it's paying off for him. He's on an 8-win streak now, and he's already level 7 as well. So Gobo's continuing to push very high tempo here.
Dowa, the player with the low HP right now, coming on for Godlike Esports, and only has a Guinso here. Decent front line, not many upgrades. Finds a Deadly Riven that is not doing too much for now. Just holding on to the time breaker and having a chance to pop up later.
Echo, Divine Intervention for Dehua. Invested, Birthday Reunion. If he gets gold from Echo once he drops below 30 HP, and if he hits the right augment on 4-2, this could be a very similar game plan to what we saw from Flancy in that Team Vision versus Mkoy, where Flancy went 9 on 4-3 and he hit a ton of 5 costs and he won the game outright. That's the game plan Dehua is trying to commit to.
Also, not having a great game in the last time, and now once again having the chance from the teammates to take confidence in him. Yeah, go for it. Go for the full greedy play and the flash possibilities of this. Taking the loss that we know he will have to, and now only 32, so very close to pop off that Divine Intervention from Echo. Next round will be the one for him.
The benefit is that Gobo on 100 HP and a 9 win, and Daysik at 80 HP, they can say, hey, Dehua, you're in my pool. Maybe don't roll yet. I can give you 1 life. I can give you 2 lives. I can buy you enough time to get more invested value, to get more rolls as well, to maybe make it to 9. So we'll see how that strategy pans out in terms of the HP trading for Godlike.
For Tianlong, also a difficult spot right now. He managed to preserve HP, has a misfortune, holding the Master Yi, holding additional possibilities here, but not an ideal spot, if you will. So he will really need to transition, play defense, and try to maybe take unit out of the rest of the players to be relevant for the team.
Can Salpimi do it again? Can he stop the win streak from Gobo? It's an attempt at a 10 win, a stage 2 and 3 perfect from Gobo, or Salpimi, who's on the treasure hunt, who's on a 3 win streak, who's the healthiest player for Weibo, trying to stop Gobo in his tracks. The Akali is onto the backline for Salpimi, but it just won't be enough. The Kindred with a Rage Blade off of the TG, putting in work, and the Sweet Treats HP making the difference.
Out of player also, Salpimi getting exactly what he needed and taking a great win right now to pressure even more the lobby. Dohwa has found his additional possibilities. There it is, Divine Intervention, some gold, and probably items that we're not seeing right now, but will be relevant in the next stage.
Dehua really wanted more gold here, I think. He wanted to go straight to 9. Now, he can still do it, but with a little bit less confidence.
19 rolls?
Yes, but you need the gold to actually make it to 9. If you make it to 9 with 100 rolls, if you don't have the gold to buy the units, it won't be enough.
Yep. Great chance here. Salpimi also, level 6. Hasn't found the upgrade, but is stable right now. Now on stage 4, everyone will be so strong, so he will really need to roll deep right now. And he doesn't have additional pair. Only the Maokai close right now with 2-star units, and the possibility for him to really miss right now. So how much do you roll? How much do you wait here, Panda? He decides to up levels.
I think it's similar to what we saw from him last game, especially contested. He has 6 Akalis already. He's going to try and just hold these copies against Gobo and just push for the Kindred duo carry instead. Dehua, level 8, 70 gold. He did get some gold from the PV round there as well, so that definitely helped his game plan. 22 rolls now. He's going to wait until 4-2. He's still 2 lives. He still maybe can get some HP traded away from his teammates. If he faces one of them here, it could be very important. And we're seeing exactly this. Daysik said, Dehua, you're my teammate. I got you. Items removed. That should be enough. The Urgot can potentially put in some work here for Dehua. And that's maybe one more round of greed. One more round of gold generation.
Similar game plan, or almost exactly the same as last game. Dohwa with a cap-up possibility, and now Dasic with the HP lead, transferring that to him and being the chance to pop off. Would it happen the same? Will Weibo have a chance to pop off and transform this to completely on their favor, or will Dohwa be able to pop off? That's the name of the game. So far, 1-0 for Weibo, and really they want to wake up. Godlike wants to win this game and bring us to a game 3.
Augments for Daehwa. He's trying to find maybe some amount of gold. Gilded Steel is an option, but I think you really want more items. You're going to play so many 5 costs anyway. I think Gilded Steel is not the best option. And Daehwa does pull the trigger. He does go 9 right away. Finds a Fiora 2 off the birthday reunion. 23 gold to work through. Maybe wants to go for a Fiora 3, but I think going to opt to buy the rest of the 5 costs instead. Finds the Graves, finds the Blitz. Needs to find the Vexes in particular as well for this Nova Fast 9.
No Vex, finds the pair of Graves that will start to pop off, finds 1 Vex, and this is a great setup. You don't want the Graves 2-star shield, finds the Shen.
Do you sacrifice anything or do you wait? You're still on 2 lives. Depends on your matchmaking pool potentially. Is a Fiora 2 enough to win this round when you don't have tank upgrades? That's the question now for Daehwa here.
No tanks here. Not ideal units also for the Fiora, probably going for the TG. There it is. Decent items right now. Going up against Juan, who has the emblem for Space Group. Looking Stone right now having the Jhin 2-star, if you will. So additional Jhin here for Juan that could make a difference.
Fiora's down. This is not a free fight whatsoever. Guan has rolled down to 10 gold on level 8. And this is going to be maybe the first loss of the 2 that Daehwa can give up here. It would be a super important win if he had this extra breathing room. And he is down to 9 HP, which is 1 life on stage 4. That being said, Shen 2 has come through. Fiora can heal. Graves 2 in the shop. This should be enough for now. Daehwa off of the Fiora wins. He's going to be able to heal past 1 life and going to maybe enter stage 5 on 2 lives. That being said, any RNG that does not go in his favor, if he's out here in 8th place, the entire game plan from Godlike crumbles.
We saw it in the last chance. Fiora didn't do anything because we have no tank. So only Nunu 1 with 3 items here should not be enough. And let's see the placement. Is there a way here for Godlike to transfer HP into Dohwa? Goes into a Ghost, so this should be strong enough for him. Goes against Raiko. No items directly. So giving additional chance here for him. LBTC, the only one also low, but we see the spread. Only 9 HP for Dohwa, and the rest are still playing the game.
And let's look at the HP heal as well off of this fight win. If it's a big win, which it is against Raiko, he's going to be punished a tiny bit. He had enough HP to trade here, I would say, above 40 when this fight started off. And Daehwa has now climbed up to 11 HP, which could be 2 lives in stage 4, so already feeling a little bit safer.
Got selections here. Artifact after 5 rounds. So greedy if you want to go there. The people with high HP have a chance. Dohwa probably is going to that. Everyone's going to this one. Only Juan wants some possibilities here to pressure.
I think it would be a great pickup for someone like Gobo, for example. You exit stage 3 at 90 HP, essentially. You're not going to be strong in stage 4 because that's when everyone else is spiking, who've been more greedy, who've had, they've saved their econ for the 4-2 spikes. I think Gobo can kind of pair with this low tempo position in the game round, pick up the Echo Artifact, and then have a second spike on stage 5.
Saupimi trying to use Treasure Hunt as much as possible. That's why his rolling still finally finds level 8. So playing tempo here for Treasure Hunt, only finding the front line. So just trying to find the Kindred, trying to find something to really do damage here. He should start losing some HP. But I mean, he's playing what he has to. He couldn't roll. He was being contested with the Akali and decides to meet maybe the highest EV line possibility. Great to see from Saupimi. He plays aggressive. He plays greedy when he has to. And now he's just playing defense.
Daehwa, Vex pair up against Gobo. Gobo, I think, has removed some items. We're seeing a Kali with a Gunblade and nothing else. The Graves with the Striker's Flail and the Marauder emblem. So Gobo is playing for a higher cap as well with the Graves carry coming through. This should be another easy win for Gobo, getting some breathing room from his teammates. So important to scale his HP back up to 2 lives. And once the Vex 2 is found, I mean, it might be lights out. He might be the strongest player in the lobby.
So close right now. LBTC going up against here. One, is it strong enough? Saupimi just looking for the fight and having a chance here to really pop off Panda. It's so difficult spot. The Morgana is closing in and Saupimi keeps losing HP, hasn't found that Kindred, and he should have found it a long time ago to actually keep pressure into the lobby. So Saupimi just keeps running down.
I will say this game too, we wanted the game 3 to come through in the series, right? We want to see more high action TFT, and it's looking pretty good for Godlike here. Daehwa coming back up, very, very strong. Raiko hit the Nami too, that's what he needs. Dasik and Gobo still quite healthy. Gobo has a chance for a high cap as well, alongside Daehwa. There are win-out potential players. But against Weibo, I can never count them out. They always somehow have
They find a way.
Another trick up their sleeve.
Is it gameplay? Is it aura? It's everything for Weibo. They always find a way out and have a possibility there to win it out. One, roll at level 8, find the Jhin, and this is popping up for him. Yeah. Making a good chance right now. It's not a normal setup that we see accomplished right now. Normally the Riven is the one with the emblem. Is it enough here against Gobo? And this is the inflection point, because Gobo can be stronger, but one wants to pressure right now, and he's doing it.
Gobo is still scaling, and he is still missing key upgrades on all his units, right? It's Graves 1, it's Kindred 1, it's Yi 1, so we have not really yet seen Gobo at his absolute highest level.
Pressure spot here. Final boom. Obviously, Echo with the anomaly on the right now for one, having additional possibilities to support the rest of the team. Decides to go for the front line, so we see a very big Ornn being beefy and having a chance here to preserve more chance and more time here for the Jhin to do damage.
Tianlong going level 9, 6 free rolls, 70 gold to work with, and quite a lot of time to get this board going to try and contest Daehwa on the Nova Fast 9. Looking for the Vex, looking for the Blitzcrank 2, looking for the Shen 2, the Nunu. He needs at least one copy from Nunu here, or else his front line might be a little bit worrisome without the Vanguard online.
Godlike was trying to block so that Tianlo doesn't go into this line. That's why two players, Tianlo says, no, I have to go into this line, finds the Shen, finds the Blitzcrank to start only needing the damage. Another possibility for him with some HP to pop it off. Finds the Vex 2-star here, so huge, being contested already. This is exactly the defense play that Weibo was looking for.
A lot of items to slam here if he's facing off against one of the players from Godlike, and not that much frontline. That's the biggest concern here. The Vex 2 is fantastic, but she needs time to ramp. We're looking at a Blitz 1, a Nunu 1. It's just the Shen that's upgraded for now. He's up against his teammate Guan, so maybe not going to be so important to immediately slam everything and take his time a little bit more. But stage 5 is going to be so important for Weibo here. They have to finish off their boards.
Morgana holding strong in the front line, and it looks like it's enough here for one. Juan, the one who was just trying to pop off here, just being strong enough, and now being down with good goal to also make some things happen here.
This is the turn for Guan. He has to go 9. He has to find his final board. He's on 1 life, 12 HP for both LBTZ and Guan.
Nami?
And the middle of the pack is all Godlike players. Depending on the matchmaking, potentially we could be seeing Weibo going down in 7th and 8th if they're not able to clutch these 2 fights. These 2 boards need to get as strong as possible right now.
Knows that Tianlong already has the Vex, so holding 1, really trying to find the Nami, doesn't have 1, and that could make the difference here, Panda. Doesn't find the Blitzcrank, his front line is not the best one, so can 1 win here? Goes against Saopimi. Saopimi is not stacking. Full units for Saopimi right now.
No items removed. It might be Guan being taken down. He is quite strong with the Jhin 2. We'll see what happens there for LBTZ. He is up against Gobo. Gobo, did he find his upgrades? The Graves is still 1-star. The Kindred is still 1-star. I think LBTZ might be strong enough.
No access to backline there.
Look at
Graves.
no.
Graves immediately goes against Del Blanc and takes a huge hit against LBTC, stays alive and still has a possibility. Weibo in the back of the ropes, but still with a chance to pop off once again. Very important for them to avoid the last placement, especially the 7-8.
Yet again, 1 HP and a dream, a perfect loss for LBTZ. The only loss he could have had to still stay alive, considering he was on 12 HP. And they succeeded, right? Both Guan and LBTZ have stayed alive here. Maybe Dasik will now drop out in 8th. He's also on his last life. What a close matchup here. Look at the HP totals, Kupeson.
Doesn't find the LeBlanc here, yeah. Everyone's so low. Dasik trying to avoid the 8th. His composition doesn't look perfect so far. Doesn't find the LeBlanc that he has great items for her, but it's just on enough. Goes against Gobo, who has, I don't think he has all the units, but I think the removers are just gone right now.
LBTZ is going to be up against Tianlong. Tianlong did remove items off of the Vex. Not the strongest variation. I think LBTZ will be staying alive there, facing off against his teammate. The Akali's onto the backline for Dasik already. She has been taken down by the Sona. The LeBlanc is still stacking the Flicker Blades, the Rage Blades, and the JG. Is there enough burst damage? Is the Graves going to carry for Gobo again? It's a very close fight. The Graves does kill off. Sona kills off Dasik. In 7th, though, Guan drops down to 8th by 1 HP.
That could be the difference here. So players almost tied 1 point up against here for Godlike. And this makes the whole difference. Just avoid having 2 players on the back means the game is so tight right now with a chance for both of them to pop off. LBTC on screen, being strong, finds the LeBlanc and popping off. Gobo being the hero right now for Godlike, giving HP to all his players.
The best possible outcome in that last round for Godlike. 3 of their players win. The HPs have now flipped. There are currently 1, 2, 3 in the standings. And Dasik, despite going down, goes out in 7th instead of 8. This is exactly what Godlike needed to try and mount a comeback, to try and win this game 2 and force a game 3. Pivotal matchup here yet again. Salpimi is on 11 HP. These players could be taking each other out. It is Salpimi versus his own teammates.
Having everything right now, what he needed, finds 1 Vex at least on level 9. Great items here for her. No access to backline. Akali is down here for Salpimi. Our MVP for the last game looks like the gas is just not strong enough. So we will be losing Salpimi, and Tianlong will be the one who will make the pop-off, at least for Weibo, and that's the win-out player.
You have to be nervous if you're Weibo Gaming. Your 2 remaining players are currently on 1 life. 5 HP for Tianlong. 1 HP for LBTZ. Dehua is still on Vex pair. We saw him on Vex pair a whole stage ago. And because we saw Tianlong hitting the Vex 2 and the rest of his teammates holding onto the Vexes, Dehua has not been able to hit his next spike.
We should see if LBTC or Tianlong goes out here in 5th place, it will be over. That's 3 players in the bottom 5. So that could be the end of the game. So Dehua facing LBTC, having a chance here to tie the series 1-0, 1-1.
He couldn't be the hero in game 1. Can Dehua be the hero in the game 2? A pivotal fight here, a win against LBTZ would give Godlike the commanding position in the game 2. The stuns come out onto the Graves. They delay so much of the DPS. The Morgana is still holding on. The Vex is almost down as well. It will not be enough. Dehua is taken down to his last life. The extra HP helped from the Fiora, but Gobo is down in 5th. Things have been evened out. 2 players from each team remain in the top 4.
This is perfect for Weibo, exactly what they needed now to have the possibility to pop off Tianlong with a great chance to win the game, and LBTC the same. LBTC is holding strong with the AP line. Dehua is strong but couldn't find the Vex, who was Grief. Finds the Graves just to have a Hail Mary possibility, and Raiko the same. So Weibo, once again, transforming the game in their favor and doing exactly what they must in the 4v4 angle. Taking additional gold here, Dehua trying to roll deep here. Use all his gold to grief additional units and find any additional placement. The choke finally finds, and now this is pop-off placement for the Graves. Decides to pop off and put ideal items. This is the carry right now for Dehua. What else? Nothing else to find here, Panda.
The Vex is the big thing that Dehua was looking for. We'll see where the BT is going to go now.
3 players low in HP. This will be the pivotal round.
And both Raiko and Dehua are the heroes for Godlike. They're both in the top 4 yet again, trying to fight for that first place, which is what they really need here.
Friendly fire for both. Dehua against Raiko. Ideally, Raiko can stack 1, but LBTC against Tianlong, someone will be taken out. LeBlanc holding deep. Good access to backline right now, holding the Morgana. Very strong in the front line, and it will be LBTC. Tianlong is being taken out, and LBTC will be the one who will have to take the win here and take it off.
And Raiko alive in that 3rd place position. Doesn't even matter. Dehua now finds the Vex too, but Dehua knows he's done it for his team. We're seeing the smiles, we're seeing the laughs in the webcams.
3 players possibilities here. Dasik 1 against 1. GoBuster winning against Salpimi, and of course Raiko winning against Tianlong. That's it here for the tight series. Godlike Esport taking it again in a well-fashioned here, Panda. Playing defense, playing strong, and for Weibo, once again, finding the out to actually pop off. Very close game, and we'll have a great game 3.
What a finish, what a clutch game plan from Dehua. Everything lined up. The invested on 3-2. The Echo Divine Intervention. He was able to make it to 9. He was able to assemble one of the strongest boards we have seen all tournament long. Despite no Vex 2, all the other 5 costs carried their weight. And Godlike is making this a very close series. 1-1. So much in store for us for the game 3. 2 Titans from CN and from EMEA clashing on the big stage.
there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
I would be remiss if the series ended in a 2-0. It is undeserving of such a score. It's now 1-1. It comes down to game 3. Who's it going to be? Well, Godlike are looking great. They tie up the series, but they've got to go a little bit further, win the next game. But Weibo Gaming is looking to shut them down. Let's find out how it's going to end up unfold together. But first, to break down that last matchup, boys, let's talk about it because it was absolutely incredible. Let's start at the beginning. Godlike, how did they look, and did they look different this time versus last?
It was completely different to last time. You know, last time they didn't have the streaks, they didn't have the early compositions, and they didn't have the early direction that they were looking for as well. This game, though, they had one player on the 5-win streak, one player on the 5-loss streak, which was Dahua, which is a player that we're going to be talking about throughout this whole segment, I feel like, as well, because Dahua was their win-out player. They had their win-out player, they had their tempo player as well, they had the early gold and the early streaks going to stage 4.
Well, it's even further than that, too, which I think was really interesting. Those streaks ended up going to 9 on both, at least.
That's
which
true,
is,
yeah.
Very, very valuable for them as far as the gold and econ there. But they also had a second win-out player with Gobo with the trait tree. So they had 2 players with win-out equity and 2 players playing tempo. And I think if you can draw it up, that's pretty ideal. It's not always that you have the spots for it, but it felt like a very good, nice little present for Godlike in game 2.
Now, I heard stage 4. Let's go to stage 4, where a big turning point in our match ends up taking place. We take a look at our first action of the game. Again, we're here in stage 4-1. What do we see?
Yeah, so the big thing for this is Dahua has just gone for a big cash out. He ends up getting everything that he needs out of the birthday present, right? Which is going to get him the Fiora 2. He starts to get the level 9. He's rolling down. He's finding as much as he can. And he needs just one more round to stabilize. And his teammate is able to sacrifice for him. He's able to get that round win. And then he takes a loss later from the enemy, but he's able to regain a bunch of HP over the next few rounds with the Fiora passive. The Grand Duelist is able to give you that healing, and that made all the difference because you see at the end game, Dahua loses one more round. If it wasn't for the healing from Fiora, he would have been out and not been able to hold out to get the win for Godlike.
Yeah, the difference to the birthday reunion, the augment that got picked at the start of this game, knew that he was the win-out player. He then took invested ++, which means he's getting so much gold. He wants to go to level 9 as quick as possible. He wants to go for that 5-cost 2-star, and that 5-cost 2-star, as you mentioned, Cass, was the Fiora, which allowed him to save HP. I think his teammates did an incredible job as well, understanding when they would face Dahua and actually remove items, make their board weaker, and save Dahua as much HP as possible. And that came down to the big difference of why Godlike took this
So at this
home.
point, Dahua seems to be one of the star players for Godlike that they're putting a lot of emphasis into. We go to our last action, which is the very end, where Godlike starts to tighten the vice grip and chokehold Weibo Gaming. Now, is Dahua still in this final clip, in the final moments? Is he still as instrumental as he was during that stage 4 breakdown?
Yeah, he's still incredibly important because Dahua is the player, the one that's trying to win it all. You know, in here, this was actually Weibo, as you can see on the clip, kind of team killing in the end. And then the other clip as well, it was Dahua who won against Raiko. So at that point as well, with Weibo team killing, they knew that they had the victory.
And we were at the point of the game where Godlike had actually gotten the better out of Weibo on the bottom end of the life totals, right? Weibo taking 8th and 6th versus the 7th and 5th from Godlike. So all the rest of Godlike has to do is not allow Weibo to escape 4th place, right? So all that needs to happen is Dahua wins versus Raiko, and one of these Weibo players will fall, meaning that as long as Dahua can survive the round, Godlike will always win, and it's exactly what happened.
And I feel like this is something that Godlike were missing in game number 1. Like, they didn't have the Akali player, they didn't have the win-out players. This time they went from 0 win-out players to 2 win-out players, with Dahua and also Raiko as well, with that spatula, with the Akali coming online.
Well, it is a tight series, but from what I'm hearing, Stream B is equally as close. Kitty, give me the updates.
quick update from Stream B as we have Zeta Division versus AGAL in the upper bracket currently being scored 1-1. AGAL was able to bounce back in Game 2 with that Grace 2, however, title in Game 1 was so dominating with 20 wins to 1 loss. So let's see who comes out on top in our upper bracket between Zeta Division and AGAL.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Ooh, both Stream A, Stream B, both tied up 1-1, coming down to the third and final game. We've touched a lot, obviously, on Weibo and Godlike, but just real quick, AGAL, Zeta Division, all tied up 1-1. Is that a surprise? Was it expected? What are we thinking?
I don't think it's too much of a surprise. I think we knew it was going to be a close series. As we've mentioned at the start of the show, all the games yesterday kind of went as expected, except for a few series. So it means that these upper bracket games are just absolutely flawless. Like, they're just incredible with the amount of star power individually for AGAL and Zeta Division, with Title as well. As Kitty mentioned, Title going 20-1 in one game in a 4 versus 4 environment. That's impressive.
I mean, I think it's beautiful to see Zeta having a great showing, because in 2024 is a bit of a disappointment, right? Title is in GOAT contention, but comes in 4v4, just can't get it done with the pieces around him, and now he gets to come back with this super team from Japan with Summertimer and Moji, of course, or Mori added to the roster, and it's an incredibly strong team, and the fact that they're taking it to the CN region, which has historically been the strongest region in 4v4, it's incredible.
Yeah, we know that the CN region is going to be the one to beat. You know, Godlike are trying to do it here as well, of course, with the title defenders, Weibo. Zeta Division are trying to do it on the Stream B as well. So it feels like at the moment it's kind of CN against the world.
It seems to be the case. Clearly one of the best regions out there, obviously. I love that you mentioned Title, because he was a big talking point yesterday when they were here on Stream A, and he's going to continue to be so. And even a little bit deeper for AGAL, specifically when it comes to the club championship race, the standings are very close. And for AG, winning this series, just going to the playoff bracket, I believe secures them at least 200 club championship points, which, hey, 200 they'll take that. Obviously they're shooting for the 1,000, which means you've got to win the entire event. But we'll start small. But for AGAL, they're looking great as an organization so far. Going back to Weibo Gaming and Godlike Esports, again, just an update, tied up 1-1. It comes to the game number 3, and it is going to be a tense one for sure. Godlike bringing in some different strategies, playing a little bit better this time around against that of Weibo Gaming. So as we go into game 3, who's got ice in their veins? Weibo was just in this same situation, right, yesterday against T1, and they closed out the series. Godlike have got to take a page from their playbook.
I think, you know, I'm going to be a little crazy here, because I think, you know,
crazy.
Weibo, I would expect to win this 9 times out of 10, right? This is Weibo Gaming, the title defenders. But I think Godlike should have already 2-0'd this series. I think game 1 was theirs to lose. I think they tossed it away. And I think Godlike is looking so strong in both of these games. I think Godlike's going to take it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be incredibly close either way. I think Salpimi, if Salpimi can get the treasure hunt again, he's already got it 3 games in a row now. The same augment, the same direction, the same composition. If he takes that home again, if he's not contested, then Weibo can still take it.
All right, well, it's about time to head to our stage in just a moment.
Game 3 time, baby. It's 2 titanic forces meeting for a final game in this series. Huge wins yesterday from both teams. Weibo up against T1, Godlike against Fnatic. For Godlike in particular, yesterday, Daysik and Gobo were the 2 best performing players on the team. In the 2 games today, it's been the opposite. It's been Dehua and Raiko carrying the load forward to force the game 3.
For Godlike Esports, I mean, the spirits are on their favor. They win the last match in a fashion way. They have their tranquility on. For Weibo, I mean, they always find a way to win out. Even in bad matches, in matches that feel tight or contested, they find the win. Saupimi, the player we have to watch, and obviously the one popping off. Tianglong, also the veteran who went to Tactician Crown and has the chance right now to pop off once again in 4v4, having a chance. And the hero no one was expected. Dohua, right now on screen. Dasik was the one popping up before, and this is a player that normally doesn't play Fast 9, and he got the spot, he got the recognition and the confidence from his teammates, and he's the one popping off.
More of a scavenger player, more of a top 4 player, similar to Soju, for example, playing for placements, playing around level 8 comps instead. But hey, in the spot he had last game, you had to commit to Fast 9, and he did so in a spectacular fashion. It will be silver scrapes for the encounter, so an explosive final 1v1, 70 gold injection for both players at the very end of the game when only 2 remain. Yasuo and Evelynn are going to be our gods. Yasuo, of course, incredibly strong for powering up specific tanks in reroll. I'm thinking about Cho'Gath, I'm thinking about Ornn, Jax as well with the Kali, and with Lulu. And talking about Lulu, it's the mountain for the Stargazer for the Constellation this game 3. So both Xayah and Lulu are on the table, but you have to have the Stargazer early on in stage 2 to start printing those emblems.
Yeah, you have to have the chance as soon as possible, as you mentioned. Obviously, maybe Lulu in orb, something that helps you immediately go into that line. If not, probably we will not see it, but that's one of the preferred line for sure. You cannot force it, as you mentioned. And now Dohwa, with a good start here with Primordial, maybe the best, if you will, giving so many options to play reroll, to maybe go Fast 9 and have additional possibilities. Finds also a Misfortune, sells it immediately, and just trying to go into more of a tempo line.
A lot of gold here for our competitors. Gold augments as well for the 2-1 pickup. We'll see if Treasure Hunt will be the pickup for Salpimi again, as Stuart was mentioning on the desk. Bodyguard training, a possible late game option for Daehwa. We'll see if he wants to take it and be that win-out potential player once again for Godlike.
Yeah, Bodyguard also a great option here, asking permission, because he's a very great augment if you manage to have the time here. He's playing Primordial, so more of a reroll line maybe for him. So just making sure he has the cap-out possibilities and a good chance here to find something interesting. Tianlong already committing to the lose streak, just thinking about the later stage of the game. Once again, the player who played Fast 9, Tianlong already thinking about winning the game.
LBTZ as well with Birthday Reunion. So LBTZ and Tianlong are going to be the potential win-out players for Weibo Gaming. It's great to have 2 options.
Yeah.
And then we saw a few more tempo-oriented options for the rest of the players on Weibo. So, as always, you want the balance. And as you're mentioning, the talking between the teams on 2-1 is so important. You have certain augments offered. You're not just picking the best optimal augment. You have to balance your game plans, the win-out players, the tempo players, and see who has the better spots for each of those roles.
Yeah, the asking permission, if you will. But yeah, it's so important that the team confidence you. Do you have a really good spot? Do you like it? And normally that's the conversation. It's not, can I use it? Normally they turn it around. They say, okay, Dohwa, do you feel confident? Do you like it? And he's like, yeah, I can go for it. Okay, let's go, man. And that's exactly what you want to see in 4v4. You don't want to maybe take the best overall decision. You want to have confidence in the other teammate, and maybe the teamwork can be even better. That power of friendship that we mentioned so far.
And the more you delay your augment pick, you can also counter the picks from the opposing team, counter their kind of game plan, tempo for the rest of the game as well. And we saw Warpath there for GoBooster. Let me tell you, this is the Godlike special in EMEA qualifiers. They played so much Warpath. In 4v4, you have so much more control over being able to get these huge tempo streaks. And if Go was able to cash it out, if he's able to take over the stage 2 and 3 with that Jinx 2, they're set up for a very good outcome coming into stage 4.
Anima together with Primordial here for 1, maybe not exactly what we was looking for. So difficult to get the cap out from Anima. So normally an emblem augment that is very, very good. Maybe on the low roll side here for 1, trying to make it useful for now. Only Primordial making it work. Maybe trying to put Anima later, cash out a little, and maybe try to go for a more tempo play, but not ideal for sure.
Deja Vu, Guan actually had branching out into the Anima emblem yesterday as well when they faced off against T1 in the very first series of the tournament. So another small low roll for Guan. Unfortunately, we'll see if he has a Reforger to bounce back. Salpimi in this case will be playing around the Frontline Foundation, will be playing around the Brawler emblem. Can, of course, play into the overall Nova line, either with a Kali or Yi or Kindred, or for the 5 cost later on in the game. We'll see what he commits to, but I think Salpimi, I mean, he's sent a message across every single game he's played in this tournament up until now. He is very comfortable on the overall Nova game plan.
Yeah, having so many carries and also the possibility here, Tianlong playing defense immediately. Of course, he has the augment for this, and we were mentioning, he's stacking completely the early stages of the game, making sure no one stakes out of line. He will maintain the lose streak and just trying to pressure later into the game. Gobo is the one who wants to win. He wants to stack the warpaths as soon as possible, but going up against one who has a very interesting board right now.
And Guan has leveled to 5 precisely because he had Gobo in his pool and trying to stop the win streak, trying to stop the warpath game plan. He has succeeded despite going below 10 gold, despite not playing for Econ. A very smart move from Guan.
Doing exactly what the most. And yeah, that's exactly what we want to see about Weibo. Our reigning winners from last year, they have the title and they want to keep it. And of course, we have to set it up here, Panda. This is upper bracket. Whoever wins goes directly to playoff, and they want to have that possibility immediately and then study. Have the possibility to check the rest of the game, being in peaceful mode. And of course, if you win 2 games in a row, 2 cities in a row, you have to be considered the favorite.
Super important option here from the Evelynn, always benefiting the players who are trying to steamroll the lobby or trying to win streak or trying to really push the tempo in this stage 2.
Okay, a few also getting the Yasuo, having a good possibilities here. So we have an additional Hex that will be considered, just trying to pop off additional strength. And of course, Tianlo, not in a hurry, just trying to wait and then decide if we want to put it maybe in the center that is default, or maybe try to cap it out in an additional possibilities here. Tianlo maintaining composure, and of course the win-out player that we'll be expecting to pop up for Weibo.
It will be the acceleration hex from Yasuo, so it will be just a chance for a lot of extra attack speed on your backline carries. I'm thinking about LeBlanc and Kindred and maybe Xayah if anyone has a Stargazer online. For Tianlong, of course, wants to commit to the full lose streak, not just in stage 2, but maybe also in stage 3 with the Cow Claws. The game plan is 10 loss, a lot of gold, stage 4 starts, you stabilize on a very strong board, hopefully with 2-star forecasts.
And for Juan, this should be an important win if he managed to assemble it. Very close fight here, but the stacking of the Kraken is good enough. And Juan, I mean, he's happy. You get the emblems. It's not emblem that you can cap up with because you need immediate strength. And the fact that he managed to get the win streak so far, 4 wins, is so important for him. He really wants to take some value out of the Omen, and he's doing it so far. Raiko, there's the Hex that you were mentioning here. So just maintaining Primordial for now. Should be strong enough, and of course Raiko wants to check it out. He was the player that could have closed it on the previous game. Tianlong getting some units in, and could probably set it out if it really needs to grief someone here. Daisy playing around already the Krakens and thinking maybe later into the game to play a Xayah.
Xayah, it's a rare comp to play. You need to have the right constellation. You need to have a lot of bows. You need to have the right setup for it. But if you can find that setup, it is a very strong comp on level 8 that can also cap quite high once you get the Blitz 2 and the Jin 2 online on level 9. So Daisy, very happy to find the Stargazers early to be able to start playing towards those emblem prints on the mountain, which also scales you into the late game.
Yep. And if someone can play a difficult line as Xayah has to be Daisy, we're checking a little of the replay from yesterday when they 2-0 Fnatic, and he plays spot that normally people don't play it that way. Very, very different, very confident in his playstyle, and of course looking for the angle at whatever the game can give you. 3-star Leona here for LBTC, already having this front line is so huge. Trying to find AP here. A Winsu will be so important, trying to pressure and maybe go into the blind line that we know is the default, and you can pressure the lobby so much and maintain the tempo of the gameplay, if you will, and maybe be in a more comfortable spot to be the conservative one, and then try to get additional placement while pressuring the opponent.
And this Leona will help LBTZ so much in terms of trying to make it to Birthday Reunion, cash out on level 9, while not being 1 life. It's not going to be as risky of a game plan as we saw from Dehua last game. Instead, he will be trying to win some rounds in stage 3 off of this Leona 3. His Arbiter was for interest you would gain. You have a chance to print Leona, so we saw him immediately try and get as much interest as possible in stage 2. And he's been rewarded, right? A very strong tank.
One still maintaining the win streak also. It's a good option here. Tianlong doing the sandwich. Tianlong with the full lose streak, one with the win streak, and you have control because then you can funnel HP, you can control the later stages of the game. So for now, the game plan itself is in favor of Weibo.
It is Gobo versus LBTZ after the Leona 3, but with no item slam just yet. I think LBTZ knows he needs to slam items because he does not want Gobo to get free stacks on the warpath. He does not want Gobo to cash this out without a lot of help from his team in stage 4 potentially. Gobo needs to win this round, so important, and Gobo needs to also find a strong tempo augment on 3-2.
Very close to taking down the Leona, takes out the Leona, and now it's a great win out to get the takedown. That is so important that you mentioned. closer to the warpath here for Weibo. If he managed to assemble it, it will be a great win. If he doesn't, it could be a sure 8 for him.
We're looking at Gobo's augments now. Can he find any kind of tempo, any kind of item or combat power that allows him to guarantee the win streak for the rest of the stage 3?
Nothing of immediate power here. Doesn't have a strong tank to go for partial ascension.
Ooh, goes for the size matters right away, trying to build that final tank item onto the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, not totally happy with the decision, but he had to, making whatever possibilities here. 2 wins here to have double tanks for 1. Also maintaining tempo. This is exactly what he needs. His 6 win streak and just trying to hold it. Pressure the lobby. Keep pressuring Gobobster if they manage to get the face-off. And of course, trying to be the player that then funnels HP. Also slamming here the Krakens, holding the Nova angle and trying to pressure as much as possible. Having the Yasuo and maybe thinking about more Yasuos later for Space Locks.
Raiko has picked up the second win. For the first time, Raiko is not playing into the Space Group line. He's playing into AD instead. We see that with the last Whisper Slam. Guan's a player who is holding down the fort in terms of win streak and gold generation for Weibo Gaming. We'll see if he can play for a 10-win streak here as well. The 3-item Velvet putting in a lot of work. And the Milio, I mean, a really strong carry, one upgraded in stage 3 as well.
We see the celebration there for Guan. Happy with continuing the win streak right here. Tianlong taking a hit. Makeshift, I mean, great ammo, and also if he has also now items for the backline, he's in a great spot. And LBTC just holding strong. The Leona is making work for him, preserving HP for now. 3 lose streak, but he's killing units right now. He has the time to do it, and of course he's thinking about the legendary of the game with the very reunion, trying to fight that level 9, but he needs to preserve 5P. 60 right now, and the pressure will just keep getting hotter.
Ooh, really smart play from LBTZ here. On a roll, knowing he's going to be hitting Leona upgrades all the time, he can generate free rolls that way without having to continue rolling down or necessarily playing a reroll in the first place. Really heads up play from LBTZ to maybe get some free rolls to stabilize his board before he goes 9 and tries to be that win-out player for Weibo Gaming.
Dohua on the front side there on the top, the hero player here for Godlike, had played 2 Fast 9 games. One didn't work and the next one gave the tide here for the series. Takes the win, so LBTC will keep getting the loss, and the plans for the Fast 9 are now getting more tight.
Storm Hex from Yasuo. Jin, of course, one of the best holders for this. Someone like Daysec, who's playing into Xayah, gonna be very happy to see this offered from the Yasuo here.
Yeah, having a great chance here. We see the players. No communication, so default line for both of them. The plan is already assembled. Normally, this is the moment where they talk. They have a breather here. No one has to position. We just check what everyone's doing. I mean, show stress, just relieving something here. Communication once again for Raiko, the player that had the chance to close the game on game 1, couldn't perform, and now trying to pop off once again. Players are lucky in Panda, just looking for the win. The contenders, if you will, 2-0 against Fnatic versus the reigning title holders for Weibo that always find a way to cap up the board and always find a way to take the win. Whoever wins goes to playoff. So an important match right now, and of course, the possibility of them to getting into a great pot.
Gobo did lose his last fight. We'll have to check his Warpath stacks in terms of going into stage 4. Looking at Daysec, though, the early Xayah has helped him pull off this 4-win streak. This is a player who shouldn't really be strong right now, but he's able to still get 4 wins in stage 3. That is very good news for his chances to stabilize easily on level 8 and maybe play for the high cap version of Stargazer on level 9.
And he looks rested. I mean, a player that had so many difficulties to arriving early yesterday, having a chance. And as you mentioned, just the win streak right here, unexpected for him. This could be the wild card that Godlike was needing. Of course, they still need to face the challenging Tianlong that is low in HP but will pop off soon, and that will be the boogeyman. If Godlike is able to take down Tianlong quickly, that could be the difference. If Tianlong pop off, that will be the game plan winning, and of course the possible win for Weibo.
Guan pretty rich here, to be honest, off of the Primordium from the very beginning of the game. 9 win streak, of course, helping as well. So much gold generation. He's a player who, on a 10 win streak now, is going to be the guy that can trade off HP to the rest of his team in stage 4. He says, hey, you're a little bit weak. You need some more time to get your board together. I can give you some of my HP if I'm coming in at 100 HP. And it will be Dasik versus Guan. A very important fight here if Dasik is able to win it. With the dummy buying more time with a perfect Xayah build for now. The red buff into the Kraken. Is it going to be enough to take down Guan? Making such good use of the acceleration hex on the Bel'Veth. But, I mean, the board is looking quite strong for Dasik. Not able to hit the 10 win here for Guan.
Yeah, important low roll also for Guan. Not finding the Bel'Veth to start so late into the game. Should be immediate, but no. It's a win here for Godlike.
And Gobo's also trying to get a win of his own, but it's just the Victor left alive. Not able to do it. He's pivoted off of the Jinx into a different board, and it has not paid off. In 10 rounds, Gobo has won 7 of them. It's okay with the Warpath stacks. It's okay in terms of your team can still sack you free wins in stage 4. But of course, you would have preferred, ideally, a 10 win coming to stage 4.
For Tianlong, he had a chance to go to fast 9 if everything worked out for him. It didn't. So now it will be a fast 8 composition if you will. So probably trying to go for the LeBlanc. He will really need to find the rod here. Already have the Shepherd, has everything online. So maybe trying to high roll a legendary unit for him. And of course, trying to pop up. 8 rolls still available right now. And this could be do or die for Weibo. Whatever happens to Tianlong would influence the rest of the game.
Gobo has dealt 53 player damage with the Warpath. He needs to deal 80 to cash it out. And I'm pretty sure everyone or most of the players on Weibo will be rolling down heavily on 4-1 to not allow Gobo to get any free wins. If they're able to stop the Warpath cash out, that might be a game-deciding moment for Weibo Gaming up against Godlike.
Finds 2 LeBlancs, 1 Sona. Finds the Nunu to start so important. Now having the 5 Shepherd together with a big tank in the front is huge here for Tianlong. Trying to find everything. Has the Winsus already prepared and decides to wait until the final round just to see the placement goes up against Dasik. And this is a pivotal round also.
Dasik has hit the Xayah 2, has slammed the IE in the end. Can't find the second Kraken, which would be ideal. Is the Stargazer board strong enough right now? It's still going to scale further, of course, with the Mountain printing more emblems. And looks like Tianlong has done his job. He's able to win the 4-1 fight. He should win all the rounds in stage 4, ideally. That's his game plan. Lose 10 and then win the rest.
Yeah, great news for Weibo right now. Tianlong in a great position. We saw Dasik there holding the LeBlancs, but he already has 2. So playing defense for him while not being strongest is a win out here possibility for Tianlong. We see Dasik here trying to find the Xayah, doesn't even have the Pair Panda.
Yeah. Dasik and Raiko both feeling the pressure, especially Raiko, who's now down to 20-ish HP. He's playing for Corki. He's playing for placements. He knows he has win-out players on his team in Gobo and potentially in Dasik as well. All Raiko has to do now is turn this loss streak around the same way Tianlong did on 4-1. Raiko is now tasked with winning 4-2, winning 4-3, winning 4-5, winning 4-6. He has to try and win the rest of the fights in stage 4. If he loses stage 5, that's fine. He's done his job.
Yeah, this is the long moment, if you will. Only find the pair of Corki here. 1 Ramos has the additional defense together with the dummy, but Raiko needed a little more here. A lot of gold for him, holding units also as a chance, and goes against Tianlong. Once again, the boogeyman from Weibo, looking deep, looking strong, and doing exactly what he must, pressure and punish Godlike right now. We see the expression right now on Raiko. He knows it's not a game plan.
Raiko did not pick up any econ augments, and we're seeing him potentially punished for it, missing a lot of the key upgrades he needs. Tianlong has done his job perfectly, wins these first 2 fights of stage 4, punishes both players from Godlike, Dasik, and Raiko, and now they're starting to feel the pressure, especially Raiko. At 14 HP, you should still be 2 lives on stage 4, unless you have a terrible blowout loss. But Raiko has to find the upgrades on his board right now.
Also, 1 can now play comfortably because the plan was for 1 maybe to preserve HP, to transfer to Tianlong, and now it's not necessarily. So it's also a comfort spot right here because they can play their game. We see Sao Pimin holding 2 Corkis with a chance, but either way, Raiko makes the switch here, finds also the Fizz, and now just lacking the Ramos 2-star.
And that's a lot of lack, right? You're missing the key frontline units. You do have the extra dummies. You do have the second wind. I like this from Raiko. He's trying to now not solo frontline the Rammus because he wants second wind to proc. He wants to ideally hit all of his units and the dummies potentially and try and get as much effective HP off of his second augment as possible. The Corki has come through. The damage should be there for Raiko. Acceleration Hex not so important. He's also just facing a teammate for now, so There hasn't been any sack from Dasik though. Zaya still has full items. This will be a big test for Raiko.
He put it in. I think he knows he's weak enough here that he needs to preserve HP some way.
Yeah.
So he put the items in the last moment, knowing that Raiko is pretty strong right now, hitting the Corki. And now the pair of Zaya, pair of Morgana, and Daisy needs to hit through 0 right now for him. Panda, will he hit? And he needs the lock of the gods in his side. Let's see if something interesting pop-ups here.
It was a win for Gobo as well this last round. That's really the one player that everyone from Godlike is hoping to do well, is hoping to get that Warpath cash out, because they're banking on Gobo becoming the hero in this game 3. The creative genius from France needs to step it up for his team here, needs to cash out the Warpath.
Yeah, and Tianlong in a perfect position here, gets the Evelyn because he knows he doesn't need anything else. So gets the additional gold, maybe the only one, and now he can think about level 9. Once again, the pop-up player in Tianlong doing everything perfect, and Weibo with a great opportunity to take the game right now.
Gobo is on 77 player damage dealt on the Warpath. 1 win away from cashing it out. We'll have to see who his matchmaking pool looks like. He also can't really ask his teammates for the free win because, you know, Dehua and Raiko are both quite low.
Yep.
It's only Daisy that has a little bit more HP to work with. Gobo is playing into the mech A-Soul board. We haven't seen so much this tournament because Anima is the easiest path to get here. Who is Gobo going to face? One of the most important rounds of the entire tournament here, or at least this series for Godlike. He's facing his teammates. Dasik has not removed items. Is Gobo strong enough right now?
Yeah, Gobo has everything upgrade, at least not lacking the Aurelion Soul. No damage for Dasik, having full items, but not enough with the Saya. So it should be a close fight here, Panda. Very important for them to preserve HP, having a good chance. Both of them still healthy.
So Frontline is
a great
down.
chance.
Can the A-Soul carry it by himself? The dummy's still alive, tanking HP. Gobo is not able to win this fight, and this is very bad news. Not the worst news possible, but it's delaying the cash out from Gobo.
Yeah, he really needed that possibilities here. So close to cash out the Warpath right now. And he needs the kill, he needs the damage, he needs A-Soul 2-star, has the pair, and just trying to find the pop-ups. We see the concern in his mind. Touching his lips, thinking about it, and know that, I mean, his fate is in the hands of the Space Out right now. Raiko, also with a dire expression right here, hasn't found the Ramus, so just playing defense, holding the Namis.
Everyone's paired. Raiko is paired on Ramus. Gobo is paired on A-Soul. Dasik is paired on Zaya. All 3 players from Godlike are very close to hitting their spikes. Meanwhile, Tianlong has been doing his job. The 5-win streak we predicted we needed from Tianlong, he has done what he needed to do for his team. He has stabilized. He's become the Grim Reaper of this Stage 4. Can he finish this off against Gobo with another win in Stage 4?
Good area damage here for GoBuster. He shouldn't be able to win the round, but he's accessing the backline. He's killing some units, but still far away from the Warpath here. It's 54 HP Panda. Should be enough, but he will be very close to the cash out.
LeBlanc almost went down there. The Gunblade put in a lot of work here. Gobo, another loss now. 43 HP for him. Dasik, despite winning against Gobo, does lose this next round as well.
Doho is also down here, 7 HP only. Raiko also with a bad possibility, finds the Meeple but doesn't find the Ramus still. We see him, yeah. Very close here, holding also the Namis as a possibility. That's the option here.
5 Namis for Dehua, 2 Namis for Raiko. Nami 1 for Salpimi. So we are seeing grief fight tactics from both teams trying to deny all of the forecast. It's a very forecast-centric game plan for both sides, right?
Yeah.
We're seeing so many players revolving around, hey, I hit my 2-star forecast, I'm stable. I don't, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, for Dohua, I mean, he needs to avoid probably only Tianlong, that is the strongest right now. BTC also with a 5-win streak right now, being so huge. Nothing else to be accomplished here. Trying to find the Nunu, not even the pair. So Dohua just playing defense.
The moment that Raiko and Dehua go down, if they go down, they are on 1 life, we are in Stage 5. All these Namis are back in the pool for Salpimi if he wins this next round, and then he can bounce back in the HP totals as well. So really important round for everyone here. Gobo trying to catch out the Warpath. Dehua versus Tianlong, one of the strongest players in the lobby right now on a 6-win streak. From 4-1 onward, he's taken over. It is a Nami 2 for Dehua, but he's missing the Blitzcrank altogether. The key duo carry for the Space Group line.
The Hail Mary for him is for the Nami to access the backline, but he's just too strong here for Tianlong. He's talking, he knows he's winning. giving high hopes
LeBlanc
here
is
for
down,
the team.
but the Nami has so little health. The tanks are coming for her. Sona's still alive as well. Daehwa taken out in 8th. Does Raiko stay alive? He does. And he takes out Salpimi as well. So both Nami players have now gone down in 7th and 8th, but Daehwa took the 8th place.
Yeah, first point goes here for Weibo, and it's important. The best way you can see it with the points is you need to win against 3 players. So right now, +1 for Weibo, going up against Daehwa, and in the leader spot. And we already know that Tianlong is so strong and pressuring the lobby. Raiko, 5 win streak, 14 HP here, Panda, and he should be able to be the one who pop off. Gobo now closer to the kappa.
I mentioned the win against Dasik being so important, and we're seeing why. Gobo has now lost 3 fights. He still has not cashed out Warpath. He should be the player winning all these fights in Stage 5 post cash out. We're looking at the board now from LBTZ. He has gone 9. He is playing around the 5 cost, but it's Gobo that has to cash out, has to become the win-out player for Godlike. If he's not able to do so, the entire game plan crumbles.
Daisy's stacking. Daisy's doing it for him. Right now, taking the units out for the items out of Saya, just making sure that Gobo has the cap-out possibility.
And it will be a close win, but a win nonetheless for Gobo. Dasik gave him that lifeline. And now we'll see the cash out from Gobo off of the Warpath, and we'll see what Gobo can do in terms of trying to win this game.
Immediate Morgana has the Fiora that doesn't have space here, so the Anvils will be the name of the game here, Panda.
And we don't really have the gold to fit the Fiora as well because Gobo has been stuck on 8 for so long, rolling for the Asol 2, trying to find that last win he needed. He does have the chance to get some extra items, as you mentioned, some extra power on the board. Is this going to be enough to become a win-out spot here?
I like the setup. I mean, he has 2 full tanks right now. He has the scaling with the Arcadian, so the composition makes sense. Is it enough with maybe focus damage? No, but he should be able to win out from now on. Raiko, on the other hand, very low in HP, going up against Gobo that couldn't stack. So Gobo in his strongest spot right now, going up against Raiko, and possibly the fallout possibility here for him.
The Asol's almost taken down by the Fizz. The Asol does stay alive for a little bit longer, but the Corki's still dishing out damage. The Rammus is holding on for a long time. The Morgana is still very healthy. The double Warlock setup is very, very strong. And the Asol staying alive has swung this matchup in Gobo's favor, but he's eliminating a teammate. Raiko down in 6th place, and Dasik on 4 HP on his last life. Weibo looking so strong now in Stage 5.
That's 2 points already in favor of Weibo. If they manage to win one more face-off, is a win directly for Weibo, advancing directly to playoff. So Dasik needs to really avoid the 5th place right now. If he doesn't, it will be a pop-off, and the damage possibilities here for Godlike. Dasik finds, finally, the Saya 2-star, but is it enough right now, Panda?
It took so long, and for Weibo, they've done such a good job of executing their roles perfectly. Tianlong, huge win streak, now takes a loss, now is going to fall off a tiny bit considering he was playing around that level 8 board. But it will be Dasik fighting for his life. If Dasik goes down, that is it. It's a blowout win from Weibo. It's a Game 3 win, but it's a win nonetheless. Dasik has to stay alive here. He's still level 8. He was forced to donkey roll for Xayah for so long. The Nunu stun is absolutely massive. Every single unit on Dasik's board is blown up into the air. The Xayah is still scaling. The double Kraken build now, the strongest possible build for the Xayah, but so much time is being bought by the Nunu snowballs coming through. The dummy's the last life alive, trying to defend the Xayah. She's not able to scale enough. Dasik is taken down. It's a blowout win for Weibo Gaming, the title defenders sending a message to everyone else.
And doing it in a great spot right now. Salpiming being the hero of the placement there in the first game that was so close, and now they're happy. They're showing why they are the title defender, Panda, coming in strong. Not only power of friendship, the veterancy of these gamers, already having so much experience in Tianlong, being strong, going to Tactician Crown, and once again, confidence to the rest of the teammates and having the chance. For Gobo, I mean, he played incredible, giving HP in any moment that he could transfer in the lobby, and of course, I mean, a great series we had so far.
And Weibo Gaming knows it. It was a tough opponent. The respect being given here, the fist bumps all around between these two teams. Godlike, of course, is not out whatsoever. They have a chance to still come back from the losers bracket. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of Godlike throughout this tournament, considering how well they played in this matchup against Weibo Gaming.
This is exactly what the final match was. Tianlong was just too strong, having additional frontline, the cap up from the LeBlanc, and the Saya that you mentioned. CC coming on from the Lunu, and then the ramp out was just not enough. Tianlong was just too strong. making the cup a possibility, and in the end, making the win for Weibo, advancing to playoff.
We're going to hear from Weibo Gaming. We're going to hear from Rob on the stage.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we are live here with Guan from Weibo Gaming. Of course, these are the title defenders from last year. First and foremost, last year when you came here, you were not favored on paper as a team. There's other teams that have TAC Crown champions and things of this nature. Why is it that you guys are able to get better results than other teams that are favored on paper?
关少，第一个问题，因为去年你们现在是卫冕冠军嘛，但我们再回展一下，就是去年当时你们的发挥，因为当时你们进入电竞世界杯的时候，可能当时不是公认为就是最强的战队，可能也有其他战队在就是往年的这个成绩都比你们好，但是你们去年当时夺冠了，你们当时是。 相当于是怎么做到的？尤其是在这种不算是热门夺冠的战队的情况下呢？
可能不被别人看好，就会激发出我们最大的潜力。
I'll say that being underestimated might have been part of the reason for our victory back then. Because even though we weren't like the most favorite team, like the tournament favorites, I think that also contributed partly to other people not researching us as much and us being underestimated.
Well, this year, they aren't underestimating you whatsoever because you won this title last year. So how are things different? Now that everyone is looking for you, you still qualified for the playoffs. Is it different preparing now that everyone has a target on your back?
今年就不一样了，毕竟作为卫冕冠军，今年应该说是所有的战队都有个目标在你的背上，每支战队都在研究你们，都在针对你们。那今年你们的准备会是有什么样不同呢？因为现在你们也是成功晋级到了后面的淘汰赛。
我觉得我们打好自己，我们依然是世界上最强的4-4团队，所以可能不太需要做出什么准备，就是打好自己。
Well, we're really confident in ourselves. We just have to play to the best of our abilities, and I'm sure that we'll be able to beat whatever challenges that comes our way.
Confident, and that is with good reason, ladies and gentlemen. Congrats again to Guan and to all of Weibo Gaming as they try to hoist yet another title right here at EWC.
It wasn't easy, but it never is, especially if you want to make it to the playoff bracket, which Weibo Gaming officially have done. Well done, and it honestly could have gone either which way. Godlike put up a tremendous fight, and they're going to continue to do so as they drop down to the lower bracket. They're not done just yet, but they are knocking on the door of elimination. Their next matchup is going to matter. They need to protect their key. Hey, welcome in to the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections, Noble Casanova, Stewart. What a game that was. What a series in general as a whole. It went so back and forth, but in the end, it's Weibo, the title defenders, who get the win.
Yeah, Weibo in the end showing out absolutely huge in this series. Both T1 and this series, though, was very, very close. So I feel like there are opportunities for other teams to come out on top, but Weibo in the end being absolutely huge.
We got some stats to look at, boys.
Yes,
let's take a look at the stats from that game number 3 and start to tell the story. And obviously looking at it, seeing a lot of 17s up there, 16 wins. Overall, it's pretty close, but of course, I'm newer here. Help me out.
Yeah, so this is from game 2. It looks like Dewa getting that win overall. And so we're seeing, a lot of the big round wins coming out. But of course, Dewa was on the massive loss streak. So you're going to see that 16 wins to 12 losses. That's because he played from a win-out perspective. He played from loss streak. He lost a ton of the early rounds. And then he wins out towards the end. But meanwhile, of course, like the LBTZ, who was almost able to get there, he got to play the same kind of style, but from a win streak. It's very cool to see that different perspective between these two different ways of getting to Fast 9.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing as well, is that Dahua in that game was their win-out player, and when we go into game number 3, Dahua wasn't the win-out player. He tried to in game number 1 and game number 2, but in game number 3, that completely changed.
Well, let's start walking through game number 3. Like you said, it completely changes. We have a clip from earlier in the game, starting in stage 2, which I find very interesting because normally you guys want to go a little bit deeper into the stages. Why did we choose a clip from so early on?
Yeah, so the big thing here is that Gobo takes an augment called Warpath, which you want to win rounds and you want to win very, very quickly. But Guan on the other side for Weibo actually levels very aggressively. He has 0 gold left in his bank, and that's because he wants to try and stop the win from Gobo. So Gobo actually loses this round, which is really, really huge later on, because when we get into the later stages of the game, Gobo actually takes way too long to get his Warpath online.
Yeah, and for those who don't really know what Warpath does, is basically when you win rounds and deal damage, it gets you towards a cash out, and with that cash out, you can become a win out player from a heavy win streak angle, which is so valuable in 4v4 because you're saving health for your team while also positioning yourself to win the game. You can then sacrifice rounds for teammates later on while still being the player that can hold your own, and it's so impactful to stop and delay that from the other side, and that is exactly what Guan does. And as Stuart was saying, it took forever for Gobo to cash out, so he can't dispense punishment onto the other team.
So that's early in the game, but walk me through the later stages, because at some point Weibo clearly took control to get the win.
Yeah, it was all about Salpimi as well. I think there were some other players that could definitely have performed well for Godlike, you know, but Salpimi in the end denying the Corkis, denying the Rammus. We saw 2 Corkis, 2 Rammuses on the bench as well. And as we mentioned, I think that Warpath, Gobo not being able to cash out is really, really huge. They didn't really have that other player that had the loss streak that could try and win out the entire lobby. And we've realized that in these games, and as we've been playing, as we've been watching this tournament more and more, you need to have that win out player. But Godlike put all the eggs into one basket onto Gobo, and he didn't get his cash out in time.
Casanova, we take a look at the ending of game number 3, and this is when Weibo starts to take the win definitively, but Godlike is still putting up a tremendous fight. Towards the end, why was Weibo such a favorite to win out the series, win game 3, and close it out?
Yeah, so the big thing is looking at Dasic's board now, he does have that Xayah too, but it took forever to get there. This had just been hit. Dasic had a lot of health to work with, and he actually does have a spot that potentially could have been a win out if he hits on time. He has 2 Stargazer emblems. He can look to cap this Xayah board extremely high with the best in slot Xayah items, but he was stuck on Xayah 1, essentially what we call donkey rolling for that last Xayah, which means he's at 0 gold, just continuing to roll down every single round, trying to find that last copy of Xayah. If he's able to hit that on his early roll down, he gets to push to level 9, he gets to actually continue to cap the board, and he potentially could win the game, but he low rolls on his Xayahs, whether that is because Weibo was holding it or he's just getting unlucky. Either way, he's not able to get there, and because of that, Weibo punishes and is able to send Dasic to the bottom 4, and that just closes out the game.
And on the other side as well, Tianlong was the player that went for the loss streak, went for the calculated loss, the open fort that we like to call it, where he's selling his entire board, which we realized during the series that Godlike doesn't really like to do that. They don't really like to open fort. They don't really like to give up that early game that they might have. They might have some units they want to keep hold of. And because Tianlong got so much gold, he got that early Nunu 2-star, he got the early LeBlanc 2-star, and he was able to stabilize much earlier on.
It was a tough series for sure, and a lot of emotions were showed on that very stage between both of the rosters. Of course, sometimes elation, sometimes heartbreak. For Weibo Gaming, though, it wasn't easy. Almost reminiscent of that T1 series. It was a little bit different for the T1 series. After all, they had to win back-to-back maps, which they ultimately did. But in this case, obviously, for Weibo, they had to hold on tight to what they got. It was up to Godlike to come back. They did, to their credit, but Weibo, with their experience, was able to hold on tight. Again, you see some of the grimaces, man. These matches are simply not easy. But luckily for some, as well as most, you got the friendships on your roster that help you get through it. But what does this loss feel like? What do you think it means for Godlike? I mean, you're losing to the title defenders. So that's one thing that you can say, okay, cool. We know we can do better next time. But you were so close to victory, it's so far away.
Yeah, I think the only thing they'll be kicking themselves for is that first game and the if.
Yep.
If they could have actually closed that one out by just playing around Dahua at the very end. But I don't think overall are they going to be too upset about this. Taking a loss to the title defenders, they're not expected to win, and they took them to the absolute brink. They know that if they can take Weibo this far, what can they do against the rest of the field? And I think that's what Godlike has to take going forward, is that they are still looking like a team well beyond what everyone may have thought of them coming in, and maybe that can bring them to that top 8.
And the important thing to note as well is that Godlike still have the lower bracket to go through as well. You know, they are not knocked out. Of course, Weibo, congratulations to them. They make it to the playoffs, they make it to the top 8. But for Godlike, they still got one more chance, which will be tomorrow. You know, we don't know who they're going to play against yet, but if they win, they can still make it to playoffs. If they lose, their dreams are shattered.
Hey, it was a tough battle for sure, and we need to listen into the players with our post-match interview.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Digon here after a tough loss against the reigning title defenders, Weibo. Gobo joins me from Godlike. Man, 2-1, really close, couple opportunities. What are your immediate thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of a bit disappointed because, like, we feel it, we could have done it, like, not like variant stuff. I think we did, like, some small mistakes that were, like, being really, I mean, hard, but that's how it is. There's still a loser bracket, so we can make it.
That game 1, it was the 2v1, just needed the first place. Was there some miscommunication there, or did everything just kind of happen too fast?
I mean, I think, to be fair, like in stage 4, the spot were like really way better because like we wanted like basically Arkham was like to maybe target Chanlong because he was like really low on econ, so if he missed 7 meeple, like with now he will drop like really fast tempo. But in 4-2 he got like dupes plus Ramus 2, if I remember correctly, so like his spot is kinda safe. I mean, he's not playing for first, but he will like save top 4, top 5. So we are like really behind HP. Like my spot was high roll, so my communication is I'm really fine, but I'm playing LeBlanc, so it's really hard to win out with like advanced low and stuff like that.
Yep.
So someone has to win out, and I will give life to my teammate basically. Because like they were like triple bottom, so I had to give like a lot of life. And I don't know how, but Rico managed to set up like almost a win out board. But late game, I think they did like punishes really well because I mean, one of our main issue as a team is that we are like kind of static with our board, and Raiko last round didn't move almost at all, so they did like see that and like punish us on last round positioning, and we paid cash basically.
Yeah, it ended up being a 2-1. You drop down to the 1-1 bracket now. You'll face either Vitality or MKOI. Who do you want to play in that next round in the Battle of the West?
I mean, to be fair, I'm down to play with both team. Because, I mean, Koi are my brother. Son mis hermanos.
Yeah.
Pero, I mean, yeah, sorry, I'm...
Speaking Spanish for the MKOI, yeah.
I mean, so I want to play them, but like, I think it's like a bit sad as well if Vitality doesn't make it like 0-2 for last mil tournament. It's kind of heartbreaking. And also Vitality as an org, like I really respect them because like it's one of the few orgs that invest a lot in TFT on long term, which is like really rare for our scene. So I think it's like also sad if they go out that quickly. I think they deserve like to get club points even. I mean, they will beat us if they get club points, so I'm just down to play them because also like a cool match also for viewership and storyline.
Yeah, Gobo has his mind around everything. We'll bounce back from this last game against Weibo. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate it. Cheers.
Have a good day.
Digon for the interview. Shout out to you, Digon, for the interview. Obviously, there's some frustration there, naturally so, but also encouragement. He knows this next matchup is going to be tough. He doesn't care who he plays, but either way, he's going to get the job done. Now, big update, by the way, for Weibo Gaming. This is huge. For them securing a top 8 finish by default now in the playoffs, it means Weibo Gaming for the club championship race is now eligible for club championship points. This is a big deal because for organizations entering into the club championship race, they have an opportunity to earn millions and millions of dollars depending on where they place. So for an organization such as Weibo, the money could be tremendous. Riot is doing a lot of great things, and this is some of them.
The TFT Open is coming back to Vegas. I just hope there's no conflicts.
Why would there be?
We're bringing the first North American Regional Championship to Vegas.
So excited. Cool model.
Thanks, it's extremely fragile.
Where's my TFT Open?
And my first ever NA Regional Championship.
They've combined
into some sort of
Convergence Fest? 2 games in one place at the same time? Can we do it?
We have to. Convergence Fest, TFT Vegas Open and the Riftbound North America Regional Championship, December 11th through December 13th, 2026.
It's been a great day so far and plenty of matches still to go. 3 here on Stream A. And of course on Stream B, they've got 3 themselves. And an update, AGAL won their series a little bit earlier. Ooh. Another team that is fighting for club championship points. Now, talking about the next matchup coming up, first off, I want to hone in on Team Vision, right? Team Vision, an incredible roster who has made great headway. A scary roster, especially with the region that they're representing. And they're going to be going toe-to-toe, of course, against Flash Wolves, who were absolutely stellar yesterday. Now, when it comes to Vision, what do we think about them in this series? Because again, just like the previous, whoever wins secures a spot in playoffs.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Team Vision against Koi. I think that was one of the most dominating series that I think we saw yesterday. I don't think we've seen the full package of Vision yet. I think it was just a pretty unfortunate performance from movie star Koi with it being so dominant. But a player that we always call out for Team Vision is Flancy, one of the most dominant players on this roster, one of the most experienced players as well. And for them, they're going to look to continue that momentum.
Haven't lost yet. They could lose here, but they're not looking to. I mean, we're talking 2 heavyweight rosters in this moment. And I love the Flancy call out because Flancy, I would say Emoji as well, right? Gets the most attention when we're in the discussion for Team Vision.
Yeah, I think Emoji ended up getting a lot of attention for the 8th places in the last series, but I think that a lot of that came due to the fact that they were able to still have a lot of impact, right? Because what we saw out of Vision was their ability to grief the strong players of MKOI by contesting their spots with their weakest players, which was exactly what Moji was able to accomplish. Yes. Meanwhile, it opens the door for Flancy to run away with it. So I agree. Moji and Flancy were exactly the players that I was looking at from Vision after yesterday. Even though they'll make fun of Moji for the 8s, he still was playing his role successfully.
Team Vision takes the stage in just a moment's time. Let's dive a little bit deeper into who they are.
大家好，我是 Team Vision 战队的选手 Flancy。然后我的队友是真白、秦吹维和摸鸡鸡。摸鸡鸡是团队的大脑吧，因为他就是相当于是我们的指挥。然后秦吹维更擅长于连败锁血这样。 更擅长于玩那种深蹲型阵容，然后我和真白是属于全能补位型，就是我们玩到哪个位置都可以。我们平时就是还是队友之间就是还是比较轻松氛围，就比较轻松，比较就是没那么严肃的那种。但是去打比赛的时候，就大家还是非常严谨，就是不会嘻嘻哈哈这样。 就非常感谢支持我们的粉丝吧，我们也会尽全力打好每一场比赛，然后真的用尽全力去赢得冠军的。
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are joined with Flancy from Team Vision, and I am very excited to pick his brain on a couple of things. But Damascus, I feel like you should start this thing off.
Of course, let's do it. No, Flancy, good to see you there. Obviously, you guys have been playing amazing. But there's something cool about your team. You are the one player with EWC experience in this team, leading this. You got back-to-back first yesterday. How is the vibes of the team? Are you acting as a leader, or are you all friends vibing on the stage?
Flancy 很高兴再次见到你。在你们战队里面，你是唯一一个有多次电竞世俱杯的经验的一位选手。那能不能跟我们说一下你们现在战队氛围是怎么样的？你是否是作为一个相当于一个老将在带这些新的成员，还是说你们都是比较要好的朋友在那边比较放松的打呢？
因为我们私下也是关系比较好的朋友，然后也是经过了很长的这样一个训练和磨合嘛，所以说我们战队整体心态啊什么都是比较放松的。对。
Well, I mean, everyone on the team, we're really good friends, and we've been through a lot. It has been a very tough year, training and just gelling together. So I would say that right now the team atmosphere is really great. We're all just really relaxed, and we're all here together as a team.
Okay, and we have seen that hard work paying off. because Team Vision, you won the qualifier in China, which is the strongest region in the world. With you winning in the strongest region, does that give you more confidence to win EWC? Do you believe that you're the favorite team to win?
那现在 Teamvision 也是通过中国的这个预选赛晋级到了电竞世俱杯的，而且众所周知，就是中国赛区现在是最强的赛区。那你相当于在最强的赛区晋级的话，你个人认为你们是否算是夺冠热门呢？
我认为我们非常有信心拿下本次 EWC 的冠军。
I would say that I'm pretty confident in being the champions at EWC this year.
Hey, confidence is key. Thank you so much, Flancy. I can let you go and sit down, get ready for your match now. And while Flancy and the players get ready, Rob, let's talk about this match real quick. Obviously, Team Vision, you know, maybe China's finest. They went through China qualifier. They went for a strong 2-0 yesterday. They're looking nice.
To be honest, I do not know if anyone is going to be able to stop Team Vision. Of course, coming into this event, absolutely destroying the competition in the strongest region in the world, ladies and gentlemen. So of course they have every intention to walk away as our brand new title defenders.
Of course, but against them, the Flash Wolves, they went to the APAC closed qualifier. That is not an easy qualifier either.
Oh, of course. I mean, they're dealing with teams like T1, Virtus Pro, you name it. And through the fire and the flames, they have made sure that they were the ones to qualify for this event. Flash Wolves, definitely a pack of wolves in every sense of the word, and I believe that they are a formidable opponent for anyone here. It's so much aura right now on this stage, so much tension, it's even tossing me off, Damascus.
Listen, all we have to say right now, Rob, they took Vitality down yesterday. They're gonna look to take another team down. Is it time?
It's about that time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it. It's time for Flash Wolves versus Team Vision.
Thank you so much, our amazing host, for setting us up for our second promotion here on Stream A. Honestly, you know, my name's Clement here alongside Clement for this series. So far, looking across the day, as I mentioned before, the CN region has been dominating. We've had two promotions, one on Stream A, one on Stream B, both CN teams. We could be seeing a third promotion here.
Vision looking to go 3-0, and I have to say this matchup is one that is near and dear to my heart. Both of these teams are in the same study group. They're APAC and CN, and I have heard them in endless discussions on how to improve themselves. They know each other very well. It's a battle between brothers.
And I love seeing as well, we saw particularly, we've had from the Vision time multiple times as we were getting our first game that started off here in a second. They are relaxed but focused. We can definitely see that from the attitude on the stage. But let's get started with Varus and Thresh to kick off game one of the promotion series.
So we have two of these God Boons that really can offer you a huge variance of different items. I think this is going to be a fairly level playing field. Both sides are relatively open, and we have the two component anvils coming up early, so very strong carries could appear in stage 2.
So let's talk about, you know, again, for anyone who's coming in late, let's talk a little bit about a comparison between these two rosters. Of course, they both won their first games, but we're looking at teams which have, you know, got a lot of points on comparison between them.
Exactly. I think for the side of Vision, we heard Cass talk about it, they are masters at dragging the other team down, making sure they don't get to their win conditions. And it's a very fun contrast because Flash Wolves is a team known for playing the slowest out of APAC and also stacking their team with the most win conditions. So you're going to see that sort of balance between, you know, is Flancy going to get that free runway to be the highest scoring player, or is it going to be K-Baba on the side of Flash Wolves able to carry the game?
Well, let's talk, you know, since we got a little moment before we get things truly kicked off, as we're just making sure all of our ducks are fully in a row. I want to talk about some of the ways that teams can be looking to win out here. Certainly we saw, you know, of course, these very high-end boards, but we've seen, particularly from the Flash Wolf side of things, they have got that flexibility when the moment arrives.
That's exactly what makes me so excited for Flash Wolves. When we watch their Vitality series, Game 1, Game 2, standard Flash Wolves. Very, very slow, trying to play for highest cap, and they got ran over multiple times. But in Game 3, they flipped the switch. They went for 4 reroll compositions and were up by 120 HP over Vitality, sending them into the lower bracket. So I think it just adds more wrinkles to their game. It shows that when given the spot, they can still break the mold.
Yeah, that's going to be so important to see those spots and go through. But another part, which of course we're getting into a little bit more as the game goes on, but I do want to bring up, since we've got the opportunity to spend a little bit more time on this, is for Vision so far. We've seen Moji coming in, and both games so far has been in 8th place, but there's a lot of nuance to that fact.
I did run into them at the buffet yesterday, and I asked, well, was that a game plan for you to kind of just, target Dallasum in the games? And he was like, well, I found myself in a bad spot. That's all I could do, and I went for it. It was really funny because the rest of the team members, just like Clancy was saying, they have a relaxed atmosphere, and they were kind of poking fun at Moji, asking them to, buy them a good dinner in Paris and everything. So I really enjoyed their play style and the friendship that they've been building.
Oh no, certainly when we were setting up here, I was thinking Koyui, I believe, leaning over to the side with a big smile on his face coming into this one, which is so fascinating, but it's such a high-stakes game that they've got the kind of team atmosphere that allows for this. Of course, we're getting things really kicked off here in a second, but, you mentioned before, we've saw Clancy being given a lot of the tools to go for the number one spot. Ironbog, we haven't talked about too much as of yet. He definitely feels like a standout player between both rosters.
No player has been to TAC Crown more times since set 11 compared to Ironbog. He has the highest rate of making it to that final destination, and I feel like if you look across the field, he probably has the highest prestige right now just in the game. We're going to go into our 2-1 augments here. As we talked about, there's going to be additional items coming from the Poppy encounter, so I do expect Econ to be a little bit more favored coming into the first one here. Ironbog already picking up the learning augment for extra experience.
As you said, we can see on the left-hand side, we've seen that from Zenbai as well, going for the cluttered mine. So our players have definitely got their eyes on some of these later game boards. Aura farming coming in from AQ1H as well, and a treasure hunt. So we're actually seeing some of our players really laying out some quite different lines from each other already.
Yeah, K-Bao going to be on that reroll line, and I think most interesting is AQ1H. He did go for aura farming, and depending on what 5 cost that is, it could really decide his cap and what type of line he's going to be going for.
We know that AQ1H is one of those players who's got that big potential, so it's certainly a very fitting augment for him. We did see a little glimpse there of Moji with the spatula and a lot of Dark Stars, so we've got a pretty good idea of where we're heading from there. Aura farming did turn out to be the Sona. We certainly know from seeing many other series, the Shepherd line, extremely reliable.
Yeah, and Koyoi is going to have his work cut out for him. Both games yesterday, he played the Shepherd line. It's kind of your standard line that a lot of these teams will go for. So we have that position kind of staked out. And if I know Vision, they should have someone to match. On the other side for Flancy, this is a very early committal to the Stargazer line right here. It is going to be Boar, so it does mean that he's going to have extra gold income for all of his wins. We should expect high tempo from him.
Oh yeah, especially given, as you said, all the items being slammed in there. We know, of course, it's incredibly difficult to deny that talent for just getting in and absolutely wrecking so many balls, especially we've already, while it's a 1-star Jax, he's still a very good frontline to buy time for that talent.
Yep, this start is kind of the Soju special, I would say, where you go Star Guardians, you have your Talon just with the AD items. He goes directly in the back line. I think it's one of the best Stage 2 combinations you could potentially play. On the other hand, for Koyoi, this is going to be very interesting because there's fairly limited 2-cost reroll lines that you can actually play for. And he's going to be going up against K-Bao. Who's going to be going on to the Jinx? Who's going to be on the Akali? I think that's going to be a huge difference maker in this game.
All right, well, we'll see. As you see, the first drop of gold landing into Clancy's inventory will continue to be strong. Let's sort of big picture this a little bit then, kind of bring in, again, for people who are newer to the 4v4 side of things, street control early on, of course, extremely important. We saw in our previous series, you were calling it from the very early on in the game. If we saw one team controlling both win and loss streak, then that's extremely hard for their opponent to come back from.
Yeah, and talking about those win streaks and loss streaks, I feel like Vision is set up a little bit easier right now. They have very clear loss streakers. You have Moji trying to lose as much as possible, and then going on to his reroll for Cho'Gath, clearly angling for a Dark Star right here, at least at the start. For the side of Flash Wolves, they have the more nebulous positions. They are harder to navigate. I think Terry with Pandora's items early on, you kind of question that, why he's going to go for Pandora's. It's not usually the highest cap. It's usually fixing your item mistake. Jakes. And on the other side, Patient Study from Iron Bog is also a fairly kind of middle-of-the-road augment without tempo being played here. So I feel like Vision is a little bit better staked out on their positions. You have your Darkstar player, you have your Shepherd players coming in, and you also have your Temple from Zimbai and Flancy.
I was hoping we get to see a mini Reaper mobile plate, and we will have Emojis going to go for it. But yeah, so far we're keeping things nice and smooth through the early game.
Is Mochi actually going to go for it? Because he was holding on to all his chosen Lissandras. It might signal a pivot, maybe into the Space Groove line. So we'll find out where he goes after that.
Checking in with Terry, you mentioned, of course, the ability to be very flexible with, of course, those item components to give more ability. It's managed to put together a decent streak here. We'll be up against Zenbai as the Wolves win, or Flash Wolves win streaker. We've got ourselves, of course, maybe we're moving through the Zion line later on as well.
Very interesting for Terry because his items actually signal he wanted to play the Xayah, but judging by the fact that Flancy has the boar in already and has the Xayah items built, I feel like Terry might be the one forced to pivot into a different direction here. If you look at his items, this is fine for, a Jinx reroll, or if I was in Terry's position, I would just try to win streak as much as possible and then play it by ear. See where the rest of my teammates end up. I can pivot elsewhere.
Well, as we start to get further into stage 2, I don't want to kind of bring up a more general thing, as we absolutely see here, win streaks and loss streaks on both sides. Talking about the kind of idea of tempo games for teams and more, high cap win out games. From what we're seeing so far, where were we kind of on that spectrum between the two?
Ooh, so I do think Stage 3 tempo is going to be relatively fast with the two treasure hunt players, but one thing that is going to decide it a lot is if K-Bao runs into Mochi. I feel like that is going to see if K-Bao can play for even a higher cap board. We have seen Treasure Hunt just be used as a standard Fast 8 composition as well. You're not forced to go into the reroll here. If he gets the full loss streak, I feel like you have more leeway to actually go into a Fast 8 kind of board. Mecha A-Soul might be open from this position.
Yeah, and he'll run it into Flancy, of course, who's not very inclined to sell off his board just to try and grief the Anima. So keep an eye on Mochi if he's able to do a similar thing, but K-Bao, gets above 100. Looks like we will see a battle of our win streakers here again. This is very important, and it will be Vision who take the lead. Zenbai making good use of the Clutter Mine to get the level 5 board online. Shepherd already active, looking very good very early.
Small HP lead coming in from the side of Vision already. Zenbai, Flancy, and Koyoi in the top 4, but this is kind of the Flash Wolves game plan. We have seen this over and over again against their matches in T1, is they tend to fall behind early and then come back with their high cap type of boards. And right now, I still like feel like they have a lot of maneuvering to do. We actually got a cash out from K-Bao. So very important to note right here that he's not going for the, higher cap boards. He is going to try and contest on one of the reroll lines.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, we've got the treasure hunt there waiting to be farmed up for as much extra resources as we can put in. Right now, it does seem to be the Jinx board. Of course, we've seen it across the tournament. We saw it coming into the tournament. We knew this would be a board that a lot of teams would just lean on because it's been so reliable.
Absolutely. You get a lot of leeway because so many players are taking Akali's away from the pool as well. It's actually pretty easy to hit your Jinxes and Bel'Veths. So I think K-Bao is most likely, as you're saying, going into the Jinx Bel'Veth line. On the other hand, for Koyoi, this is very interesting because he is setting up for an Ornn Samira, holding onto that 4th copy of the Ornn. However, we have not seen a single game of Ornn Samira being played in the tournament so far. 3-cost reroll, too easy to deny.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, isn't it? Again, if you're new to 4v4, it's incredibly striking the first time you see an entire team grief one player, because you're right. We've seen games on similar lines where just no Samiras or barely any Samiras even turn up towards the later game just because there's no way to guarantee you'll ever get it. But QE definitely has that one in mind. We'll go to Silver. We've already got some promising choices dropping down here early.
Yeah, and we do have to think about the gods here as well. There is a chance of, getting a lot of extra rerolls here from the Varus augment. So I feel like it does incentivize both of these players to continue on their reroll routes quite heavily. This is a huge find, actually, potentially for the side of K-Bao. Getting that Kindred on level 6, it helps your board quite heavily, gives your frontline tank a lot of shielding.
Oh yeah, and we've definitely seen the priority being pushed there. Cabal keeps the loss streak intact. I think looking for, as you said, the second minor anima item to give it a little bit more power. Already, just a little bit of extra tankiness on the front line buys a little bit more time and hopefully farms a little better.
This is when we see the most important part of 4v4, the stage 3 tempo battles, because you can afford to roll some gold to continue your streaks. On stage 3, you have the most agency in this section. We've heard Panda talk about it a lot. Stage 3 is when these teams decide on their overall strategy. We have Zunbai deciding to continue his streak. He's already on a Victor 2 with full items. Very powerful AP line here.
And I do like, as we look at the scoreboard on the right-hand side, we see Flancy moving up in a similar position. We've noted he's a player oftentimes pushed towards a very, very high cap, very high finish. We know that Zenbai won't be able to keep up his win streak forever, but already, I was going to say we're ready for a baton pass, but actually Flancy losing the previous round is going to throw a wrench into the works.
And we have the sort of question that we were posing all along. Where is Terry going to go with Pandora's items? And I feel like he's taking a page out of Vision's playbook. He's actually going to be contesting on the Akali. Already 6 Akalis on his board. I am assuming that he probably hit something coming in from the Thresh to allow him to go into this line. And he's going to be throwing a wrench in everyone's game plan. Suddenly, if you're someone like Koyui, you're thinking to yourself, where can I actually go with my treasure hunt?
Well, this is something we haven't been seeing so much directly, at least in this EWC. We've talked about it multiple times before, the idea of really just being tasked in a game with a very specific task, which isn't just get the highest finish you can, but make sure the opposing team can't pull off a coherent comp themselves.
Absolutely. On the other side for Ironbach, he's trying to stop Zunbai from just steamrolling the lobby. Isn't going to actually work out here. If you look at the game plan from Ironbog, who was also one of our members that was on this very, nebulous kind of streak, he didn't actually go for Fast 8. He's going to go for the Lulu, and Super Parting Gift is going to be actually massive for a lot of these players if they can find that duplicate for the instant 2-star.
All right, we'll see what our players go for. Just a point of clarification from before bringing Pride subs as well. Noted Terry going to the Akali line, trying to contest. It was thanks to a mini recombobulator that put him right into line, which couldn't have worked out better.
Just sealed off one of the most strong pathways that you could have gotten potentially. And now we're going to get a look at all of the forecasts in here as well. It is going to be a Nunu on the side of K-Balbal. Since there are Xayah players, I do assume that he's just going to hold on to that for now.
All right, so let's take in the big picture as we get close to the end of Stage 3. Ironbog, of course, building up. You talked about the idea for the Flash Wolves here in Game 1 to try and, circle around the sun, come back from low HP, but we're seeing 3 members in the bottom 4 right now. It feels like that's maybe too many to be able to all come back.
I have to agree with you. The situation didn't look very good from Stage 2. They did not have a lot of pivots in Stage 3. You usually expect someone like K-Balbo to start winning with that Jinx reroll. Hasn't been able to make it happen just yet. And on the side for Ironbach, he also gave up playing the Lulu. He looked at the Varus God boons and he said oh, I'm not getting a duplicator from this. So he's actually just going for a standard AP route now that he got the karma from the earlier Thresh.
Look like Zenbai will drop the 8-round win streak. As we said before, that was never going to last forever because, of course, he's been spending and trying to push levels to keep head. Does find a Vex very early on. He's going to be tempted away from the path of the Shepherds. But right now, Zenbai in a decent spot, as we mentioned. Flancy not doing so well, but overall, looking at the Vision squad, we've got all 4 members in the top 5. That's not to be sniffed at either.
And Zunbai also has a level 7 1% Vex. So things going very well for them. Even though Zunbai did just take a loss, I still think 92 HP, your position is rock solid right now. If you're looking at the entire lobby right now, I have to give a massive advantage over to the side of Vision. AQ1H, you look at him, he's getting contested by Zunbai here on the Shepherd line. He's very far away from the champions that he wants to hit. He's basically playing an alternate board right now while holding all the Shepherd units. He doesn't want to lose as much HP, but he's still bleeding out regardless. Hasn't been able to stop the tempo attack coming in from the side of Vision.
So now we're roughly halfway through the first game. Based on everything we've been talking so far, game plan from Vision, game plan from the Flash Wolves.
So overall, I think that K-Balbal is still going to try and play onto the Jinx line. We still have Terry. I think he's winning his contest against the side of Moji because he has just so many more copies on the Akali. But the HP advantage heavily favors the side of Vision. Clancy is kind of running away. No one's stopping him on the Xayah line. That's just completely uncontested. So I think it's going to come down to basically two lines, right? Can Zembai just continue to coast on the amount of strength and the amount of HP advantage he has over his counterpart in AQ1H? And can Moji continue this win streak against someone like Terry who has more copies than him?
Yeah, of course, it must be a little bit of relief for Moji to be in the position to move forwards on this. As we mentioned before, 8th place in the previous games, but we can see on the right-hand side, Moji is hitting the units. Jax 3 is absolutely enormous to pump in more power. Ironbog, though, checking back in. The Voyager board is looking pretty good. Again, we've got the patient study. We've got the units stacking up on the bench.
Oh, but critically, no 2-star carry just yet. We can see that Ironbarg is very cautious about trying to keep Flancy down and out of the game, holding on to 2 Xayahs into his backline right here. They know that if Flancy gets his copies, he's going to be the runaway player.
And of course, you've got a little bit more flexibility when you're up at the top with the HP to spare, and hopefully a little bit of gold as well. We are starting to see more players, particularly like Clancy, spending it out aggressively coming into stage 4. But Ironbog runs right over his teammate AQ1H. That will put him down to 24 HP. Keeping a lookout for Kabamo as well. As Zembai looking strong. The Wolves are starting to dip low, but now we do see Kayui joining them on low HP.
Yeah, I just am not sure about where Koyoi would land up. I feel like the Orange Samira line just isn't good enough. Now AQ1H going into a big round right here. He should be going straight to level 8 and rolling down for his Shepherd units here. You only get the Sona on 4-3, but you don't want to wait until then. It's a huge buff then, but you can't really expect him to waste the interval here. Very critically, no LeBlancs found just yet. One only on his board.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If you've got that power waiting for you, there's still going to give yourself a very small window of opportunity to use it, especially, again, navigating against other low HP teammates on the same team means you've got limited ground to work with.
Huge find for K-Balbal as he does 3-star his Jinx just in the nick of time. Should be able to fight up against a lot of these boards. And we have to look at the flip side. Zembai right now on the cusp of overtaking this game. 2 copies of Vex just sitting there. He can choose to deny the Shepherd by standing on the LeBlanc, or he can go into a very higher cap board later on with the Vex items, with an AP flex board.
Yeah, well, as you said, high rolling that Vex early on is fantastic for guaranteeing where you can work with. But you said, Zembai, most HP in the lobby still even after that loss. Along with Flancy, they both lost the previous round. AQ1H, there we have the final snap take. Everything is going to be coming in. Has to be winning out from here on out. Has only 11 HP. This team needs to make way for him, and he needs to punch through the rest of Vision, who I'm sure are going to do everything they can to put him out early.
And this just puts so much stress on Ironbog and K-Balbal, who both want to continue their win streaks and continue to power on through the game. So I feel like Flashwell's game plan, they're kind of relying on fight RNG right now to keep themselves alive. It's going to be very difficult because all the rest of the members have to give their HP to AQ1H if they want this win-out player.
Fortunately, at least this time around for AQ1H, up against QE, as we mentioned before, does find a Space Group emblem, but didn't decide to go for the reroll in the end. Instead, just for the Nami. We seem to be a reliable board. Can eventually become something bigger, but in this case, definitely not anything against the all-in AQ1H.
So this is going to be a huge round as we go into the God Boons right here. Clancy having a very early Blitzcrank is going to be quite strong, and he's holding on to 2 extra copies of LeBlanc, just trying to sink AQ1H. Do you get duplicators from Varus? Oh, it's just lesser champion duplicators. So it's great if you want to get your like 1 cost online, but not really enough if you're someone like Terry trying to get his 3-star Akali.
Well, yeah, I mean, we certainly in other games saw, certainly falls to Lissandra and Cho'Gath kind of reroll, but definitely not in this kind of game. But yeah, I mean, if you're looking for the race for Akalis, this is a significant moment. Terry is doing very well, even with the 2-star Akali pushing up into second place overall, I believe, and looking very good for being a strong point for the squad.
Taking a look at K Balbao's board, he did not have Primordial in early, a fairly minor cash out from Anima. So I have to say his board does not look strong enough for stage 4. No wins on stage 3 either going into this one. I feel like he's going to be bleeding out quite soon. On the other side for Moji, he's just trying to deny as much Akali's as possible. He's only one Akali copy off. If he can get the 3-star, it would significantly slow Terry down. So once again, very same strategy from day one.
Yeah, we're seeing the big picture slapping us in the face right now. AQ1H across the other side. I can't imagine there's a world in which he loses out to this board, which isn't at full strength. AQ1H will continue to streak as long and fast as he can. HP totals are still shaky. Emoji will take the loss, so Huey on the other side versus Terry. Terry actually does drop out there, so breaks the burgeoning streak he was putting together.
Huge find for Koyoi here as he does hit the 3-star Ornn. Very difficult usually in the lobbies, but he's still able to find this because everyone else is also very low on gold. A lower cap lobby overall. Zumbai also not hitting on his LeBlancs. You can see the team strategy here is I have more HP, so Flancy, you are okay to deny the LeBlancs. I will pick up the copies after AQ1H is knocked out.
And that's just a general thing of 4v4, isn't it? When you've got the HP and you've got the upgrades, you can do as you wish and explore the strategic place even more. Zenbai going to set up his new board and new item setup, which is looking really fantastic. Goes up against Emoji here, who again is just playing in mostly denial for the time being. Yeah, we've got the Jinx 3, of course, not the Akali 3. So I think for Zenbai, just going to soften. He's not even going to play most of his items here, as he will give some of his HP to his teammate.
Yeah, he had 92 HP coming into stage 4. He's perfectly happy with that result here. I think the key is who is going to fall down on 8. Is it going to be Koyoi or AQ1H, right? I think those are the two players that are most in threat right here. And for AQ1H, his frontline has finally found the adequate upgrades. You have the Nunu 2 coming in here, but he's stuck on level 8. Not looking like a high cap board whatsoever. Cannot find the LeBlanc even after the Zenbai sells.
Yeah, I mean, he's committed in absolutely everything. I mean, Kyuri, it's really interesting because we got two players on low HP with very different roles in the game. And it feels like for the Wolves, AQ1H, you know, the pivot point for the game. If he goes crashing out here for the Wolves, that's going to be a massive loss in overall team power.
Absolutely, and I think AQ1H, the reason why we keep harping on him is he has the highest cap out of any Flash Wolves member, but he's also on 1 life.
Yes.
So he could be a 7-point swing on the side of that roster right here. Looking at Ironbog, he's so far away from his carries. The Bard is just like 1 copy off, and they're trying very, very hard to deny Flancy 4 copies of Zaya being held.
Oh yeah, you've got to make sure. I mean, the thing is, like, Flancy can outlast a lot of people. Zenbai finds the Vex upgrade here at level 9. The board's looking very good. This time up against Ironbog, he will be deploying the full might of his arsenal. He's got items for days. The backline is spectacular. Against Ironbog, I mean, the Bard is good, but I have to think Zenbai's got a good shot at delivering a big hit to Ironbog.
Yeah, the Leona is still standing strong right here. Even with the Bard punching down on her, it should be a clean win for Zenbai. And, you know, Ironbog is in kind of the same spot that Moji is in. But Moji, of course, has more HP. Overall, as a team, they're a lot healthier. I feel like Ironbog is going to be the player that will be cut loose here. No one on the side of Flash Wolves should be sacrificing their HP for him.
All right, getting closer and closer to the end of Game 1 of the series. The upgrade for Blitzcrank is absolutely enormous for Ironbog. APAC versus Sienna game. Remember, this series is for promotion directly into playoffs. This is just Game 1, but already we're seeing a little taste of what these teams are capable of. Of course, all making their case to be champion here at the EWC 2026.
And we have critical fights across the board. AQ1H and Ironbog both on 1 HP, and they run into enemies of the opposing team. So very good fight matchup for them. They're, of course, looking to survive as long as possible and take Koyoi down here, but they need to win both sides. On the side of Zenbai, it's looking very difficult. Wow, not even close.
Yeah, that's a huge hit. AQ1H is out of there. Ironbog looks like he's going to suffer. No, he won't. The Flancy takes a hit as well. AQ1H, we knew how important it was for him to perform. He's out in 8th place, and we look at the other HP. The Flash Wolves are in major trouble.
Flancy was so happy with that result. They knew they just took the king outside from Flash Wolves' side. And now Ironbog, though he did survive with that assassination blitzcrank onto the backline, he can't really win out at this point. Like his front line, look at his front. It's a Ross.
Not much.
Oh, Bard is another huge find though. Ironbog has to be the secondary win out carry. Both K-Baba and Terry are playing 2-cost reroll. I don't think they're going to take them there.
At least he's up against Moji, who is a softer target, keeping an eye, of course, on Terry on the other side as well. Up against it's a huge AP board, I believe, of Zenpai, who should be... No, it looks like it won't actually be good enough. The Akali dashes to the backline is the 3-star version, and that means that it's going to be a big hit through. Terry surviving for the round. Zenbai gets the winner with Bao Bao. The Wolves do take another step to close to the edge as Flancy is dropped in 7th place.
The denial works. Ironbog holding on to 6 copies of Xayah, and Flancy dies without a Xayah 2. What an amazing turn of events right here. Flancy, you can tell he's not smiling anymore after being knocked out there. And now Moji also taking a big loss. I was very surprised at the result that Terry was able to take down Zenbai. Must have been a wrap into the backline for that to happen, and things are actually heating up. It's Ironbog actually, you know, keeping steady and being able to hit Blitz 2 and Bard 2 on less than 10 gold.
Well, right now we've got 3 members from both teams remaining. Moji, we can see here, up against his teammate. I have to imagine, you know, we knew sooner or later he was going to be quitting the field, having done what he needed to here, just trying to do his best to slow down the Flash Wolves. Zenbai carrying the long-term potential will keep her eye on that Akali, which is just an Akali 2 in this case. I think this configuration, Zenbai steps forward.
Zenbai has no removers. He didn't put on his Thornmail, but it still wasn't enough to lose to his teammate. Moji does go out, and that actually means that we are tied on the bottom. Whoever wins will take this game.
Yeah, that is astonishing compared to where we were initially. Though, of course, you know, while the points are being reset, and you're right, first place is the only thing that matters. From the Vision side, we look at the win streak, we look at the HP from them. It feels like they've got 2 different options to move into that first place.
Ironbog has made it through the toughest parts of the game. He was initially just trying to play spoiler against everyone else, but then certainly after AQ1H was knocked out, he was tasked for winning the game outright. Can he do it? Can he assassinate 2 massive win streak players?
All right, we'll check in with Kiwi, who is, of course, needs to stay alive. Terry and Ironbog both on a single...
Akali in the back! Akali assassinates the Nami, one-shots her into the backline. The wrap works out on the side of Terry.
Yeah, and that's all it's going to take with no damage left on the board. That's going to be ripping through absolutely everything. Terry doing absolute work. So after that round, we're left with Kiwi down to 2 HP. Zenbai still has 24 in the tank again. First place is the only thing that matters. But for the Flash Wolves, hope is born anew.
Both win streaks being snapped on the side of Team Vision right there. I felt like Koyoi with the Ornn definitely had a chance to take down Terry, but the positioning, the solo tank did not work out for him. Now this is going to be a huge round. Whoever is able to steal the Elder Dragon will have a massive advantage. Does the steal come through? And I think it does for Zenbai. He gets a 6,000 HP tank out of nowhere.
I mean, that's got to be the difference maker. We do not see any other dragons on any other benches right now. Of course, it's worth noting, coming to this one, Vision of 2-0, they have not taken a loss in the EWC Teamfight Tactics so far. The difference maker being the dragon would be spectacular.
Oh, and Ironbog is thinking about how to position his board right here. I feel like Ironbog should be the win-out player compared to Terry's Akali, but it's going to come down to fight matchup. Who are they going to play against? So Koyoi on the top side right here. I do think that Ironbog is slightly favored. A lot more single target damage coming in, and when you have the Blitz 2, you can just knock the Ornn back for a lot more damage. On the other side, we do have Zenbai up against Terry. This should be slightly Zenbai favored, unless Terry can once again find assassinations onto the back line.
This time the Akali does not make it in there, so there's time to ramp. Zenbai gets the win against Terry. We do see Kyori taken down pretty much as we would have expected between the two. We're left with a 1v1 for the victory here in game 1 of the series.
And it's the comeback champion Ironbog versus Zumbai that have been coasting all the way into stage 4. Who can actually take out the other? Zumbai has to fix his positioning right here. That solo tank, when you have an enemy Blitzcrank, it's way too easy to collapse your lines and just deal massive amounts of damage. I think if you're looking at the combat augments, this is also where it comes a lot into effect right here, because whoever rolls more on the Thresh is going to get a sizable advantage.
All right, we'll keep our eye most closely on Ironbog's board as well. Of course, remember, he's on a 5-round win streak, but only 1 life in. Zenbai can afford to take the L. We've still got on the backside the Elder Drake waiting to enter the field. Frontline collapses relatively quickly. We've course got the scaling of the Vex to bring out as much damage as possible. I don't think the DPS is quite there. This round, Ironbog's going to take it.
And I feel like Zumbai has some tough questions to answer. He's thinking about if he should drop the Karma or not and just place onto the Elder Drake. This is such a close fight for him. He's going to level 10 and he can put on the Elder Drake. So that's going to be a huge boon. That's what he's been waiting for. Not wasting any of his items. Sorry, I wasn't paying close enough attention to the XP bar just there. And this is the real fight. Finally, you see Zumbai moving his front line back into the front. He can do some final moment swaps to make sure he can trick away the Blitzcrank. That's going to be very important, not to let that Blitz have that easy one punch and displace Leona.
All right, let's see if Zenbai can keep the undefeated streak here at EWC 2026. For the Vision squad alive. He said the Dragon will be tanking for such a long time.
Hit on the Leona.
The DPS on the right-hand side for both people's boards. We see Leona walking right back in. The Vex is reaching out. The DPS is gone, and for Vision, it's game locked and loaded. They will still be undefeated here at EWC. It's just game after game after game.
The closest game that we've seen so far in this broadcast. It comes down to the positioning right there. Even though the Blitzcrank gets the one-hit punch onto the side of the Leona, the difference maker was that Vex, able to tag the backline, steal the AP, and then we saw the Blitzcrank finishing up the job.
But what a spectacular game for our second series today. Again, promotion at stake. Whoever wins the best of 3. But just a titanic battle between the two. Down to the line, just as we like it.
And you have to congratulate Moji for doing his job as well. He was holding on to both the Akalis and the Jinxes, trying to grief everyone else. And because of that, there was no stage 3 tempo coming out from the side of Flash Wolves. It was a huge wrench coming into their game plan.
All right, guys, enough from us. We're heading across the kitty to let us know what's up next.
Welcome in. I am joined in by Zumbai. That was a crazy game 1, where it's the 1v1 to finish it all. I wanted to ask, how are you feeling after that game 1? 首先恭喜你拿下了第1场，最后那里是真的是太刺激了。所以在这刺客，你觉得你现在有什么感受呢？
因为其实闪电狼也是非常强的队伍嘛，如果能在赢下这一小场，其实对我们后续再赢下一小场，然后进到8强的概率还是比较高的吧。所以第1场拿下给我们就是打下一个信心吧。
Because Flash Wolves is a very strong team, so getting this Game 1 win is providing us huge momentum, and hopefully this Game 1 win momentum can carry on into our second game. 然后之前 Flancy 选手有说，你们这个队伍的友好度非常高，所以你要是选择随便的一个队友来当你的永久双排，会是谁呢？ Who will be your forever duo on your team?
那应该是挑 Flancy 吧。
为什么呢？
因为他很全能啊，什么都会啊。
I would choose Flancy as my forever duo because I feel like he's a very well-rounded person. 谢谢, thank you so much, and I hope you prep well for the second game. Back to you guys.
Team Vision remains undefeated.
It was absolutely insane. This is the kind of quintessential Flash Wolves game that we have seen, where they'll sack a lot of the early game and play for those win-out spots, play to scale into the late game, and it creates these tension points that we get where they're both vying for that win, for that first place to decide it all. And in the end of the day, Vision gets there.
And we thought it would be higher tempo early game. 2 treasure hunt players, not into Akali, but rather into Jinx and Space Groove. And Terry, no plans to play Akali. Mini recombobulates stage 2, finds an Akali 2 and says, you know what? I will contest Moji on this line. In the end, both players could not really reach their highest cap. And stage 3 was pretty low tempo, allowing the players to go fast 9 to play into the AP lines in particular.
So let's jump into the future from stage 3 over to stage 5-2. There's a play that you guys wanted to specifically call out and look at, and could very well have been a turning point. Who wants to take it?
I'll start. We'll go to Panda. But basically, this is Ironbog at Death's door, ends up finding a Blitzcrank 2 in his shop, and this is the turning point of the entire game for Flash Wolves to even have a chance.
And this was the first win in a win streak that made it all the way to that final 1v1 versus Zenbai. It was a loss in the end, but the turnaround was massive for Flash Wolves. They had 3 players in the bottom 4. We thought it was over. Ironbog, the captain, the star for the team, turned things around. Look at the Blitz ult here on the Xayah. We're going to see her go flying into space, getting demolished by Blitzcrank. Awesome. And this started it all. This was the momentum that Flash Wolf needed to make it as close of a game as it was.
Yeah, and it really just was on the back of Ironbog from this point forward. He was a player that we expected to fall in the bot 4, and that would have sealed the deal on Flash Wolves. And he was really kind of the unlikely hero, because this bought him enough space to then get to level 10, fully cap out this board, and from there it almost looked like he was going to win before there was just the final little bits of power that Vision was able to pick up.
So knocking on the door, being eliminated, and then finds himself in a 1v1 for the ends, but he's going against Zhao Bai, who is I guess declared the comeback king. And I thought at one point he actually wasn't going to get the win because he falls a bit short, but going into the final round, he gets the job done. We take a look at it, the final moments here, where it's Team Vision who, again, gets the win, remains undefeated.
And this was so many different small things working out in favor for Zenbai. He abducts the Elder Dragon. He has it waiting on the bench, waiting to come in. Can he make it to 10? Does he have enough gold? The Bard prints come through. The TK print comes through. He sells off both units, makes it to 10 with exactly 0 gold. So a perfect level up. Puts in the Elder Dragon. It was a loss against Ironbog in that last fight before this, but this fight was completely different outcome. Look at the Leona as well, moving into the Bard.
It's the entirety of the difference. You heard on the cast, they call out that, oh, he just gets to print a 6,000 HP tank when he got the Elder, but the question was, would he ever be able to play it? And as Panda pointed out, it took all of his resources to get there, but once he does, that is all the difference of a loss and a win for Vision.
He committed everything and he had to in that moment. He understood what was at stake. It was a 1v1 and he got the job done. Incredible performance from Team Vision. It puts Flash Wolves now at a moment where they really have to perform well, or else they're dropping down to lowers. But I'm sure we're going to get a game 3. That's just kind of how our stage has been. We take a look at some stats from that game number 1 to break it down even further and let you know exactly what ended up unfolding.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. You look at Ironbog, who only took those 4 losses, but it was a lot of damage that he did end up taking. So end of the day, it's really, really tough to find your way back in. You can have the win streak, but the end game losses are huge. Zenbai with the 10 loss, though, he became, I was in backstage, I was calling him the blood boy of the team for Team Vision. You know, he's providing life to everybody else on the roster after his massive early win streak. But then he has to find his composition because he still is the best player to go for the first.
But Panda, for Flancy, right, the duo for all of Infinity, for the duo Zenbai, he falls in number 7, which put additional pressure for him to set himself up for first place.
He was a carry yesterday. say, time to offload that pressure to some of his teammates in this game one. I do want to make note of Flash Wolves' overall big picture game plan. They played the most reroll in day one. They're still playing a lot of reroll today. They're the only team playing Jinx as well. This is the third game of Jinx and from a third different player as well, with K-Baba moving onto that line. So this is one of their tricks that they have up their sleeve, and I think it could pay off in a big way in terms of the stage 3 tempo in particular.
We're going to have to see going into game number 2. The Esports World Cup is well underway now here in week number 3, and there's a lot to do. Take a look.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
All right, Team Vision, they're up 1-0, but they're not out of the woods just yet. They've got to do it one more time against Flash Wolves, who now have to come back. We'll be heading to our stage in just a moment's time. All right, it's time to get our game number 2 started. These two Titans, once undefeated, another one falls, but now they've got to come.
Working with an organic material like clay, it is very tactile, it's very sensual, it's very grounding. You're working with the earth. The learning never stops. I've been doing it for 40 years, and yet I feel like I've only merely scratched the surface. And I used to think that was a negative. It's actually quite liberating. You can never stop learning. You never stop being amazed by the process and by the material itself. It's wonderful. You have to be really, really brutal and very critical about your own work. But there's a point to that, because you're always constantly trying to improve. Shape, form, and function is key. Me, not so much. Shrek on the wheel, kind of am.
Here for game 1, you wouldn't have seen AQ1H. We thought it was all over when had this incredible board operating on basically 1 HP for a good part of the game. We thought it would be a game-winning board, dropping out in 8th place. A lot of teams wouldn't be able to recover from that at all.
Yeah, it was a very hard, arduous road for Armbach to come back, and I was just kind of laughing at Moji right here. He gets pretty lucky, I would say, opening up with the Zoe 2 out of nowhere, just straight in his shop. He was having big smiles on his face, and I was just pondering, wait a minute, where did he suddenly have a 2-star champion out of nowhere?
Well, it's worth noting he's got the Arbiter, which gives star levels mean AP for the Arbiters. So if we do decide to, say, take a leaf out of players like Binthamsburg, go for the Zoe reroll, it would be very powerful.
Yeah, no, I think he's just set himself up for a very strong tempo game plan right here. He's looking at the Spirit of Redemption, laughing to himself and thinking, well, you know, I have a very strong pathway into multiple tank items. I can just open my Poppy into these APs and have a great board. Now he's communicating with his team. Who has to be the win-out player? Who can go for the tempo play? I think if you're a Zoe 2, you have these different play styles where you could go on a Zumbai path that he did in the last game as well.
Oh, and yeah, we got the double gargoyles. So, I mean, this, as we see, a few more options coming in. Of course, our players looking for that direction. We can see on the left-hand side. We saw in the previous game a lot of being pushed towards the XP side of things. Mochi, Flancy, both. Oh no, sorry, AQ1H and Flancy both going for that patient study, but they're the only ones to push XP in this game.
And now Zunbai is going to be on the full loss streak route, making sure to break any streaks from the opposing team. He already has the components he needs for Space Groove, so we should just pencil Zunbai in as one of the highest cap players going into the end game here. Terry, in the meantime, once again up to his old tricks, is going to be playing for the reroll here. He was stopped by Moji last time, so we will see if he gets a clear runway this time around.
Yeah, honestly, I was really impressed. You mentioned before, of course, the positioning was absolutely key in getting the most out of that board. And honestly, it was terrifying to see what Akali 3 can do if she hits through to the backside. Kababa will be looking for the early strength. It's worth mentioning because we mentioned, of course, we had the Xayah potential in the previous game. In this case, Mountain from the Stargazers means that we've got some real high cap potential.
This is an amazing board to just behold. He's going to be printing out the mountain emblems. He has a very good win streak to start off with. And critically, he does have bows as well. Whenever you're playing this composition, it's all about the 4 bows that you want to get onto Xayah, to get her BIS. He has a great start for it. And looking across the board, we haven't really seen other mountain players just yet. So he's solo on this line. It's very high cap. He can tech into Blitzcrank and the Jin later on to fill out your composition. So I think this is going to put Flash Wolves in a more comfortable spot. They're not going to have this situation where it's the main lost streak player that has to come back and save the game.
Yes, and that's never where you want to be, because just introducing an extra element of variance. Kyuyu here will, of course, be bringing out some extra gold to try and push things forward. Worth mentioning, of course, we've got Kale and Eve as our space gods this time round, so we've got some potential for some spiciness, particularly for our players who want to go down the Evelyn path.
Very interesting here for Zhenbai is that he is holding on to the potential for playing a Nova Kindred board here. This has been one of the strongest outs for an emblem. We heard Salpimi when Kitty asked him, when did you know you won the game? And it was like, well, I found an emblem and I was already on the Nova path. So it's very strong for him. I thought initially that he might be going on the space group, but it looks like he's holding on for any potential pass here.
Yeah, well, certainly with all those component animals, you're very open to making sure that you're at least established before anyone else can fully understand what you are doing. We'll keep an eye on these early boards, though, and see which of our players can move forward. We are seeing a little bit of what we saw in the previous game as well, where even the players who are patiently studying are still trying to play strong boards. And I think actually almost got away with pushing forwards.
Yeah, unfortunate right there. Important thing to note is Flancy does have the Stargazer in, so there is a chance that he can contest. Gain a random forecast is just so incredibly powerful in a lot of these game plans. So I do expect if you're kind of the Xayah players, you're thinking about it, you have the potential to hit the Xayah, the Tahm Kench is your main tank, and of course the Nunu. On the other side, you have the Reforgers here that give you extra gold. You know, Lost Streak, you get your Reforgers, and I have to say, the players have said no. They're not thinking about the forecast, losing HP at all. All of them going for the Reforgers currently.
Yeah, very united as a front, as I mentioned before, of course. The Space Girls certainly giving us some interesting extra wrinkle to the 4v4 players. Teams can play around each other's choices. Zhenbai, hasn't committed in, hasn't got the emblem as of yet, but certainly the board is looking very promising. Mochi, though, currently contesting with Kababa for the early win streak. Perhaps this is the game we get to see his full potential.
Yeah, I'm surprised Mochi hasn't needed to commit to any of his AP items just yet, so he's actually much, much stronger than his current board would suggest. There is a chance that if they are lucky on the side of Team Vision, they can have 2 full win streaks and 2 full loss streaks, which would be massive for their economy.
Yeah, this is definitely worth keeping your eyes on the bottom right of the screen for Zhenbai and QE. Have those loss streaks intact for the time being. Actually on the screen though, did decide to start slamming some items though. He's got this 3-round win streak. He's looking to take it all the way through stage 2 by spending aggressively.
AQ1H just not having a very good day so far, getting pummeled right there. And if we look at the win-loss streak, Zhenbai is the one that did break his streak, is going into the win column right here. And I think that's fine. If you're going for an Akali composition, you want to play with a bit of tempo. That composition is not expected to win out, but it is expected to bleed the opponents heavily. So I think Vision actually got a lot of what they wanted. They just need Zhenbai to continue winning and need Koyoi to continue losing.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate for your 2 lost streaking players to face up against each other, but RNG, it does work that way sometimes. Huey, of course, we're trying to do everything to make sure his lost streak stays intact, going against Flancy, with, of course, the Stargaze, the mountains building as well from his side.
Yeah, and we have two Stargazer Mountain players, but they're each going on different paths. Flancy is going to be contesting on the side of the front line, but he will be playing with the Lulu package. In the meantime, we do have the other side of K-Balbao, I believe, going for the Stargazer Zaya. Just looking at the win-loss situation right here, MOGG looking for a big win streak, and you have to say that this is pretty lucky for the side of Vision. They get the full loss streak, full win streak, and they also break the back of K-Balbao.
Well, talk to me a little bit about, based on what we've seen so far, of course, we're still pretty early on in the competition, but in 4v4, how much of a difference does it tend to make when a team can control both streaks versus when the opposite happens?
It's just so easy to play with. Not only is it about the econ, it's also about the HP preservation. Moji now has a chance to play the role that Zenbai was doing, the Blood Brother role, where he's able to lend a lot of that tempo in stage 4 to the rest of his teammates. You can see Moji again smiling. He can't believe he was able to get a full win streak and also get an Aurelion Soul in shop.
That's not allowed.
Yeah, this is just getting ridiculous.
Yeah, but it does mean, again, as we look on the right-hand side, Ironbog is jumping at me from the middle of the table there as a player from the Flash Wolves who is starting to build up a little bit of momentum. Of course, Ironbog, we saw from level 4, is actually got Trade Sector in place and is building a Shepherd board, so fascinating to see where he ends up going long term.
I'm not usually a huge fan of these sort of middling econ augments. You know, they're better than nothing. A lot of the combat augments on 2-1 are unclickable, but you would rather play the AP flex lines from a winning position. I think that's always a stronger preference to a mid-econ into lose streak, into actually no streak for them. So I feel like Ironbog, again, whenever you find yourself in this spot, you have to be a little bit lucky. Like they were last game, hitting on the Bard or Blitzcrank really quickly to come back. My least favorite spots in general.
We'll see how he does in the longer term. I mean, right now, he's certainly one of the bright spots, but as we see Terry getting knocked over by Mochi, it looks like we're going to continue that streak through the stage. So the slammed red buff as well makes sure the power keeps on coming. Ironbog is building out from the center, so eventually those two are going to face each other face to face.
We have Moji and the side of Koyoi here, trying to look for their compositions. On the side of Moji, he already built a Jeweled Gauntlet, so Jeweled Lotus might not be the best for him. He's still communicating with his team. He's obviously going to play some sort of AP flex board. The Aurelion Soul, I think, leading into Mecha in 4v4, honestly, just a standard Mecha ASO board without Anima is strong enough.
Oh yeah, I mean, we can see already we're starting to move towards that direction. Sadly, no Zoe 3-star to help light up the sky, but certainly...
You're asking for too much, man.
I want to believe. But no, I certainly believe that Mochi is building out exactly as strong on the board as he needs to right now.
This is already insanely... I mean, this is just completely unreasonable at this point.
He's against Ironbog.
Yep, he uses a bit of his epoch, but getting a Pike too just ensures that he's going to keep his streak. One of the strongest units he could possibly hit.
So this will mean that Mochi will be able to punch through 2 different streaks of the Flash Wolves side of things, which is, of course, a major problem for their economy and for their HP, as you mentioned before. So now nobody on the Flash Wolves side of things is running any kind of win streak. AQ1H, we did see in the previous game, going out 8th place with a spectacular board. At least he's got his streak intact.
Yeah, I think the most important things right now is for Terry to actually stabilize and win out on stage 3. He is playing for the reroll, and I feel like if you're on Jinx Belveth, you cannot wait until stage 4 to spike. That was a major issue for me in the previous game, that both of the rerollers actually lost stage 3 to Zenbai. So they don't want to lose this time again against Moji. I do want to see Terry roll a little bit deeper to stabilize, and to be honest, I think Moji's board is actually very beatable. Even though he has the Aurelion Soul, he's not even playing it.
No, I mean, he's certainly got a surfeit of options. Oh, we check him with AQ1H. We certainly weren't expecting the Cosmic Restart, so we've got to really reevaluate what AQ1H's role in the game is. Picked up Challenger, picked up Primordian Emblem as well.
I like what he's doing right here. I think both him and Ironbog's spot were rather dubious. Now they can pivot off into something completely different. AQ1H clearly saved his items for this point, trying to go into a different direction. The Primordia is going to give him a lot, and if he can just find the Kindred, that would be absolutely massive.
All right, Evelyn is going to tempt a few of our players. I mean, certainly getting the 3-star one cost, even if for the purposes for selling it, is still really worthwhile. We've been mostly adhering to KL up until this point. But again, in the overall game, Moji is the only player fully win streaking. Otherwise, we're getting a relatively even spread between the teams, unlike previous games where we've had one team really heavily occupying top spots.
We really have to take a look at K-Ball because his 3-star is probably going to be the most impactful. He has the chance to go into Aatrox Mountain, which is absolutely disgusting. He could play a Nova board off of that. He can hit Caitlyn. He can hit the units from the Stargazers as well, just like the Talon or the Twisted Fate. He has the most outs of anyone on this lobby to just profit massively from the side. Oh, and he low rolls. Never mind. It's a wreck side. I listened to all the options, and unfortunately, this is definitely not one of the better ones.
No, sometimes fate just turns against you. So we'll see what Kabao can do with this up. As we said, very promising start from the very beginning. AQ1H, of course, we've now got this interesting injection of power. We can see even the 2-star Akali doing 2-star Akali things. And at least in this game, I don't believe we've got anybody else. No, sorry, my apologies. But Zenbai does have a few of those Akalis in the lineup as well, so not completely uncontested. And Terry looking a little way that towards himself.
Yeah, we will have to check up across the board because there were multiple 3-star 1-costs being picked right here. And Moji hits again! What? How is that legal? That's so unjustified.
That is absolutely crazy, but when it rains, it pours. Again, we're looking to see if we can keep a completely undefeated streak here for Team Vision. They've not dropped even a game so far. If we're looking for teams to really put forward their case for becoming champion, going completely undefeated through these early stages is a great way to do it.
I know Moji very well. I've teamed up with him in 4v4 for multiple years, trying to get him to find teams and talking about players. And I have to say, I know Moji right now, he's holding in a massive smile. He knows he got lucky. He doesn't want to show it on camera. This is just an unjustified game. He gets a Zoe 2 on 1-2, and then he gets Evelyn to drop him the Shepherd he needs in Lissandra 3. 100 HP into stage 4. Things looking very good for Vision.
You can just see the big intake of oxygen there towards the end as he makes the streak last all the way to the end of stage 3.
But on the other side, Koyoi, 10 loss streak right here, and actually not as much gold as I thought he would be getting. He does have Money Hungry, which gives him 7 gold every stage, but he needs a big roll down to stabilize. And honestly, I'm not sure he's there just yet. He's no extra lucky Nami copies right here. He probably needs a Blitzcrank to do it. If he falls to 8, it might not even matter how high roll Moji's game is.
Well, I mean, it's a kind of an ironic part to be in. Moji, of course, was the player who was 8th in the 2 games so far that Vision have won. If we do see
Blitzcrank! First roll, okay, never mind.
Right.
Okay, maybe it's high roll all the way.
Okay, let's examine the situation. If Kiwi, even with that Blitzcrank, does go out in 8th place, for Vision, where would the next steps be?
So I think if you have an 8th place, but you have a very clear win out and a 1st place spot, you can still play very strongly. In most board situations, the 1st place will take the game, right? If you're matched on the bottom side and you win, you're okay. You're in a completely safe spot. So I think there's a lot of positions that they could still go for, but right now I would expect a lot of this players on Vision's side to slow down.
Yes.
They want to keep Koyoi in the game. Koyoi is 14 HP, so he can take a 6-unit loss. It should be very difficult to knock him out entirely, but they still want to hold their items until Koyoi gets that Nami too, which might be difficult judging by how many Namis are on this board.
Well, exactly. We're seeing what we expected to see. The Flash Wolves, they've seen there is some weakness on Vision to exploit, and they're going to try and push Koyoi out as soon as possible if they can.
Yeah, we do need a reinforcement coming out from Koyoi to perhaps save his game. Not going to find it just yet. And taking a look at Zumbai's board, our observers are showing us the big roll down on level 8 here. The Akali is 2-star, and the Kindred is just missing 1 copy, but this really isn't strong enough to stabilize. Zumbai currently 7th in HP in the lobby is going to be facing a lot of trouble here as we have AQ1H building up a much stronger board still on that Kindred Nova line.
I'm still shook from the previous game from seeing AQ1H go in 8th place in such an incredible ball, but this just seems like such a fascinating game. A lovely hit on the 2-star Tamcatch and the 2-star Kindred as well in the same round. That should propel him upwards at speed. We'll keep an eye on the right-hand side, see if Moji can keep hold of that win streak up to a 12th round in a row, but in the middle of the table, it's a full-on brawl.
Ironbog trying to find an out for himself, lands onto the Vigar 3, but I don't think it's enough just for stage 4 quite yet. He is facing a fairly weak board on the side for Zimbai. No additional items on his main carry for this composition in the Kindred, and Zimbai will continue to bleed before he finds that Kindred 2.
Moji loses the win streak coming out of stage 4 too. So I want to kind of bring in some more context here from the Flash Wolves. Of course, Moji been doing very, very well up in the top spot, but I can't help but notice, well, there's not a ton of HP in it. We're seeing 3 members of the Flash Wolves also in top 4 with him.
Yeah, I do have to say Flash Wolves did very beautiful pivots. I think the idea for AQ1H to just go into that cosmic restart really opened a separate line for him. Terry did find some of the win streaks into stage 2, so they're looking much, much better than they did in the previous game here. Now, this is going to be a Flash Wolves on Flash Wolves action right here. None of them have big streaks just yet, but I would assume that, I would assume AQ1H is actually the one that is slightly more important for their overall game plans and getting that first.
Yeah, I mean, Terry certainly put together a very good board. Hasn't quite got the Jinx 3, but it's enough to soften the loss a little bit. That's not too bad when you're just trying. I mean, right now, of course, you're talking about donating HP across to the rest of your team. Terry in a great position to make that count.
4 copies of the Nami being denied here from Flash Wolves. So Koyoi, even though he survived so far, is going to be in a very difficult situation. You definitely are not going for this Evelyn if you are Koyoi. No shots for 2 rounds. This is going to be very bad for your health. This is only the reward for players that have hit their carries.
Yeah, and as we said, for the Flash Wolves, they've got the HP to be able to stick things out for a little bit longer. I mean, right now, in terms of confidence level here, of seeing the Flash Wolves win game 2 and bring us to a full 3-game series, are you seeing enough to start to lean their way, or is it still favored towards Team Vision?
I think for this game, it is definitely leaning the side of Flash Wolves. Even with Moji in such a strong winning position, if you look at the side of Koyoi, he has not even his second Nami. It's being heavily denied. He can't really survive that much longer. And on the other side for Flancy, he's so far away from his Lulu copies. So we have this situation where Moji might be able to sacrifice, might be able to keep his teammates alive, but it's, these other 2 players are not going to be a good spot until they hit.
And of course, as you get lower in HP, as you see the 2 teammates facing up against each other, Koyoi will survive for another round, ascends, and he kicks things off. Of course, once we start to see Team Vision members drop, the contesting moves, the griefing going from Koyoi will then presumably go on to Flancy, go on to Zimbai, just making it harder and harder for Vision to get the boards they're looking for.
Actually, crazy move by Flancy right here, holding on to 73 gold. He's waiting for some of these Flash Wolves players to drop before he starts his full roll down. So he's just waiting for the opportune moment. I think lucky thing for Vision is Koyoi actually manages to survive stage 4 very impressively on just the Nami 1. 4 wins here. I think he must have gotten pretty lucky with the fight rotations going up against his own teammates.
Yeah, we know, of course, with the mountain growing up from the Stargazer side of things, the potential to get even stronger is very much there. Terry with the reroll board. So let's see, we've got the 3-star Bellows, we don't have the 3-star Jinx still. I have to imagine Kiwi, you can see, he's looking concerned up at the top left of the screen. The Akali goes on, not itemized onto the Nami in the backline. If she was a 2-star, I'd be a lot more healthy, but she's not. Akali with no items deletes the carry. Surely this is first place. No, my mistake. I should have respected the Blitzcrank's game.
Yeah, there's a lot of additional combat power on the side of Koyoi. They're getting the Ascension and also the extra emblem. Unfortunately for Terry, that would have been a huge win, knocking Koyoi down to 1 single life, but he was missing on that Jinx 3, 1 copy off. And now we have the roll down from Flancy, staying level 7, maximum odds for Lulu. Can he find the copies he needs?
This will be absolutely huge. There's a Jax, there's a massive front line. We're looking for Milo as well. There's a Lulu 2-star in place. You said Flancy's been so patient through the game. We're hitting our front lines at least at speed.
Yeah, I actually really like this play from Vision. So what they did was Moji held on to his items and he went straight for level 9 knowing he had enough HP. Flancy also tried not to reroll too hard and kill Koyoi by accident because if you're playing a Nami 1, Lulu can very easily accidentally snipe your backline. So he's waiting to roll at the last second. We'll have to see if this strategy pays out because they did lose a lot of HP and here it is. Here might be the corner turn coming in from Koyoi.
Yeah, we would hope, I mean, again, as we've seen from so many series before, the ability to hold on when you're on the brink of elimination is huge. Terry just hit the 3-star Jinx, so the flash rolls are getting stronger and stronger. We'll go up against that Cosmic restart board that has been building strength. We see a 3-item Kindred. We've got the Kali 2 on the side, but it's very far away from the Nami. I think Kiwi, if he's ever going to have a chance of being okay, he should be good. The 3-item Blitzcrank stays up for a very long time. The Ascension kicks in. Kiwi holds on for a little bit longer.
Bad matchup for AQ1H. This Akali doesn't like to play against Space Crews. The backline is too protected, will heal up. K-Bao now facing a very tough battle against one of his teammates right here. Does stay alive. I think K-Bao needs to be one of the higher cap players right here. He was starting Mountain on 2-1.
So if you look on the right-hand side, you can see the HP difference between 2nd place and 7th place is 9. We could not get any closer here in game number 2. Remember, Team Vision, they've already got 1 in the bank here in this best of 3. If they can win out, the series is done, and they go straight to playoffs.
This is what you see in high-level 4v4. The HP totals are always close because the teams sacrifice for each other. They know the win conditions, and they're patient as hell. They will wait for the opportunity moments to roll down. Now, K-Bao going up against AQ1H. I think he should be winning this after just hitting on the Jin 2, but Akali might have other plans.
Yeah, we got to keep an eye now because of course, she needs to go through a very strong Nunu to be able to get through there with all the healing in the world. Will not step down and cause trouble. It looks like the backline should be just good enough to make sure K-Bao stays in. The Zaya to the very end. No! He's not down completely, but he's down to 1 life along with Ironbog and Zenbai.
Things are just heating up so quickly right now. Any single fight mistake could determine the game, and Flancy still not able to hit. He was hovering over 100 gold, but still the Lulu evades him. 21 HP. He still has 2 lives to go here, but this is absolutely massive. Not able to potentially knock down Ironbog. K-Bao also can still heal up. So if he can continue to win, find that Blitzcrank 2, there's a lot of things that could happen in this match.
The opponent, Kiwi, perfect timing on a 7-round win streak. His team has enabled him to stay alive. He's going to be fighting his teammate for now, but K-Bao up against Zenbai. This could will be our first elimination, but we might be seeing more of this round. Again, the HP is very low in the lobby. The double snipe in the back line. Akali, can she do it? Takes out the Jinx. Can't quite get the last bit of damage in. The Kindred will be still sniping a little shots across.
3v1.
Drops
Zaya's down.
We've got the Edge of Night to proc, but I don't think there's enough Kindred damage. Zenbai.
The punch comes in. Zenbai goes out.
He's surely not. No, he is the only one. Vision take the first loss of game 2.
Wow, that was an incredibly close fight. We just saw the Zaya hovering around less than 100 HP, but staying alive till the end right there and knocking the opponent out. That means K-Bao can actually continue to go up in HP. He does have that Soraka item, which is going to be massive in 4v4.
Oh yeah, well, as we've seen, just being able to survive an extra round is great. So from the Vision side of things, Kiwi looking very good, 8-round win streak. But I'm looking for the second player to be able to join him in doing well. And we're seeing Moji is starting to drop off dramatically.
Yeah, he's facing a Ghost right here, so his win is not going to matter. I do expect him to take it down because the Mountain Hexes aren't showing up properly, perhaps. K-Bao on the other side against Flancy. Does Flancy have that Lulu 3? No, the Lulu 3 is still missing, and the Nunu Snowballs goes directly across the entire board. This is a massive positioning win on the side of K-Bao.
Yeah, we were looking for the next elimination. Vision have taken the first loss. The backline evaporates in a hurry. Worst case scenario, Flancy is out of there. Another low finish. We do have 2 more eliminations, but
And
that's
it's over.
Vision are in the bottom 4. 3 of their members eliminated. An incredibly close game to the end, but the Flash Wolves draw the series even 1-2-1.
What an amazing game coming out from the side of K-Balbal. I think the smartest thing he did was he realized that a lot of the members on the side of Team Vision were sacking for Koyoi. They were waiting for Koyoi to scale up, so he actually played a Fast 9 game. He had the Soraka to heal up more HP. He portioned it perfectly. One last loss to his own teammate, and then he was able to carry the mantle and take the series to 1-1 apiece.
Oh my gosh, I thought we couldn't do better than game 1 going to the final 1v1, but in game 2 we end up with basically an entire team versus an entire team. The kind of decision, the pressure on the teams to make the right choices where there's no room for error.
Absolute chills coming out from this game. Unfortunate for Team Vision, I feel like not hitting the Bard 2, not hitting the Nami 2 fast enough, and no Lulu 3 early. Those were a lot of low rolls for Team Vision. They should still feel proud in their game plan.
No, it was absolutely spectacular. Of course, we've got another game to look forward here. Remember, of course, whichever team wins the next game and therefore the series will be going straight to playoffs, as you mentioned before, with the best seed possible out of the initial stage of competition. So everything absolutely to play for. Let's head to break because we need to recover. Game 3 coming up.
And the series is officially tied up 1-1. My goodness, this stage, I don't know what's going on with it. Last week, we had a lot of 2-0s for a different title. This week, though, TFT is nothing short of entertaining. My goodness, who wins this series? Now, that's the big question because winner will be moving forward to the playoffs. Now, playoff bracket is already becoming quite stacked. We know Weibo is there. We know AGL is there. Now, the question is, will it be Team Vision or Flash Wolves? They came into this series undefeated. They have now both tasted defeat. But only one can move forward, and I'm curious who it's going to be. Game number 2, a little bit chaotic, but in all the good ways.
Yeah, I mean, this was something special in the early stages. We started off with another treasure hunt, this time from Terry, and it led towards the normal Flash Wolves reroll compositions that they're going for, which is something that they've kind of becoming known for this. They've now had all 4 different players play Jinx across this tournament, and we're expecting to see even more of that out of the Flash Wolves. But even from there, we saw some very big plays coming out of the side of Vision. They were able to find some perfect hits throughout the early game.
I think especially looking at someone like Moji, he's the player who we saw with a 10-win streak. We saw having some high rolls, but TFT is about when you get these high rolls, you have to capitalize on them. And he's a player who yesterday, even though Vision won their series, he went 8th and 8th. How do you bounce back from that? How do you bounce back mentally and save your team in a game like this one?
Well, let's go to stage 3, which we were in the green room. You were losing your mind during this moment, and rightly so. The luck that was needed for this play was just sensational. Walk me through it.
Well, and this is what we're talking about, right? They have LeBlanc as one of the, or not LeBlanc, sorry, Evelyn is one of the gods. They end up getting a 3-star 1 cost from this, and the perfect one to fit the composition Moji is playing is going to be that Lissandra. He needed to find that Shepherd, gets the 3 Shepherd in with the upgraded unit, and it allows him to kind of extend this streak. And this was exactly what we're talking about when you find that luck, and how can you capitalize on it. From there, Moji ended up having to spare a lot of HP to his teammates. We were thinking that maybe this is a world where Moji can run away with it. You know, they talked about Tidal on stage B earlier, a 20-1 game when it come to win and loss in rounds, and maybe Moji was going to get there. That's not what ended up happening, but this was that spot where it's like, oh, Vision might just be able to run away with the game.
And if you ask any player in 4v4, what's the ideal start to the game? It's exactly this. 10-win streak, you sack all of stage 4, you trade HP to your teammates, you come back with your next big spike on stage 5, and you try and win the game. It didn't quite work out in the end for Vision, for Moji in the end, but individually, he had a fantastic start.
Fantastic start and a great ending, at least for Flash Wolves. We take a look at the final moments here. The last play, the last stance here for Team Vision in game number 2.
And taking a look at this, it was just going to be the Lulu from Flancy as it does end up falling to Kbaobao. This was multiple fights in a row that Kbaobao had to win to end up making it happen. And it all came on the back of this Stargazer Jhin alongside the Xayah, able to beat out Zenbai on the Akali before this and then take down Flancy, sending multiple players from Vision into that bottom 4 and make it a crushing defeat from what looked like a very strong spot for Vision earlier in the game.
It was a really, really insane final fight there, but we have a lot of cool fights in this game as well. We'll see if we'll have a chance to see more of them because there was so many fights in the late game that you thought if this is just a little bit different, this team could take over.
Yeah, and a lot of that even came off the back of having Kayuya having the blitz that he was able to pick up on 4-1. He was at level 8 playing the Space Groove line. He's able to find that blitz crank, which actually is another setup from Vision that made us feel like the game was in their hands because that was the player they were maybe going to have to cut loose, and instead he got to run all the way back, and he ended up placing one of the highest of the Vision players in this game.
Well, Ben, I think we're going to go back a step into what, stage 5, stage 6. There's a moment that you want to break down. I love these segments. Panda with Telestration.
It was one of the coolest 1v1s we got to see. We're going to see on the screen right now. And it's a cool fight because so much happened. There was an Akali that was about to come in to the backline with the Xayah and the Jhin. We're seeing it here. And it's the case where the Akali is coming to the backline. If she accesses that backline and she kills off both the Jhin and the Xayah, the fight would be over. Kbaobao would be out and eliminated. And we're seeing right there, the Xayah immediately comes into this backline. No tanks defending. Free reign for the Xayah to do her thing. Is she able to do it? That's the big question. The Jhin gets taken down, but the Xayah stays alive. Now, the Kindred also has a chance to get some damage onto the backline. We're seeing it from here, and we're seeing the chance for that damage to come in directly onto the Xayah right there. Is that going to be the case? Does the Xayah get taken down, or does she dish out even more damage? She gets taken down. We think the fight's over. Kindred took down both of the backline damage dealers. The Jhin and the Xayah are down. That's going to be it. But there's still a Blitz left alive, and the Blitz takes out the Kindred at the very end. And in the end, it was a massive win for Kbaobao, which is exactly what Flash Wolves needed to win this series.
Thank you, Panda, for the breakdown. Telestrations, I love them. It gives you a visual on what's actually taking place. Let's get a visual on the comments, though. Hey, they've been chatting out there, and we've been watching and looking. What do you guys got to say? You take the first one.
Yeah, I mean, Akali. It's been, yesterday was this Akali unit is disturbing. I think we're just continuing to have even more instances of that being the case, and chat is picking up on it.
Shout out to you, Loris. Keep the comments coming. We got another one. What are we looking at?
I'm looking at reroll in general. I think reroll is just the key thing in terms of the stage 3 tempo in particular.
Yeah, and the Challenger Ginsu Shen Cinema, yeah, I mean, carry Shen, not something we're always expecting.
And Gora, thank you so much for the comment. Hey, like I said, keep them coming because we are paying attention. Ireball, God of TFT moment. Absolutely. How could you not think he's a god out there amongst men? After all, this is a great series. Both teams came in undefeated, and they've been performing exceptionally well. But question is, as I always have, who's going to win the next game? We hone in on that game number 2 a little bit further, taking a look at the stats from game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a big moment for all of the team of Flash Wolves. They sent 3 members of Vision into the bottom 4, coming from a spot that was incredibly close. The HP totals across this game kept tightening, and that feels like it has been quintessential Flash Wolves over and over again, with them falling very low and looking for those big win-out spots at the end.
And despite the game 1 loss, they are not changing their overall game plan. They're still playing Jinx reroll, the 4th player that hadn't played it yet. So now every single unique player on Flash Wolves has played Jinx at least once, when most other teams are ignoring Jinx altogether. Akali is the hot new reroll line to play in most of these games.
All right, it's getting tight out here. I'm ready to set the stage, so let's get it started.
And Flash Wolves are officially 1-1 in a deadlock. You can see the keys in front of both teams as they hope eventually to be the one team at the end to place their key into this trophy and lift it up as our title winners for TFT this year. But before they do that, they stand in each other's way. This is the culmination of years of hustle, grind, and of course, we will see eventually who ends up walking away and punches their ticket into the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, the stakes do not get any higher than this. Let's get started with game 3.
Thank you very much, Rob, for setting us up for what is sure to be a spectacular encounter. Team Vision and the Flash Wolves one more time for the promotion to the playoffs.
We are walking on the precipice right here. On one hand, you get to move on as the first seed into playoffs, or on the other, you might be finding yourself in a bottom 8 finish directly out of EWC. It doesn't get better than this. Game 3, here we go.
And we will get something different to start us off with. Again, one game to the finish. Varus, we saw last time out, Aurelion Sol will be joining us for the first time this series. Also worth noting, a prismatic finale. We couldn't ask for anything better. I think this whole game is a prismatic finale.
Definitely. Very fitting for the Game 3 finish right here. And we have to talk about the Aurelion Sol as one of our gods. Whenever you see a Sol, you know that there's a 75% chance that you're going to get the chance for additional emblems by stage 3. So it's very important to plan around that. You want to keep in mind that there's potentials for deep verticals with the +2 coming online.
No, absolutely. But of course, we're going to take in a larger story point. Of course, was mentioned on the desk, and we were mentioning as well, for Team Vision, they have taken their first loss of the tournament, and it was a blowout. Their team, or enough of their team, getting pushed out in the bottom 4 to negate the rest of the game. You know, to be able to recover from that in this such an important game, it's going to be a huge trial for them.
I have to say, I felt like Vision were a little bit unlucky in the previous games. A lot of the roles that should have gone through didn't really happen. So if I'm them, I'm not too depressed about this. We had a really high roll with Moji. We saved Koyoi all through stage 4. We did what we needed to do. The shop just wasn't in our favor, right? So you play your standard game plan. You think about what types of ways you can high roll potentially with emblems coming in.
Yeah, like we were seeing a very high variance final game to kind of kick us off. Of course, with the prismatic finale means we won't be seeing too much action from that side of things to start off with. As things pick up, we'll continue to get stronger. I wonder if you could follow up with you as well. David mentioned, of course, we're seeing the Jinx seeing a lot of play from the Flash Wolves side of things. You know, from what we saw from Terry and from other players, it does feel like it's presumably going to be a big part of this game as well.
Absolutely. There is a lot of teams that just have forgotten about Jinx for some reason, but when almost every single player is taking Akali out of the pool, why not just go on to the Jinx? We saw it both times with Treasure Hunt, so I think it's more understandable why that Jinx line was open, but it's kind of like forgotten tech, and I do sort of understand about it. We have seen players like Moji in Game 1 actually flex the Akali reroll with the Jinx. So oftentimes it's not just you like being able to kind of catch the upstream, you are also being denied in some senses.
We're starting off here for an all-important third game of the series with a lot of items being picked up by players, at least some of them on delay. The artifacts coming in for Terry, Mochi, be picking up the AP and the AD respectively.
Well, I know where this one is going. Iron Bog is one of the greediest players we've ever seen in APAC, and with an econ start like this, 3 Primordian, ladies and gentlemen, we are going straight for Nova Fast 9. So here we go. It's the best performing composition that we've had so far. When you have an Aurelion Sol, very high cap type of boon. It can give you additional gold and item components just on 2-1, so there is a very high chance of that.
We'll be going up against Plants, of course, one of those players on the delay for picking up the artifact later on. But with all those item slams, Iron Bug will be able to cut through pretty darn easily. Having Primordial 3 online early on, as I said, you know, fantastic way to start off with the extra gold coming out from the win as well.
Yeah, and it really lends yourself to both of the potential boon options from Aurelion Sol. You can play 2 Primordian and then flex Belveth into multiple traits to get that early emblem, or you could just hope for Wealth Quest, because you're generating so much gold already, then you can go on to a Fast 9 game plan, and you also know that 4-2 is prismatic, which lends itself to a lot of large econ. Commerce Core can come in, Invested can come in, you can easily round out your Fast 9 boards.
Well, very early on here, something is standing out to me as we look on the right-hand side. Mochi, the only player who managed to pick up a win in the first round, is going to put a little bit of pressure on Vision to keep him moving forwards, as Terry, Ironbog, and Kababa all have strong starts. Terry, we see here, really good early board.
Yeah, he is just locked into the Shepard side of things here. On the other hand, for K-Bubble, I have to believe that this is printing Leona. Already 5 copies coming in. So overall, I really like the Flash Wolves spots right here. You have the Fast 9 win-out player from Iron Bog, the Iron God, as Ngora has just told us on Twitter. And then you have Terry with the Guinsoo's Rage Blade, already Shepard Online setting up. So there's a lot of very strong boards coming into this one. And then you also have AQ1H. He is, of course, playing the AFK, can't really touch anything. That's why he's not moving anything up onto his board at the moment. But he is also playing for a very high econ spot here. So across the board, Flash Wolves, I would say, have the better outs. It is up to the side of Vision with their 2 latent forges to actually hit.
Yeah, and as we said before, we've got less control over the early game than perhaps they would like. We did see Flancy thinking about making the open fort for the time being. Here, of course, we saw the previous game. Has got a decent early board. We are seeing some early slams coming in. I think it might be enough to get him the early win. Keep an eye on the right-hand side for Mochi to see if he keeps things up. Kiwi, of course, did pick up a win in the previous round, so maybe he can move a little bit further forward and provide that power that Team Vision need.
It's a bit of an interesting slam right there. AQ1H with AFK was not really expected to win, but Koyoi actually hard commits himself to an AD line by building the Last Whisper. So we'll see where he goes with that one. Typically, you see the Last Whisper only in the Corki Riven line. It's going to be very interesting. What do we get from Merwell?
Oh, you called for it and it appeared. The trait quest, and everyone's leaping on it immediately. That's so much power in a prismatic finale lobby.
So we will have to check in once each individual player completes their quest. For certain players, they are looking for very specific outs. If you're someone like Koyoi, you're looking for the Meeple, you're looking for the Rogue Assassin, you're looking for potentially Bastion as well to kind of round out that composition. I think that's probably why he committed so early. He thought about his potential outs with the Corki Riven and said, I have enough outs, I can reasonably go for this.
Well, let's talk about the trait quest and how it affects the lobbies. The AFK will catch up there. Because our players, of course, don't have control over which emblem they're going to be getting. How do you kind of take account of that? Because you say, ideally, you get something relevant, but that's not a guarantee at all.
The easiest way is to just opt into lines that can take multiple emblems. That's kind of the smartest way to do it. So a couple of the lesser seen lines start to pop up, like Brawler Yi, where you could take Challenger, you could take Marauder, you could take Brawler, all of those work. Meeple Corki suddenly gets a little bit better as we outline Koyoi's game plan right there. And I think for something like the Nova Kindred, it also works quite well. Nova emblem, of course, is the biggest prize. You don't have to hit the Kindred, but it lends itself a lot of different ways, even if it's slightly suboptimal like Bastion.
All right, we'll be keeping an eye on our players. Of course, they'll be trying to get those trait quests activated as soon as it's humanly possible to make sure that they get their direction correctly as we move forward. See Ironbog taking another win, or rather, a first win there for a while. We look on the right-hand side, though. There was an initial concern about the win streaks being monopolized, but it looks like both teams have managed to get a win streak close to the end of Stage 2.
And this Moji win streak is completely fake. I don't know how he's on 100 HP with this type of board, but congratulations, he did make it. I think if Terry meets him, he will just completely smash him. Of course, Flash Wolves are definitely hoping for that result right here. And we see Moji, he knows that his board is, not real, so, he's just kind of hoping and praying that he doesn't run into someone with an actual board.
Well, I have to. Well, we'll see. We shall see.
He's not winning this one.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the Belveth there, itemized on the back line. Maybe, it's going to keep teasing me. No, the point line collapses very quickly. Akali does get onto the right target, but not going to do enough damage. So, he said the burgeoning win streak for the Vision side will collapse in a hurry, while the Flash Wolves and Terry, is correctly identified, will maintain.
So Ironbog does lose his streak in the middle of Stage 2, which does hurt a little. We're talking about him potentially going directly for a Fast 9 type of composition, but we do see him trying to actually preserve win streak by leveling to 5 and making sure things go a little bit smoothly down here. I would still say that for the side of Flash Wolves, things are looking quite strong. AQ1H full loss streak. Oh, actually, he ran into Flancy, so both of them lost their streaks, excuse me.
Yes, so 0 losses is something we haven't really seen before, because of course the mechanic being that if you're both fully open, rather than both of you losing, you're both effectively drawing, breaking both streaks, individually costing both teams the same amount of lost streak gold.
Yeah, and that's actually going to be huge for both of these players. It makes the comebacks that much harder, and it means that whoever has the more tempo, the more HP to spare for the teams, that side is going to have a better outcome. Now for stage 3, the most important thing is getting your emblems unlocked. So you really need to have 6 traits online right here. This is always a fun test to see if players know the standard boards. Diana is a very good one because Challenger can flex easily into Bel'Veth that also has 3 traits, and you can have 2 Arbiter on with either the Zoe or the Leonas. And typically, you know, a couple of the big units are the Urgots, the Mordekaisers, and the Bel'Veths. Those are the 3 you really want to keep around if you want to unlock your traits.
Yeah, those triple trait units are absolutely fantastic to getting these emblems online. We'll keep all you folks updated as we know which ones. I believe everybody in the lobby has got the potential, or will be picking up an emblem sooner or later, so we'll change things dramatically as we go forward. Worth noting, you know, continuing on, Terry, of course, we're keeping the win streak alive. Across the rest of the field, you know, if we've got no loss streaks in place, we've now got Ironbog moving forward with a small win streak of his own. So right now, Flash Wolves looking pretty flush with cash as the second onward comes in, and it'll be silver.
All right, so we are getting a bit of a damper before we head into the prismatic finale here. Let's see what these players are picking up. Zenbai opting in for even more randomness. Okay, I applaud this. I think Zenbai's spot right now is, it's not very clear where he's going. You're going up against Terry, who's already set in that Shepherd line, who has a Karma. It's very difficult to contest him on that. So I think Zenbai has to flip his game, right? So branching out, it's going to be huge. I think there's a world where Zenbai actually waits a little bit to hopefully reforge after he finds out what he gets from the Aurelion Soul.
As you said, this should be the time where we're getting to see our players putting it in place. Of course, if you've got a win streak, you're going to take care of us. Terry has. You've got a little bit less flexibility. Just play whichever units you care to get all 6 of those traits online. But you see if... No, actually, I'll eat my words there. Terry has actually got 6 online. Never mind, the Karma creeping in from the side means that's just a little bit more power on the board. So managing to get the cash out and also play the strongest board.
I just have to say, this Terry board is absolutely obscene. He naturals a Karma, which gives him Darkstar and the Voyager to round out 6 traits right here. He's going to get the Emblem next. This is one of those spots where you can actually 100 HP all the way to stage 5. We're going to check in on his emblems with a lot of these different players to see where they're going to end up. 6 traits already activated here on the side. I believe that was AQ1H.
All right, what have we got?
He's hoping for a Voyager would be great right here.
Timebreaker.
Oh, very decent. Usable for now. I think you're just happy to get that 15% attack speed across the team, continue your win streak.
Is there a world in which you would look at... I mean, as you said, you know, it is a solid buff by itself. A lot of players, of course, got the Reforgers to potentially take another shot at getting a stronger one, though.
Koyoi, one of the highest HP members on the side of Vision. It does look like he's just... I'm not sure Timebreaker is good enough in the end for Corky Riven, but you can definitely use it on the start of stage 4. You might have to reforge it later, but earlier on, it's totally fine.
Yeah, and even without using the emblem, Kiri is looking very good. Of course, we saw in the previous games, Kiri holding on to the brink. This time round is actually starting to pick up momentum for Team Vision. We'll keep it to see if Terry will keep his win streak against Ironbog. Unfortunate for Flash Wolves to have their 2 win streaking players face each other.
Yeah, Ironbog is going to be taken down a peg right here. We still haven't seen all of the potential emblems coming out from each of the players, so we'll be paying very close attention to that one. Additional gold for Ironbog, that sounds very, very nice, as we know he's heading in toward more of a Fast 9 composition. Gonna try and skip stage 4 level 8 altogether.
Looks like most of our players... Well, no, actually, no, we got reasonably split between. Certainly, the lesser duplicate is going to be a little bit tempting for our players, but of course, the extra gold in pocket is never going to be sniffed at. We'll see how things develop longer term here, as we will continue to look for these emblems.
And we also have to pay attention to Latent Forge. Our observers really on point here. This is the flippy flip situation that Team Vision is playing for. They had the worst stage 2. Now they have to make a comeback. Are there strong potential artifacts here coming in Flancy, this is probably best for a Space Groove line where you are angling for the Blitzcrank multiples as well. And on the side for Koyoi, this is acceptable, very decent item onto the side of Rammus.
Up against Ironbog in this round. Again, we'll keep updating as more and more of these comps are revealed. I'm really interested to see if Yuri can keep hold of this streak here, because right now for Vision, he's the only player in the top 4 at all. The front line is starting to collapse in a hurry, and I think that's going to be it. We're in the situation where Vision are just not getting a ton of gold into pocket.
Yeah, Ironbog's board incredibly good right here. He's running double gold econ generation traits right there, going straight for Fast 9, and he's also holding on to his units, trying to wait until he can find something like the Kindred to round out for the Akali items. On the other hand, this is a new problem for Koyoi. AQ1H actually hit one of the best emblems coming in for the Corki, the Assassin, in for the Samira early on, also a Samira 2 that can get him a great win streak.
Oh yeah, just an absolute nightmare to deal with, especially considering how much burst she's got to be able to have that aggro drop is fantastic. AQ1H has been building up slowly from the middle of the table. It's win streaking. It's going to run right into Flancy on a loss streak and 32 HP. We're starting to look like another game where Vision are playing very close to the edge.
This is feeling really bad for Flancy. He needs a massive injection of gold on 4-2, and then he needs to hit everything with his Space Groove composition. Typically when you find the Thresh's Lantern, you're playing for Space Groove because the best units to pull in are the Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank still activates his passive regardless if he's coming in from the bench. And then you have Ornn that has extra items regardless if he's coming in from the bench too. So he's locked into the Space Groove, but he needs a massive roll down. We'll check in with him on 4-2.
All right, let's take stock of where we are. Game 3, a place in the playoffs, a premier place in the playoffs here at the Esports World Cup. I mean, in this particular TFT game, from the Flash Roll side of things, when we look at their boards, we got 2 different streaks in place. We got all 5 of the Flash Rolls in the top 5. Right now, it feels like a very, at this stage, a huge advantage for Team Vision to overcome.
I have to agree with you. I'm getting deja vu between Flash Rolls and Vitality Game 3. It really feels like Flash Rolls saves the best for last, and they have a massive HP advantage. I feel like most of their lines are a lot more clearly defined. K-Bao sitting on Leona 3, just printing it early. 2 massive econ tempo players, Terry and Ironbog, very upset for Fast 9. And here we go. AQ1H actually rolling off interval to make sure that he actually hits the Corkis and the Rivens before Koyoi can stabilize.
On the left-hand side as well, Flancy is going to be able to hit the Blitzcrank, so we've got a lot of power being injected into the boards. I want to take a moment with AQ1H. Woo! As we see, so we've got the Rogue Emblem in place. Corki we've seen from various different boards before, hasn't necessarily performed as well as it could. Is this going to be the exception?
And fortune favors the Flancy as he is able to hit the Nami 2 after we saw AQ1H deny 2 copies. So nice. Massive find for Flancy. This actually takes him out of the danger zone, and now he is expected, in fact, to win streak through stage 4.
And so Mochi takes a loss there. The Corki board doing very well. We've got the Ribbon 2 in place as well with the Death Blade, so a lot of power. And of course, with the Prismatic Finale, if you've got your board online already, you can just make it that much stronger.
Yeah, it is a huge turn of fortunes for Flancy right here. He doesn't have to play for econ anymore because he's stabilized and hit the important units that he needs on his board. He has picked up red and blue buff, and if he gets that Blitzcrank 2, he is for sure stable and able to climb out of the 8th place spot.
The only problem for Flancy is no gold left in the bank, but he's not alone there. Everybody in the lobby spent everything they had here to put their board aligned. Right now, the Wolves are in control. Flash Rolls with 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th places.
Very important for 2 players in specific. Zembai, he needs to find that Shepard win out. Where is the LeBlanc 2? He doesn't get it, reforges his emblem, and also doesn't hit. This is bad news. Oh, sorry. Actually, this is Terry's board. I got fooled a little second right there by the camera. but it is Terry. It's kind of okay if he doesn't really land, but I was looking to see if Zumbai could have potentially found his Shepard carry in the LeBlanc too.
Yeah, I believe just a LeBlanc one for the time being up against Caballo in this round. Terry's been putting on a clinic in this game, 11-round win streak, completely untouched so far. I mean, everything looks fantastic from what we're seeing from Terry in this game.
Yeah, but Flancy and Zumbai both win out their matchups. Now, unfortunately, is actually Moji falling behind. He does get a huge injection of gold, but he is trying to play up onto the Akali here. We're going to be taking a look at Zumbai's board to see how many copies he's off from the LeBlanc. He finds Shepard.
Yeah.
Wow, huge hit for him. So even without getting the Sona, he's able to field the Shepard too. Has a decent front line at the moment, but it's just about the backline damage that is still lacking.
Yeah, I mean, we need to focus that damage very carefully to make sure he doesn't get knocked out early. Up against his teammate Kiwi, who, of course, has got the Corki ready to go, and, of course, the ribbon to rip through absolutely everything as well. I think in this case, hopefully, it's going to be good enough to not hand out a harsh loss to his teammate at the very worst. We just can see the two backline carries focusing their damage very carefully to eliminate individual units and hopefully soften the loss.
Yeah, there's no chance that Zumbai actually beats Koyoi right here, but they just don't want to lose by too many units. So I think you phrased it perfectly. The good news for Vision is that Koyoi did hit everything. Found the Corki, is still one copy off the Rammus, but I think you're kind of okay with, given how strong the artifact items are here. 15 rerolls, do they still have enough gold to do that? So this is kind of a reward for the players that hit.
Well, to say, with everyone having spent their gold already, I wonder how accessible this is. Certainly considering, I think particularly on the side of Team Vision, they are in pretty big trouble. They really need to be able to high roll some 5 costs into the lineup.
Yeah, we are looking at, I believe this is Ironbog's board right here. Not the units he necessarily wants to fight. There is a Blitzcrank offered for him. I think the most important player is likely going to be Moji right now, because he's already down to just 13 HP. That's within takeout range. Woo! Huge find.
Yeah, LeBlanc 2 online for Zenbai, so that's some good news. Definitely feels like Team Vision are fighting out of a corner in this game 3. Things have not been going well. Of course, they started with their power on the delay with those delayed artifacts, but it may have ultimately been a mistake. They've been bleeding HP for quite some time.
And Flancy, he needs to remember to pull in his stronger units on the left side of the board here. He's going to get an Aatrox for his troubles with the Thresh Lantern. Going up against a strong teammate, I do think Flancy should be able to take this one with the frontline difference.
Oh yeah, I mean, the front line is enormous. I'm a little bit worried about the Corki damage punching through, but I think you're right. The bubbles should be enough to clear ground. And yeah, with the extra bodies on the board, Flancy is in place, but I'm still concerned here, Clement. We've got 3 players who are very, very low on HP. Zenbai drops down. Mochi down to 2 HP. There's barely anything in it. We could be looking at another blowout.
Yeah, Mochi with the Money Monsoon not able to hit because eventually Ironbog actually just went into his line, pivoted directly into a contest right here. Even though he has the Akali 2 and the Kindred 2, it's really not enough for stage 4 at the moment. You want to be playing this line from a tempo perspective. Didn't hit any of the tempo units that well, is on a 9-loss streak, and I don't think there's any salvaging Moji's position.
No, it seems like the stars are working against them. Of course, for the flash rules, they need to put in a last boot to make sure of it. We'll be the first team from APAC to make it through to playoffs with that top seed, if they can manage it. Keeping an eye on Mochi on the left-hand side, Zenbai on the right. It looks like the LeBlanc should hopefully be good enough to keep him off and fighting on the left-hand side. Mochi is cutting through as well. It's looking like it's going to be a double victory.
Wow, that was a huge round for Vision. Zumbai does lose in the very end, but stays alive on 1 HP. Wow, could not get any closer than that one. Moji wins his fight, and Zumbai, even though his LeBlanc was on the Kindred early, That was the huge swing. He takes out the opponent backline carry. Sometimes that can happen even when you lose the tank line fight. The enemy carry gets closer to you, you take him out, and he swings, and he's able to prevent the damage from coming in. So Zumbai is still very close. This is still an incredibly tense situation. There is a world where they just run into each other, and one of them has to fall.
Tell me a story here for Team Vision. They seem to be completely backed into a corner. It seems only the most extreme strategies could possibly dig them out of this hole. What do they do from here?
I think you ignore Moji. He's just doesn't have a future right now. I think you try to keep Zumbai in the game. With this 7 Shepherd board, it's actually very, very powerful. He can still scale up, going to level 9, getting the Sona 2 on board. He's hit the artifacts, he's hit the correct emblems that he's needed. Those are great emblems for this composition. So you try to keep Zumbai alive as long as possible, and you say goodbye to Moji.
And of course, for any of you folks who are newer to 4v4, 3 players out in the bottom 4 ends the game immediately. You may have the strongest player in the lobby, and it may not matter. You really need 2 of them, ideally, to go through. And every finish matters from this point forwards. If we see Vision going out in 7th and 8th, then only a 1st and 2nd wins in the game. Clancy absorbs a loss on the right-hand side. Mochi on the left also does not die. So we're still waiting to see how everything finally falls out.
Oh, huge win against Kate Baobao there. Once again, Kindred jumping forward and sniping out the enemy backline. We are in incredibly knife-edge HP territory. One member of Vision has to go out for this round. 8 HP, 2 HP, 1 HP. They have been surviving for so long, but I don't think they can evade fate.
No, they've got to run into each other. This is the advantage of having the HP. You can soak those losses for your teammates, against your teammates. There's no room for error here at all for Vision.
Does Flancy hit the blitz too? I really think Flancy and Zumbai are the players you try to keep alive here. We are going to have Flancy, unfortunately, running into Moji, so one of them will have to drop. Flancy did not find the Blitzcrank 2 or use the duplicator somewhere else, so it will be potentially, I think Flancy should still win this one on the left side, but on the right side, it is going to be Flash Wolves versus Zumbai.
Yeah, and this is the big matchup. Fortunately, LeBlanc takes the first hit and soaks it, which means that Terry takes a loss. Mochi is out of there exactly as predicted. So at least we start to get a little bit more of the shape of things. Kababo is gone as well. So that's actually, honestly, a big improvement of where we could be right now.
This is the best case scenario for Vision if they want to stage a comeback. Moji goes out, and then Zumbai and Flancy, who still have very, very high caps, stay in. The trouble with them is Flancy and Zumbai, once they run into each other, they have to team kill one another. So that's the thing that they cannot control. It will happen some point, but if they can delay as long as possible, there's still a chance that they can come back.
Now they both got 1 life, so it looks like they'll evade each other for this round. Of course, when you look at the HP bars on the Flash Roll side of things, they're absolutely enormous. If there's any chance of a comeback here for Team Vision, it's going to be an absolute marathon to go through so many rounds and get lucky so many times with the matchmaking. It looks like in terms of actually winning the round, on the right-hand side for Clancy, it's fine. Zumbai on the left-hand side also looking good. I want to say looking good. No, the Edge of Night, Zumbai is down. Clancy still alive.
Oh, that was a huge loss. Unfortunately for Zumbai, if he was able to get that level 9, he had the chance for 4 Psionic Radiant items coming in. He could play around the 5 Shepherd. That would have been a monster board, but he gets taken out early, unfortunately, right there. So that's a huge win for Ironbog, and with him going out, I'm not sure Koyoi's Corky board can actually do the job. That's typically a top 3 line. Right now, what Flancy needs to do is to avoid going into the 5th place. If Koyoi or Flancy goes into the 5th place, it's over for Team Vision in this match.
The Flash Wolves have been dominant all game long, so we're keeping our eyes closely on both sides of the screen. As you said, either player goes down in major fashion or Flancy at all. It's all over. The Wolves move forward into playoff prime position. Keeping a very close eye on the front lines. It looks like Procure The front lines are good on the left-hand side for Flancy, though. The Blitzcrank walks in, smashes everyone to pieces, and without a carry, there's nothing left to be said. Vision drop a third member, which means Flash Wolves will be the first team from APAC to head directly to playoffs in pole position.
And we have the fourth comeback match of the EWC 2026. I said anything is possible coming into this series. A very strong win by Vision in game one, but two back-to-back blowouts coming out for Flash Wolves. They held the tempo early on. They had the better positions, the clearer game plans as well. And unfortunately, for the side of Team Vision, they had to flip their games. They had to bet on the artifacts. They had to bet on the emblems, and it just wasn't enough.
And it was really heartbreaking to see after such a hard-fought series for Team Vision, and they came into it with so much positivity as well. Said after game one, it seemed like things were coming together, but the Wolves were absolutely amazing.
You're absolutely right here. Look at the way Terry played this one. He went straight level 9 because he had a 10-win streak. He didn't roll for the LeBlanc 2 and was able to take out the enemy team captain in Flancy with the Assassin Blitzcrank.
All right, well, that is our second series of the day done. Let's head across to stage and check it with Damascus.
We got the happy winners of this one, the Flash Wolves defeating Team Vision. Of course, I'm joined with K Barber, who had an amazing day number 1 and still amazing day number 2. Listen, guys, you just took down the team that made it through the region that's, arguably the best region with China. They won that qualifiers, and you are the guys take it down. How confident do you feel now after that?
那么 K 宝，首先你们成功的击败了 Team Vision 战队，他们是算是中国区最强的种子了。那你们现在成功的在这里取胜之后，你们感觉信心怎么样？
就是我们一直都有保持我们自己的信心，那我们不管对什么人都是保持着，就是对自己都会很有信心。对。
I'll say we're definitely very confident, and we've been keeping this confidence no matter what challenges we face, no matter what team we face.
And of course, the good thing now is you get to rest and to look at the other teams. So looking at this, you're going to wait for your next match. That's going to be in playoffs, an excellent position. Is there any specific team you would love to face or a team you want to avoid?
那你现在成功的晋级之后，你相当于有那么1-2天的休息时间，可以观察你们下一支对战的一个战队。那有哪支战队你会特别希望能交手的呢？
有画面那一队吧，有画面那一队。
对，
我说有画面的那一队，想跟他有画面的那一队，
有画面的那一队，
就是我都可以call 画面
Is there a team called 画面？
Oh, that's team for Aurora. Okay, Aurora Gaming. Is that the one team he wants or want to avoid?
你是想对战的是 Aurora 战队是吗？
对。
Aurora, sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. Listen, that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see, call-outs from the teams. Regardless, K-Barber, Flash Wolves, congratulations for moving forward on the playoffs. We're looking forward to see you guys continue on your quest for the Esports World Cup. We're going to let these guys rest and move forward to the next game.
Oh, man, we're back, baby. And I tell you what a series it was. Officially now another team has moved forward, and it was Flash Wolves forged in the fire. These guys had to go through the absolute gauntlet throughout their qualifiers in order to just make it here, and arguably it made them just as strong as they needed to be to take on their opponents.
Look, and iron sharpens iron. You hear K Bao Bao saying he actually wants to play against Juan Mie going forward in this tournament. They don't want this train to stop of some of the best teams going up against them. They want to take down everybody.
Because what's the point of being, of course, a winner, a title contender, if you don't have to beat the best to be the best, right? You want to take down everybody in your path.
And up until now, any challenge, Vitality, now Team Vision, it seems to be a walk in the park for this team. Especially this game 3 was very lopsided. A blowout win in the end for Flash Wolves.
All right, let's go to one of our moments of that game number 3. I believe we're going to stage 2-6. This is a big moment and a turning point for one of the rosters out there, and very well was one of the reasons why Flash Wolves was able to take the win.
The big strong point for Flash Wolves in this game was going to be Terry and this massive win streak. On level 5, he's able to find this Karma, which slots beautifully into what he was already doing. He already had the strongest board in the lobby. He gets the perfect 4-cost unit to find. At level 5, it's very hard to find those 4 costs, let alone find the perfect one. He gets the Karma, and he leverages this beautifully. You know how Panda was talking about being able to leverage your high rolls after that past game. Terry does it perfectly with this Karma, extending this win streak from 2-6 all the way to 4-3, where he purposely sacks for his team and finally takes a loss.
Also allowed him to very easily unlock the Ace-Soul trait quest, hit the Timebreaker emblem. That's another little bit of extra power to extend the 4 win into a 7 win into eventually a 12 win. He sacked all of stage 4. He traded HP to his team, and we saw the HP differential looking at both teams really coming into stage 5. Even if Flancy got incredibly strong, even if Team Vision got really strong, they could win out the game itself. They were so far behind in HP as a team that it was not even close in the end.
It wasn't. Flash Wolves, they had to battle, though, to get to this point. They started off with a loss, which means they needed to win 2 straight rounds. Never an easy feat by any means. Could this have ended 2-0, or do you think it was a well-deserved, of course, game number 3, where Vision did definitively win that game 1? They couldn't have closed out the series because Flash Wolves too strong.
I just love how Flash Wolves never wavered from their game plan. They said, game 1, you know what? This was close enough. It's fine. We took the loss, but we're still going to go back to the Jinx. We're going to still go back to the standard reroll game plans that they've been doing, still playing for win-out angles, usually more than tempo, but still, we've seen Flash Wolves, even in the Vitality series, be able to take a win streak and run with it, which they did in this game 3.
Yeah.
But this has just been classic Flash Wolves across this entire event.
Yeah.
They didn't change anything. They felt confident they could take the win.
I will say, Panda, let's take a look at our final action of the game, and Terry really starts to come into true form here. Flash Wolves start to close in, and this is where they get the win.
And you can see Flancy here, the Nova Emblem not so helpful. He still was able to streak a lot of the stage 4, but this was the pivotal fight on stage 5. We had 2 players already eliminated from Vision. If one more went down, it was a blowout win with 3 players from Vision in that bottom 4. And Terry, I mean, he was that guy in this game 3 with the win streak early and also the final nail in the coffin at the very end. Just so much power on this AP backline.
Yeah, classic self alley-oop for Terry. You know, you toss it up in the early game.
Look at the Blitzcrank.
Win streak, and then you just get there at the end. Blitzcrank making it to the backline. The rogue assassin Blitzcrank gonna get the job done for Terry. And of course, the Blitzcrank evading Flancy throughout this game. He had some spots to potentially come back early with the duplicator. Never gets that Blitzcrank, and it just can't turn things around.
It's nice to hear Terry, right, being a major talking point, because obviously I think coming into the show, we were very much highlighting Vision's Flancy, because Flancy had been absolutely on fire. And rightly so, Flancy is still going to be a huge talking point. Vision, after all, is still a very strong contender. Despite taking the loss, they will have to battle through the lower bracket, where so many great competitors will be awaiting their competition. Hey, Stream B, we need an update. Kitty, what's happening over there?
A fresh update from Stream B between Aurora versus Virtus Pro, where we had a dominating 2-0 sweep for Virtus Pro. I believe that Aurora are still trying to find their footing around the tournament because they are a roster filled with undisputed GOATs. However, Virtus Pro, with their previous experience being carried into this current tournament, which is way too strong. We also have both HEAL and Virtus Pro both qualifying into the quarterfinals, so congratulations. So now, the lower brackets will be officially starting over in Stream B between Team Mouse and JDG. So let's see who will be getting their key crushed.
Virtus Pro were powerful last year, and they're looking powerful this year. That's a major win. They move on to the playoffs, beating Aurora Gaming. I know we heard from K-Bao just a little bit earlier. He wants to face off against Aurora Gaming, but they've got to worry about even making it to the playoff stage as they drop now down to the lowers. What does it mean for Virtus Pro to represent in the way they did?
Look, everyone wants a piece of Hwanmie, I guess, coming off of his big win at the Tactician's Crown, and now it's a big chance for them to prove that last year was not a fluke. This is the same roster for that Virtus Pro, and they are once again in form.
Absolutely.
Marius also had an insane individual season in Space Cloud Set 17, so I think he's a big part of that puzzle in terms of VP trying to make it back to that final and maybe becoming the winners this time around.
Well, Virtus Pro move on. We've got 2 more series here on Stream A as well as on Stream B, and you all can get involved via EWC Play. I would love to know where your predictions are lying, and I've got it loaded up here. You can go to esportsworldcup.com, go over to the left-hand side, click play, go to Teamfight Tactics, and he'll lead you here to this very screen. Now, from here, you can choose the matches and you can choose the outcome. Whether you think, for example, Mouse or JD Gaming are to win. Okay, pick your choice and go a little bit deeper. Pick the series score as well. You earn points for every single time that you are right. You're correct, of course. Put your knowledge on the line. Doing so means you can potentially win tremendous prizes, and I'm talking a lot. $300,000 in prizes. In fact, scan that QR code, get involved. Hey, and maybe we'll even pull up your predictions here on the stream itself, because yesterday we actually saw, I believe it was one of our rosters who had like a 77% chance to win. They ended up being wrong, but we love whenever you guys get involved. The club championship race is well underway, and T1 is going to be a big talking point coming up. Trav, lay down the law.
T1 enter the group stage of Teamfight Tactics with 500 club championship points already secured. Unfortunately for them, they were faced with the tournament favourites Weibo Gaming in the first round and were knocked down to the lower bracket in a close 2-1 series. However, it's not over. There's still a redemption arc left available if they manage to win 2 consecutive games in the lower brackets and make it to the playoff finals. That would secure them 200 points and a lifeline to try and pursue glory as the Korean organisation wants to get multiple title wins in the EWC in 2026.
So big news for T1 for the club championship race, but also right here on the very stage for TFT. They once again return to the stage, but this time fighting for their tournament life. This is a roster, 2024, 2025 had big impacts within the brackets as well as of course, the series. Top 4, top 2, what are they going to do this year? Well, the question lies up to them. Of course, T1 going against Fnatic. T1 is such a big talking point each and every year. What makes them such a dominant, strong team?
Yeah, I think T1 has just consistently been able to show their ability to adapt to each and every single meta. They have the strongest team play, I think, a lot of the times out of the entire field, not just in their region coming from APAC. So T1 is always respected by everyone. They feel like they are a scrim dominant team as well. And so when it comes to the tournament play, everyone has high expectations.
Yeah, one of the most experienced teams when it comes to EWC, but they do bring in a young gun of Sangyup, who again still has played in all the EWCs as well, just with a different roster. Has he made enough of an impact for T1 to be a true threat to the contention, of course, to be a winner?
I think he has, and I think T1, what they really excel at is all the way back at the very first edition of EWC, they set the meta on how you play 4v4. Every other team, no matter what region they were from, copied T1's homework and said, okay, we have to go for stage 3 pressure, we have to play for griefing, we have to play for holding units, and that's what we're seeing now in this edition 2 years later.
All right, well, it takes two to tango, and Fnatic is going to be on the opposite side. Let's learn a little bit more about their team.
I'm Darth Nub, also known as Darth Noob. Stellar Minhee, he placed top 8 at the TFT Macau Open. He has big clutch factor within him. Philip also won a tournament back in set 11. Bosso Skills was in tier 1 since the beginning. Our team, we've all been friends for a very long time. We all roomed together when we went to the Paris Open, and I think that definitely helps a lot when it comes to 4v4. I think that's definitely one of our strengths, right? I think we're really good at communicating and choosing like the best lines for us. I've been doing a lot of winning this year. I won some tournaments, so I do intend to continue winning.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's show time here at the Esports World Cup as we are about to have our first elimination match. Ladies and gentlemen, in Damascus, someone has to go home.
Someone has to go home. That Crusher needs to be fired up and destroy one of the keys. And two teams, we don't want to see them out, especially one of them. T1, brother, already on the verge of potential elimination.
T1, one of the favorites in this tournament, coming into it to go ahead and walk away as a potential title winner. But their first match happened to be up against Weibo Gaming. I mean, this is the title defenders. That match could have been a grand finals match in itself.
Absolutely, and you know what? Sometimes it's good to trip at the beginning and go through the trenches. So it's time for the trenches for them, but against them, it is Team Fnatic. That might be a new roster, but it's not non-experienced players.
Oh yeah, okay, so Fnatic, this is a new gen team, and they are trying to show that it is time for a new era when it comes to TFT. But again, as you said, their players are experienced. We have to make sure we know that Darth Nub actually even won a TAC crown just this year. So that goes to show the experience is as high as you need it to be, but as a team, T1 does have more experience.
Well, you know, experienced newcomers, whatever, one of them will have to leave the stage at the end of this match. So without further ado, we have already checked the Crusher earlier today. We know it's ready to crush a key. We don't know which one will stay alive. It is time right now for the first elimination match of the week, T1 versus Fnatic.
All right, thank you so much, guys. It's been a day of promotion so far, but now everything changes. And Cannabis again, this time joined by Dobbs. Some dreams end here, and a potential path opens for redemption as well.
We just started the best part of the day. I mean, promotions are amazing, but I mean, I want to see some keys get crushed.
Well, of course, coming to this one has already been established. This is a David versus Goliath kind of situation here. T1, of course, the team we'd expect to see, as was mentioned, potentially even playing in the grand finals just by default. That's really where they belong, deep into the playoffs. For Fnatic, they've been laboring under the Fnatic curse over the EWC so far, not winning a single series with 3 different rosters so far.
Yeah, I feel like T1 has been one of the favorites just because they showed it. And they were like too good on the first season. They almost won it all, finished it as a runner-up, and then later on they actually played the semifinals as well. So we always have high expectations on them. But as the Fnatic side, I feel like bringing a new hoster maybe get some new energy for them, and Dartnub is the guy that we need to follow. This guy just won a Tactician Crown this year, so he knows TFT. So let's see if they can bring that energy into here.
I did love how he said he just won some tournaments and he wanted to minimize his own contribution. But we've got a real stark contrast here to see our players readying themselves. T1 on one side, a huge amount of experience across the roster. For Fnatic, we're praising Dartnub, but for the rest of the team, they do not have comparable achievements. It feels like there's a lot to ask for them to come together as a squad and face down T1.
Yes, of course. T1 has been one of the teams that didn't change much their rosters across the seasons. So we have Bintam that played EWC 3 times as well as CSC. So we expect them to be better as a team, but when it comes to the EWC, we never know. You know, sometimes the team that has less experience, they can pop off. So I feel like nobody's out of contention just yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, certainly, of course, T1 heavily favored. I don't think they could be more favored heading into this matchup. We saw them, of course, in the first round against Weibo, almost upsetting our reigning champions. But as we look at the roster here again, decorated players across the board. I would not be wanting to be facing down this team in a 4v4.
Yes, I feel like when they were playing Weibo, they were so close to the win, but they just reset. They have to do everything again, and now they're facing Fnatic, a team that didn't have the quite success so far, and they faced Godlike, getting swept 2-0, not the start they wanted, especially for Dartnub. He went board for twice, and I think like if Fnatic wants to succeed, they need him to show up, as well as other players like Minye that played in the finals in TFT Macau Open. So these guys know they have the tools to come back, but let's see if they can put them together and work well as a team.
All right, we'll be jumping into game one of our series again. This is the first elimination on mainstream of the EWC 2026 for Teamfight Tactics. Right now, Fnatic have got a massive uphill battle to face up against. We do know at least, which we might not know at this point in the tournament, that T1 can be beaten. But for Fnatic, I mean, I guess the question for you, Dobbs, is how much influence can Dartnub, extend over the rest of the less experienced roster to try and bring them up to his extremely high level?
I mean, one of the things that he pointed out that they were friends, so sometimes that is very important in a 4v4 matchup because you need to know each other. Sometimes you can see the spot of your teammate and you already know how high they can cap their boards, so you know how to expect your players to perform, and I feel like having a great player as Dartnub, I think it's always good. So let's see if like a star in Fnatic can lead them to a win against the team play from T1 that has been so good across the seasons.
We certainly, with the group, of course, the power of friendship behind them, we fully expect to see that that's generally like their relationship to each other. Of course, they're going to be looking up to Dartnub and taking direction from him. Generally, I have to imagine it's very much going to be the case here in the 4v4. As you mentioned before, though, coming out of the double blowout, that's a very harsh, recent history to try and shrug off heading to an extremely difficult match.
Yes, of course. And speaking about Fnatic as a whole, they didn't have a single win in a series so far here in the EWC in the past seasons. But this is a different roster, right? So we don't have to judge them by the scenes of the other rosters. But I feel like this time they have to trust themselves. So I can say that in a short series of 3 games, you always can win, but it's very difficult to ramp up the whole thing. So let's see if Fnatic is able to take this step.
All right, we're heading into game one, our first elimination series here at Teamfight Tactics at Esports World Cup 2026. Fnatic presented with the most horrifying matchup they could face off against T1, fresh off of almost pulling off an incredible upset out the first round. It's going to be a huge uphill battle. Golden Gala means that we'll be at least seeing things in a more predictable fashion than we might have otherwise.
Yeah, speaking about the gods of this game, we have Varus, Series, which is a god that gives you extra units, sometimes 2 costs and 3 costs, maybe some duplicators that can enable some tempo play or even enable a reroll line. And Ari, on the other side, we have experience and roll. So players might aim to get that to try to reach those compositions, late game compositions.
Well, let's go back out to the big picture here. So Golden Goal in place. We know from the Fnatic side of things, of course, Darthnub can definitely play whatever is thrown at him. If you're working with less experienced teammates, they're still very good regional players, but players who aren't at the very bleeding edge of what's possible. What kind of a general approach would you want to see from Fnatic to overcome a team that on paper is very, very strong?
I feel like they have to play their best, their best outs. I feel like targeting a specific player in T1 might be a mistake because they have so many tools to turn around. So I feel like maybe if you have a spot to win it out, just take it and try. Sometimes you can try those high-risk augments that can lead you into an instant win.
All right, we'll be getting our first augments coming in a second. Again, there'll be gold across the board. So hopefully, I mean, you have to imagine coming into this series, Fnatic, as you said, will be vastly more willing to take riskier options, just knowing they need to get some kind of high roll in here to get out of the gate swinging. Of course, what a world it would be if Fnatic do manage to get the Game 1 victory and, manage to further injure the pride of T1.
Yes, they didn't win a single game yet. Of course, they just played one series so far, but of course, winning the first match always help you the rest of the series.
Well, of course, with gold augments in place, we do have some interesting options coming through here. The hero augments, treasure hunt we've already seen. Earth, of course, giving you routes that you would maybe otherwise not be able to be contested on.
Yeah, I feel like Earth, it's an amazing augment. If you have a good opener, you can play either Dark Star, you can play Groove, that is so popular, it's so strong. Also, you can tempo Meep into the game as well, but instead he takes another augment, very strong augment for the early game.
Yeah, the Electro Charge. It's really interesting to see that Darthnub just going for immediate power. We'll see across the rest of the board. Let's see what everyone else has got going on. So we've got a little bit of the XP coming in. Crazy Moving gets the Emblem Legion of 3 in place. And I assume we're seeing Challenger or something to that nature because already we've got a very good board. Yes, it is Challenger in place. Crazy Moving coming out of the gate swinging.
Well, I like that Challenger Emblem because it gives you so much tempo. You can play either Jinx reroll or you can play MF reroll or maybe you can just flex Kindred. So you have a couple of lines that you can take out of this emblem.
All right, we're seeing a few other early choices here. Looks like T1 are not messing around in this early going. The teammates will be facing up against each other, but we'll keep an eye on everyone else and what they've got in place. So, as I mentioned before, we've got the patient study for Bosso skills. A couple of, one epoch in place. SCSC, interestingly, pick up the aura farming.
Yeah, aura farm is always great depending on which unit you get. Sometimes it's an auto win, but you have to remember 4v4, it's very tricky because the other team is gonna try to punish you until you get the legendary 2-star unit in stage 4.
And that's been so dangerous. We saw in our previous series, if you see control of the early game, we could maybe just see runaway success. So far, we're in a little bit of a situation again we saw in the previous series. Minhee does have the early win, but for T1, they've got 3 players on burgeoning win streaks. We'll see how well they can hold.
Yeah, so Sangyeop, I feel like he has such a great spot. Teemo 2-star, very good. He has an artifact to give some extra power, and he will take a win here. So cool spot in here, probably playing for the groove or maybe some AP flex.
Yeah, at least it's got him the win through there. So let's keep an eye on the right-hand side. So Bosso skills and Darthnub, the lost streaks, at least in Fnatic's control. But in terms of win streaks, it's all T1.
Wow, I mean, this is massive. I mean, you already broke everybody in Fnatic. So it's not looking very good. Of course, it's still very early in the stage 2. But let's see if they're going to be able to break T1 streak.
I mean, it's going to be a pretty big ask with nobody on the Fnatic left really be able to put a streak together. We'll see, as I said, if anyone's got enough power in the tank. Maybe if we see Fnatic get lucky, Bintam and Crazy Moving will run across each other before too long. Looks like for the time being, though, Bintam, who has, of course, been hilariously dominant in previous games, will get a chance to make an impact on the early going.
Yes, I mean, Beaton is such a condecorated player. He has played multiple times on Tactician Crown. He has finished at Final Lobby. So I feel like this guy is the ace player from T1. So they have been relying on here throughout the seasons. So the high expectations for him as always.
And of course, for this series, on one side of it, we'll be seeing a team getting a key crushed and the dream ended. On the other side, Team Vision, fresh off their loss, will drop down to this side of the bracket. Whoever wins out this series will have to continue that journey against them.
Yes, exactly. And in here, for the God choices, we have seen Ferris giving extra units that can be a good choice for Temple. And on the other hand, we have Ari giving you free rerolls. Sometimes very good, but usually you're gonna keep these rolls for later on in the game. So two very different choices in here.
So as our players make their final choices in, so we're left in a situation again. I think certainly from the Fnatic side of things, my big worry is seeing what we saw from the previous games, Fnatic getting blown out early on. And with, sure, they've got the loss streak from Boss of Skills, but without any win streak, I worry about Fnatic's HP preservation to avoid that blowout.
Yeah, I feel like when you play just 2 games, it's hard to tell, because sometimes you just didn't have the spots to streak. But maybe we are seeing a pattern in here. No one of Fnatic will have a good early game because they already lost some of the fights. But the game is just starting. Let's see what they can play.
Well, Boss of Skills, certainly with the patient study, that's a good setup. He's the lost streak holder for Fnatic. He's also getting the XP poured into the tank. But I think the big thing for me, Dobbs, is to see, sure, Boss of Skills' plan is working. I want to see somebody else from Fnatic starting to look promising as well.
Yes, I feel like Patient Study is such a flexible augment because you can either play tempo or you can just have like a good lose streak and then come back later on. So it ends up waiting to see what composition he will pick.
Well, of course, if things don't go well for Fnatic, we know it will only get worse because, of course, T1, they've got the aura farming waiting with the Fiora too. So if Fnatic don't get established enough, they're just going to get rolled over once we start to see the aura farming come down and the plans of T1 come to even more fruition.
Yeah, the Fiora is such a great unit to have in the aura farming. Not the best one, but I would say very good. And I feel like when you're having a Fiora, you can always roll for a Kali early on, so you can save a lot of HP because this is a comp that you can roll down very easily on level 6, save a lot of HP, and then reach the Fiora and try to come back after that.
The 2 win streaks of T1 will face each other as they inevitably would. Nearly managed to make it all the way through stage 2 with 2 win streaks, which would have been absolutely devastating. But ultimately dropped one of them towards the end. I imagine Boss of Skills will keep hold of his loss streak. Sang Yup immediately moves in with another win streak as we see more going in. I mean, for T1, the stage 2 has been spectacular.
Wow, this is such a great early game. I mean, despite the fact they just have one player 100 streak, they still have Sang Yup with a very good early game. Binto as well. Almost 50 gold. I mean, this setup, it's looking very good for T1.
So let's start to examine kind of some of the pieces Fnatic have got going forwards. I mean, Philip has got the Treasure Hunt, has got the Jinx Ball coming together, so if we're looking for some kind of mid-game power, we at least got that in the good news. I wonder if, Darth Nub seems to be walking more towards the Dark Star side of things. Mentioned the Electro Charge coming in very early on to give him that extra power. He's not lost a ton of HP, so at least he's got more long-term potential.
Yeah, I really want to see how Fnatic is going to play out the 3-2 augments, because at least for now, the game is looking in favor of T1.
Yeah, and of course we know all those augments will be golden, so we're not going to see any big surprises like the Prismatics creeping in. The Darth Nub, I mean, right now the Dark Star's looking okay. We've not quite got up to Dark Star 4. We'll face against Boss of Skills, of course. That patient study, his teammate, will be building up long term. I mean, but right now, hopefully at least Boss of Skills can soften that loss. It's worth noting, of course, Philip, another planning member also on the 3-round loss streak.
Yeah, Bosso is very rich right now, 40 gold, level 6, already have a Tank Kench. It's always a great unit to have early in the game because he will give you a lot of rewards as the game goes through. And on the side of Dartnub, he doesn't have a great streak, but he has so many upgrades, so he can start building up momentum right now for Fnatic.
All right, so second one coming in, of course, units are plenty for the booster pack, but spreading routes has got to be very, very tempting for any, particularly, again, for our Fnatic players who are looking to play more risky. Cosmic Restart, another chance to throw it to the wind, decides to reroll it in the end.
Here come the emblems.
What's it going to be?
I feel like these emblems are quite important for Dotnub. He doesn't seem to have like a great spot by now, but the emblems can actually change his game.
I believe he's going to be reforging them.
Reforged them, yes.
They were not the ones he was looking for. Ideally, we'll get a Dark Star emblem or something similar in to make it easy. We have got the Kinsus though. There's a Dark Star.
Yes.
All it took was a reforger, Dubs.
Yes, I feel like his itemization might not be great for Dark Star. And he also have Groove, so he will flex between those two comps, but so far he's actually very strong because he's relying on a Kai'Sa 2-star, and his front line is very strong as well.
All right, so we do... Oh, it's worth noting as we get deeper into Stage 3, Sangya, of course, keeps the win streak intact. Fnatic starting to build a little power, because see Minhee with the 3-round win streak as well. We'll see if he can actually keep it up against this board from the Darthnub. I think, the Dark Star's a little bit too strong, so Minhee will have to step back as Darthnub steps forward.
Yes, I want to see if Darthnub is gonna able to cap his board very high. I feel like he's just very strong right now, so he can actually build up a win streak point from here. Maybe it's gonna be difficult for him to win out because he doesn't have items that scale so well with Dark Star emblem.
Yeah, it's going to be a concern absolutely going on. I mean, looking at the overall scoreboard right now, T1, they still got 3 members in the top 4. They've still managed to keep things going very well. The win streaks have started evaporating, and of course, Butterskill's loss streak has also been snapped as well. So, economically, the team's on a roughly even foot. My concern still does stand with Fnatic with their HP totals, but it feels a little bit like they've addressed the sharp decline that we're seeing before.
Yeah, they have some good setups in here. Also getting the spatula can also help him to cap high the board. And in the other side, we have Philip with a Treasure Hunter, which is a very good augment, but it's a low tempo one. He have to roll a lot throughout the game to get the rewards, and then later on he can be very strong if he can actually build an Akali tree or something and get these rewards to ramp up his game.
Starcross upgrade, if you are a person like Philip who could conceivably be bringing out the Akali 3, that's absolutely absurdly powerful.
Yes, for sure, and he already have a Kindred as well, so his spot is very good right now.
So if we were looking for the ingredients for a potential Fnatic upset, of course, we're favoring them a little bit more in our commentary just because they are massive underdogs in this matchup. So we've got Philip, moving towards the Akali 3. We've got Darthnub, who's riding towards the top of the scoreboard with the Dark Star, including the Dark Star emblem. And Bosso Scales, of course, who's been patiently studying for quite some time.
I want to highlight something that I just saw. Darthnub has 6 Kai'Sas. That's something, maybe he's cooking a Kai'Sa 3. It used to be a great unit back then, now not so strong, but here we've seen Philip having a 2-star Morgana very early into the game, so that's massive.
Like taking the extra gold out of Augment as well, to try and get the treasure hunt. Well, as you see, already has cashed out that as much as possible. Let's see, so it looks like actually he spent the Varus 2-star on picking up some more Jaxes towards us, I believe. We'll face Darthnub in this round. As you said, we've got so many Kaisers. From what we've seen so far in this game, I was really afraid we would see T1 completely run away with this, but again, it seems like Fnatic have stabilized here in Stage 3. We're not seeing the runaway for some success we might have otherwise seen from T1.
Yeah, that was what I was talking about before the augment selection. I feel like the stage 2 for T1 was brilliant. They were so strong, they were far ahead, but when the augment came, it seems like the game is turning into the favor of Fnatic.
All right, SCSC, of course, we'll be able to turn it back quite quickly. We've got very good items already on the board to make sure that Fiora comes in and hits like a truck. But SCSC is lower on HP, so I mean, it doesn't seem like there's any real danger as of yet of getting eliminated early on, but still the lowest on the board.
Yeah, the thing about Fiora is that she's a great unit, but you cannot rely too much on her because sometimes she doesn't do all the job. You still have to get another carries to support her in the damage. Usually you can play some mastery from here. I don't know, let's see if he's going to if he's willing to play so.
Of course, we've got the extra HP return from Fiora if this does go well for SCSC. But it does rely on, of course, him actually winning the rounds. From Philip's side of things, we see the power is there. SCSC takes another big loss down to 27. It's not out of the question SCSC goes out probably shortly after finding that Fiora.
Yeah, one of the things that I mentioned before was that if he was willing to play for Fiora later, he could have rolled for Akali on 3-2 and then later on add the Fiora as another carry. But instead, he wanted to push levels directly, so the Fnatic actually punished him and he's now at low HP.
So for Bossa Skills side of things, on the right-hand side, you can see, pointing out the Tamkench dropping down very early on for the extra resources, again, alongside the Spatula and the Patient Study. We're really waiting to see Bossa Skills unleash his full power in the lobby, but everything seems to be lining up very well for him.
Yes, you can see that he has up to 80 gold. He'll probably roll a lot on next round. Let's see.
Yep, straight up to level 8. And we'll see what Bossa Skills has been studying for all game along. We're seeing even more Tamkenches coming in. I'm really liking, again, from Fnatic side of things, again, massive underdogs. They don't seem to be panicked here in game 1.
Yeah, I wonder if he's actually playing Nova because he was willing to do so. But it's so weird this play because he actually contesting his teammates on the Morganas as well as in the Kindreds. But this is something that he was willing to play. I wonder if they were fine actually communicating that with each other.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, certainly with a team like Fnatic's in bed, who've got that time and experience with each other, they'll be able to take the roads less traveled. SCSC, we're looking to see if he takes another loss. The ribbon into the backline is absolutely huge. No one's aggroing, apart from the Pike who comes back to try and save the carry. I think the Hextech Gunblade doing great work to keep the Zoe up, which means SCSC will be taking another big L. He's down to 22. I mean, still within reach of turning this one around, but we've seen so many games where you're down to 1 or 2 lives. You're taking such a big risk.
I mean, this is the time that you start asking for your teammates to give you an extra life. And sometimes it's really important because you still need one more round to get the Fiora. And here comes Mastery 2-star, very good.
Yeah, I mean, this is, as you said, what we've been waiting for, a big injection of power for SCSC. You'd have to imagine on the Fnatic sides, they're slavering to be able to, just put as much pressure on SCSC. If they can get that first elimination in, what a morale boost it will be for them as a squad. Again, getting swept before means that they're not necessarily expecting to get the early advantage.
Yes, I mean, speaking about advantage, I feel like this bottom side of the lobby is quite important because SCSC is losing a lot of HP, but the next round he will be very strong, and Bosso didn't have much upgrades, so in his low HP as well. So SCSC dodging the 18 here is quite important for T1.
I do want to take in the big picture as well, as we see Minhee, he's on a win streak, Philip is on the win streak as well. Fnatic, well, they will, I think, possibly be losing one of those win streaks in this round. We've got a lot of high HP, Fnatic players with some really good boards, which they've been showing us over these last few skips.
Yes, I think with this HP lead that Fnatic has at this time, everything comes down to SCSC. If he goes 8, the job to T1 to come back might be very difficult.
Oh, for sure. I mean, right now, there's at least a good amount of HP on the rest of the lobby. And of course, Benton continuing to perform as he has so many times before.
Look at that Dartnub's board. He is flexing a lot. Kai'Sa 3 alongside Aurelion Sol. A lot of flexible items, flexible augments as well. And he goes to the duplicators to play some tempo. I don't expect him to win this game, but he played the tempo so well.
And it's what we could have, expect from this one. Darthnub, of course, the most experienced player by a long way in the lobby, playing somewhat utility for the team to say, you know what, I'm going to be a presence in the mid game, but I'm not necessarily going to be the winning part of it. With Aurelion Sol, against this kind of matchup, of course, this could be the one that gives SCSC the big hit. We have got the Aurora in the mix. She goes right onto the back line. Aurelion Sol does get sniped out, and that's exactly what SCSC was hoping for.
Yes, for sure. I mean, SCSC is quite strong right now. A lot of upgrades. The Fiora 2-star with 3 items is doing a lot. He will start to heal as he can finish the fights and win. But Dartnub, on the other hand, he has a great backline, a lot of damage, but he don't have a strong front line yet.
And that's always been the problem for the Dark Stars without the big inherent tank built in. So we've got the forecast with Ari in place again with more rerolls. Certainly, as we move further forward, I think the rerolls could be a little bit tempting just to give you that immediate power, and it looks like our players agree.
Yeah, I feel like this choice would be way better to pick a strong forecast if you are willing to play some tempo, but in the other hand, a lot of players getting Ari, mostly because of their her boom that will give them extra resources later on in the game. More XP, more gold, it's quite strong.
Yeah, it's hard to turn down that injection of power. Boss of skills again. Looks like it's really out of the question to be able to get the Akali online, just currently sitting there. I'm waiting to item carry. We've got, of course, the No Realm we mentioned before, how powerful that can be. Crazy moving we haven't seen for a little while. The Challenger board is fully online. The Misfortune 3. We've been working towards this all game.
Yeah, I feel like Crazy Moving had a window to play MF due to his first augment. His next choices are so good, and now he's looking very strong. And he also can have another upgrades that are quite strong, as well as the Urgot and maybe some Orange 3-star as well.
So this Misfortune board is not something we've been seeing at all. Oh, hold the phone. So, as we said, Dartnub frontline not great, but damage is absolutely off the charts. You know, from Crazy Moving, it's currently in the middle of the table. How far do you think that this Misfortune board can go?
I mean, it's quite difficult to win the game with Misfortune, but he's very close to the Orange 3, which is an amazing frontline. So I feel like he can be in the middle of the pack, maybe getting a third or second, depending on when he actually gets those units.
All right, we're coming close to the end of stage 4, and we can see on the right-hand side, gold has been spent by the bucket load. SCSC has kept the win streak going with a cashed-out Fiora. Nice upgrade for Sangyup. T1 actually a little bit on the back foot here, which again, I didn't expect to be saying here in game 1 of this elimination series, but so far, Fnatic have been surprising us. T1, though, we saw in their first series, they are incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, I feel like Sangyup doesn't have like a great board right now. He doesn't have much tanking items on Ornn. He's still not getting the Radiant item upgrade, and he just have the Nami. When you play this comp, you rely on a lot on Riven as well as Blitzcrank, and he doesn't have those units yet.
Well, I mean, with the board he's got right now, he does at least get a win over his teammate, but you know, looking on the right-hand side, we can see the HP totals. We saw this on a previous series as well. There's barely anything in it. SCSC catching up now to the rest of his teammates on around 20 HP.
Wow, this is amazing. Look at Fnatic. They have 4 players at the top right now. And in the other side, of course, T1, 4 players in the bottom. But we have to remember, SCSC is coming for the win. But who else is going to stand up in T1 favor to actually help SCSC to reach the victory in this game?
As we said time and time again, one player is not enough for nearly any game situation. Dartnub has definitely been contributing an absolute ton, but yeah, it's like, again, to see the 4 Fnatic names in the top 4, that's going to be a huge spirit boost for the squad. The Dartnub has been very, very strong. Point out the, seeing the Kaiser 3 in play is not a part of the board we necessarily expected to see, but it's working very well.
Yeah, I feel like Dartnub just played what was in front of his face, right? He had some good emblems, but he combined Kaiser as well with some psionic units and a random Aurelion Sol, and he has the damage. I wonder, is this front line enough to hold the game for him? Maybe, depending on the matchup.
Yeah, we really need to find some of those more forecast versions of this front line. Up against Bintum, this will be a big win. If Dartnub can pull it off, he's certainly be spending the money. Over on Bintum's side, of course, we've got the Shepherd board, which is very, very good, as you pointed out. The front line, at least we got itemized, but we've got just the Vanguards on the front and back. The Aurelion Sol damage is very hard to deny, though, and that's big for Dartnub. Bintum pushed down. We'll see how many losses. We've got multiple losses on the side of T1. They're starting to dip in HP even further.
Wow, that fight for Bintum was very bad. I mean, he didn't have the items on Yunu, and he also just had 2 items on LeBlanc. By the end of the stage, by the early stage 5 in the game, you actually want to have 3 carry items on your best unit. He didn't find a way to put it. Maybe he's missing some of his removers because he has an item on Karma 1, so he's missing some damage.
Well, certainly with Bintum, it oftentimes tends to be the way he goes is the way that T1 goes as a squad overall. Such an incredible player and so much experience. Goes against Bosso Skills on the far side. Bosso with such an interesting game is still, I think, waiting to unleash his full power even this late in. On the left-hand side, Sangyup is playing against Crazy Moving. He needs to avoid taking a loss. Of course, we've seen the Nami this time, or this game, built for damage. I'm a little worried this misfortune might have been a bit too strong and send the first member of T1 out.
Yes, I feel like it was hard for Sangyup to come back, but I feel like Crazy Movie has the chance to get into the top 4 and maybe help SC to win out the game. So I think T1 is still on the conversations on this matchup.
Oh boy, but it's so close. Again, I would have never believed it was possible. Firstly, for Fnatic to, even win this first game. Of course, we were talking about before, they've had Fnatic not won a single series at EWC ever in 3 years of trying against T1 to get that first step towards the happening, potentially in a blowout. Just unbelievable.
Yes, this is something beautiful about TFT 4v4. You don't have to take out the team out of the conversations.
We see Bintum fighting again, SCSC and Bintum very low. Again, you said Crazy Moving, probably impossible to stop, but these two, SCSC and Bintum, they need to stay alive.
Wow, I don't think the game's looking very in favor of T1 right now, because now B-Team going 7, it means that T1 needs to go first and second in order to win the series.
And we know Crazy Moving is more than capable of doing that, but SCSC needs to make that happen with a single life. He is running, of course, we saw the Aura Fire input before. I don't know, I generally don't know if it's going to happen for T1 anymore. This has been such an incredible Fnatic game.
Yes, I feel like after the stage 3, Fnatic dominated the mid game and therefore the late game, especially under the command of Dartnub. That composition that he created during the game was amazing.
So remember, SCSC with the Fiora board, Crazy Moving with the Misfortune reroll. He said a top 2 is required. He can eyes very closely on the T1 members. SCSC on the left-hand side in the top right-hand corner. We'll see if the boards are good enough.
Wow, look at that Fiora, so much damage. Mastery is locked into the Jax. That can be quite difficult to surpass, but the Fiora is still alive. Here's the Mastery, a lot of damage. Fiora took in the fight and Philip is going down, so they can still have a shot with SCSC being alive.
The first Fnatic elimination coming in 6th place again is astonishing, but I mean, Dartnub, leading from the back in this game and putting out a lot of tempo for the squad. It does seem like he's close to getting knocked out in the lobby, but maybe he's done enough.
Yeah, the most difficult part for T1 right now is that they both have 1 life left, which means unless if SCSC can farm some HP with Fiora, if they face each other, they can lose the game.
Let's see if it happens this round. And they will, they face against each other. I could not believe this is even possible. We'll see how the final HP lands out, but I believe this means that we're going to be seeing T1 at least one of them gets knocked out, which means 3 of them in the bottom 4, meaning that Fnatic will win the first game of the series.
I mean, this is quite impressive. I feel like that the early stages in the game, Fnatic just turned the game in their favor. And here it comes. Crazy Movie is going down. Oh, no, Dartnub. Okay.
They're done with the game.
Won it, yes, it was amazing. I feel like the stage 3 Fnatic, they turned the game, so it was such a very good game by them.
Well, what an astonishing win out of Fnatic, from being swept in the first series to going up against one of the most feared teams in the tournament, T1, and blowing them out in the first game. I don't think anybody expected that, but that was spectacular!
Well, such an amazing game by Fnatic. I feel like Minye having a great AP flex line, but Bosso as well as Darknub. I didn't believe Bosso was actually coming back after that early game. He just got the Akali so later on in the game, but he was able to stay alive.
All right, let's head across the stage. McKinney's got a word with one of our players.
An unexpected turn of events where Fnatic get that first game. The Kai'Sa 3 from Darknub was crazy impressive, and it caught T1 by surprise. After that Game 1 win, I saw that the Fnatic players were so excited because T1 are the favorites going into today's best of 3. However, T1, after that Game 1, we had the players still remaining on the stage discussing their game plan for the upcoming Game 2, as it is a best of 3. So let's see how T1 can bounce back after that unpredicted Game 1.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Imagine a playoff bracket without the Titans of T1. Well, that could very well become a reality because Fnatic just played flawlessly. They lead 1-0 in this best of 3 series and are now knocking on the door of eliminating T1. Their key soon to be crushed. But will Fnatic close it out, or will T1 come back? We've seen it all day today. Why should this series be no different? Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections, Noble, Stewart, Hoope. Guys, there's been a big development. T1 has lost game number 1. However, Stewart, you're convinced it's not because of a level of skill. Of course, that still has something to do with it, but maybe T1 just didn't get as lucky as they needed.
Yeah, I think they were really unlucky kind of with their start off with the augment selections. I think Fnatic got some incredible positions starting off with this game. The gods especially as well definitely helped Fnatic a lot get their position that they were in. We saw the contention of Akali on Fnatic's side. 2 players playing Akali this time, which we don't really get to see too much in this tournament. But Fnatic, I think, proving why Akali is such a strong unit.
That's right.
And Varus coming in as well as one of the gods. Being able to get that early Jax 3-star, that tempo is just too strong.
Hoope, let's look at tempo and go to the very end, which was quite shocking. It ended so quickly. There were 2 players out for T1, 1 only for Fnatic. But then we go into basically the next round, the next 2 rounds, and all of a sudden T1 is completely out and Fnatic are in the winner's circle.
Yes, you lose Sanjob and Bintium so early, and supposedly the other player has to funnel HP, then you don't have 2 win out players. Darknub played great, finds the Kai'Sa early, finds the Darkstar emblem. 2 players on the Akali. Your favorite unit, Reflections. You know that you like this unit because the access to the backline, and it's exactly what you say, Stuart. Normally you are contested in the unit, they contested themselves.
Yeah.
2 players playing Akali just to be able to avoid the tempo from T1.
But they played 2 different styles as well. Both their front lines were completely different. Like I said, the Varus God coming in, the second offering for Varus was that all 2 cost shop and you can get a 2-star. So Bosso was able to get the early 3-star Jax, which is such a strong front line. So you can sit on the Akali too. You can play 2 players on the Akali 2-star, which is completely fine as long as you can scale up as well. But like you said, when you lose Bintum and Sangyop, who are both your tempo players, SCSE on that Aurora farming, not being able to save as much HP early on to stick to that Fiora, T1 just kind of fell apart.
A suspicious Master G, yeah.
It's tough, man, to see T1 fall apart like they did, but let's tell the story and go a little bit deeper with our stats, Hupe. We take a look at it, and it really tells the story of Fnatic and how well they played. Minhee, 20 wins, 11 losses. He's going to be your #1 scorer, but you mentioned Sengyap, the new addition to this T1 roster, finished out earlier than expected.
Having the artifact early for Sanjo means he needed to step up, but then he couldn't play the game. He was just out-tempo every time, and the HP just didn't work. SCSC was the win-out player, but had out-of-farming Fiora is just not strong enough, and Master D is not a comp in the meta right now.
Yeah, the augment that we don't see as well from Crazy moving, Legion of Threes going for this really interesting challenger board with Misfortune 3, with Urgot 3. T1 trying something a little bit different, I think, in this game, trying some compositions that we don't really get to see too much in a 4v4 environment, but I think they've got to go back to the drawing board.
Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of your comments out there during that series, during that game #1. Please lock in, Philip. Where you at, Philip? Lock in, my boy. Well, I gotta say, he kind of did lock in because Fnatic get the win.
I mean, he got Treasure Hunt, he got the Morgana 2-star. What else do you want from this guy to lock in? He's totally locked in.
Chat always wants more. You know that. Chat always wants more. Please win, Fnatic, even though T1 is gonna win. Where do you lie?
Chad knows.
Where are you
Chad
at?
knows.
What does he want? Again, Chad is always indecisive. Let's see what else we got here. And Kali 2 equals top 4 every game.
And if you have 2 players doing that, I mean, you're ensuring the early games of the game. I think the socials right now have a great point. That's exactly what's going on.
Well, at least 1 out of 3 had a great point. For the others, well, come on. Hey, keep your comments going. We'd love to hear from you, and maybe you'll be featured onto our next FlowX broadcast. It's always fun to have you guys involved. We take a look at the emotions from the players, man, and my goodness, were they flowing on the stage, because this is a tough series for both, and especially for T1 to take that loss. The pain is being felt.
I mean, T1 are 1 game away from being knocked out in the groups. This has never happened before. Never happened before at EWC. In the first year, they got top 2. In the second year, last year, they got top 4. T1 being knocked out of the groups is anyone would have predicted.
This is the key that everyone wants. I was trying to buy a t-shirt right now for T1.
Couldn't get one.
It's sold. You don't have it. So now,
That's
this guy
where he
don't
was
have the
the
key.
whole time.
Yeah, they want the key right now. That's the total, collection, if you will.
That's where you were hiding.
That's where you're at. Hey, I don't blame you, man, trying to get it. There's the smiles finally, though, as Fnatic get a big win. But even this player on the right-hand side, you can tell he's happy, he's satisfied, but he knows the job's not done. He's like, oh, we got to do that again.
Yep.
My goodness. Now, for Fnatic, they have had a great run, though, all right? They've had a wonderful run, and they are trying to stay alive. That's what this matchup is all about, right? Protecting your key, protecting your heart in the competition, and it genuinely would be insanity for T1 to be eliminated, not only for the historical aspect when it comes to TFT and EWC, but also simply for the fact that, obviously, for the club championship race, T1, they're on a tear. They're trying to work their way up. We're talking millions of dollars on the line, $7 million for first place, okay? A top 8 here for T1 would be great. Of course, they'll still have to win 1 more series, but if they can't get through this, it's going to be tough. However, I do go back to their series against Weibo, and they did have their back against the wall several times. They do lose that series, but T1 still put up a tremendous fight. They've got the experience, and that veteranship at EWC, I think, is going to pay off.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. I mean, for Fnatic, we know that this is a new roster coming in. This is a new group of friends. We heard from one of the players at the start as well, saying that they shared a room together in the Paris Open. They were all friends, they were all together. So being able to have that friendship that we know about, hopefully can take Fnatic through.
All right, well, let's find out what's going to end up happening. We're about to head to the stage in just a moment.
Welcome back, one and all, to the stage where history could be turning. We saw T1 almost deliver the upset of the tournament by getting a win against the reigning and defending champions of Weibo. Now Fnatic look to try and deliver what is arguably a much bigger upset and drive T1 out of the tournament in the lowest ever finish.
Yeah, Fnatic might be one of the greatest clubs in esports history, but at here EWC so far, they're being the dark horses of the TFT EWC. But on T1 side, we are believing that Bintam has to lead this team into the wins. And I feel like when they won against Weibo, it was the game that Bintam actually showed his best performance. He finished the game at first, making a statement that he can perform against the best teams, but so far he ended up being bought for 3 times in a row, and these 3 times actually T1 lost. So I feel like he is the key that needs to turn around. If he goes well, T1 might perform well. So let's keep an eye on this player.
No, absolutely. And I think you're right. Even if Bintam is trying to play, for the team's sake, he's such a ridiculously good player. It does seem like it can't be done without him, at least based on what we've seen so far. But, oh my gosh. So, of course, for anyone who's just tuning in, at T1 against Fnatic, an elimination series. Whoever loses here gets the key crusher that are staying on the desk. Fnatic, one of the chase keys of the entire event. You can only, of course, you want to leave here with a trophy. You want to leave here with Fnatic's key.
Yes, of course. And I feel like we were talking about whoever needed to step up on that last series, and both the best players from Fnatic just did. Dartnub had an amazing game, despite the fact that he finished the game at top 5. He actually gave the team so much HP, so much advantage he shared with his teammates. His composition was amazing, and also Minge finishing the game as a first, and he is the player that Fnatic had on that TFT Macau Open Finals, so he's one of the most experienced players on this roster.
All right, we'll be starting off things with our gold open. It's a 2-cost start. Varus and Eve are gods, and the Stargazer is Boar. So we'll see if T1 can get themselves out of the gate swinging in this game. Dobbs, if you're in T1's shoes here, you're shocked by that game 1 result. What would your general approach likely be for this game 2?
I feel like these players are actually used to it. These guys scream a lot. T1 has so many games together. B2 and SCSC, they've been here in T1 since 2024. So I feel like losing a game sometimes doesn't matter that much, because these guys, they have the experience to bounce back. It's just a matter if they can actually perform on this elimination game, which is very important.
Yeah, and of course, this does open up the window for Bosser Skills and the rest of Fnatic to take a few more risks. They've got the 1 game already, locked in. They could conceivably afford to lose this game and still win the series overall. Of course, we can't disregard, you said, T1 are an absolutely astounding team. If any team's going to be coming back from this deficit, it's definitely going to be them. Crazy moving. We'll pick up the early augments. Going to get for that steadfast start stacking. I imagine we're really seeing it, and I think we have seen a few different players going to pick up emblems early on, looking for that direction.
Yes, I was about to say that, especially on Fnatic side, they have Earth, which is an augment that gives you an emblem. They have also backline blueprints and as well as frontline foundation. So 3 emblems already. It's nice to play with emblems because it gives them direction. So I feel like these emblems, sometimes they will not overlap each other. So early in the game, you pick those emblems, get your strategy, and just follow the game plan throughout the game.
I mean, what we're seeing from Crazy moving early on is definitely a very solid strategy. Signing up as well, we'll pick up the early power, getting themselves the slammed items. We've got the Stargaze. Remember, this is Boar in this lobby. Not anything too crazy like Madison we saw before. Darthnub, though, did get dropped anima units from the very beginning. Now, Dobbs, we haven't had a chance to talk about the anima specifically with you, but we've seen a few different approaches here, going for consistent 100 cash outs. It seems like it's very, very hard to go for more than that.
Yeah, I feel like usually Anima, it's a comp that you can rely a lot on the high cash outs, the 400 stuff, but in 4v4 it's so difficult because to break your streak, and sometimes you can force on another team, the opponent's player to sell everything. It can be a good thing, but you have to be prepared to actually come around certain circumstances, not being able to get those high cash outs.
Well, that's what observers are highlighting here. Both Darthnub, both teams managing to pick up the anima early on. So Bintam and Darthnub will be trying again, I imagine, to get those early cash outs as quickly and as often as they can. Apparently, Philip already griefing Bintam, according to our observers, in the previous fight. So even if we are going for those shallower cash outs, it still can make a difference just to delay that buy round and maybe mean that someone late game has got one less half item than they should.
Yeah, I feel like unless you lose every single round in the early game, and also as well as the stage 3 with Anima, you cannot have like great cash out. So I feel like both teams are willing to sacrifice a round or so in order to stop their opponent.
All right, let's see what our players have got in mind early on. Of course, we do see one of the emblems. Of course, we're talking about for the idea we're saying with Fnatic picking up the three emblems in Potentia early on. We've got to see one of them, Bosso, with the Challenger emblem. We certainly saw in the previous game from Crazy Moving how powerful that Misfortune Ball could be.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very strong comp. I feel like if you have a good early game, that might be a great window to play Misfortune. But if you're coming from behind, it's very difficult, but because it's always easy for the opponent team to hold your 3-star units, as it's very difficult and very expensive to reach 3-cost 3 stars.
I do want to take a note here as our observers are highlighting. Philip, with the Steamroller, I imagine he's probably not the only one in the lobby. We see this be a boon which is going to be incredibly swingy. If you can put together a streak with that Steamroller running, it's a ludicrous amount of gold, and we'll see 2 Steamroller players from Fnatic actually facing each other in this round.
I mean, it was very... I can't understand why Philip got this. I mean, Varus maybe not be the units that the god that he wanted, because he just win for one round. He didn't try to actually have a better board, and he just insta loses. So he won't get a lot of value from the god.
No, we were looking for players like Crazy Moving and Minhee. As we see here, it looks like it's going to actually be a fairly significant fight as Crazy Moving, the 2 win streakers face each other. So it's Crazy Moving for T1, who not only keeps hold of the win streak alongside Sangyup, in fact, I imagine both of them keep hold of the Steamroller for extra value as well.
Well, we can tell that this game is looking very likely the first one. Both players on T1 side are winning streaking. So I feel like we are actually watching a replay from game 1, T1 being so dominant on stage 2, but I feel like after stage 3, Fnatic turned the game in their favor on the last game, so let's see if T1 is able to hold up on this game.
Yeah, we'll see if Crazy Moving and Sangyup are able to avoid each other as the Fnatic members face. Philip, of course, it's worth noting, has got the loss streak held for Fnatic down on the bottom of the scoreboard, so certainly it will help with the economic situation later on, as it looks like, yeah, the T1 win streakers will face each other coming out of stage 2. That is unfortunate. It will cut one of the streaks and the Steamroller short.
Well, I see Sangyup has level 6. It's a lot, and that's why he actually won against Crazy Moving. And I feel like on T1 side, he's actually better to the player that who leveled to 6 actually win. And he also has Boar, so he actually have so much economy on his side right now.
Yeah, the extra gold be able to bring in as well as part of the win streak. You're absolutely right. I love as well, Sangyup has spent really aggressively to get to this point, to keep the Steamroller intact, to keep the board proccing as much as they can. It's an aggressive choice from T1, but a very calculated one.
Yeah, I feel like it's very important to recognize that you're very far ahead of the other teams in economy-wise, and I feel like if he is able to get some upgrades in the next 2 rounds, he's going to be very strong.
All right, checking in with Darthnub. Also with the Challenger emblem, which is a very unfortunate, as it all turns out to be, with Bosso on the same team also having that same emblem. So Darthnub, we saw in the previous round, kind of really did play more a supportive role in the squad, bringing the squad together around him. We'll see how well Fnatic navigate that unfortunate reality.
Yes, of course. It all comes down to the next augment choices. I feel like the 3-2 turned the first game in the favor of Fnatic. Let's see if T1 has a better plan on this game.
Well, Crazy Moving no longer with the win streak. You want to take a moment to recognize Bosso's skills with a 6 brawler in place from early on. we've certainly seen similar setups like this. You bring out the Kindred and others to be incredibly hard to punch through.
Yeah, I feel like with Brawler emblem, such a great emblem on early game specifically, you still have some comps that you can play around, maybe some Akali, maybe Kindred, or maybe even Mastery alongside with Kindred as well. So he will have a lot of options. And also, we've seen two players of Fnatic playing the Nova line on the last game, so they are not afraid to contest each other, at least if they are into this line.
All right, as we come more deeply into stage 3, Sangyup keeps his win streak, Philip keeps a loss streak for Fnatic. Let's see what else we've got coming out from the Augment side of things, because we've still got a lot of resources in play. I think a lot of the steamrollers have already evaporated, of course. Sangyup will, of course, keep that for the time being.
Yeah, I like Boss's skill picking Warlord Honor, not a very common augment, but I feel like this augment shows that he wants to ramp up right now. So this is an augment that will scale up, and he already have some units that will stay on his board like the whole game. So he's trying to play he's trying to have some tempo play right now. So it maybe is showing one of the side of the plans that Fnatic has for this team, this game.
Yeah, I mean, he at least didn't end up with a third Challenger emblem. Decided to make that in to a Nova for a little bit more early power. I'm really kind of curious to see, with Sangyup being so dominant in the lobby, facing against Dark Mob in this round, where Fnatic's kind of long-term plan is. You mentioned, you know, the turnaround on 3-2. We've got some, like, you know, in this case, some very late game choices coming in, the epic roll down from Darthnub rather than immediate power.
Yeah, this is very different from the last game. Darthnub actually selecting an augment that will give him power just later on, and because of that, we've seen Sangyup actually took another win, which means he'll get another unit from the Evelyn Boom.
Yeah, I mean, just economically, yeah, he was down at, I believe, 16 gold before, now up to 50 with a full streak of 7, almost just a ludicrous amount. Checking in with Bintum, one of our players, of course, who was trying to get the anima going, and did actually get up to 200, which is more than I was expecting him to get.
Yeah, so I wonder if he's going to keep the anima or if it's taken. He might be thinking, okay, he got it.
I don't hate the 200 catch out at all. At least we can move, because I think we did see a little bit of Jinx attention being paid from the side of Fnatic as well, to maybe move in and cut off any potential Jinx line from them.
Yeah, very interesting choice by Bintum. He is under 5 lose streak, and as I said at the beginning of the game, this is a player that T1 relies so much. It's very important to them to succeed.
Sangyup, of course, the steamroller is somehow still running, runs right through the brawler border, Buster skills. We know it's going to take a little while before that fully comes online, but at least across the rest of the field, we've now got Bintum with a full loss streak. Ephemeral rerolls coming in for some of our players who want to try and hit a little ahead of schedule.
Yeah, Sangyup still winning, that's so important. And I want to talk about this player. He joined T1, and is he actually the piece that T1 needed to ramp up in the EWC here? So he might have his show up on this game. So it's very important to him to make this statement and maybe lead T1 into a win.
Yeah, was part of the 2024 Na'Vi roster, which ended up getting a top 8 before switching to T1 last year and sticking with them, of course. It's a lot of responsibility being put onto a player with only 1 crown, though of course he did manage to get top 4 at the KO Coliseum crown, so a player with a huge potential, but a lot of weight on his shoulders in this game.
Yeah, that's something we were talking before, right? The side of T1, they have so many experienced players, and Bintum is of course their best player, but he can rely on their teammates pretty much.
Oh, for sure, and he's certainly set up for success. We've got the Epoch as well, the Woven Magic for a little bit more. We've got actually going to keep in the anima for potentially another cash out. With the Rocket Barrage from the Jinx. Will, of course, not be able to face off against some of these stronger boards, but it does at least get you quickly, because he's kept his loss streak intact, very quickly up to a second cash out.
Wow, it was a great fight for me. He's quite strong right now. We've seen that he has a Kindred on level 7. We've seen so much, a lot of players playing Nova, which is one of the most popular lines, but I feel like this Kindred always show up early.
Yes, she certainly does arrive exactly where you'd expect her to be, where she can cause the most trouble. As we come close then to stage 3, we will see Bintum using that big loss streak to get the immediate cash out into another item. down to 25 HP. I wonder what, we're talking about his necessary presence in the game for T1. I'd have to wonder how much more runway he's got left in this game, though.
Yeah, I feel like his game is looking very difficult to pilot. He might be aiming towards a Nova, but still, he has a duplicator, which is quite important, but he might lose another round here. It's very important to him to save some HP.
Up against SCSC, who I'd imagine is going to try and make sure. Of course, this is another thing we haven't really talked about as of yet. That, we know that people can take away their items to make the matchup easier for the teammate, but you can also position in such a way that your board is specifically bad against your teammate.
Yeah, I feel like I wonder actually if T1 actually communicated that, because I feel that Bintu is being so low right now. He's on 13 HP. That's getting very scary. So SCSC could have took out the items and give some HP for him already. This is not something that players are willing to do on early stages like a stage 3, but still something that you can aim for if you're that low.
Bintum is certainly the lowest right now. It's going to be switching up his ball coming into the tail end. Make a big sell, trying to pull out a little bit more power. I'm definitely worried for him because it seems to be headed for a fast 8 for him, despite the fact the rest of the T1 plan seems to be going more or less according to schedule.
Wow, I wonder what he's actually playing. Oh, here's a prismatic orb that can change the whole course of the game. I was thinking about Bintu playing Corki, but this is a line that we've not seen to be quite strong, as you do not have a lot of HP. He also upgraded LeBlanc on the bench. He didn't find a single copy of Corki yet, so he doesn't have any great units to carry his items.
I'm definitely worried for Bintum. He's going to be spending down to the bone just to try and find something. So we've got the Ramos too. I'm not even sure where we go from here. Bintum, I think, should be able to shrug off one more loss. We'll be going against Darknub, who'd be more than happy to give him that loss.
Yes, for sure. I mean, for Darknub, it's quite important to take down this round, but I feel like he's not quite strong enough. He's holding his economy in order to spend the whole gold on next round. So this is the key of the game for Bintum. I feel like he faced Darknub in a round that he's not that strong yet.
Yeah, and we see actually roll through. Of course, remember Darknub has that epic roll down. We're still waiting to see cashed out into what will presumably be a very strong board, but Bintum survives for another round, 13 HP. Last augment in gold.
Yeah, I think the game of Bintum is quite scary because, as I was saying, Corki is a great composition to play from ahead. When you're behind, it's quite difficult to turn the game around because usually you can't cap that high. So maybe you win a lot of rounds here, but later on you can lose to a Groove or maybe against a Shepherd. And of course, he didn't find the Corki too. So the game is actually looking very scary on the side of T1.
And we see the Fnatic signs in the crowd waiting to be held high, but I can't help but notice, Dobbs, we've got a lot of Fnatic members in the bottom 4 right now with not a lot of HP. Mini is, of course, doing very well with a 5-round win streak, but Sangyup, I mean, it's just been doing so much damage. It actually goes up against Bintum. This is the question that has no answer. You've got to keep your steamroller going, but Bintum presumably just becomes a victim of it.
Yeah, I feel like Sangyup is so strong right now, and maybe they have to sack Bintum in here. It's not the play that you wanted to do, but sometimes you just have to, right? Because he wasn't able to get a single backline upgrade just yet, but maybe they can give some HP to him. They have so much HP on the side of Sangyup.
Yes, okay, it looks like Sangyup does donate his win streak and his steamroller to his teammate to keep him alive for a round longer. I think a very calculated loss there. Buzzer skills. Let's see what he's got for us. So we've got the Brawler now down to 4, the Primordial in place for extra cash as well. We mentioned we're waiting for the Kindred to arrive, hopefully, as you said, ahead of schedule.
Wow, I feel like this game has great points by now. Since Sangyup has so much HP, we'll be able to cap out the game and actually win, or even beat him. Can he actually beat a single player of Fnatic side? Because when your game is actually that low, when you're so far behind, if you win against one single player, that can actually matter a lot for your team.
Oh yeah, just trying to buy a few more moments. As you said, Fnatic, they've got multiple members on 30 HP. The winner opportunity, the T1 could be closing on them. We've got Crazy moving. He's going to be able to hand out a big loss to SCSC, which will strip away some of that HP lead of T1 and bring things much closer together.
Well, I feel like Dartnub is in the danger spot as well. He doesn't have any great combat augments. I feel like he's just trying to push tempo and try to stay alive while Bintel can actually go 8.
The God of Temptations there. We've got the chance to potentially pump a lot of power into the boards. We can see T1, especially those players up on the higher HP totals, very happy to move in and get that guaranteed power, or not really even suffering from the HP loss at all.
Yes, I feel like this game is coming to an end, and I feel this is very important to look. Whoever is going to get the 8th place that can change the entire course of the game. Maybe it's Beaten, maybe it's Dartnub, maybe it's another player from Fnatic that is looking very down. Let's see, Philup's board, it doesn't seem quite strong as well. He's playing some ASO, that is a unit that you actually want to play a little bit when you're ahead as well. So a lot of doubts so far.
At least Bintum's streak remains intact. Philip is setting up here as one of the contenders who can potentially move after Crazy moving. Of course, has been working for a while, and yeah, has a very impressive looking backline.
Wow, Crazy moving, having a bar 2-star at level 8. That can actually turn the game around for T1. This is a unit that usually you go to level 9 to play, and then you had to have that on level 8 as well as a Sona. We can see that his augments are actually quite strong. He will scale up a lot. It's just a matter of is he going to be able to get a strong front line to hold for this board?
Yeah, with the bar without the strong front line, it's not going to mean so much less. Keeping an eye very closely on the right-hand side. SCSC takes a loss. Sangyup, as I said, he's got the HP, doesn't need to be winning anymore. He's got basically infinite gold in this game. The Sangyup can just cruise up the rest of this, but SCSC dropping down low. We've got so many players, 20 HP or below.
Wow, I'm impressed. I mean, Sangyup has so much HP, but he's not willing to give to his teammates. I mean, are they talking about that? Maybe this is an opportunity they want to even kill their teammates because they need Sangyup to be the strongest, maybe finish the game at top 1. So I wonder how they can actually perform later on the game.
I mean, we certainly got, if the ingredients for any one 4v4 game are just a top 2, nothing else matters at that point. Sangyup, Crazy moving, we certainly got that potential there. Bintum still got the win streak intact. We'll go up against Mini in this round, who is on a lot streak of his own. The Kindred is in place, and we actually get to see even one item. That is such a strong board. SCSC takes a huge hit to the face.
I mean, that's why you actually play Akali Temple so much, because CSC had Akali 3, Jax 3, but at the end of the fight, it didn't matter. The player that was level 8, he was able to secure that fight. The Akali 3 got focused by the Akali 2, and she was unable to do the damage that SCSC needed into that fight.
Based on what we're seeing right now, it doesn't seem out of the question. We could see T1 getting eliminated in 7th and 8th. As we said before, there's still a possibility for T1 to go 1st and 2nd. And of course, it's better for T1 if they don't see those early eliminations. But when we look at those HP totals, we're riding on the brink of what could be a very bad time for T1. There's only one game separating them from being eliminated from the tournament entirely.
Yeah, I feel like this game is very open right now. Bintum was able to win a lot of rounds, but he just lost a fight. So he's trying to upgrade every single unit. Now he has done it. Is he able to surpass that and save the game for T1?
Gosh, this is not a position again with the T1 losing the first round to Fnatic, now being on the edge of something very terrible happening in this game. It's not a place I expect to see T1 at all. If you watched that first series, you would have been very impressed indeed, but T1, the plots and plans are coming very close to the edge. Dartnub playing on the right, Philip on the left. It feels like the biggest consequences on the right-hand side.
Wow, look at that Akali. That unit's a key that can lead SCSC into the victory of this round. ASO is trying to focus the Jax, not the damage so far. Akali is doing the job.
Over the right-hand side, Dartnub is chewing through the ball. We know this front line is very, very good indeed. The back line from Bintum is spectacular. It's down to the Corki. Bintum is almost out. SCSC stays alive, but Darth Nub takes a huge win.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we are talking about. And Balso also went down. And we have Bintum going 8. SCSC was able to dodge that fight. If you went 8, the T1 game could be dead.
Fnatic currently sandwiched between the remaining T1 members. A big question, yeah, where SCSC ends up. We've got the 3-star Kali. We've got, unfortunately, not the full power on the Kindred as of yet, but we've got the emblem. SCSC, this next round could change so much.
Look at the position. He's trying to Akali to go into the bottom side of the other player, but he is facing a friend right now. T1 against T1 on the left.
And we know we've got to be seeing that positioning we saw from before. You position to make sure your friends do not get eliminated. Right now, of course, we see all the damage going to the tank line. The Akali, exactly as you said, can walk in and clean up the matchup.
Oh, look at Dark Nub on the right. He's not surpassing the front line. He might be dead already. This fight is very important for Fnatic.
There will be another elimination in. There's no way, surely, the Nami can get any more. So that's going to be a second Fnatic member out. If we see SCSC drop now in 5th, we will reduce the game to a contest of who can get first.
Wow, I feel like SCSC is in a spot that, I mean, I can't believe it. He just lost to Akali 2 with this board, and then he was able to get 2 wins straight. So the position and that he turned it into these last 2 fights could actually turn the game in T1's favor.
Sangyup, of course, has been the headliner here with an absolutely ludicrous game. She said his success has been extraordinary, but he hasn't necessarily been able to pass it to the rest of the team. We'll see how, again, SCSC does. This is such a big difference maker. If he survives through the round, this could make all of the difference. Mini has got the 2 items on the Kindred. Not exactly what you're looking for. The Akali is creeping closer to the Kindred on the right-hand side. It's looking like he's not even going to be close.
Wow, look at the difference between this fight and the last one they have with each other. The positioning mattered so much, but CSC was able to take this down, and Minye is now maybe going bot 4. If he does, the game is over.
I mean, I would honestly have been astonished if this game had gone any other way, just because, of course, the end of T1 in EWC 2026 is almost unthinkable, but opportunity slipping away from Fnatic to close out the series 2-0. Philip is still up there with 17 HP, but Sangyup, he feels like a mountain of a player that no one's even close to climbing.
Wow, this game is actually very difficult to Fnatic to come back. This last round will tell us a lot, but Mia is relying on Akali 2 so far, so he might get scaled up.
This is game 2 of the elimination match. Fnatic did win the first game in shocking fashion. Mini needs to stay alive here and stay out of 5th place. The Akali gets stuck on the tank line. He's not wrapping for now. The double Warmogs and the heart. Akali does get freed up. She doesn't go to the back. The Kindred kicks in as well. This will be a 1 round, and that means Crazy being dropped out in 5th.
Oh my god, this game it's like so ups and down, and Fnatic refuses to drop the ball. Here we have Philip and Minion trying to stay alive. SCSC and Sanyop actually both on a win streak. So the next round can actually change the whole game, but Fnatic still fighting for the win.
Yeah, for Fnatic, they'll need to land someone in top 1 and then at least a top 3. For the T1 side of things, they just need to get 2 players into the top 3 at all. They have the advantage right now. It's theirs to lose.
I think like Sanyop has the better chance in here. He just upgraded a Shen. He has the 2 Namis on the board, a Blitzcrank with great items. This fight is going to be maybe the last fight in the game.
Yeah, Fnatic just don't have the HP anymore. They're both fighting for their lives here. There doesn't seem to be any way forward. They're trying their best to win out the rounds and extend this game a little bit further, but it's not going to happen. Fnatic will get knocked out there. They needed the top one finish. They're not going to be able to find it, and we will be drawing ourselves even. It's one apiece. T1 and Fnatic, we're going to game 3.
Wow, what a performance from T1. We can see the smile on their faces. They just did an amazing job after Sanyop. Actually, after Sanyop having a perfect game, he understood that he had such an amazing opener. He finished and punished the whole game from Fnatic.
All right, guys, but it does mean we get to see one more time which of these two will be eliminated. Honestly, an astonishing game. T1 firing back in big fashion. Of course, this is all in the shadow of that amazing Game 1 win. Sangup, of course, with a game of his life. So stay tuned. We will be taking ourselves a short break. When we return, the decider between Fnatic and T1.
I said there was a possible world where T1 would not make it to the playoffs. That's still a possibility, but now their chances got even better because they tied a series up 1-1. And once again, on Stream A, it comes down to a Game 3. Will it be Fnatic? Will it be T1? It's one game to decide it. Welcome back into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, Stuart and Hupei. Stuart, I remember that game just a second ago, you sweating bullets saying, T1, I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
Oh, I mean, it was such a close game. I think Fnatic in the end was so close to taking the 2-0. You know, we saw some really important fights at the end of that game as well. It all started off, though, with, you know, the emblems coming in huge again, Nova emblems again for Akali as well. All of these decisions in the early game become such an important factor later on.
Also, what it was needed on the last game, it happened right now. Sanjop doing the tempo play, having the steamroll with Evelyn, and being so aggressive to win so many rounds, 88 HP on the start there, pressuring the lobby every time, and that's exactly what they needed, and then they could manage the lobby in a little better place.
Yeah, happy to see Sangyop do as well as he did, because game number 1, he was first out. You know, there's going to be a lot of questions about T1, and specifically Sangyop if they don't make it to the playoffs. He is the new guy on this roster after all, but if they make it to the playoffs, Sangyop, we can sing his praises. Let's go to stage 5, and we're at 5-3 specifically for our first action of the game. Now, this is a big moment, of course, for the side of T1. What are we looking at?
We're seeing a SCSC on the bottom, and he actually needed to win this round so importantly. He already lost before Stellar Minhy because of positioning, and he was winning. He had the strongest board. He just needed to miss position and be in a perfect spot. So that's exactly what happened. What happened here, and the possibility is you need to win the Akali round. You need to win the face-off, and that's the important thing. T1 winning this already pressured the lobby, and he couldn't pop off in the end.
Yeah, it's so important because we knew from the start of this game that both these players were going to play Akali. You got spreading roots on one side, you got the Spatula on the other side, both of them going Nova. The interesting thing, though, is that SCSC stayed level 6 and re-rolled for Akali 3-star, and Minhy went for the tempo Akali instead. A few rounds before this, it was actually Minhy that came out on top, and we were like, wow, is this Fnatic turning things around because the Akali 3-star was just too much? One more level there for SCSC, getting that 3-star, and like you said, the positioning in the end, keeping that Akali 3-star protected in the end made a huge difference.
You need to have the confidence here to stay on that level and be greedy, and that's exactly what T1 does. And to do that, you need to be confident. So the team confide there on Sanjop, and he made it happen.
Let's take a look at our final moment from that game number 2, where it was T1 closing it out. Now, Stuart, one of the things you mentioned earlier from game 1, T1, they got very unlucky. This is their true potential, what they can do when things go right.
Exactly. If they have a player on tempo like Sangyop here, look how big his little legend is. You know, look how huge he is. He's been tempoing the entire game. He's been win streaking the entire game. Like you said, Hupei, you know, Evelyn God coming in huge, getting dropping that 3-star 1 cost, getting so much extra gold and extra economy onto Sangyob, he was able to win streak this entire game. And that was a big difference for me between games number 1 and games number 2.
Also, it's very important that it wasn't an easy accomplish because Bintium went 8th and they really needed to pop off. So the rest of the team was the veteran fall out, but then the rest of the team was just stepping up. So, I mean, 2 games. Tight series here, Reflection, and we'll have a hype game for the third one.
It's always going to be hype, and we knew it was going to be hype with these 2 great orgs going against each other. We take a look at our stats from that game number 2. Sangyap, again, a big talking point, getting first place. This is a big moment for him. He has now proven himself. An impressive stat line as well. 25 wins, 12 losses. I mean, he really pulled out for T1.
Yeah, he was an absolutely huge performance, like you said as well. In game number 1, when you go 8th place, you might feel a little bit disheartened as well. But you have to remember, in this 4v4 environment, even if you go 8th place, your job's not done. You can still communicate to your whole team. You can still help your whole team as well.
Sure.
And a player like Bintum that can go out in 8th place, he can still help his entire team succeed.
Well, this is an elimination matchup, and let's not forget Stream B also had an elimination matchup where a key was crushed. Kitty, lay down the law.
An unexpected series outcome for the lower bracket here on Stream B between JDG and Mouse, where Mouse was able to sweep the competition with a 2-0, eliminating JDG from the Esports World Cup 2026. And it's great resilience from the Mouse players as they are bouncing back from a crushing defeat against AGAL, going 0-2. So amazing stuff from the Mouse boys. And of course, JDG will have their key destroyed with their disappointing run ending today. But that's not going to be the only key that is being destroyed. For tonight, we have Team Nemesis versus Nongshim Red Force for a second key to be destroyed. So let's see whose key will stay in the competition.
Oh my goodness, the first official key to be crushed, and it was Mal's crushing JD Gaming. The snap is in, the thumbs are up, and Mal's moves forward. Now, they are not in the playoffs just yet, but they're one step closer. Hoope, this is the reality of the Esports World Cup. Keys will be crushed.
And Travis was looking for that. We saw there popping off, and the joy for him to crush a key. This is exactly what he came for. And he made it happen for the first time.
Yep.
He wants to crush some keys more.
That's it. Now, keys were crushed, but let's praise Riot a little bit. There's some good things coming your way.
Where's my TFT Open?
My first ever NA Regional Championship.
They've combined
into some sort of
Convergence Fest?
Convergence Fest, TFT Vegas Open and the Riftbound North America Regional Champion.
Key was crushed, and now it comes down to this final game. There's another key on the line. It's T1, and of course on the opposite side, it's Fnatic. Now for T1, they're doing decently well when it comes to the club championship after all, but making it to the playoffs is imperative for them. And the same thing for Fnatic, who currently sit at 0 club championship points. They're in other titles, but this is the title that matters right now. Fnatic need to get to the playoffs, get top 8, because they need to get eligible for the club championship points. This is going to be a close race to the finish, and only one team will move forward. Who's it going to be? Let's send it to the stage to find out.
Welcome back, everyone. We didn't even think we'd get to this point. Fnatic bringing T1 to a third game, an astonishing game 1 into a crushing game 2 victory for T1. This is elimination station, as they're saying, a key crusher at the end of this game. We just legitimately do not know whose key it will be.
Yes, I would say it's now or never for one of these teams, and I feel like I'm getting very excited to see which one of these keys are getting crushed. We just saw our first key getting crushed by JDG. We didn't expect that coming. I feel like China is being one of the regions that are actually one of the best regions in 4v4 so far. But another thing that I wouldn't expect in here would be T1 dropping this series. I don't expect that. They actually showed they can come back with a statement. Last game, they played so amazingly, and I feel like Sanyop had an amazing job leading the team to win. But will Fnatic actually overcome that?
I mean, we've got to admit, for Sanyup and that last game for T1, that was a legendary level high roll to be able to bring the steamroller and run out to basically unlimited money, making himself completely unbeatable. I have to wonder what happens in a more regular game. We'll bring Ari and Echo into this decisive game. T1 and Fnatic for the final time here at Teamfight Tactics for the EWC.
Yeah, it's such a low-paced game, I would say, on the side of both of the gods and as well as the encounter. Meeple just gives you an extra 2-star units. Nothing crazy, not a prismatic augment so far, but you'll never know.
So it will be, of course, as we saw before, Ari and Echo in place. The Mountain Stargazer is going to be a little bit tempting for our players if they want to push through and get that ludicrous finish. I kind of want to bring back some of the Game 1 discussion we're having, though, because, Fnatic, of course, won the Game 1, a shocking result. What's kind of most in your mind heading into Game 3 if Fnatic are going to pull off one of the biggest upsets of the tournament and actually win their first series in EWC ever by eliminating T1?
I feel like the conversation starts in who is actually stepping up. We've seen that in the first game, Minye and Dartnub, they stepped up. They led Fnatic to a win with a very solid game. In Game 2, on the other hand, we had Sanyop having such an amazing performance. He looked into his early game, he had the gold, he had a good opener, he had the streak, and then he dominated throughout the whole game, secured Fnatic the win. But who is actually taking the place on the elimination game? This is very important. Who is the clutch player of this match? We're gonna find out.
And of course, if you're coming in new to the broadcast, again, the elimination game, one team eliminated. T1, of course, when he wasn't here for the previous iterations of EWC, they have been all over the top of the playoffs, finals, semi-finals. They're a team expected to do spectacularly well, but Fnatic are giving them a heck of a fight here in this elimination match, and it's Prismatics to kick things off.
Wow, I just said that the game it could be a low-paced game, but instead the game is a prismatic lobby. That means it can be a lot of high variance depending on which augment each player are actually getting.
So we are seeing the prismatic ticket coming in. Yeah, you're right, it's going to have an absolutely huge difference here. Shimmer Scale coming in. Of course, we're expecting to see emblems are crazy. We're getting everything we could ask for.
Wow, I feel like T1 side, they pick their augments very fast. I wonder how fast they can be communicating their setups, because we have Beetle, Trade 3, a great augment that can lead him into a win, because emblems is such an amazing spot to actually perform well in this game, as well as Crazy Moving have Forged in Strength, which is an augment that is low tempo, but later on he'll be very strong as well.
Yeah, we've seen that cash out into some truly ludicrous balls. I think Bintam, though, these emblems, really fantastic starts. You mentioned Mountain in play, so you can get access to that much, much quicker and start getting to print even more emblems to make the most of. We're saying we're looking for the players with the highest potential to be the huge carry for their team. Sanyup, with a level up, certainly has that massive cap out potential.
Wow, I feel like both teams have some incredible setups. I feel like Minye having birthday present, he will try to play tempo, try to level up early in order to get more upgrades for free, and then later on he can get a 2-star legendary unit, which is an amazing augment. But on the other hand, we have Sanyop having level up. He's also aiming to play that level 9 boards, which can be very strong as well. But in the flip side, we have Dartnub having prismatic ticket. So we have to keep an eye on Dartnub, because this is the player that will play tempo. He can roll a lot during the mid game, and he can actually punish those players that are actually trying to ramp up to the later levels in the game.
And certainly we saw that from our Game 1. Dartnub being a very strategic asset for the team, not necessarily being the complete focal point, but making sure the rest of the team revolved around him. Again, it's worth reiterating, the Fnatic squad, with the exception of Darth Nub, vastly less accomplished on the international stage than really any member of T1 in the field right now, but still, in Game 1, they made it work.
Yeah, I feel like history it's important, but at the end of the day, what matters is what in the convergence. And we've seen that Philip actually have a great setup. This artifact is one of the best in the game because you can pull a unit from your bench to your field and then you have one extra unit on the board. So he's trying to play some tempo play. He has the Living Forge, which will have much more artifacts throughout the game. So this is an amazing augment. If he can play well, he can pop off a win.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we've got so few units in play, that's going to be a significant difference to get the Meep seat online. Unfortunately, against Bintam, who has got a very, very strong board indeed, that Teemo does stay up for the time being. This is, of course, for Philip, one of the win-streaking players from the Fnatic side of things. If you can keep this win streak against Bintam, that will be huge, and he will. This is looking like a better start than Fnatic than we saw last time round.
Yes, as I said, this artifact is actually amazing. Having one more unit on your board, it's good for the whole game.
Oh, for sure. And of course, we've got Echo in the mix we haven't seen so much of as of yet. So we've got the delayed forecast champion. We've got a little bit of direct bribery happening from Ari on the left-hand side. It looks like most of our players happy to take the immediate reward.
Yeah, I feel like it ends up depending on this strategy from each team. I feel like these both gods are actually good, and we've seen a lot of players actually selecting Echo. Having an artifact later on can help you a lot. So Ari 6 gold, it might be good for now, but later on Echo will actually prevail.
You mentioned Minnie and the birthday present. If we're looking for Fnatic to seize early control of the game, exactly as said, a fantastic tool for making that happen, as long as, of course, you can keep the economy afloat. Right now, Fnatic in control of both win streaks in the game and also one of the loss streaks. Again, we noticed the correlation. If you get those streaks, you've got so much more money, and particularly win streaks, HP as well.
Yeah, I like the argument. I mean, I like the god choice for Minnie. He is playing the birthday present. You need a lot of economy, and he goes for Ari. 6 extra gold can actually help you to reach that level 9 very soon in the game. And having your augment in alignments with the gods can actually help you to have a great performance during the game.
No, it would be fantastic later on as Dartnub does get his loss streak briefed. So that will mean that we'll have to keep a close eye on Boss of Skills and Philip. If Boss of Skills wins his round, let's say Philip won his, because right now Fnatic have no loss streak, but they have two nearly full win streaks.
Yeah, differently from the first 2 games that T1 had an amazing opener, this time Fnatic has one just better. They have Bosso and also Philip with 100 HP. They can face each other. That can be bad for Fnatic. Let's see whoever is going to face both Philip and Bosso next round.
Well, I think, given how high roll T1 was in the previous game, Fnatic maybe owed the opportunity, and it looks like, Bosso Skills manages to evade. Philip has got a very winnable matchup as well, so 2 full loss streaks. We knew in the previous game, T1 had an incredible start. This time, the stars seem to be aligning for Fnatic.
I actually like to watch this because in the first game, T1 dominated the early game, and then Fnatic overcame after an amazing comeback during stage 3. On the second game, we had the opposite. T1 had a great early game, but they didn't let Fnatic to come back. And in here we have seen now Fnatic taking the early lead. Can they actually convert that into a win?
So in this kind of situation, Dobbs, for Fnatic, you've got several players, very good HP between you. In terms of overall game plan, are you looking to try and make early eliminations from T1 or just outlast them?
I mean, I feel like it always gonna depend on augment-wise. I feel Bosso and also Philip can play some tempo. Philip will have a lot of artifacts later on, and Minnie can actually win out with birthday present as well. And Dartnub is actually sitting on the bot 4 right now, but he rolled down a lot during the mid game in order to get the value from prismatic ticket. So they have a window that they can pressure the mid game from T1 and maybe smash them into the bot 4.
Yeah, no, I love that. Just to kind of follow up on the point you're making there, that if you've got the HP and HP equals time, as you're saying, we've got so much from Fnatic, which feels like with enough time, with a Living Forge, with all these other pieces, we can just put together an incredible board. I think for T1, we've got to bring up the conversation there of, under these circumstances, what kind of routes are most easily left open to them?
I mean, it always depends on how can they actually manage to save HP during the game, because they have some tools to win out. Level Up is a very strong augment. You can go to level 9, build up Vex, Graves, a lot of great units, and you can win out the game, as well as Forged in Strength. We've seen this augment being very strong, but the problem with Forged in Strength is sometimes you lose so much HP that you cannot come back. We've seen a lot of teams having the spots to win, but sometimes they are so low on HP and they will face each other and die. So you have to manage the HP very carefully.
Well, speaking of HP, our 2 win streakers on the Fnatic side keep both of their win streaks intact. Again, we're talking about high rolls. They've managed to avoid each other so far. That's a ton of extra gold in pocket, a ton of HP as well.
Oh, here comes the augments. It's not going to be something crazy like the prismatics on stage 2. Instead, it's going to be silver augments. Nothing crazy. A few items in there, here and there. Some economy augments as well.
Yeah, and of course, for Fnatic, they want things to stay basically the same as they are right now, so that's absolutely fantastic for them. Just looking around some of the other boards we've got in the lobby, Darthnub, I think one of the bigger question marks for Fnatic, what he's going to be going for. You can see, got the extra damage from him on the side. I believe Darthnub going for the Akali Primordial line, which of course works exceptionally with all these free rerolls.
Wow, I want to highlight Sanyop option that he just got. Level Up E2 race started mission. Such a great combo. He probably didn't have a lot of units because he was losing, and then he got one of the best silver augments in the game. And in here we've seen Dartnub with an upgraded board. He has an Akali 2, has 4 Akalis already. He might go into the reroll Nova line that we've seen to be so strong.
We already see Benson on the other side with the Akalis on bench immediately. You have to wonder how doable that is, though, against a Prismatic ticket, because that's an enormous amount of unit access.
I mean, great point. I feel like when you have Prismatic ticket, you're so far ahead in how many shops you can see, right? So usually, Bintel having the Akalis on the shop, he will buy and put that on his bench. I think he won't sell it anytime soon, but later in the game, Dartnub will probably get the composition online, but it's always a matter of, I will try to make that hard for him, not gonna let him win the game for free.
Checking in with Sanyup, as you mentioned before, the restart mission, restarting his board entirely. Small note, of course, on the win streaks at the top, as you can see on the right-hand side. Boss of Skills dropping down. Philip will remain in place as a Fnatic win streaker. Lost streaks, though, belong to T1. Sanyup, crazy moving. They're both managing to keep very substantial lost streaks intact.
Yes, in fact, and you see Sanyup here with Lulu 2-star, but don't have the items quite yet for her. I wonder if he can find good items on the stage of the gods next round. So it's very important to him to use that 3-star 2 cost early with good items, but instead he doesn't have it.
SCSC with a very early Corki. I don't think we'll be able to... No, maybe. No, I eat my words immediately. He does manage to get the win against Boss of Skills. Again, who did take the L before SCSC. Very happy with that one.
Yes, he also have a Corki on his bench as well. So if he can actually get the Corki online soon in the game, he will save a lot of HP. This is a composition that I was talking to you before. It's not the best composition to win out the game, but if you get it online very soon, you can punish the lobby.
No, absolutely. And as we go into our next choice here of the gods, we'll see if we, of course, some of our players are on the lower HP. They will be able to access the forecast a little bit earlier. And let's say, of course, we're looking for Kindreds, we're looking for other units to really bring these boards together in a major way. And already, we've got some of them there. Again, T1, they've been playing from behind for a while. We've not seen this necessarily go well for teams before, but again, T1, they've definitely got a plan here, and it's going to be scary when it comes together.
Yes, exactly. And I feel like the God-wise, we've seen a lot of players going for double echo, which means they already locked in into that god, having such a great item later on in the game. And I feel like in the side of Fnatic, it's looking very good. Philip having so much HP, he will survive a lot to see a lot of artifacts, in fact. And if he does, he can actually win out the game, because the more he survives, the more he'll get artifacts, and that can mean a lot.
And thank you, observers, for also showing us Crazy moving. The other artifact player in the lobby, he is griefing what we saw from Darthnub, the Akali board. We've certainly seen the difference between the 2 and the 3-star. We were talking about before, it seems like it's only going to be slowing down Darthnub, but I suppose at the same time, you certainly can't let him just run away with the game. Otherwise, even if you're going to have to give up a player to make sure that happens.
Yeah, I wonder if Darthnub is willing to actually push levels, because if he has Prismatic Ticket and the other players are holding the Akali, he still can have some more upgrades like MF. Maybe he can find on other units as well to help his game plan. But it always depends on which line he wants to get, because for a Crazy moving, he doesn't need the Akali 3-star to perform, because having a lot of artifacts gonna have enough power for him later on.
Darthnub is spending a little bit of that gold to fish for the Akali. Just see how many of them are biting in the water. He said one away from hitting, decides to stick at 20 gold, knowing that this could still, even with a Prismatic Ticket, this is going to be an expensive final unit to find.
Yeah, very interesting that he didn't roll until hit, because he is missing just one Akali, and he also have 3 Jaxes on the line, so that means he will be staying on level 6 a lot.
Yeah, we'll be able to take a loss streak into the PvE round, which is something with a little bit more money. As if you want to take stock of where Minhee is, we noted the bottom skills dropped off before. While Philip has maintained a full win streak, Minhee has also managed to get another win in there. So Fnatic have stepped up to again control the win streaks. SCSC doing his best to challenge.
Look at Minhee's augment selection. He had birthday present as well as late game specialist. Crazy line.
Crazy gets the cash out. We're looking very AD heavy. Crazy, of course, this is a huge pivot point for T1 in this game. Again, a crucial elimination game. Every decision must be on point.
I mean, this is such an amazing combo that he just got. I feel like having Bruiser artifacts for this combo, it's amazing. I feel like he's lacking one artifact for his front line. If he had it, it would be for perfect.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it seemed very unlikely that Akali is going to hit the 3-star, but we do find a Fiora, so maybe we can just make do instead.
Yes, dual Fiora with 3 artifacts maybe sounds very good, right? Even a Graves on the shop, maybe not the unit that he wants, and you've seen here, Darthnub actually got the Akali 3, but it's still missing the Jax. He's with 40 HP.
And we are starting to drop a little low. Crazy moving. Darthnub very much sharing a spot. Several team members also looking low. Philip trying to keep that 10-round loss streak intact. Minhee just below with 6. Fnatic are trying to pull out every inch of power they can. Crazy moving though. He is keeping the Akali in play. The 2-star Akali jumps to the back line. Immediately, Teemo gets exploded. Crazy moving unveils the plan that's been building all game.
Wow, what a combo of artifacts. Getting gold execution and also making Akali jumping through the backline. This was an amazing fight by Crazy Moving.
Darthnub, even with the Akali 3 in place, will take the L. Prismatic to end us out here as the way we started as well. Darthnub seems to be on the brink of getting knocked out. You said the Jax isn't quite there yet.
Well, I feel like Darthnub just showed that he's trying to save placements, because he had such an amazing combat augment for his side, but instead he chose Invested, which will not get so much board power for him, but having more gold can mean that he can save some HP hitting the units and maybe dodging that 8th place.
Philip's win streak collapsing off the previous round means SCSC is the one left with the opportunity to push up through the table. But Philip and Minhee, they preserved a lot of HP, as has Bosso's skills. Darthnub really standing out.
Yeah, and then the T1 side, SCSC, having a great combat augment at the end of the day for the Corki Soul Awakening is such a strong augment. And on the other hand, we have in here such a great fight. The this augment will give so much rolls for Philip. Maybe he's trying to win it out for Fnatic side.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy amount of power that's of course been kept off the board as he goes up against his teammate here. We can already see, even while keeping most of his power on his bench, he's still going to win the round. And I guess a slightly less bad loss to his teammate at least.
Yeah, Mingyi is not that strong yet because he is pushing into that level 9. So team play was quite good in here. You save some HP for Mingyi, you still give the win for Philip, and then Fnatic maintain the HP very high, which is very important because Dartnub can actually go 8. So it's very important to save a lot of HP right now.
As you said, Dartnub immediately invested to bring his board online as much as it's ever going to be, pretty much immediately. Up against Philip in this round, who's again keeping most of his items in reserve, making sure Dartnub lasts a little bit longer. Look on the right-hand side, we can see Crazy moving. Sangyup, they're in the 20s on HP-wise, so Dartnub's got quite a long path to get out of 8.
Yeah, this is not looking very good for Dartnub game-wise, but he got their teammate on his back. So they're trying to give him an extra life in here, maybe waiting for a player for T1 to drop the game.
And that's a strategic asset that Fnatic have that T1 do not have anywhere near as much. Sangyup down to 9 HP. They're going to start worrying about losing one of their own players early on rather than giving each other HP.
Yeah, we've seen that not working for Zeta on day 1. They tried to save one of their players, but in the end of the day didn't work out. But in here, it's a very different thing because we have 3 players from Fnatic with a lot of HP on the line, and also Mingyi might lose a couple rounds, but he's going level 9, and later on he getting a 2-star for free 5 cost. He can even go level 10 and get another one.
Yeah, and of course, just further on the mini point, we've got the late game specialist in place to make that an even bigger spike in power. Fnatic with 3 members in the top 3. T1 have been brewing for a while. They're looking for the early elimination. Sangyup is very low.
Here comes the level 9, it's a Sona. What an amazing unit to have when you have 3 AP items. I feel like the game just turned it in the favor of Mingyi. He's still rolling, trying to find a better front line, and I feel like if he gets it, he can go straight to 10. Here comes a Bard 2, and he already have a Leona 3. So this board is so amazing, and he also is playing some Ahri. He still can go level 10 and get another 2-star legendary unit.
Well, for me and you just the focus on his face, not even smiling at all. This board is astronomically strong. Up against Sangyup in this round on 9 HP, Dartnub as well on 9 HP, playing off screen. We're looking to see who's the first one out. He's changed the game. Sangyup reaching up. He's thinking this round rather might be beyond saving. The board is so strong and scaling with the Archangels. We've got the Vex on the side with a double Ginzes, but gets eaten by the Bard. Sangyup goes down. Dartnub goes down as well. They're both out, but Dartnub is in 8th.
Oh my god, I feel like Fnatic tried so hard to save Dartnub. If they could have put him in 7th, it could be a game for them. But instead, Dartnub went 8. But they just took away one of the win conditions of T1. Sangyup had an amazing spot. He might not look that strong right now, but he faced a player that had 2 legendary carries, and he had a Vex 2 with 2 items. If he could survive one more round, he could turn the game in his favor. But instead he's dead.
Well, Crazy moving still alive. He's got the Graves with the triple items, of course. Those Fortune strength artifacts going to make very strong. Philip has now unleashed the full strength of his board. We've got a Blighting Jewel in the corner as well to help cut through these major tanks. Watch out for the Akali though, because she is an absolute nightmare. I do not think there's remotely enough to stop her. Crazy moving, keeps on moving up.
My god, I mean, that Akali was amazing. Look at that. She was jumping through the back line, and then Graves did so much damage as well. We have to keep an eye on Crazy moving because Akali can do crazy stuff with that combo, and as well as Graves. As the game passes through, the game is gonna get much more upgrades. He'll be even stronger later on.
and Bintum as well. So we've got Crazy moving and Bintum moving up, while Fnatic control the top 3 spots. The 2 win streaks in the lobby belong to T1. HP may not be huge, but there's still enough room for T1 to turn this one around.
I mean, this game is so open by now because we have both teams with chances of winning it out. So it's nothing decided yet.
Yeah, we certainly wouldn't be expecting to see Crazy moving going out. SCSC, it's lower on HP. The Solar Awakening you mentioned before for a little bit more power on the board. We are duplicating for more in the bank. Frontline is a little sparse for the time being. We're only going to have, of course, with the Echo Boon, a little bit more HP to try and prop it up.
Yes, SCSC can actually buy the best. I mean, for him, it's a matter of how many fights he can take away from Fnatic, because he might not be the one that would win for T1, but he still can steal some fights.
Oh yeah, when Bintum can cash in on that, the Stargazer Emeralds have been printing all game. Of course, a very good output from the trait tree. Philip on the other side is going to see if he can match up with that raw power. The Nami in the corner is very strong indeed. I don't know if there's enough raw power here.
I mean, look at what is Vito doing, man. He is so great. He's actually playing Space Groove 5 with 6 Stargazer. He just made up 2 comps in a single composition with these emblems. He is actually getting the mountain together with the groove, and that can be the key to T1 victory.
I mean, as we now head deeper into Stage 5, again, we see all of Fnatic winning the previous round. That means they kept 2 streaks intact. SCSC moving forward. It doesn't feel like we're seeing from the Fnatic side of things too much more power. Of course, Mini does hit level 10. You'd mentioned the birthday present. We've got ourselves an extremely strong board. Feels like one of the strongest contenders from Fnatic to try and push back.
Yes, I feel that once again he got a great unit so far with the augment. He leveled up to level 10, but he also got a Jhin, and Jhin is a quite good unit to have without items because he has some utility, dropping the armor NMR from the opponent team as well.
Unfortunately, against his teammate in this round, so will not be a good result however it goes. I mean, of course, no win streak. In fact, no win streaks really at all for Fnatic. They've been taking the hits for a while. This does mean that we should be seeing one of the T1 members facing off against each other, I'd imagine. And yes, Fnatic dropping into the 2 members into the bottom 5.
Oh my god, this game is actually so close. SCSC just got a win against Fnatic, and that was what I was saying before. He just won 2 rounds, and that's the key to T1's victory. They might not had the HP during the stage 4, but in here on stage 6, they can actually turn the game into their favor. You've seen that Crazy Moving have 7 win streak. That's massive on this point of the game.
It's absolutely crazy. The Akali definitely the defining unit of so many games so far. We will see Fnatic facing each other again. Again, this does also mean that likely, well, almost certainly T1 will be doing the same off-screen, but the HP totals are such that I wonder if that's going to matter for really stopping T1's momentum.
Yeah, look at Philip, still in the chance of having a great round, but again, his friend Bosselski will take the loss. Bintu just lost again, so this game is still anyone's favor. Oh no, actually Bintu just won against the Fnatic player, so T1 might have the window to win it out.
Yeah, Bintu and Crazy maybe sharing the losses between themselves down to 19 and 17. Bosso Skills needs to stay alive. Currently we've got Fnatic out in 8th place, Sangyup from T1 out in 7th place.
Wow, look at Crazy moving. He just got an Akali 3 out of nowhere during the level 9. I mean, this guy is so strong right now. He has 3 items on the Kindred, the Akali with a crazy artifact, a Graves that is actually ramping up, and he still have on pair. So he still can upgrade his board, but he might face the death in here. So let's see if this fight can actually turn the game.
Will be up against Philip in this round. We'll keep a close eye. Bosso Skills, of course, one of the most important ones, goes up against Bintum. A potentially beatable board. Bosso Skills has got, let's say, very well set up Zaya in the corner. Looks like it will cut through. That's going to be absolutely huge. You can lock this one down. The backline is gone immediately. Bintum is not in elimination zone, but this will be a huge, at least I don't think he is.
Oh my
gosh!
This was such a crazy fight. I can't believe that. Bintu going 6, that might can change the turn of the game, but otherwise still CSC and Crazy Movie, they are top 1 and top 2. Can actually T1 secure their first 2 spots in here? They can decide the game.
Oh my gosh. We're left in a position with Fnatic just try. I mean, at this point, Crazy Moving did take a loss in the previous round. Finds the Shen 2. If he can be taken down, that's going to change absolutely everything. That'll push 3 T1 members out in the bottom.
Yeah, Graves 2-3, great artifact, but he's facing the bot. Instead, he CSC against the Saya. That can be the key round of the game.
Yeah, Fnatic facing each other on the right-hand side. Boss of Skills needs to stay alive a little bit longer. Fnatic so close, they can taste it. 3 EWCs without a single series win. They could be moments away, or we could just see T1's plots and plans come together. SESC takes the hit. Philip gets knocked down and out.
Oh my god, the game is still open. What a thrilling late game so far. Bosso have 2 wins right now, so he just got this grave that is so massive. He still have another emblem to put on his team, so he keeps scaling with this augment, with this synergy that is so powerful late game. And also Min have great 5 cost carries, 3 good items for both Sona and Bard. He's keeping rolling. He has 2 Sonas away from Sona 3.
That would be a crazy way to break the 3-year curse. But now we've had the sandwich finish. Fnatic in 8th and 5th place. T1 in 6th and 7th means the only thing that matters now is first place. That wins the game, that wins the series, that keeps the team in the competition.
Look at that, Blitzcrank 2, that might be the key to the victory. He just sold the Sonas because he knew that he could not hit that anymore. But you have a Blitzcrank, one of the powerful units in the game, to start on the final fight, maybe on the final fight of the game. Let's see.
We'll see how this all plays out. Fnatic fans, T1 fans, lend them your energies. SCSC will drop himself out of contention. We've seen this from before. Crazy Moving being put forward as the winning candidate.
Wow, that round, T1 decided to drop SCSC as well as Fnatic decided to drop Minge. And we're gonna have the last fight of the game between Crazy Moving and also Bosso Skill. That fight could actually change the fate of one of these teams. Fnatic may break that curse, or T1 might try to ramp up into the playoffs once again.
Yeah, Crazy Moving with a little bit more HP. We've got level 10 coming in for Bosso Skills. I think everyone in the arena holding their breath.
Look at that. Both of them are 3 streaks. I mean, I can't even predict that. That's going to be a matter of positioning. Both players having a Graves full itemized, a Xayah with great items. I mean, it's anyone's game.
It's Xayah on. We put the 2 AD carries stuck in the corner. Keep your eye closely on the Akali because she has been the death knell of so many teams so far. Bosso Skills. There's the Akali right onto the Xayah. She's going to wipe her out immediately. T1 from behind.
Oh my God, I
knocked
can't
down
believe that.
and out Fnatic. It was so close. T1 will not be eliminated. Fnatic brought them to the brink, but no further. T1 continue in the competition.
I mean, I don't know what to say right now. It was such an amazing game. We can see the disappointment on the faces of Fnatic because they almost had it. I mean, both players had 3 wins in a row, so it was a matter. If the Akali could have the back line of Fnatic, they could have won. And so T1 closed out the series. An amazing game.
It definitely felt like T1 had the longer term plan in that game. You know, we saw so many good things from Fnatic. There was so many signs that things were going to go well. They just couldn't close that final gap to get rid of T1 before everything came online and there was no more chance.
Yeah, I think that forged in strength that T1 got it was just amazing. So many great artifacts, Crazy Moving, being able to get the Akali 3, it was fantastic.
Now they go across to pay their respects to extremely worthy opponents. Of course, we could be living in a very different world. Fnatic putting up an incredible fight there. While they may not break their curse, that was an astonishing showing.
Wow, look at that replay. Look, the Akali. She will kill the front line in right after again jumping into Xayah. That was amazing. I mean, what a final game.
What an astonishing showing. T1, we knew that Fnatic came into this massively disfavored, but they gave us an absolute banger. Let's head across the stage and hear more.
And we officially have our key handed over. Congratulations, Vincent. That was an unbelievable comeback victory. So you're one of the favorites. T1's one of the favorites in this tournament going in. You find yourself on the brink of elimination and you clutch out over Fnatic. How did you guys clutch it out in the end?
저희가 일단 좀 강한 우승 후보 중 하나인데 이제 첫 라운드는 푸나틱에 졌다가 이제 역전승을 하게 됐는데 좀 어떻게 그걸 이루게 됐는지 한번 말씀해 주세요.
첫 라운드.
첫 라운드 졌잖아요, 저희 푸나틱.
첫 게임이 생각했던 것보다 이제 저희 팀에서 조금 꼬인 것도 있었고 그 상대가 잘 플레이했다고 생각을 해서 지긴 했는데 그래도 저희는 기본적으로 네, 지지 않겠다는 마인드로 이제 각오를 하고 게임을 했기 때문에 이긴 게 아닌가 네, 싶습니다.
So on the first round, Fnatic certainly played very well, and also we kind of tripped up over our own feet. But even after that first round loss, we came into the game with the mindset that we're not losing this. So I think that's how we were able to clutch it out in the end.
Spoken like someone with the experience that you have. Of course, you have participated individually in EWC all of the last, for every single year, all 3 years here at EWC. So I would consider you maybe the leader of T1. How do you make keep your team confident that you can still win this tournament, even though you guys had an unfortunate loss early on?
이제 아무래도 틈 선수는 이제 첫 대회 때, 첫 EWC 때부터 계속해서 이제 EWC 진출하셔서 아무래도 이제 T1의 리더 같은 이제 프레임으로 이제 바라보게 되는데 어떻게 틈 선수는 이제 나머지 선수들에게 좀 이제 자신감을 부여해 주는지 한번 설명해 줄 수 있을까요?
그 부분에 있어서는 솔직히 제가 한 건 많지 않은 것 같고 그냥 팀원들이 너무 애초에 잘하는 사람들이다 보니까 하던 대로만 하면 이긴다 항상 이런 식으로 얘기를 하고 실제로 잘 해줘서 이기는 것 같습니다.
To be honest, there's not really too much that I do to kind of instill confidence into them. They're already such strong players. So, you know, all we just tell each other is, hey, play how we always play and it'll all work out. And honestly, I think that's how we just did the way we just played the way we usually play. And that's how we got it.
And playing the way that they usually play clearly is leading to phenomenal results. Please go ahead to the Crusher to crush your opponent's key. Congratulations again to T1 as they continue to push forward in hopes of qualifying for the playoffs.
Teamwork makes the dream work. One of the contenders that had a very, very difficult start of this tournament, lost yesterday and almost tripped today. But of course, this is the mark of true champions, the experience and the grit of coming back after almost certain elimination. They are here to crush our first key on the mainstream. Of course, we've already had one team eliminated on the other side, but now we get to enjoy the security moment and you simply get to choose when you want to destroy this. And the question, as always, I want to hear this. Hey, that was the cleanest crusher we've had for the entire 3 weeks. Cleanly snapped in half. No need for a pop for a team that remains confident and a team that remains strong. T1 moving forward. They are one match away from qualifying to the playoffs after sending Fnatic out. Excellent performance from the team. They will be back tomorrow for one more match, still alive in the tournament, and the hopes at getting the new title are still up. Let's take a look at the highlights.
SCSC sold his board so Crazy Moving could soar. T1 in the winner's circle, and FNC Fanatics unfortunately eliminated. Their key crushed, done and dusted. Their heart no longer beating at the Esports World Cup. That's how this competition goes, but for T1, it wasn't easy. It came down to the very end, but they got the job done. Their job isn't done yet, though. They still have more work to do in order to make it into the playoffs. However, they're one step closer. My goodness, what a series.
I need a break after that one. I need a breather. That was an incredibly close last game. I think that's one of the closest games I've seen ever at EWC, like even from previous years as well. It went down to, like you said, Taylor, that selling of the final board from SCSC made a huge difference. I mean, Crazy Moving, a player that joined T1 last year, was the MVP of that entire game. What he was able to do from start to finish that game made a huge difference.
And doing everything in that game. I mean, doing the early game, pressuring the lobby, eliminating the win streak possibilities or the lose streak possibilities you will for the rest of the game, and then popping it off. This is exactly what they needed, Crazy Moving popping off and having that joy to express it. And of course, watching Bintion in the end, the veteran, crushing the key is a perfect moment.
But let me ask you about the competition year in and year out. Obviously, T1 has been highly consistent. We talked about it, saying, yep, now coming in. But it seems like T1 this year have had a very, very hard run. I mean, after all, Weibo Gaming, right? We knew that series was going to be tough regardless. But Fnatic put up a tremendous fight. And keep that question in the back of your minds, because I want to know if the competition had truly risen above. We take a look at our first action of the game, game number 3. We go to 5-1, stage 5-1. What do we see?
Yeah, Bintium is fighting here, and this is the player that they needed to beat. So Bintium is just strong, having so many emblems right now, and this is exactly what they needed, to cook. So Stuart, if you get in straight 3 and you have so many already Stargazer emblems and you get the Star Groove, you don't think about doing this composition. He did everything. Stargazing in front, having good composition, the Nami being the one popping off, so he gets so many synergies that we never see before together, making it happen and being able to pressure the lobby right now to then take the win.
And emblems have been such a huge factor, I think, throughout this entire tournament. You know, players are picking things like spatulas at the start of the game, you know, spreading roots as well, being able to get these early emblems. And Bintim here was such a creative board, being able to use something that we've seen a lot, you know, the Space Groove, as you mentioned, the Dark Star, but taking a different route this time around just shows the flexibility and the experience that Bintim has, and that he can play any comp that he wants.
But even though that moment was great, the ending moment was even greater. We take a look towards the tail end, and again, it was SCSC selling his board. And Crazy Moving, they put everything that they possibly could to give him the assets in order to win.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Moving, like we said from the start of this game as well, SCSC, and I think that's a difference between this series and the last series, understanding whose board is stronger. With Crazy Moving, they understood his board was stronger. They completely sold the board from SCSC, being able to get Crazy Moving the advantage. And then Fnatic also played against each other as well, knocking out one of them players, and Crazy Moving came out with the win.
It came out with a big win indeed. T1 are looking great, but again, it was a close series, and the emotions were shown on the players' faces. For Fnatic, there was many times where they had the chance to celebrate. They were ahead of their competitors, but then T1 slowly but surely playing for the end game made it pay off. The scowling, of course, the tense moments. My goodness. Hoope, I don't even know how to quantify it, man. For Fnatic, it's got to be heartbreaking because they were so close so many times.
It's so tough, and the first series was tough for them, also losing in an early statement. We have Darnup, so we're losing a tactician crowd winner right now. Played so well, the team had synergy, and we saw them in maybe the closest series we have had so far. T1 deserved it. Even with T1 losses against Weibo, I had a talk with the general manager. She was like, I think we played well. So we're feeling confident that we can still perform, and even in local bracket, we can take it all.
Hopefully they can, but the question is the competition improving a bit too much? Is T1 not the T1 from the previous years?
We have to remember that this is a new T1 as well, with Sangyup coming in as well. Maybe didn't have the best of performances, I think, today overall, but when you have a new roster and a new player coming in, it takes some time for the team to, you know, get that synergy. Remember, this is a team that didn't come through the APAC qualifiers, actually missed out on the APAC qualifiers, and had to go through that open qualifier, the last chance. So it hasn't been an easy road this entire time for T1. They've had to go over, you know, bumps across the road, but they've been able to come out on top every single time.
Well, it was a close series indeed, and it's time to catch up with a couple of the players. Degon, who do you have?
Hey, what's up, everyone? Degon here alongside Minhee from Fnatic. Man, it can't get closer to that. Final match, final fight, final setup. Kind of go through the thoughts there at the end of this match with T1.
Yeah, I guess like going into stage 4, we sort of knew that. I guess they had the highest win share on their like Forge and Strength guy, since he basically has like 4 perfect artifacts on like in the best comp. So I think we were looking for like ways to either outcap that, which was why I was rolling for like Sona 3, Bard 3, and then they found one. So like I didn't have a chance to win anymore since my board is like AP Fast 9. So I had to give my life over and hope that Boss Skills won. So yeah, that was just like the thought process going into like the later parts of the match.
I mean, I felt like that was the part that I focused on there at the end, but overall in this series against T1, who's been pretty close multiple times here, is there a big moment that stands out to you throughout this 3-game series?
I think this game, like, yeah, we just like messed up a lot in like, because we had to basically triple ball for them essentially. I lost the Bintom and then so did Philip, so then we lost our chances of triple ball for him because then our HP situation wasn't good anymore and we had to start fighting each other as well.
You guys are known as the Band of Brothers. You're all friends and friendly with each other. What was it like having this experience at EWC here in Paris?
No, I think it's a great experience because we did like practice a lot together. We spent a lot of time together, like in person, like boot camping essentially for this one event. So it was fun. It's a good experience to have, but we just wish we could have, won some series.
Well, I mean, that series with T1, super close. It was great having you here at EWC. I know that there are more tournaments in the future. Anything you want to say to your fans?
No, just thank you for supporting us. Thank you for like cheering on Fnatic, and thank you for everything.
Minnie, everyone, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it, brother. Best of luck in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Digon, for the interview. Minnie, man, it's tough to listen to some of these interviews. You could tell he was putting on a brave face, but you can hear the pain in the voice. Hoping they won a series. It doesn't happen. But I want to celebrate the fact that they made it to this stage. That's a massive accomplishment, and also took T1, who could very well still make it to the grand finals. One of the favorite contenders to do so, to the limit.
It came down to the final fight. I mean, we have to be honest here. T1 came in, I think we can all expect as the favorites against Fnatic. Fnatic, a team that's still kind of new together. They have a new roster and everything, so it's very difficult for them. It came down to one fight. The one fight was the difference between T1 qualifying and T1 making it through and Fnatic making it through.
And the wildcard is Crazy Moving. That's the player that we have to watch from now on. He was the pop-up player last year, and he's the one who's going to make the difference. Veterancy for Bitium and pop-off and high play and raw show of emotion from Crazy Moving.
That's right. Well, that series has concluded. Another one is about to be before you. Another elimination match. One key to be crushed. Let's learn a little bit more about our competitors of Movistar Koi.
Movistar Koi, me, Reven, also Dalsom, that is our older guy that is really smart and like a little of the uncle of the team. Then we have Safo, the younger one. He's really talented, he's really good player. And then we have Odesta, that is a kind of special guy, but it's funny. I would describe our roster a really complete team. Had a lot of fun following our journey, getting in here. We started like 1 year ago trying to get into this World Cup, and then we just made content of everything, all the scrims, all the tournaments, everything. The people could saw everything. We are a really good team, but especially also on the content part, we fit really good together. We will keep improving, we will keep getting better. I don't know how far we will go here. I hope we win.
Movistar Koi, so many talented players on this roster and much hyped up coming into this tournament. In fact, you have a familiar rivalry here. It's not going to be easy. 2 talented European teams. Which one will move forward? Honing in on Movistar Koi just a little bit more. What makes this roster so good?
I think Safo is the star player for sure. I think, in the last sets, in Laura Legends, he had an incredible performance as well. And Reven himself is hyping up Safo as like the star player of this roster, who is so talented. But Dallasum, the minds of the game, can't be forgotten.
But one of the things, though, I got to bring up the fact that Koi did struggle against Team Vision's play style and pressure. That, to me, speaks volumes because you look at the differences between them and also Vitality and how they ended up playing a little bit against their opponents. Can this Koi roster show enough to beat Vitality, and can Revan truly be the star?
We have to set it up. It's possible for them, but they are not the favorites. The odds are not in their favor, but maybe the expression of community is they're not only from the Spain representatives, they're also the Hispanic representatives. So everyone in Latin America, everyone who speaks Spanish is rooting for their team. Revan is the biggest content creator for TFT in the Hispanic community, and everyone's giving that energy and providing to him. They have a chance, but it will have to be a Hail Mary.
One thing, interesting thing to note as well, Team Vitality has never lost to an EMEA team. In 2024, they beat KC, which was a full French squad, and in 2025, they beat Alcacer, which was also a full French squad as well. So the Americas coming in here for Team Vitality with Soju and Setsuko have never lost to an EMEA team. Could this be the first time?
Well, let's keep the conversation rolling. Vitality, they will take the stage in a moment's time, and they are such a good roster, and also here on home turf. But again, unrealized potential. You mentioned Alcacia, also Weibo Gaming, T1. That was their group last year. They didn't have a problem with Alcacia, but of course they had problems with T1 and Weibo Gaming. This year, though, they took the stage day number 1, and they pushed Flash Wolves to the limit. But they took the L, and now that's why they're in the spot they're currently in.
Yeah, and these players, they want it all. They want to really win. This is the redemption arc. This is what Prestiven was expressing. We wanted to go deeper. We want to win at least to go to grand finals, and they can do it. They know they can. In scrims, they said they win 90%. I I don't have evidence.
All right, but that's impressive.
I decide to believe, but of course they can make it. And they have played 4v4 so much. This is one of the only roster that hasn't been changed. Only Prestiven coming in as a new acquisition, and they can make it. They can make it work.
Let's find out if they can, but also weighing on the shoulders for Milk especially is his retirement.
No, exactly. I mean, we know that after this is Milk's final tournament. The Milk is a player that hasn't really competed that much individually in the 1v1 format because he's been so focused on this. This entire year, this entire format means so much to him.
Same for Soju.
Exactly.
I mean, he was streaming so much, and only to prepare for EWC, prepare for the 4v4, he diminished his time to stream, and he really wants to pop off. This is his moment.
And for Vitality as a whole, right now in second place for the club championship race, winning this, or at least moving forward, we want them to obviously get those points, make the club championship race that much more competitive. For Vitality, though, they had a chance to have a little bit of fun before they take the stage.
Welcome to Lightning Speed True or False, where we test Team Vitality's reflexes and knowledge on TFT. And hereby accompanied by Setsuko and Prestiven and Hupeson. How are you guys feeling right now?
Good, excited.
Okay, I'll explain the rules quickly. You each will have 45 seconds. I will be asking questions, and you will have a chance to respond as many as you can. It's only true or false. Who wants to start?
Yeah, I'll go first, sure.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Rabadon is created by combining 2 large rods.
True.
Yes. Sparring Gloves increases crit damage.
True.
False. Brand is part of the current set champion roster.
False.
Yes. Talon is a magic magician.
False.
Yes. Teamfight Tactic released in 2019.
True.
Yes. The common set 18 is called Enchanted Wilds.
True.
The last year, one became the tournament's MVP.
False.
Yes. You can pick 4 augments across a full game.
False.
Your avatar on the board is called Little Tactician.
False.
Tactician Crown is created by combining 2 spatulas.
True.
Jinx appear in the most amount of sets.
True.
Currently, there are 7 PvP rounds in the game. PB.
True.
You need 9 champions copy in order to create a 3-star unit.
True.
Akali's class is Challenger.
False.
That's good.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Rabadon is created by combining 2 large rods.
True.
Yes. Sparring Gloves increases crit damage.
What was the question?
Sparring Gloves increases crit damage.
No. False.
Yes. Brand is part of the current set champion roster.
False.
Yes. Talon is a magic magician and magic assassin.
False.
Yes. Teamfight Tactic released in 2019.
True.
The upcoming set 18 is called Enchanted Wilds.
True.
Last year, one became tournament MVP. Who? One.
Oh, yeah, true.
No. You can pick 4 augments across the game. You can pick 4 augments across the game.
It's false.
Your avatar in the board is called Little Tactician.
True.
No. Tactician's Crown is created by combining 2 spatulas.
True.
Yes. Jinx appear in the most amount of sets.
True.
Currently, there are 7 PvE rounds in the game.
True.
You're close.
No, I know it's. I had to like pause like a few times, or I would have won.
And the winner by a mile is Setsuko. Anything to say to Preston?
I'm not much to say. To be expected.
This is Lightning Spiel, and you're watching Teamfight Tactics at EWC 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our next elimination match. The stakes don't get any higher than this. As you can see, Team Vitality is getting ready for combat.
And this team is here for the win, brother. This is home for Team Vitality. You know, the supporters want to come in a few days to support the team. There is a lot to do, and it could be, you know, it's Milk's last dance. We gotta respect the man.
Milk did say that this could be his last event. Will it be a Cinderella story? If you're asking team, actually, do you believe, I have to ask you, who do you think is the favorite here, Damascus?
Potentially Vitality, more experience of course the EWC, but Movistar Koi has the strength and the grit to come back, right?
Movistar Koi, he's talking about comebacks. They already have shown that through it all, they stick with the same squad. We saw with Movistar Koi before that they actually didn't even qualify last year for EWC, but they stuck to the same squad, and now they are back on the grandest stage of them all. Sticking to the same team, loyalty and dedication is paying off, but how far can they take it?
And that's what I love, loyalty and dedication. You've got to trust your teams, and they've been trusting the team. Unfortunately, difficult start for them, but right now there's a huge rivalry, right? France versus Spain, we know the rivalry. France lost in World Cup, there's another World Cup to play right now. So you know what? Let's get this match going. Team Vitality versus Movistar Koi. One of them will get out of the stage at the end. Who will it be? It's time to start the match.
Koi versus Vitality. One will have their key crushed while the other can continue their story here at EWC. Casanova and Panda on the cast. Panda, we're going into a hell of a rivalry, and I can't wait to see how it pans out.
The desks did not believe in Koi, the stage hosts did not believe in Koi, but at the very least, I do believe, because this team is the anime plot armor team. It's the power of friendship, it's the content team. It's going to be a hard match, though, we have to say that much, because Vitality has been a roster that has been built for 4v4 from the ground up 3 years ago at the very first edition of TFT, and really, this team is just locked and loaded specifically for this format. These players who are content creators. They are fun. They are sometimes for fun players, in some cases on ladder, some cases from Soju, but in 4v4, it's all serious.
Look, you may be a big Koi supporter here, but I am all Vitality. I am on board the train for Milk's last ride, and I want to see it through, so I can't wait for us to jump into this game, David, and see what will happen as these two take to the convergence. But I think that Vitality has to be the favorite coming into this one. They've got the history at EWC, they've got the stacked roster coming into this, and they've got the recency of Soju on his best set yet, with all the prep that's come through from Milk and Soju taking time to dive into the 4v4 format, and also having just the individual success that they've had recently. I think that the stage is primed for Vitality to finally break through and have their best performance at EWC ever.
I want to touch on the contrast between the two big stars on each of these teams. Revan, last set, Lauren Legends, he makes it to the top 8 of the TAC round. His best ever result in the individual format by a large margin. This set, Soju is the one to do exactly the same thing. Both players had very dominant showings in TPC. It's really the contrast of these two sets back to back, and these two teams and these two leaders trying to keep their teams cool, calm, and collected. Going to game one, it will be Ari and Echo as our gods. It will be Stargazer, Medallion. So Lulu is definitely one of those reroll comps that players might be opting to go for if they have the right spot.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Tidal take an entire game with the Lulu. We've seen it be able to take over, but historically in 4v4, it is a bit more griefable on those 3-cost rerolls, so it can be really difficult to find that Lulu angle, but if you do, it can cap out for a lobby win.
Touching on the players and just the playstyle yesterday that we saw from MKoi in particular, They had no win-out players in both of those games against Team Vision. They also did not go 8th. So they played very safe TFT, very placement-heavy TFT, but were not able to consolidate any win-out spots in either of those 2 games. That is something we have to watch out for in this day 2. They have to kind of take out that idea of only playing safe TFT.
The contrast is Vitality in their first series. The 2 losses they took against Flash Wolves were with a 7 and 8. Even though they had win equity in those games, they were forced into a position where they needed the 1-2 and they couldn't convert.
Looking at Sappho, already a Lulu on the board. Sappho is a player who played a lot of Lulu this set, both at regional finals in EMEA and also on the TAC Crown stage. One of his preferred reroll comps. We'll see if he finds the right spot to play it, or maybe has a Primordian start instead.
Yeah, and we already mentioned the medallion, so this is the type of game where you can look to go in that direction. Alongside that, we just saw Crazy Moving take a lobby with the Akali. It has been the story of the tournament, is the Akali and the contest on both sides. It has normally found the most success being played from Temple because it's so heavily contested. You use it to get to level 8, you play around the Kindred, and you find yourself in the top 4. But if you get the opportunity to reroll it, it gives you a ton of win equity itself.
We have to mention as well what the gods enable for this very first game. Ahri, all about going fast 9, all about getting some extra econ and XP to make it that far. On Echo side of things, we have the chance for Divine Intervention, which you saw be so impactful in terms of sometimes going past 9, or just getting extra resources at the start of stage 4, or even a delayed Artifact Anvil. We saw Artifacts being the name of the game for Crazy Moving in that T1 win.
Well, and speaking of Artifacts, there was a potential option for Milk, but then he rolls into a Spreading Roots and immediately takes that, so he will be going in that direction instead.
We'll see what the emblems are going to be for Milk. It will be Arbiter and Bastion. Checking out the Arbiter effects here. No Leona Print, unfortunately, one of the stronger, more consistent options to play into AP Flex from a win streak position. We're seeing Apotheotic Forge for Setsuko, so he is going to have a chance to play against or into some artifacts. Sappho, no scout, no pivot. I'm very curious to see what reroll line he wants to play
that was
into.
the Lulu, right?
That's what I'm thinking.
There's a world we just have a Lulu, no scout, no pivot, and Vitality's going to have to look to start griefing that immediately.
It might be a Kali as well. That's been the big reroll, of course, across these first 2 days. We'll see what the option will be for Sappho. Definitely considered to be maybe more of a tempo player, especially from stage 3 onwards, but he can still scale into a very strong board in the late game.
See the early fights. Only Setsuko and Revan pushing to level 4, going into stage 2, looking for the early win streaks, and it's going to be Milk and Setsuko picking up wins, as well as Revan. We'll start to see those levels come through and see who can control the streaks. We've seen a lot of success from the teams who are able to control the early streaks, get the 5 win, the 5 loss. If you get both, I think the win percentage goes up significantly, so it's something we're always looking out for in the early stages, and there is that no scout, no pivot, and it is, in fact, going to be a Lulu on the board.
I am scared about this spot from Sappho. I think Vitality, they really understand the 4v format very well. And the fact that you can scout if you want, but you can't pivot your board once your units are locked in, which means Vitality has some very important information. Sappho is going to be forced to play Lulu reroll. Can we stop him? Can we change our entire game plan just to drag Sappho down to 8th by holding a ton of the Lulu copies? Or will Medallion print too much gold where it doesn't even matter?
And that ends up being the problem with 3-cost rerolls historically. There are less 3-costs in the pool than there are 2-costs and 1-costs, which makes those compositions harder to fully grief. Whereas 3-costs, you can successfully make it impossible for him to ever hit the 3-star by holding enough copies. And as a team of 4 players, that doesn't tax you nearly as much as it would if you were just trying to do this by yourself.
And some teams would maybe be a little bit less focused on griefing, a little less focused on trying to play that maybe dirtier style of TFT in 4v4, but Vitality is not one of those teams. They know what is necessary to win these games, what advantages they can find, any small edges, and griefing, of course, is one of them in 4v4.
We see early on, Soju having a pair of Akalis could very well end up in that line himself. We'd seen some Jinx reroll from the Flash Wolves, but that's not been something the rest of the teams have really been jumping on just yet. So expecting the Akalis from Soju to potentially just end up being the direction he goes, as Prestivan is looking to open fort and go for the full loss streak in this stage.
We are seeing trade sector from both players as well. Maybe to roll, find some Lulus, hold them in your bench for the entirety of the game. That's going to be, I think, really the focus for stage 2 and 3. I think once we get to stage 4, we'll have a clear idea on how Sappho's game plan will be able to pan out coming to the late game.
Yeah, I mean, that is just the story at this point, is will Sappho be able to escape and get his Lulu to that 3-star, or is it going to be a rather quick 8th, as we do have that artifact potential from the Echo? As you mentioned earlier, the value of these artifacts can be immense, and especially when you start stacking them up, and we did have some artifacts already from Vitality, so being able to add to that power can create some extremely high caps and give you a ton of that win equity.
And of course, the strongest really interaction with this Echo boon that's offered, as well as with Divine Intervention, is the fact that if you are already playing low tempo, if you're already playing for, you know, the lose streak player on your team, the player trying to go 10 loss and then spike in a big way, you're not changing your game plan at all. You're doing exactly what you're going to do anyway, but you have this next big bonus of having a free artifact coming into stage 4.
So we had Prestivan with the open fort, as well as now we're seeing Odessa was playing around the Anima, but has actually sold out of it to try and continue the loss streak, as there is potential for him getting greased.
Has it in the shop, just trying to play a few mind games. I think Vitality, you know, this is not their first time playing a 4v4 tournament of this caliber. They can expect Odessa to have the Briar to buy. He does buy it last minute, tries to make the weakest board possible. Doesn't matter too much for this fight. It will be Setsuko on level 5, the player he's facing.
Yeah, Setsuko, of course, is looking to go for that 5 streak, has the Thresh's Lantern, which scales really well into the end game. If you can be pulling in maybe a 2-star 5 cost at that peak, especially an extra Blitzcrank tends to be the optimal pickup off that Thresh's Lantern. But even in the early game, just getting another body on board can be enough for the front line, and Setsuko really primed to get the full 5 streak, because there's actually no one else contending to fully streak stage 2.
I do love the trade sector picked up from Vitality on 2 players in particular. I think one of their big strengths is understanding the lobby tempo and how it's all coming together in stage 3 and part of stage 4. And trade sector allows you to roll on off intervals, allows you to roll on weird rounds the opposing team might not expect. And I think Vitality is very good at understanding exactly this. When they see kind of a weak spot in the tempo, the general tempo plan of the opposing team, and they can kind of hit them in that weak spot.
And we have Prestivan still looking to try and find that lost streaker, try and make sure the Anima cannot fully stack up and give that opportunity for MKOI to find a player on the win out, and he gets it. He finds Odessa, is going to make him lose his streak and not let the Anima get out of control.
And this is expected. I think Odessa is not going to suddenly start crying because his streak was broken. He understands that in 4v4, it is almost impossible to reach the 400 stacks that we saw so much during TAC Round in an individual format. But he's forcing Prestivan to open fort. He's forcing Prestivan to sell some units he might not have wanted to sell. And Odessa, I think, will be quite happy just getting some small cash outs.
Yeah, what this does mean, though, is there is no one that gets to complete the full loss streak, as Prestivan and Sappho are both on the largest streaks there. Meanwhile, Setsuko does get the full win streak in stage 2. Revan and Milk, the only ones behind him, as Revan was able to get a 3 win. It's not optimal, but it's still getting there, getting those streaks going. But overall, I would say stage 2, a little bit in Vitality's favor, but this is just the start of the game.
Revan does have the Legion of 3s, does have the Jinx, has the Kraken right now on the bench, has the Bastion +1 as well. We'll see if he plays more into kind of a general Nova plan with a Kraken already slammed in the Bastion emblem, or if he does try and really index heavily onto the Akali. Half a rod can be a Gunblade, of course, Akali's most important item, as we've been seeing across these 2 days.
Oh, there's the rest of the Gunblade. If he wants to just go ahead and slam it, he's got the 2-star Akali already, so that's exactly the spot you kind of want to be in to start playing this. And if he ends up being the one contesting it, that is definitely going to be good for MKOI. They need to have an Akali player, and often it's done from lost streak. Like Sappho would have been someone that you would be looking for, but we know he's locked into the Lulu.
I love Revan's Jinx on the bench. It makes me think it's like the most pathetic aura farming of all time with a 2 cost ready to come in on 3-2.
Oh, wow. Dalsum does, in fact, have just the 3-star Lysandra to go alongside the Cho'Gath for the early game. And it's still plenty of gold.
It's preferred, of course, to hit the Cho'Gath 3. That's the really important unit for the scaling. But having not rolled pretty much at all, he's opting to just level here. I don't think he's necessarily playing for the Cho'Gath 3, saying, hey, the Lysandra 3 is enough tempo for now. I'm going to try and give some HP to Revan because I know I'll be very strong with the Lysandra 3. And we'll see if Dadatum just plays for a more general tempo line in the AP Flex.
Yeah, we'll see how close this fight goes if he can give some HP, and it looks like he will be able to. Just the Lysandra left does go down. Very good loss and good trade of HP.
Revan, of course, on a small win streak, that is someone on a small lose streak, so it makes some sense here until we see the 3-2 augments and what kind of direction every player wants to go into, and it will be prismatic. So a wrench is being thrown into everyone's game plans. A lot of extra resources, items, artifacts, econ coming in.
Yeah, and we mentioned that usually Lost Streak likes to end up going into this Akali line. We have all the extra resources, and Prestiven's going to use those rolls from the trade sector and ends up finding a Kindred on 6 to put this together. The Baron's Lair combat augment going to help get a lot of power into this comp after an econ start. I think Prestiven is in a very good spot after the early open 4.
Prestiven saying, I know Sappho will be rolling now on 6. Despite playing the Lulu, you want to try and get at least the Jax 2, the Lulu 2, the Milio 2 as well. And he had to try and roll at the same time, try and find some early Lulus, try and block the free win streak for Sappho with the no scout, no pivot combat power coming through.
Yeah, and he takes the Jaxes out of the pool. He's at 4 Jaxes. Sappho did not find his as part of the no scout, no pivot. He needs to start finding Jax as well, so the front line has started to stabilize for Prestiven, but just on the Akali 1. Meanwhile, we know Revan does have the 2-star for that already. Prestiven did find a pair, however, so with the trade sector, you have to expect he'll be able to get to that Akali at some point relatively soon, and his board has spiked so heavily with the 5 Nova getting the Kindred on 6.
A big high roll as well for Prestiven. I think it's one of the high rolls that you really hope for when you're playing Akali, because it makes your stage 3 that much easier, despite maybe even not having the upgrade on the Akali. We saw Soju quickly there. He is going to be on Trait Tree. Did find some synergy between the Vanguard emblem and the Arbiter emblem for now, plus that Stargazer. We'll see what he's going to do here. Obviously, the Vanguard going to be a great third item for now. Does he use the Reforger eventually on the Stargazer? Maybe even on the Arbiter, depending what he's hit for now.
Yeah, it makes sense, but no reason to send it just yet. Does have the Ginsu and the Jeweled Gauntlet Slam, so could be looking into going LeBlanc later, as we do have more Trait Tree available for Dalsum.
Shepherd, Timebreaker, I mean, interesting options for Stage 3 in particular, the Arbiter as well. These are all emblems that can play into some sort of an AP flex board. You can even play 7 Shepherd on Stage 4 for a while, especially with the Lissandra 3, if you find an early Sona. So this could be a pretty strong AP game plan from Dalsum here.
Yeah, but Prestiven able to keep the streak alive with that great Kindred hit, even though you look at Dalsum's board and it's like, well, that seems pretty powerful with the 3-star Lissandra, 3 items on it, but it's just not enough, as we do have a Scuttle Party or just some extra econ for the rest of the game. So power now or power later.
Power very little later, so it is going to be still a stage 4 spike for most players here. You know how many players pick Baron Lair as their second augment?
As many as saw it.
4 players,
Yeah.
So really angling into this perfect combination of a final tank item potentially for your board, while also having some scaling combat power in these later fights.
As we see a lot of the picks, it was pretty split actually between Echo and Ahri for this selection. So we are jumping back on board with Revan checking in on his Akali.
It's actually 4 Baron's Lairs and 3 Trait Trees. And 1 hedge fund.
Lot of variety.
So it seems like players are really understanding what are the strong pickups on the 3-2 Prismatic round in particular.
Well, Baron's Lair just being very stable, a lot of combat power, but the Trait Tree does open up opportunities for incredible high rolls and the option to look for a win-out angle. And if you just hit and hit hard, that can just solve the first place for your team, and then you just have to figure out the rest of the game how you can support that win.
Important fight here for Revan on a 6-win streak right now, trying to make that an 8-win streak, trying to exit this stage 3 as healthy as possible. That being said, the positioning makes it so that the Milio targets the Akali early on. The Gunblade healing does come through. Can the Akali clutch the fight here? She can, so it looks like the Milio just has enough burst power.
The front line's almost gone though, so it is just going to be Milio not being able to punch through the rest of that board. Revan being level 7, Desoju 6, had just a lot of meat and potatoes on the board to go alongside that Akali, and even though she's not able to get through everything, the damage was done. And we are going to see Dalsum actually pick up the Cho'Gath 3, so does end up rolling a bit more to complete this composition and just have that stable tank in the front line that's scaling through the rest of the game, even though he is on a 2-loss streak currently with these 1 costs he's been playing around.
This is the comp that MKOI has told me they think they have a lot of edge on compared to the rest of the field. They still value Cho'Gath from pretty much any spot. They said, even if I just have 1 copy, I think it's a strong enough comp, and it's being underplayed in the tournament.
Well, we'll see if that can be proved in this game. If Dalsum can find at least a decent placement, I would imagine that you're not using this as always a first place comp, but more as just something stable to give a solid placement to one of your players that's not taking away from the rest of the team. And we'll see if that can prove in this game, because he has hit, I would say, early enough. 3-5 finds the Cho'Gath, but not going to be enough to find a win against Soju on that Milio. So even with these spikes on a 3-loss streak.
Quite poor level 5, 40 gold here. We'll see now Soju's spot. He's the player who's trying to get quite strong off of the Milio 2 carry. He is level 7 already. He has the chance to potentially find the Alawi 2 to continue shoring up this board. We're seeing the artifact coming through. Titanic Hydra, not really the best synergy for an AP setup. Reforgers might be the name of the game for the artifacts, for the emblems, from the Tree players as well. So really have to keep an eye out on the item bench for all of our competitors coming into stage 4.
Yeah, just see when that gets spent by Soju. I think it's a when, not if, on that Reforger, and it can spell the entire game. If he gets a high roll, he can just get there. So you take a look at Milk's board as well. He's on that headphone. He's so rich, 100 gold, and he's just continuing to be able to level up, and he's pushing to 8 immediately, and he's going to start actually rolling down and look to stabilize here before re-econing and playing for that level 9, that level 10 end game, and potentially look to win out. But he wants to find some stability now on this roll down. Finds a pair of Morganas, does get a Lulu upgrade as he's trying to buy away, but he's not really hitting much.
Where did the gold go? Where are Namis? Where are Blitzcranks? Tom Kench is fantastic. Orn 2 is great, but we have not hit a single Nami on this roll down. And we haven't high-rolled a Blitz either. That was 80 gold to roll for Milk. That is not the roll down he was hoping for.
Yeah, he's just going to have to hope that being at level 8, having that front line on lock, and the one copy of Aurelion can find him enough wins to re-stabilize that economy, because he spent everything and did not get as much progress on this game as he would need. We were talking about maybe being able to re-econ up to 9, up to level 10, but with a roll like that, I'm not sure it's going to happen.
We do see a different artifact on Soju's board, so the Reforger did not net Soju the answer he was looking for an AP board. Yasuo's blade work is currently on the Zoe. This is an AD artifact as well. This is not exactly what you want to see. Hoping for, you know, a Blading Jewel for LeBlanc, for example, a frontline tank artifact.
So we do have Soju sending the roll down, finds the Morgana upgrade for the front line. Does end up finding a LeBlanc and a Karma.
Just a single copy of each, though. This is also not the spot you want it to be in if you're Soju. You have free rolls still, but you don't have really the gold to buy the upgrades in any case. Trying to maybe scale into the late game with the Graves for now.
Yeah, meanwhile, Setsuko rolling down ends up finding 6 copies of Victor. We have not really seen Victor reroll as a comp that players are looking for, but sometimes you do just scrounge together what you hit, and especially with Safo rerolling a 3 cost as well, it is opening up the pool to maybe create an opportunity for Setsuko to cook something up with that Dark Star and Space Groove emblems. We do have Soju versus Milk now. Milk has found a Nami, which was what he was looking for on the big roll down, but it is just 1 copy.
And Milk forced to take another Econ Augment on 4-2 because of how badly he missed on his 4-1 roll down with Hedge Fund. We have to say, some of the gold is being spent on holding Lulus. We're seeing 4 for Milk. We're seeing 1 from
copies.
Soju.
He has 3 on the board.
We saw so many copies being held. I think Safo is not going to be hitting Lulu 3, but how much Econ is Vitality losing holding all these copies? Will it be a detriment in the end?
Yeah, I mean, what they're looking at now with Milk at how low he is to try and cage Safo, send him 8th and Milk 7th, but the HP advantage is in Safo's court. Milk holding 7 copies of Lulu. He's got the 3 on the board and then 4 on the bench. Safo is going to have a hard time actually hitting, but he hasn't full sent yet. He feels comfortable enough to sit at 50 gold on this 3-loss streak, and it will come soon, but it has not come yet.
Potentially, MKOI saw how badly Milk missed on his Space Groove roll down and said, hey, if Milk goes out in 8th, all these Lulus are back into the pool. Safo, you should wait until that moment to then have a 60, a 70, an 80 gold roll down.
And the big thing for the rest of Vitality is they now need to hit Safo hard. They need to get as strong as possible if he's in the pool and try and send him low. If Milk can find a win, though, here, it can start to buy a lot of space, but he does not. He's down to 5 HP, a singular life for Milk, and that opens the door for Safo. He has 2 lives remaining. He can wait for Milk to go 8th.
And go for Ari as well. Bank the rerolls if Milk goes down. So a lot of matchmaking will be of vital importance on this next round. Vitality has to give Milk 1 or 2 more lives. If they face him here in stage 4, his players have to sack for him potentially to not allow those Lulus to go back into the pool. We've seen Tidal play Lulu with Medallion. We saw Revan yesterday as well. This is a comp that once you hit a Lulu 3, you have a chance to win out.
Yeah, it can absolutely get there. Now the name of the game is keep Milk alive, and the problem is often in these spots you don't want to sacrifice that much HP. You just want to let the player go, cut them loose, go 8th, because you don't expect them to have a way back into the game. And Milk is stuck kind of donkey rolling, trying to stabilize the board because of this, and that is a huge issue as Safo actually hits so much here. He finds the Melio, the Pantheon, and the Twisted Fate.
Is that going to be enough for Safo to win these fights without the Lulu? That's a big question. But more importantly, Milk hits the Nami too.
Yeah, massive.
Is that the stability point he needed? Setsuko on the Victor 3, but Milk up against Prestivan. Prestivan did not remove items off of the Akali, but the Akali's being targeted right away by the Nami. This should be a fight win for Milk.
Yeah, they set up the positioning beautifully here so that the Akali does get focused down by the Nami out the gates, making it so Prestivan can still present a strong board if he doesn't hit Milk, but does lose immediately. So Milk is able to stay alive a bit longer. Safo does go down to 8 life. 1 life for Safo. If Vitality can send him 7th, it is massive for their overall game.
And we mentioned it all the way back in stage 2 with no scout, no pivot. This will be the focal point of this game 1 up until either of these players is going to be eliminated.
30 gold for Safo, and the thing is yes, he could send it, but Milk is holding on to so many copies. Now it's 5, it's not 7. He had to sell some to make the board that he was trying to put together, but with that many copies out of the pool and only 27 gold to spend, are you hitting 3 copies of Lulu? Can you send it? Probably not, so he has to hope that he can outlive Milk in the spot. What are the matchups? It is going to be Safo versus Setsuko. All the items getting slammed down on the Victor 3 with all the Lulus out of the pool. The door was open. He finds the Victor. Meanwhile, Revan trying to send Milk out of it.
Look at the Riven. If the Riven sneaks onto the Kindred, she could be in trouble.
She's
the Akali's
there.
already down. The Riven is onto the Kindred. This is going to be a really big win for Milk. Just staying alive. It could be a placement difference, but Safo's
still there.
Also wins the round. We go again.
Yeah, so the Victor 3, not enough to deal with Safo's board. Both of these players escaping with their lives for 1 more round. The overall HP relatively even. Revan and Dalsum holding the fort down for MKoi, while Soju holds it down for Vitality.
And you know who else is rubbing his hands waiting for Milk and Safo to go down? Odessa, because he has Speedy Double Kill as his first augment, and he's saying, hey guys, I need my gold. Can both of you please get eliminated?
And the thing is it's not guaranteed. Odessa could be the one to go out first. Both Milk and Safo have found pretty good upgrades for their board. They are not weak by any means, and their teams are going to be sacking for them. So Odessa may become the casualty of this battle at the bottom with only 2 lives left.
TFT is all about heroes, but in this case, it's about not being the biggest loser in this game 1, not going out early, not setting up your team for a defeat potentially if you end up going out in 8th, making it so much harder to have those placements in the top 4.
Safo sent it 0 gold, so he's not waiting any longer, just needs to make the board as powerful as possible to make sure he does not go 8th against Milk here. It is just going to continue to be the story of this game as Dalsum has been able to get very powerful over the last few turns. We were thinking, oh, he's still losing with these 1 costs, but as he was able to push levels, he's really brought the board together.
And here it is, the final showdown. It will be Milk versus Safo. Safo has not hit the Lulu 3, and the Riven might wrap herself back to the backline there with the Emilio and the Lulu, or she could get taken down early.
She's getting focused down. The Lulu takes her out. It looks like Milk's going to go down. The front line too strong. Milk is out. Safo holds strong for MKoi and will send Milk 8th.
Soju continuing. No, Soju loses the win streak as well, so some loss of gold here from Prestivant. Odessa also wins, stabilizes his board, potentially gets closer to that Speedy Double Kill cash out.
Even though the Lulus have gone back into the pool, Safo had to send it to try and make the board strong enough to stay alive. So he's not out of the woods yet. However, he may have completed all he needs to do by outplacing Milk, and we'll see how the rest of the placements start to fall, because that is so big. That 8th place makes it so much more difficult for the team, and it might force Vitality to find a first as we get later into this.
And Safo's still scaling as well, right, with no scout, no pivot. Looking at now the Akali 3 from Marvin there. We're going to see Safo still on his last life. Can he defeat Prestivant here, who has gone 9, who has hit the Vex, who has the fully itemized 5 cost now in his back line?
Yeah, the Vex 2 is massive, and it's scaling in this fight. The Ginsu scaling up already. But this front line is just massive for Safo. The Pantheon has been so incredibly tanky, and even though the Vex has some backline access, it's not quick enough to deal with all the carries. So Safo continuing this win streak and chipping away at the health total of Vitality. At this point, MKOI has extended the gap significantly. However, most of it is just on 2 players, which leaves the door open for Vitality to still make this happen.
Leona 3 for Odessa, a small extra little bit of power in the front line there, trying to buy time for the LeBlanc scaling to come through. Odessa, of course, not able to cash out the speed double kill, but maybe it's enough. As long as he can get one more placement here, he can outplace one more player from Vitality. That would be huge for him. Both players from MKOI on their last life, potentially. It's Safo and Odessa fighting off against Setsuko and Revan.
There it is, Setsuko looking for this big win. He does have that Akali and the Kindred are fully online going up against Safo, and that should be all the damage he needs, but it's just not to get through the Pantheon. Safo stays alive once more, and it is just too much, as finally Odessa will be the one to fall to Setsuko's Victor.
The Pike came in, moved that backline one step forward. The Victor cast came through and blew everything up. Odessa ends out in 7th, but Prestiven's down to 1 final point of HP.
And this is the big thing to look for, is if they can send Safo down in 6th place, that opens the door to just make it a first place game, which I think is where Vitality needs it to be. As Dallasum continues to cap out this board, we saw a Cho'Gath win in the Zeta Division series yesterday, and once again, Dallasum is setting up to really find an opportunity to win out with the same composition.
No Darkstar emblem, but he did find the Jhin there for the 6th Darkstar. A really big power spike. Safo fighting for his life still. Prestiven definitely fighting for his life on that 1 HP. Trying to have this Vex carry this fight forward.
And it looks like Soju was not able to weaken his board much to go up against Prestiven, so it is just going to be a straight up fight. Prestiven gonna have to try and find the win through this Vex, and it looks like he's been able to do so. Prestiven stays alive, but so does Safo, and that means Setsuko has fallen very low as well. Blinking HP bars for Vitality. They could still have 3 of their members finish in the bottom 4, and MKOI steal away this first game.
What a game from Safo. Triple targeted on the Lulu. He goes from 0 to hero on a 5 win streak now, outplacing potentially a ton of players from Vitality. This could be a blowout win if Setsuko and Prestiven go out here.
Yeah, they used so much economy to lock him in, to keep him from getting that Lulu 3. But Safo found the other units, found enough strength to make it through, and now he takes on Prestiven. This is a massive fight. Prestiven must win here to keep Vitality's chances really alive, as Setsuko goes against Dallasum, who's been probably the Grim Reaper of this lobby. He's been very strong. Prestiven's Vex still holding strong, lots of damage coming out, but the Pantheon has anchored this board for far too long. It will not go down. It will not stop. Safo takes down Prestiven, and Setsuko falls as well. MKOI take game 1.
Safo somehow survives the onslaught, survives the grief from Team Vitality, survives all the way to the top 4. Odessa takes the fall, doesn't get the speed double kill cash out, but it doesn't matter in the end. Dallasum as well, the Darkstar game plan, the understanding, hey, I do think Cho'Gath Lissandra is underplayed. If I have a decent enough spot, I'm going to try and force it.
Yeah, and they go there, and once again, even though it was looking like maybe this composition wasn't it was struggling in the early game, he found his hits and was still loss streaking. Eventually, he turns it around and just doesn't really lose anymore for the rest of that game. And what is it with Vitality and needing to lose game 1? We saw it in the qualifiers. We saw it even yesterday. They often are able to scale up in the series and come back, but it would do a lot more for the Vitality fans if they could pick up that first win.
We have to give props to Revan as well. A massive win streak to help his team from stage 3 to stage 4. Huge first game from MKOI.
Massive game. We'll see if Vitality can bounce back or if MKOI will shut this out. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we return, we will have more Vitality versus MKOI.
Movie star Koi strike first. Vitality now at risk of having their key crushed. Despite being on home turf, it hasn't helped them yet. Can they come back? Well, if anything has to do with our previous series, I'm thinking a Game 3 is before us. Hey, welcome back in to the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor, Reflections Noble, joined by Clement and Counterfeit. Good to see you, boys. First and foremost, this series, my goodness, what a match. And it seems movie star Koi had control the entire time.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was so fascinating to come into this one with two groups of friends kind of going against each other. Honestly, what I really liked from seeing in this game is that, of course, while we've been seeing a lot of smiles across the rest of the day, from Koi's side of things, I was seeing some real steel in their expressions there. They were fully locked in.
Yeah, they were definitely pushed to the brink right there, and I feel like the biggest story of the game was the fact it was a Hunger Games at the bottom of the standings. Safo, the main carry for MKOI, was able to go into that no scout, no pivot, and then bait everyone to hold his copies.
We take a live look at our team vaults. Now, obviously, you can see Danny in the background, which means we are looking at Vitality, and well, I must say, it doesn't look too happy over in the vault at the moment, but I do see some smiles, so I think they're going to be just fine. But you know what? They've got to regroup. Look, it's not easy to get off of that stage, go to your dugout, and of course, try and recover within, 7 minutes when you have to be back onto the stage ready to go again. But you're going to have to dig deep if you want to try and come back in the series. Of course, speaking in regards to Vitality, we take a look at our first action from that game number 1. And this was the Hunger Games battle. I believe it was Safo versus Milk. And Milk loses, unfortunately, which sets Safo as well as Movie up.
Oh, this was a huge turning point in the game. Actually, Milk was holding on to 7 copies, even used his duplicator to make sure Safo couldn't hit on the Lulu 3, but Safo still ends up eliminating him. He goes on to kill another of the Vitality players. So this was the biggest turning point. MKOI usually can't find their high cap, but they baited Vitality to play low cap with them as well.
Yeah, and of course, it's an astonishing game for Safo. I think everybody thought that was going to be the end of the line for him. But remember, Milk, he played for the team there, very much selfless in that game. But for it not to matter, it's just extraordinary.
Yeah, the game ends relatively quickly after that. Let's say Safo instead loses that. Milk continues on. Does Vitality have a chance to win, or do they still end up far behind?
I mean, I can't think of a world in which I think we were inches away from seeing Safo thrown out of that game. I think everyone was fully ready for that to happen. You said, while it was a bait, it was an extremely risky bait to take.
Yeah. Well, hey, check it out. It is such an impactful matchup, especially for Vitality. After all, they're currently in second place when it comes to the club championship points. Trav, what's happening at the total?
Just wrapped up the final game of the day here at the Kadia City Grid in PUBG, and I've managed to catch up with Lauren, who's going to give us an update on all things Club Championship when it comes to this stage.
Yeah, because we are now 2 days down out of our group stage, and today was actually a big day for some of our Club Championship squads. At the end of today, it is VP who find themselves at the top of the leaderboard. Some are going to be paying attention to, but we also have the likes of AGAL, and they were a squad that everyone thought was going to do really well, actually struggled throughout good half of today and didn't do well yesterday either, and then had a massive pop-off performance, rocket themselves up the leaderboard, and save their spot potentially in the finals, as well as Twisted Minds doing well with still 1 series left to play. I mean, we have a lot of squads we're going to be paying attention to here in this game.
Yeah, well, it seems like we've got a few common trends with the Club Championship teams across both our stages. We'll keep you updated as things keep going across the week.
Thank you, Trav. Glitter Explosion. Yeah, a lot of those orgs that they were talking about are deep into the race for the Club Championship trophy, and several of the orgs mentioned are still in the play, still playing for their tournament life or already into the playoffs. Things are heating up at the Esports World Cup, and I want to keep you all informed with EWC Play.
One is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Vitality, you got to wake up. This isn't a dream. This is reality. And right now you are knocking on the door of having your key crushed. We know you have it within you to tie this series up, but it's up to you to do it. But movie star Koi, they don't care about that narrative. They just want to take the win. Quick adjustments going into game number 2. What do they need to make?
Well, I think Vitality need to recognize that they're much better at playing for their caps. Setsuko, if he was able to play all the way, he would have had 3 firsts already in this tournament. He's their big carry. Allow them to shoot for the stars. That's where you're best.
No, absolutely. I think very much more focusing on themselves than on their opponents there. She said, getting baited into playing outside of the comfort area. I think they need to go back to the fundamentals and play what they do best.
All right, it's time to get serious. Vitality, will they come back or will the key get crushed? Well, really, it's up to movie star Koi to decide. We're heading to the stage in just a moment's time.
This very well may be the last game of Milk's career if MKOI is able to take this down 2-0. Vitality on the ropes once again in the Esports World Cup. Disappointing finish in 2025, wanting to bounce back this year, and it's not the start they've wanted, but it's how you finish that matters as they go in to game 2 against MKOI. Vitality going to be going on to Ari and Kale to kick things off.
Vitality with their backs against the wall, but if I know Vitality, they are not giving up without a fight. I expect a game 3 to be forced here. I expect Vitality to be on their absolute A-game to try and tie this series up. We'll see how the bigger picture game plans change. We'll see if there's going to be more opportunity for those rerolls. Component anvils are coming through. The Stargazer will be the boar, which is definitely a highlight for the win streak Stargazer game plan playing into Xayah. It can be one of those snowballing comms where you win streak early with a Talon, you get to Xayah, you continue win streaking, all the extra gold you generate, send you to level 9 with a Jin 2 and the Blitz 2, and you can win the game.
And the component anvils actually really complement that style because you need a critical mass of bows in order to play Xayah. And by having these anvils, you're going to be able to tailor those items a significantly amount more. So we'll see if that Xayah ends up coming up, because this is the kind of optimal circumstances to make it happen.
And you know what Sappho's favorite comp is?
Is it Xayah?
It's Xayah.
There we go.
The Kale will help with the bows. The component anvil will help with the bows. We'll see if Sappho has a start to play into one of his comfort comps across this entire set. Of course, Sappho made it all the way to the attack round for the very first time. Revan said it on that little content piece before we started off the series. The star player, the young prodigy, the star for MKOI.
Yeah, and I mean, he proved it in that last game. I mean, he held his composure, he held strong, found the other pieces, even recognizing when the Lulu wouldn't happen, gets to the Pantheon, which was really the all-star for that comp to keep Sappho in it, and just the confidence to go no scout, no pivot, Lulu in such a critical game, and in the face of Vitality all holding his units, he's able to prevail.
Setsuko with a TF pair has a talent as well. Expedition is offered, one of the strongest silver augments if you're trying to play for a high cap. And we'll see if Setsuko, a player known for his winouts, a player known for his incredibly high win rate, wants to play, wants to be the hero in this game too. We heard Clement mentioning it. This is where Setsuko is best. He has to maybe play in that exact role.
Look, Setsi unleashed after looking for 3 first places against Flash Wolves. If they were played out, as Clement was saying, he has been phenomenal in this tournament so far. If his team can let him go Expedition, enable him to go from here and play for the win, they just have to sort the rest of their game. Against Flash Wolves, they fell short. They had a lot of 7th and 8th place combinations, which means his first places were null and void. But in this spot, if they can still clean up the rest of the game plan, they just have to put their trust in Setsuko.
Whoa, kickstart into an Akali with a Gunblade. Is that even legal? Milk, an incredibly strong start to the stage 2. Poised to be one of the strongest players, not just now in stage 2, but maybe the entire game, having the chance to play into an Akali 3 with 3 copies already found, maybe even playing into that, you know, Kindred and Vex 3-unit carry comp in the late game.
Look, Milk just saying, hey, I'm not done yet. This isn't going to be my last one. Give me that Akali. Save me from this tournament so far. As Milk is going to have a very good setup going forward. We'll have eyes to see if he can convert that. But I have to imagine a player of his caliber is going to be able to convert an early Akali 2 with a Gunblade.
And let's be honest, I think Vitality deserves some high rolls in this game because we saw some massive low rolls in the game 1. Milk did not find a single Nami for like 80 gold. Soju had some terrible artifacts off of his Reforges for his AP line. We're also seeing a kickstart from Safo, and wait a minute, that's also an Akali.
I've seen this somewhere.
I swear to you guys, the emblem or the augment does not say get an Akali 2. It says just get a 2-star 2-cost unit. But both of the players on either team has found the exact same one.
Well, and that's going to cancel out a little bit of the advantage, but I will say the Gunblade is at least a big boon for Milk that he has over Safo. But Safo did have such a great game last time, looking to repeat that as the Akali contest into Milk. A lot of the story of this EWC has been this unit, and that will not stop here.
There are some low-tempo players in this lobby as well off of their 2-1 augments. I'm talking about Dalesom, who has a latent forge, so he's going to be waiting to find an artifact way later on stage 3-5. We also have 2 players with augmented power, both Prestivan and Revan. Both players on the current bottom of HP standings for obvious reasons. They have no resources or combat power coming out from the 2-1 augment whatsoever, so they will try and be those 5-loss players.
Yeah, that will give them the opportunity to really scale up as Dalesom once again forcing into the Cho'Gath line, and especially with the artifact or the item anvils, this is going to allow you to find the best in slot for the Cho'Gath and really get this comp online. Plus, an artifact for it can really accelerate this composition.
You had have a lot of great hits for both the Cho'Gath and the Lissandra as well. We saw the Cho'Gath last game beat Soraka's Miracle. Incredibly strong on the Cho'Gath in terms of just buying so much time to stall out for the 6 Darkstar damage to come through.
Well, let's see if this tech pays dividends for Employ. In the last game, it was worth its salt, and if it can do it one more time, that could be all MCoy needs to close this chapter on Vitality.
Prestivan does get a win there on the 3rd fight of this game, despite being the augmented power player trying to play for the 5 loss.
Craftsmanship going to be the offer from Kale. That's going to give those Reforgers set up to make a little bit of additional econ if you do Reforge, but that could be worth it for someone like Dalesom, who is getting that latent forge, and it gives him the opportunity to get another shot, a reroll on that, if you will, but it does look like he actually went for Ahri instead, so no Reforger there.
It can be so strong. Maybe not right now. There aren't like too many emblems coming into play for most of our players, but if you're anticipating, you know, the 3-2 Prismatic, we saw 3 players with Trait Tree in game 1. Having that Reforger can be so impactful in terms of trying to play into the really strong emblems and lines like the Darkstar +1, the Space Groove +1, the Nova +1 even.
Getting back on board with Milk. He's found a 4th Akali, and of course still has that champion duplicator. So if he ends up finding, you know, that Kindred to pair up with this comp, getting to the Kindred 2 very early on can be so impactful. And since he knows he's contested Akali, it does make a lot of sense to use it to tempo to 8, get the Kindred online, and play for that style of this Nova composition.
Odessa, also one of the win streak players in this lobby for the stage 2, does face off against Setsuko, who does have Anima online, trying to get a bit of a loss streak going, seeing if he's going to force anyone from MCoy to have to full open to try and stop the Anima streak. And of course, Setsuko is on Expedition, so he is happy to play into a lose streak anyway.
Looks like Revan is going to be going for that full open on his 4 loss to try and prevent Setsuko from completing that with Anima, but notably, Dalesom can't really do so. He's playing around Cho'Gath, he's playing around the Lissandra. He has to keep the units, and he's likely to win those fights. He can position to attempt to grief Setsuko because he's also forced to play a unit, so there's a bit of a mind game there. But if you have 2 players going on this full open fort, you're going to be losing a lot of HP trying to prevent Setsuko from going on the loss streak, but Revan gets it.
And it's very fortunate for MKOI, very fortunate for Revan, because Revan had essentially 2 rounds to try and hit Setsuko. The moment 3-2 comes around and he gets his augmented power augment, he wants to start winning. He wants to start making a board and bouncing back. So a really good hit there on Setsuko at the end of this stage 2.
Going to hurt Vitality a little bit, but this is still Expedition, and he can just use the anime to get little boosts. He doesn't have to go for the all-in and still have the opportunity to have a high cap around that Expedition on this game.
One thing I will mention from Milk in the games he had yesterday against Flash Wolves, he only finished in 2 different positions, 8th or 1st. It was an 8th in game 1 now. This is looking like a spot where Milk could potentially come in for a 1st, despite that loss there on the Akali reroll.
Yeah, it does take the loss to Odessa, who had the silver spoon to try and help with the levels, but of course that doesn't really make a difference when they were both at level 5, so it just came down to the board strength as a whole. So we do have Delisum. We're going to be seeing some big roll downs coming soon. He was very rich going into this with the full loss streak. Both he and Revan were able to complete 5 losses, and Odessa with the 5 wins. So streaks fully controlled by MKOI on this stage 2.
One of the benefits of the Cho'Gath Lissandra reroll for the Alisum, it's very hard to grief the 1-cost rerolls. There's just so many copies in the pool. And you're rolling kind of in a very different place to the rest of the lobby. It's not like the Lulu where you can roll on 3-2 and everyone can hold copies.
And we'll see if he ends up rolling on 4 at all. Just going to allow him to get 1 turn, but he is going to level to 5 before sending it. And curious if he even fully goes for it, but just opening up board space and opening up the ability to hit the Mordekaisers as well for that Dark Star. But that's going to be all the way up to level 6, not going to go into this line.
Too far away potentially from just the natural copies of Cho'Gath and Lissandra on stage 2. We remember last game he had literally Lissandra 3 already at this point in time, having essentially not rolled at all, it seemed like.
Yeah, so instead looks like AP Flex, grabbing a lot of extra bows as well, so could just go for the Rage Blade and even consider just laddering to the Vex late game, but stopping for Shepard in the middle with that LeBlanc.
I talked about yesterday MKOI playing too safe, playing too humble, playing for placements. In this case, it's a very different game. We're seeing 2 players from MKOI, Dalisom and Revan, both on 5 loss streaks, trying to bounce back and spike in a huge way later in the game. So already taking big risks, maybe trying to step up and become win-out players in stage 4 and stage 5.
We do have Revan, it looks like, will be taking yet another loss, but a much better one, as Delisum did go up to level 6. Actually, no. Revan is going to take it. Delisum will keep the loss streak. I'm not sure if that's exactly what they wanted since he pushed to level 6, but realistically, they're both going to break at some point. And we do have Prismatics coming from the augmented power players in Revan and Prestivant, so the rest of the lobby will be getting gold, and we do have these Prismatics coming through.
Kale gave craftsmanship. Revan has hit Trade Tree. He has a chance to reforge. We're seeing the triple reforge probably coming through there on the Ezreal. We'll see what Revan was able to get. Does he have any augments, or does he just continue reforging? He already has Darkstar. Does he reforge all 3? He does. Stargazer, Timebreaker, Psionic. He finds Psionic yet again. Surprised he reforged Darkstar. He could have potentially thought about playing into the Aesol. Of course, you don't want to have the Rabadon slammed for the Darkstar line when you have just so much base stats already from the trait.
Meanwhile, Prestivant goes for Tiniest Titan, so holding on to a lot more HP over the course of the game, getting that healing every single round, that extra economy for Vitality, and that healing can make a lot of difference in 4v4, where you kind of have this shared health pool. You don't exactly, but you can use it to enable your teammates, and Prestivant recognizing that this was a valuable position for him to gain a lot of extra HP.
And it will be, of course, just Prismatics for Revan and Prestivant, who had the augmented power augment on to 1, going from gold to Prismatic. For everyone else, it will be a gold augment.
And it's going to be a lot of combat power being picked up in the gold augment slot, except for that Earth's Gambit, which is going to give the opportunity for a potential emblem for Soju as well.
Really big win for Safo there now on a 4-win streak. Odessa on a 7-win streak. Soju was the win-streaking player for Vitality, but that win streak has been cut on this AP Flex board.
Yeah, still just kind of controlling the streaks in the lobby. Dalisum on that 7 loss, Odessa on the 7 win, but Safo now on a 4-win streak. Loss streaks not being as important anymore for MKOI, so Revan did lose his streak to Dalisum, took a loss afterwards, but he's certainly trying to level up the board now as he did get that trait tree online.
A very aggressive level to 7 from Odessa to try and defend this win streak. Will punish his teammate a little bit. Revan is probably not very happy about this one. Getting bullied by his own teammate in stage 3, but Odessa has a really strong spot to play into the space group line. Really good items already on this Gwen. Has an early Riven as well, which is one of the duo carries you want in stage 4.
Yeah, and Odessa gets to do what Prestivan is trying to do naturally, right? Prestivan grabbed that tiniest Titan. He's going to be able to get a lot of extra HP for the team. Odessa is just saving it by continuing to win. And he's getting a lot of gold for his trouble. So even though he pushes to level 7 so early, he's actually still on 40 gold. He's incredibly rich in this game.
Odessa is essentially playing kind of like he has Warpath. He had Silver Spoon, he leveled early, he continued pushing the lobby tempo, continued to pressure with the level ups, gets earlier, high value shops as well off of the early level 7. So a really strong tempo play from Odessa across both of these stages.
Yeah, it looks like Safo even just took the Kale to just get another item, just get another needlessly large rod, keep punishing the lobby as much as possible and not give time to the Vitality players to try and scale up and find that win equity, especially with someone like Soju who found the Earth's Gambit that can lead towards win out angles, or even Setsuko with the Expeditions. We'll see that cash out come later, and here is going to be Dalisum picking up his artifact from that latent forge.
And Dalisum very smartly has not committed to anything. He's only slammed 2 very generic tank items on the Rek'Sai. He said, you know what, I'm going to save all these rods and bows. I have the chance to play into really an AP line because he has so many rods already, but he can decide to play between LeBlanc. He can play Mech Asol as well when he has an artifact synergy for the Mighty Mech. And has a solo plate as well. Could this potentially be a non-anima Mech Asol game from Dalisum here?
Yeah, very possible as we see these item slams come through. It is just going to be JG Void Staff and Death Cap, so staying away from the LeBlanc line and going towards the direction you're talking about with that Aurelion Soul.
Really interesting HP spread as well here. We're seeing the sandwich maneuver from MKOI. First and second, huge win streaks for 2 of their players. Revan and Dalisum playing with very little HP, but trying to spike in a big way in stage 4. And Vitality taking all those middle spots.
Yeah, what I will note, though, is MKOI is continuing to deliver punishment to their own players. Odessa gave a big hit to Revan earlier on. Safo now not able to sack for Dalisum at all, as Setsuko now just hits his cash out for Expedition, and he finds a Graves immediately, but he's going to sell it. Does have the AP line instead of the AD, so he's going to be looking for potentially a Sona instead, and does have that.
Maybe a consideration to have this early 3-6 Graves as a scaling win-out option with Expedition in particular, but I think, as you mentioned, he was too heavily leaning into the AP lines already. Has the early Nami, a very strong setup there with the Radiant Nashers as well as the JG and the Striker's Flail.
Going up against Dalisum, both of them very low, been on loss streaks. Setsuko with just hitting the cash out, even though Dalisum has put some big strength onto the board. There is the opportunity where this Radiant Nashor's Nami is just enough, but that is one tanky Mighty Mech on the front line, and just getting through that has just been proving to be a little too much. However, Dalisum is carrying a Lissandra 1, and that is not enough to deal with Setsuka's board either. And at the end, once the front lines have fallen, it is, of course, the Nami that comes out on top, and still danger for MKOI at the bottom with Revan and Dalisum.
A loss there from Setsuko into Dalisum would have been terrible news, considering this was that spike turn off the Expedition cash out for Setsuko. So a very important win. We're looking at the goal. He's going to have a lot of gold to roll with, but these 2 players are going for the same comp, the same pivotal units, the Nami, the Blitzcrank, the Riven.
Yeah, and they're both rich. It is very comparable. A little bit more EXP has already been pumped by Setsuko. However, when we look at the tie here, it's basically a dead even roll down that we're about to witness between these 2. And it may just be feast or famine between these 2. You have to find the front line. You have to find the Nami. Here is the push.
And if either player hits Nami 2 on this roll down and the other does not, the player who hits can tell his team, hey, I have my Nami, everyone start holding.
And we're looking as they go. Nami pair picked up by Setsuko. He's got the last 10 gold to spend. He's rolling a bit faster. Does get to the Riven 2, but does not find the Nami. Just on the pair. Not a single Nami for Odessa, though.
This is shades of Milk from game 1. The key unit for your comp has not been found. Doesn't matter how much HP you preserved in stage 2 and 3. Odessa's spot is now a little bit dangerous coming into stage 4.
Yeah, Setsuko still did not find any frontline upgrades either. It was actually just the Ribbon, which while she can provide a little bit of bulk, it's not going to be much, and it comes down to this 3-item Tom Kench just having to hold the fort down. And Milk, not that strong either, so Setsuko's going to be able to do a lot of damage to him, which is unfortunate for Vitality, but with that being said, Setsuko is the one they want to protect for a few more rounds, as he does have a lot of cap-out potential from that expedition.
All eyes going to be on Dalesom and Revan. They have to turn these lose streaks around. Revan is on his last life, 9 HP. Coming into this 4-2 roll down turn, Revan needs to do a lot here. We know Setsuko's very strong. We know he has the Nami 2 already, or is looking for the Nami 2, but with the Radiant, he's already turned things around. He's a 2-win streak.
Yeah, and Revan had very little gold, ends up taking Booster Pack to try and get a little bit more value in this spot. And he does have the LeBlanc 2 now. He finds the Sona. He's finding a lot of pieces for this composition. Even has a Blitzcrank to try and anchor that front line if he can get it up there, but not finding the 2-star frontliners, even though he gets the full Shepherd online to just have that tank for him.
On Dalesom's side, he has the Mighty Mech upgrade with the Artifact online, but he's missing the upgrade on the Aesol. He doesn't even have a pair of Aesols, and that could be pretty terrible news. The Morgana is found in the end. The 7 Shepherd is online for Revan. Will this be enough for stage 4?
Comes down to Milk. Can he get there with the Akali? It is just an Akali 2, and Milk has spent a lot, though, to try and send Revan down in 8th place. See if this Akali can do it. The front line is so strong, though, with that Morgana upgrade, but Akali is since untouched, and the overall rot damage on the backline has been enough. Revan gonna take a big hit, and Milk gonna send him out 8th.
The front line there from Milk seemed to be unkillable. The Akali Gunblade doing so much for the team. And now Dalesom has to try and save his team. He cannot go 7th, or else MKOI is forced into a 1st and 2nd.
They have the HP to make it happen, but right now Odessa and Safo are both on loss streaks. They do have a lot of HP to work with, but not a lot of gold to spend, right? There's Safo on 0, Odessa on only 20 gold. They are at level 8, so they did have their big level 8 rolldowns to try and find everything that they can to complete their compositions, but trying to end up scaling into a full Vitality roster is going to be incredibly difficult. So they want to try and get Dalesum out of here, but the next lowest HP for Vitality is going to be Setsuko, who did have that full cash out on the expedition.
Big fight here from Preston as well, who has the early Jhin, has the Boar, of course, on the Stargazer, still missing the Xayah upgrade we were talking about.
That's going up against Setsuko's Nami, so right here, kind of just looking for a small loss, and they get it. The 2-unit loss, very good for Vitality in that spot, as we do have the next Tribute. Just going to be a Chain Vest or 7 rerolls.
Dalesom has to go for the rerolls, I believe. He needs to find the Aesol 2. We know Soju has an Aesol 2 on his board. Preston had one on the bench, so Vitality is trying to target Dalesom, trying to send him out in 7th, trying to make the game very difficult for the remaining 2 MKOI players if Dalesom does go out in that position.
Yeah, and Prestivan does have the lowest life total for Vitality, but he has that tiniest Titan that's continually been ticking away and giving more health to this Vitality squad, letting them play to outlive Revan, to outlive Dalesom, because as much as Prestivan is getting low, if he can win any rounds, he starts to buy an even bigger buffer. If it can just buy a life here or there, it is enough for Vitality to get that win, sending MKOI to 7th and 8th. It is going to be really tough to find the 1-2 from MKOI's side.
Preston has said, no Xayah 2, no problem. I'm going to find a 5-cost 2-star instead. The Jhin 2 is now the ultimate carry for Preston here. Will it be enough? For now, he's facing off against Milk, who has done a fantastic job of preserving HP off of that early Akali. He's also holding a ton of Aesols as well, so 3 distinct players from Vitality have in total, I think it's 8 copies of Aesol between them, or 7 rather, 2 on each bench here, plus Soju's Aesol 2.
Yeah, and that may just be enough to send Dalisum into 7th place. He takes a loss on this round, as Prestivan doesn't even need to win these rounds. If he just takes small losses, it's good enough, but he will beat Milk, and Milk with so much health has some to spare, and it's not a bad loss once again. Vitality just taking these small incremental amounts of damage while still dispensing punishment upon MKOI.
And looking at Odessa's failed roll down, when we saw that split screen with Setsuko and Odessa, we're seeing the price he's had to pay for that as well. He has been donkey rolling on 8. He has been on a 5-loss streak. He's lost every single fight in stage 4, despite coming into it as the healthiest player in the lobby.
And I think a lot of that is just not having enough combat between Silver Spoon and reinforcements. Yes, he found the Nami, found the Riven, he found the Tahm Kench. He's found a lot of the units. There's not a lot of combat power there, with his only combat augment being Crash Test Namis, which is just a little bit more HP. It's not overall stats for the entire board.
Dalisum facing off against a potential elimination. He's on his last life. He's still on the Acel 1. He's staring at those 2 Acels on Prestivan's bench and saying, please, Prestivan, give them to me. But this Jhin, can it do enough damage by himself? The Xayah is not itemized. The Mighty Mech has been taken down. The Nunu Stun does not come through on Dalisum's side. And I think there's not going to be enough burst damage coming out from the Acel unless...
One more shot from Jhin. The Acel does get there. Dalisum's going to stay alive a little bit longer. Massive win for him. But for Prestivan, still tanking a couple small losses is doable, as he has that tiniest Titan, as Dalisum does get a big amount of gold here to try and find that Aurelion. He does have the pair now, but is that enough, as the rest of those copies are just being held?
I'm not even sure there are any copies left, considering how many are found. But no, there's one more Acel in the shop here for Dalisum. He doesn't have the gold. He has to sell something, surely.
Yeah, I mean, there's what is there to sell? I mean, he really just can't. If he sells the Mordekaiser, I guess. But even then, it's like, it feels so terrible to go for that.
You have to maybe open sell and just pray you can hit another Mordekaiser on that next roll.
Might just be the case. You need this 2-star.
You need it. You
Aurelion.
absolutely do.
I just don't think you can confidently win unless your pool is just 2 teammates and 1 Vitality member, and you think the risk is worth it.
Dalisum is the strategist for MKOI. This is one of the hardest decisions potentially in this series. I think he has to certainly sell something. Thinking it through, he has a whole another prep phase here on 5-1. His matchmaking pool, maybe if it's fully from the MKOI players, he can decide to hold out one more round. That might be the case. We'll see who he faces.
I mean, he must have MKOI members in his pool. He sees Odessa. Odessa has removed from the Nami. He is going to be able to escape without having to sell a unit and get the upgrade onto this Aurelion, unless...
Let's hope the Riven does not get onto the Acel early, but I mean, with the Nami items removed, this should be a fight win.
Yeah, even if that Aurelion Soul was falling down early from a Riven, I think the Mighty Mech might just get the job done with there being no damage.
The Mighty Mech is quite mighty. We have confirmed that. The Acel has been purchased. The griefs from Vitality do not do enough, although they have certainly slowed down Dalisum, and he is down to his last life. And look at the HP totals. Vitality so healthy. Milk and Soju have done so much to carry their team across stages 3 and 4. Prestivan continues to heal up with Tiniest Titans, and Setsuko has come from the very bottom and potentially become that win-out player on the Space Group line.
And expected with the Expedition early game. It's like Clement said on the analyst desk, trust Setsuko to just find his way to the top. They let him pick Expedition at the start of this game, and he is converted. He's on this 7 win. He's got a lot of gold to be able to go 9 at this point. He has a lot of HP to spare with the team that they can give him lives if they need to. Not even sure that's going to be the case, but Dalisum has found the Aurelion, has found a lot of power onto this board, but will it be enough, especially with Odessa in free fall on a full 7 loss, though he has now gone to level 9 to try and level up this board even further.
Mighty Mech being taken down, but the rest of the board has already blown up from Safoy. It will be a key win for Dalisum trying to dodge that 7th place position. Odessa, can he stop the free falling? That's the big question. It's a 7 loss streak now for Odessa.
Looks like he may have picked up that one. He does get a win on this round. So going to level 9, able to maybe find a little bit of stability. Will it be enough? Is Soju also able to go to 9, has the Aurelion with the full item upgrades there with the double death cap and the jeweled gauntlet. Sell a little bit, get the Nunu Blitzcrank, the front line starting to finally come together. Doesn't have the pairs for those, so it's going to be a bit of time before Soju is fully scaled up, but his composition is nearly there.
And Soju did go for a slightly lower cap with reinforcement on 4-2, trying to play high pressure to take out Dalesom and Revan early on in stage 4, although they have survived for now. It will be Dalesom up against the strongest player from Vitality. The 8-win streak for Setsuko up against the non-Anima cash-out mech. Aesol here. Is the artifact on the Mighty Mech going to be enough? Is the Karma Aesol duo carry able to carry the fight forward? Or in the end, is Dalesom going to go out in 7?
Well, Shen has made it on the back line, but he doesn't even need to be the one as the Nami gets one more big cast. Dalesom does go down in 7th, and it just comes down to Odessa. Will he be sent into this bottom 4 as well? He picks up a win in this fight. He's on a 2 streak now that he's made it to level 9. He's looking for the Blitzcrank 2 for full stability, but not there yet as Soju now on the 4 loss, but his board is relatively strong. The issue, of course, being the lack of combat power as he did take that reinforcement.
The bigger issue, in my opinion, is I don't think anyone from MKOI has win-out potential compared to Setsuko. I think the HP is also favoring Vitality right now. Vitality has done a great job in Stage 4 and Stage 5. They accomplished their ultimate goal, which was to create pressure and eliminate MKOI in 7th and 8th with Dalesom and Revan, who played a very risky early game, pulling down to 1 or 2 lives coming to the late game.
Yeah, and that 3-2 Tiniest Titan just continuing to pay dividends for Prestivan on 23 life. He would have been gone by now, but of course it's been able to keep him healthy so that he can continue to spend HP for his team. As we do have Setsuko versus Safo, I mean, this is the fight to watch. If anybody's going to win for MKOI, it might be Safo, but if he can't take down Prestivan now, what hope is he going to have as Setsuko continues to scale the board? And we do have Kindred getting on to the Nami, but one more cast would do it, does not get there. So a fight win for Safo, but just barely.
Surprising win from Safo, in my opinion. The Kindred dishing out so much damage, melting the front line. The Nami not able to get that final cast off while targeting the Kindred was the deciding factor. Soju on his last life as well, getting those last few little upgrades, not able to really pivot this board to the ultimate form because he played for a lower cap stage 4. He's still on the Aesol and Victor instead of the Bard and the Sona, for example. Is this going to be enough with just the Voyager +1?
Yeah, I think not being able to convert this front line, Nunu still 1 star, Blitzcrank still 1 star. If he's able to find those upgrades, there's a world that this board can still be strong enough, but it's just not there. And he's going to go up against Odessa, who once again has been able to put together an incredibly powerful front line. 3 items on the Riven alongside 3 items on that Nami, and the damage is just coming through. It is way too much. The front line not being upgraded is far too much. So
the Riven on the Aesol.
Get the Aesol to take down the Nami, but the Riven gets there as well. Odessa's gonna find the win. Milk just going up against Setsuko. Setsuko looks like he sacks for Milk just to try and hold out a little bit longer. And that may come back to bite them as Setsuko is now just on a single life as the potential best win-out angle for Vitality. As Odessa and Safo both on 19 life, they are 2 lives, which likely means they're both squeaking into this top 4, but they need to go 1 and 2 to make it happen.
This might be all about the Blitz 2 upgrade for both Setsuko and Odessa. The potential, I think, players with the highest win out after Safo's last loss. And the Riven there against the Aesol from Soju. That's a counter to Riven, to melee units. The Conduit Aesol targeting the tank, but also hitting the Riven. She danced out of the way, came back, killed the tank, and then killed the Aesol as well. A crazy fight there.
It was crazy. She danced out of the way, and Aesol ended up hitting the Nami, which almost made it so that there was the ability for Odessa to go down. But the Riven getting there at the end takes out the Aesol, and it makes it happen. So looking at those Blitzcrank rolldowns, pair for Setsuko, but he's out of money. Pair for Odessa. Pair for each. They have to try and find that upgrade. A couple more rolls available for Odessa. Now Setsuko has sold board, and he's just looking to try and hold in grief. At this point, not able to find anything, but Setsuko recognizing maybe he's weaker than the rest of the team.
MKOI needs to go exactly 1 and 2 to win this game 2 to finish off the series against Vitality. Setsuko understands that maybe Milk and Prestivan are in a better spot to deny this.
Yeah, this is surprising. I felt like the Expedition player, I felt like Setsuko's spot was very strong, but Vitality has identified him as the weak link, which kind of gives some info as to why he sacked for Milk earlier, but Milk not able to beat Safo, and Milk goes down. It's entirely up to Prestivan, who this entire time has been scaling his HP with Tiniest Titans, and he has a bunch of gold to go to level 10. Level 10 with Xayah upgrade. Upgrade on the Jhin, on the Boar. We talked about Xayah on the very first turn of this game as being a potential comp that can come out in force on the Boar Stargazer, and it may be be the end for Vitality if Prestivan cannot take this W.
Prestivan has to be the hero. Odessa and Sapo should still be on 2 lives, so Prestivan has a lot of work cut out for him. And Odessa has a lot of time to still hit the Blitz too, which could be the deciding factor in this next fight. This is not the final stage for either Sapo and Odessa. They are facing each other. They need the smallest loss possible from either player.
Yeah, they need a very tiny loss because they must go first and second. With Dalsum and Revan in that 7th, 8th spot, all Prestivan has to do is make it to second place. He does not need to win this lobby, as that is a very small hit on Odessa. They successfully do not send him out. So now they just need back-to-back wins against Prestivan, and they can make it happen. But Prestivan still scaling HP with Tiniest Titans.
The gold injection for Odessa. Does he find the Blitz too? He does find the Shen, but doesn't have the gold to buy it. And this is why Setsuko went out early. He was trying to force the fight between Sapo and Odessa, knowing that Prestivan is healing up with Tiniest Titan. He has a chance to stay alive for longer and let maybe Sapo and Odessa eliminate each other in 3rd place.
Well, they only have 2 shots. He may just have to sell something to get the Shen, and he does. Finds a second Pantheon, I believe, to sell the 2-star Pantheon, get the Shen, upgrade the board, and now Odessa versus Prestivan to see if they can even hold out at all, or if Prestivan will bring this home for Vitality and send us to a Game 3. All the damage there from the Jhin and the Xayah, but the front line starting to crumble for Prestivan. The Nunu holding it down, gets the CC out, but does not get a second cast. Front line crumbles on both sides. It's just the Nami. She's taken out. Prestivan holds strong for Vitality, and we're going to a Game 3.
The Nunu did so much work. Double stun on both the Nami and the Riven. The Riven did not have the DPS to get into that backline early, to get onto the Jhin and onto the Xayah. Prestivan, the hero for Vitality in this game number 2. We have a tied series. We have an incredible Game 3 coming up.
Yeah, it's the big difference between having Setsuko on Expedition. It feels like he's supposed to be the hero of this game, but Prestivan did go augmented power early on. He had Tiniest Titan scaling him from 3-2, making sure he could have help to have time to tank some losses, get the gold up so that he can go to level 10 and actually cap even higher.
HP is everything in 4v4, and Prestivan has proved it. He ties up the series. We're 1-1 between MKOI and Team Vitality. We're going to a Game 3.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Well, as always, we go to a Game 3. Vitality hold on tight, but can they get the job done? One more round to go. Who's it going to be? A key must be crushed. My goodness, what a comeback that was. Prestivan had to be the hero, and he was in the end.
Well, of course, it all comes back from that Soju speech we saw in front of the Vitality team. In that game, literally leading them from the front in the game for such a long time. I think if he hadn't been doing that, I don't think we'd be here.
Yeah, this was such a roller coaster ride of a game. The tempo was extremely fast, with 2 players getting Akali early on. And that's why we saw Revan, who was looking like the hero, getting eliminated on 4-2. Incredibly fast eliminations.
Fast eliminations indeed, and what an ending it was. Let's walk the viewers through what ended up happening with our first action of game number 2 that ultimately led to Vitality taking the win over movie star Koi. What are we checking out for the first action?
Well, we had a lot of things that were going on in the game, but we're going to focus on the last fight. The most important thing here is Prestivan actually moving his Nunu directly in front of all the carries on the side of Odessa. Look at that first snowball. There were at least 7 units in the air for 2 seconds of crowd control going in there. It was the last second swaps that made all the damage difference, and he even gets the second one here.
And it was so fascinating to see it in the context. We knew the Movistar Koi almost had no chance of pulling that one back in, but they did try everything they could towards the end. An amazing game from Prestivan, and hopefully we get plenty more of that in Game 3.
Well, let's find out if we do, man. Game 3 is going to be electric. 2 rosters with a storied history when it comes to the organizational sake, right? And vitality also for the club championship points. Surviving here would be massive because it puts them one step closer to top 8. We've been listening in to what you guys have to say out in the chat. Let's bring up some comments to see what all of you are thinking, right? Which sometimes is kind of scary from the chat, but hey, go Game 3. We're starting off easy. iSteam, great to see you. Hey, go Game 3. The most truest statement I've seen from chat yet.
I think we deserve it. I think iSteam's absolutely right. It depends when they said it. The Akali 2, of course, it felt like that was the defining unit of that entire game.
I've seen that comment, I think, 3 million times, and it's going to continue to keep coming. I think chat's going to continue to say it. Generational throw. Ooh. Getting spicy. What do you think?
Oh, well, I think that game was really unusual of how fast-paced that was. We really saw a couple moments where I felt like Odessa, 7-win streak in the middle game, was going to take it over, but the rolldowns on stage 4 didn't actually hit that well for the side of MKOI, and that gave Soju the chance to come back.
Press to fit, clutch, bang! The Geo absolutely, Prestafit did in fact get that clutch, and he needed to. If he doesn't, Vitality, they don't tie this series up.
Yeah, of course, for Pressman, I think he's certainly a player who's looking to accumulate those kind of big moments, those big finishes. For the entire team's weight to be on his shoulders in that game, I think means everything.
That's right. Well, hey, we've got an update from Stream B, and we need to listen in close because, again, that was another elimination matchup. Kitty, whose key ended up being crushed?
And for our final Stream B update, we had Nongshim Red Force versus Nemesis in the lower bracket, where Nongshim Red Force was able to win the series 2-0. That unfortunately also means that Nemesis are officially eliminated from the Esports World Cup. The stage lights were too bright, and we have to say goodbye to both Nemesis and JDG from the tournament, as their keys will be crushed tonight. That's going to be all from Stream B, and I'm looking forward to seeing all the games remaining on the main stream.
Man, it's tough to see keys get crushed. This was the last one to be crushed over on Stream B, and unfortunately for Team Nemesis, I was hyped up for him. I wanted to see him go far, but Nongshim Red Force had other plans.
And that does mean that there's only one representative left from the Americas. It is Vitality on the stage right here, trying to avoid 3 America teams being eliminated here in day 2.
It's tough for sure, but the competition must go on, and it will go on to a Game 3. My goodness, Vitality bring it back, so much on the line, but Movie Star Koi are also looking phenomenal. It's not like Vitality walked away with that game number 2. It was down to the very end. So going into Game 3, boys, you want to make any spicy predictions? Or maybe even just talk about general strategy as a whole for the winning side?
I'm going to go first. I've been watching K3 Soju for a long time. I've seen their ups and downs. Every time America looks like they're out of hope, he has been their last hope. We saw it in Space God's TAC round, the only one to make it into the finals. He is going to carry America's on forward.
All right, going Vitality. What about you?
I've got to be going with Movie Star Koi. You saw at the end of that last game, what was important for me is that, again, they looked focused. They didn't actually look upset. We've seen a lot of teams getting very emotional after a match loss, losing their focus, then just tumbling out the series. You can see they were having that deep conversation saying they needed to reset for Game 3. I still have ultimate faith in them.
All right, well, let's see who's going to end up taking it. We head to the stage in just a moment.
Final game of the day. It's 1-1 between Vitality and Koi. The rivalry is huge. The regional pride is huge. Last game to stay alive, Rob.
Yo, this is what it is all about, ladies and gentlemen. 1-1, someone has to go home. They have both prepared, they have both done all the work, but now it is about, yes, one who wants it more, but in the end of the day, who is more clutch? It seemed like Movie Star Koi is about to hit him with a 2-0.
Listen, that was that close, but the clutch factor is always there. Vitality has to pull it for the fans, for the club, for everything. Last chance, we love to see it.
And for my boy, Milk, who, of course, this might be Milk's last event. Is it going to be a Cinderella story, or is movie star Koi going to play spoiler? Ladies and gentlemen, 1-1, it all comes down to this. You only get this type of energy, this type of hype right here at the Esports World Cup for TFT. Let's get started with Game 3.
Do or die for MKOI and Vitality. This is it. One will advance further in the event. The other, their dreams crushed just like their key. One last ride for Milk. Does not want it to end here.
There was already so much pressure on Vitality, and now we've just found out they are also the last remaining hope from any America's roster in this edition of EWC. Coming to this Game 3, key thing to note, Ahri and Soraka are going to be our gods. Extra gold from Ahri, extra HP from Soraka. I will make note, MKOI qualified through the qualifiers in EMEA, beating M8 because they got a 12 HP team heal from Soraka in stage 4, which allowed them to scale into the late game and have a crazy comeback win. We'll see if the same can happen in this Game 3. Also, it will be loot sub, Casanova.
Yeah, loot sub gonna be, everybody's gonna be a little rich overall in this game. And for me though, when I look at the names, with the nameplates on, you're looking at players like Setsuko, who we know what he can do with a lot of money. He's been known to be able to cap boards higher than anyone else in this game, not just in this tournament. And so that is going to be who my eyes are on as well. Clement was saying Soju has been the hope in this set, and maybe that will be the case as well. But Setsuko has been bringing it this EWC. He's been unleashed at playing those cap boards, and this is a great way to set him up for that.
One very cool thing to look out for here on the 2-1 augment selection. Until a player does not choose an augment, no one knows what kind of loot you're getting on 2-1. So there will be a wild, wild west showdown between all the competitors trying to stall their augment selection to not give any additional information to the rest of the opposing team in terms of, do you get an emblem? Do you get some gold? What is it that we're playing for in stage 2?
See Prestivant holding on to some Cho'Gath, does have a Cho'Gath 2 available to him in his shop. We know that the Cho'Gath was something that MKOI looks for. Prestivant could try and go into that lane in this game, but with the amount of money available, there is some pros and cons to the one-cost reroll. You could hit it fast, and then you can level very quickly because you have all this econ. But also, if everybody is so rich, there is maybe the struggle of falling off when you do play around those one-costs.
Well, Safo and Setsuko immediately went for spreading roots. Now everyone on their team has information on what they want to pick for their augments on 2-1. We'll see what it is that Loot Sub is giving these players.
I've seen this game before. 3 copies of Cho, Frontline Foundation, into 3 more copies of Cho. It was exactly where Zeta Division was able to find the win. There was consideration for that pick from Prestivant, but he does not do it. He ends up going towards concentration instead.
The loot sub not too impactful, just a tiny bit of gold for all of our competitors. And alongside Ahri, maybe going to be a pretty big help in terms of reaching those higher cap comps in stage 5 and stage 6.
Now, speaking of trying to hit those high caps, we do have the patient study from both Revan and Odessa, and with the Ahri in the lobby, that is a great way to just accentuate the extra XP, get to that level 9, get to that level 10, look for those massive cap outs, as well as a birthday reunion from Milk. We've seen this win a couple of games here at EWC already.
With the extra gold you're getting, I mean, why not? You're going to have a much easier time going level 9, hitting that 2-star 5 cost, potentially winning the game off of that. We have to mention as well for the Stargazer, it will be the Mountain. So if you can get the Stargazer early, you're opening up 2 additional comps for your team. Xayah, and of course, the Lulu reroll.
Safo is going to end up with that Brawler emblem early on. That is going to give a lot of extra HP, give a lot of tempo to this board. On top of that, though, it's going to be Primordian, so not a ton of power overall.
Looking for Setsuko, Space Groove, and Timebreaker, 2 fantastic options to play in the exact line he was playing last game. One of the comfort comps for Setsuko, one of the comfort comps for really any player on this patch, because it's so stable and strong once you hit the Nami 2, and you have the chance for that additional cap out with the Blitz 2 on 9.
First glimpse of Dalsum does have worth the wait Nasus. Not exactly what you'd be looking for from that worth the wait. And we'll see what Dalsum is able to cook up with that.
Will have to play as a tempo option, can of course play the Nasus 3 potentially all the way into that Space Group line on stage 4. There are going to be a few win-out players for Vitality. I think this is incredibly important in a game 3 like this one. Milk, we mentioned it already with the birthday reunion. If he's able to preserve some HP on the way to 9, that's obviously fantastic. You don't want to get there, ideally, on 1 HP. Any additional econ augments he can find on 3-2, for example, or on 4-2. We saw this exact game plan from Flancy yesterday, for example. It can be so strong.
Yeah, and he also has Primordian early, though, to give even more econ. Like, this is just max econ. You've got the birthday reunion, you've got the Ahri to potentially give you more XP throughout this game, finding the Primordian early to use for extra gold. So Milk really set up to try and get that fast 9, look for a win-out angle. But that's the thing with an Ahri lobby, is we look across this entirety of this game, and there are quite a few players looking for that fast 9.
Even someone like Soju has picked up bodyguard training. The more you level, the more value you're getting from the combat power from this augment. If you have more gold, you can level more easily, so just some immediate synergy for Soju while also still having a chance to play for a scaling augment that can help you win the game.
Yeah, this really does feel like we're just waiting for the scales to tip and everybody to be rich, everyone to have these massive roll downs, and the power level of this lobby getting extremely high. So we do have just some XP, and everyone goes there, right? Just trying to get that gold injected into their comps, as they are just looking to scale, get to level 9, and see who can hit the comp first.
Maybe a pretty easy decision. I think Soraka, one of the weaker gods overall in terms of what she offers, and I think players have to make note they want to go level 9 most of the time, so they want to have at least 2 Ahri picks across the god boons to make sure they have Ahri's boon to get the extra combat power on their boards for the more levels that they have going on. Prestevin, a player to look out for. He's playing a more unique line with the concentration pickup, potentially playing into the Zoe reroll, which is a comp that Dalason played yesterday. He was hard griefed by Team Vision. He ended up going out in 7th in that game, and he was asking Clement, you know, is this Zoe comp strong? Because I didn't feel strong enough for me.
Turns out the stats are pretty good on it, so we will say it is strong. The question is can Prestevin get there?
You have to hit
this game. You have to hit for it to be that strong composition, and Prestevin does have the Zoe 2 already, and he does have that concentration to really help level this comp up, but how does he get to that point?
And the Arbiter for Prestevin will be just attacking, getting a chance to get some extra gold off of those attacks. So the Diana coming in now, the Arbiter as well, trying to get even more economy for a potential Zoe 3 game plan. It could just be a vertical conduit game plan as well. You don't really have to, you know, bank on only the Zoe being your carry. You have the potential for the Ace to come in stage 4 as well.
Taking a look at the streaks across this early game, nobody fully streaking through stage 2, except for Soju. On the 4 loss, able to get it over Dalsum throughout there. Does have a only 1 loss streak, as he was looking for it earlier, but ended up picking up a win against Soju. As Revan is at the top of the tables, the extra HP for Safo and Revan from the Soraka. Did have 2 players go for that, even though they couldn't get the bonus gold that comes from 5 players taking that Raka.
We'll see for Soju now. He has faced off against most of the weaker players from MKOI. He seems happy enough to make a pretty strong board, potentially seeing he's only facing strong players now in the stage 2, and can try and kill some extra units, preserve some HP going into the end of the stage 2.
It's especially nice with having the Primordian as the synergy that is in. He's already at 40 gold on the full loss. He's printing additional gold via Primordian. So we're seeing just so many compounding injections of econ across this entire lobby. This is going to be extremely accelerated, and I think that is something that Prestevin has to watch out for going for the reroll, as this lobby does get accelerated towards the players who are getting to go fast 9, fast 8 way quicker than anticipated. Will he have the time to get this Zoe, or does he just have to play for those conduits, as you mentioned?
Looking at Soju now, starting to try and make a bit of a stronger board off of those early upgrades. Has the Rage Blade built already. This can only really go so many ways. LeBlanc has been the key Rage Blade user across these last 2 days. Of course, the Kindred is one of those options as well.
Going through neutrals, Soju completed the full loss streak. Revan with the 4 win, and Dalisum has now worth the weighted into his Nasus 3 to use for stage 3 if he tries to potentially turn around his loss streak, as he did get griefed earlier on, and now not much of a streak to really contend with, just gonna have to look to level up this board.
Hear me out. Recombobulate on 3-2 into a Kali 3.
I mean, that...
How about that?
Would be cinema, for sure. That would lead to a potential MKOI win, because that would give win-out equity to Dalisum. And that is the power of Worth the Wait. It can turn Recombobulator into a serious threat.
The Salvager as well, the consumable from Dalisum, able to slam items now and then potentially just, put them apart, go into a different line later on. Essentially a mini salvage bin available for the Spanish player.
All the pressure on both of these rosters. Game 3 on elimination. Key Crush on the line. 3-2 augment on this already high variance game with all the extra resources. Does he find a crazy hit like the Recombob?
Gonna be gold augment instead, so no content, no cinema plays from Dalisum here. We'll see. There's going to be some emblem synergies, of course, in the gold space. There are just a lot of great hits on 3-2. We're seeing Earth's Gambit, a potential possibility for Dalisum. If he wants to consider going into the vertical space groove line, you do get some better use out of the Nasus 3 because you're not kind of replacing it in the stage 4 with the Blitzcrank.
Does go for the Gambit. We'll be getting that spatula. Taking stock of some of the pickups. To have Soju with the little buddies, and he has been full loss streaking, so is going to be trying to get to that level 9, play around the 5 costs for the end game with that bodyguard training, which is going to give them even more combat power if he makes it there. But the contesting of the 5 costs is going to be what we're watching out for. It feels like we're playing so much of a waiting game in these early stages where everybody's just building a board for the time being. But the late game is where this all comes together with the Ahri, with these patient studies, with just all of the additional econ these players have found. It's just a waiting game before everything blows up.
It's a very different game to what we've seen from teams like T1, teams like Flash Pulse. This very high pressure, 2-cost reroll, 3-2, rolling down to 0 to pressure the lobby. As you're mentioning, I think this entire game 3 is more geared towards the stage 4, towards the stage 5, towards the fight for the Namis, for example, on 4-1, which is what I expect to see from some of our players.
On board with Revan, still with the 3 Primordian, also just using a decon as he is on a 6 win. Massive amount of HP saved, because even though he has 1 single loss at the start, he got the 6 HP from the Soraka. So 103 and 102 from Revan and Safo on their win streaks. Trying to keep the HP up for the team as it gets later on, as these players are losing so much. The ability to sacrifice and get their high cap players to level 9, to level 10 becomes invaluable, especially if they can start putting some punishment onto Vitality through these win streaks.
And both players are facing off against each other. They're also playing fairly similar AD-centric lines around the Nova, around the Akali, the Jinxes on either side. We'll see how these players end up on their final game plans in terms of contesting each other or trying to open up different paths from stage 4 onwards.
Soju, 7 loss, down to 43 health. Revan, of course, takes that loss against Safo, has to give up. But Prestivin's got it on the other side, and now Ahri for just 8 gold. Meanwhile, Prosperity for Soraka.
We could see some tempo levels to 7 with the extra econ players have received both at the very start of the game and also now here from the Ahri.
And we already have a few players at that level 7. Prestivin, Odessa, Revan.
To keep our eyes on Milk as well. He can push the 7 for the TG off of the birthday reunion, and then the chance to obviously get closer and closer to level 9. Get closer and closer to maybe becoming a win-out player. There is, of course, some variance involved with the 5 cost you're getting. For Odessa here, he was a Corki player yesterday. He might just be a Corki player again in the most important game potentially of Odessa's career up until now. This game 3 up against Vitality. Yesterday did not quite work out for Odessa. He went 5th and 6th on the Corki line up against Team Vision.
And it can be scary. The stats for Corki were not fantastic yesterday. We felt like coming into the tournament, Corki would be heavily contested, but it has not been the hot commodity it was anticipated to be. The AP flex lines have been significantly more powerful, and it is going to be Prestivan versus Safo. Prestivan did push that level 7 on 3-5, but he still has 55 gold in the bank to work with.
The battle for the win streak at the end of the stage 3 here. Prestivan trying to push the tempo of the lobby, trying to punish Safo for not quite being strong enough, it looks like. The Belveth is doing a lot of work. The Jinx does not cast again, and Safo does get taken down. Prestivan doing a lot of work for Vitality in the stage 3.
And his Arbiter paying a lot of extra. We were wondering, wow, he's level 7, 50 plus gold. Arbiter's been generating gold as well from the Ahri. You're getting even more, and it's just compounding all that interest together as Prestivan is at level 7 and can keep pushing the tempo of the lobby even further, as Soju has now found a LeBlanc for the Shepherds, and he does have that little buddy, so he's going to be able to give a lot of additional attack speed.
A really good setup for Soju already. We saw the early lose streak, yes, but now he's turning things around with the early LeBlanc copy. The little buddies make so much sense with the Shepherd board in general on level 8. Also holding the Jinxes, playing the Grief Fight tactics up against Safo's game plan of trying to go for potentially a Jinx 3, while allowing Revan to play more for the high tempo 80 lines.
Yeah, and Soju with the red buff slam, this is really open towards Vex as the end game out for Soju. If he does end up playing around 5 costs, I think 5 costs are going to be played around a lot in this game. We're not sure exactly where they'll fall yet, and who may just try and cap out on 8, playing around something like Shepherd or playing around even the Xayah. We haven't seen so much on this game plan yet, but there's been a lot of extra economy to just get to the Xayah Jhin combo we saw win in the last game.
Important win for Soju here, considering he was the lowest HP player from Vitality, so a bit of a trade of HP there between Milk and Soju coming into the end of stage 3. We're seeing the Jinx 2 potentially can be purchased by Soju if he wants to deny the reroll game plan for Safo. And for Prestivan, I mean, he's the strongest player in this lobby by far right now, not just in current board strength, but I think also in his projection. Level 7, 80 gold, the Zoe 2, all the way at the beginning of stage 2 has put in so much work for Prestivan.
And Safo even took care package, so he didn't even invest that much into his current power. He's getting more later out of this augment selection. So as you said, not only that power now, but the projection's looking good. As we do have Soju picking up a pair of LeBlancs, does get an Ornn for the front line to help stabilize as well. And he's going to start to roll down on 8 as he does level up. Finds the Corki and the Rammus to hold it. LeBlanc 2 picked up for Soju.
A great turn already for Vitality. Big upgrades, big contests, big grief from Soju as well, holding on to a Rammus 2 on the bench. While Prestivan says, you know what? I have an early Shen. My Zoe 2 is putting in enough work. I have a lot of HP to work with. I'm going straight to 9.
Yeah, Prestivan gonna look to potentially win out for Vitality. Going to that 9, just goes to 8 and stays at 56 gold. Setsuko on the other end also playing towards an AP line, runs into Soju. A little bit of team killing happening here, but it is just going to be a bit of damage onto Setsuko as Soju has leveled up his board significantly with that LeBlanc upgrade.
We'll have to look at the boards for both Setsuko and Dalisum. They are, I think, the 2 expected Space Groove players coming into stage 4. Setsuko has not rolled yet. He still has a big roll down to work with.
Prismatics.
It is Prismatics on for 2 Commerce score potentially for Setsuko if he thinks, hey, Prestivan's going to win the game. I just need to find my stability. I need to find my upgrades right now. This is my key turn.
And he is going to roll down on 8. Finds a Nunu. Early Graves passes it up, though. Does have more of an AP line. Ends up finding a Fiora.
And this is a really cool tech from Setsuko, playing around the Stargazer +1 by playing Stargazer early to just print an emblem he can play onto this board with the Nunu and the Lulu and the Replicator. A really cool variation from Setsuko, getting some extra value from the Mountain constellation.
Yeah, ends up finding a Blitzcrank pair on this roll down on 8. With the Space Cruise spat, going to be very powerful for Setsuko, but doesn't really put together too much of a composition on that roll down. He's still a bit behind, lots of pairs, no big upgrades. And he runs into Odessa, who does have the Corki 2. Even though he's been a bit griefed, he's been able to find a Nunu 2 and Corki 2 to stabilize from this spot.
And for Odessa, he has to try and win every single fight in stage 4. That's his mission. If he accomplishes it, he's done his job for Movistar Koi in this game 3. Dalesom equally has not quite found the stability just yet. He's sitting on the Nami pair. He needs to find the key backline upgrade.
Yeah, there's the frontline upgrade with the Morgana to add to this very powerful frontline already. And with the upgraded Riven, there's at least a decent amount of power on the board, but he's not even, oh no, he is paired on the Nami. It is just one more that he has to get there, but no gold to spend.
The Blitz pair for Setsuko is pretty damn scary with Commerce Core. If Setsuko can somehow find a Blitz 2 on level 8, this could swing the entire game in Vitality's favor. Soju also has now stabilized on the 4 win streak we're seeing there on the right-hand side. So Vitality is doing what it needs to do in terms of stability in stage 4.
And Setsuko printed an additional Stargazer emblem now, looking for that Nami to carry, but the Riven gets on the back line and takes it out, making this fight massive for Dalesom. It's not only going to be a win, but it is going to be so much damage onto Setsuko as his carry fell so early.
The Challenger AI on that Riven, sneaking into the backline, killing off the Nami. What a swing. In Dalesom's favor, we're seeing the last God boon offered here. Some extra rolls from Ahri. I think going to be a pretty appealing option considering it seems like almost everyone but Soju is still missing their 2-star 4-cost upgrades.
Yeah, and Setsuko 1 copy away from that Blitzcrank upgrade. That can very well stabilize him. Getting 7 more rolls can absolutely get him there.
And Setsuko, I think this is his offering here in terms of the Pengu offering. Not able to find the Blitzcrank, unfortunately. That would have been a huge high roll for him.
Looking at Soju's pickup, he gets another Nunu that he gets on the board, try and stabilize the front line a little bit more, finds the Karma, gets a Blitzcrank of his own that he's holding onto the bench.
Odessa still does not have a single copy of Rammus because Soju is holding 4 different copies. There's a Corki as well in Soju's shop. We'll see if he wants to hold it, considering that Odessa is on 5 Corkis right now. He did pick up new recruit. He does have a duplicator as well, so the 3-star 4-cost is being threatened at the very least by Odessa.
Yeah, and with how much gold everybody has, it is a big possibility that we could see it happen. Soju does have a pretty strong power spike with the Sona having some items. Does need to look for the Sona too. But right now, the LeBlanc is very stable. The front line needs a little bit more juice as it is a 1-star Morgana. Kind of anchoring that as Dalesom still playing around the 3-star Nasus, which is heavily fallen off at this point. It's down to Nami versus LeBlanc, but the Morgana, even at 1-star, does keep the front line intact. And the LeBlanc gets there. Dalesom going to be going down to still 2 lives, but barely. 15 can go down in a single loss.
Sapo has to roll or sell that Nami. Actually, no, I think Dalesom has already hit the Nami too. We saw them in that last fight, so maybe correct to hold it in the shop here.
Yeah, Setsuko has hit the Nami as well now, and just on the pair of Blitzcranks as the big thing that he needs to find. At that point, this board is terrifying. He has that Commerce Core, as you said, with 5 rerolls right now banked up that he can use. Safo has hit a bunch of these 3-stars. He found the Belveth, he found the Jinx, a lot of power on this board. He goes up against Soju, who has found a Nunu 2 for the front line, but no Morgana upgrade yet with those 3 items. Does have this Belveth, which can eventually get to the back line. Once this Morgana falls, he needs all the damage to come through from this LeBlanc. And just long enough is this Morgana holding for LeBlanc to take out the 3-stars. But now Jinx versus the LeBlanc, and LeBlanc takes her down on a sliver of HP and a massive chunk out of Safo.
This was the fight Safo had to win. It was a turn he spiked. He had to attack Soju's HP. He was not able to do so. A very close fight in the end there. The Jinx and the Belveth duo carry not able to do enough. And Odessa, I think he's not going to find the Rammus 2 this game at all. I'm not sure he even has a singular copy of Rammus, considering we saw 3 on Setsuko's board and a ton on Soju's bench.
We thought this fight might happen at level 9 with the amount of econ, but instead, everybody uses it to roll down so aggressively on level 8, hit their comp, hold the opponent's comp, and try and end the game by dealing as much damage as possible. And Vitality may succeed. They've pushed 3 members of MKOI into the bottom 3, and just Revan holds fast at 50 himself. But the health numbers are so close across the entire lobby. It's a lead for Vitality, but it is not set in stone.
And Milky's trying to go 9. He's trying to get that birthday reunion online. Triple Ari Boon pickup. Maximum economy alongside the loot sub. Trying to play into this exact game plan.
See if he can get there. He has the HP to lose a couple of rounds, find his way to level 9, try and cap out this board. He had his items on the bench. He may be looking to sack, but he's going to have to slam. Going up against Dalism, he could potentially win this. 3-item Kindred, 3-item on to the Akali, but Akali just going to go down near
Watch the Riven.
instantly, and Riven gets onto the carry as well. This is going to be a massive loss for Milk.
I'm not sure what Dalism has been telling this Riven, but she is an absolute machine for him. Back-to-back wins in Stage 4 and in Stage 5 with the Riven wrapping onto the backline, putting in so much work.
But Setsuko is going to be able to hit Revan. Soju does lose to Odessa as HP starts to equalize. Safo and Odessa coming in clutch in this round alongside Dalism. This was a massive win for MKOI across the board.
Does Milk have enough gold to go 9? Does he want to wait one more turn? Does he want to play for an even greedier roll down on the next round? Time's running out. Milk is losing his... Yeah, I think he has to go now. He decides that he does find the Graves. It's not going to have that much time to scale, but hey, it's a Graves 2 coming online onto the board. We'll see if he tries to pivot entirely off of the Nova line into the Vect, into the Fiora.
He sells the Graves, just goes into... Instead, the Fiora is just a single copy, but immediately selling your birthday reunion 2-star 5 cost is not the look you wanted, as Milk going up against Prestivant is just going to be who can deal the least damage to the other. Prestivant gonna win with the Aurelion Soul and the Karma. Big chunk out of Milk, but Milk was potentially the one that needed to look for the win out with that birthday reunion. Not gonna get their team damage across the board. MKOI versus MKOI, Vitality versus Vitality. Safo gonna win. Dalism kept alive. Odessa now on the 2 lives at 17.
It could not be a closer game. 12 HP separates first place in the standings and 8th place. The sandwich, once again, Safo and Revan at the very top. Odessa and Dalism, they could be on their last life. If Dalism takes a big enough loss, that could be it. We are in Stage 5.
Setsuko still unable to find the Blitzcrank upgrade, but he does go to level 9 to increase his odds going forward. Milk versus Safo into this reroll composition. The Akali is going to potentially get focused straight away as a lot of damage already went on to Kindred. Akali is down straight away. This is a Shen upgrade, has a damage item and a tank item. He can potentially get the 3rd cast, does just get it, but it is a little too late, as now Kindred on to the Jinx, but not able to get the job done. Milk going to take a ton of damage from Safo, but Dalism has gone down. Vitality draws first blood.
Odessa also down to 1 HP. He does stay alive at the very least.
But Milk and Soju also taking losses, and they were the lowest members for Vitality. MKOI was just a little bit lower, and someone smacked Dalism down.
A crazy final board from Odessa. 5 Stargazer, 4 Bastion, Corki carry. This is not the usual Meeple board we're used to seeing.
Having to cook quite a bit to get here, but he does have the 6 copies of Corki to have the dual carry online. But is it enough? Corki has underperformed, and especially underperformed in the hands of Odessa here at EWC. Will it be a repeat from their series yesterday? He's up against Setsuko. It is Anami, the AP carry that has been running rampant so far. She's opposite side to the Corki. Both of them are going to take their sweet time getting through these front lines and getting to the end. The Nunu snowball goes wide while it connects for Setsuko, and that may make a big enough difference. The Riven punches through, but the Corkis get the final shots. Odessa hangs on a little bit longer.
The burst of damage coming out from the Corkis kills the Riven, the Blitz, and the Nami in basically one singular burst. A double Corki comp is so powerful exactly for this reason. Despite the Nunu being on the wrong side, not getting a pivotal stun on the Rivens, it didn't matter in the end.
5 players on single-digit HP, single lives. We could have the end of the game on this round, or it can continue for a mile longer. This is it. This is the moment. Vitality versus MKOI. Who will be crushed?
A guaranteed elimination for MKOI here. It's Revan versus Odessa. The bigger question is, who's going to be the win-out player for MKOI?
Milk versus Soju on the other end. I'm not seeing either board weaken. Survival of the fittest for these teams. Nunu with the snowball down. Odessa with the double Corki punching through the front line. It looks like the Akalis are not the compositions to live and outlast the rest in this game. It's gonna be the Corki. All the marbles on Odessa on the comp that has failed him so many times as Revan and Prestivan fall alongside Soju. And it's gonna come down to which player can take first place.
It's all about the win. Safo is currently first place in the HP right now, but he is playing Jinx reroll. This is not a comp that usually wins out games. Can Safo find a way to cap out this comp even higher? With Ari, he's been able to make it to 9. Can Odessa, with this absolute cook of a comp with a double Corki Stargazer Mountain setup, actually play for the win? Or can Milk and Setsuko win it all for Vitality?
He failed on Corki twice yesterday, but Odessa is giving it another shot with this absolute cook, and it might just be enough. But it is Milk's last stand alongside Setsuko, who is still yet to find the Blitzcrank after rolling so much. If he could find it, it would feel maybe as though it's in the clutches of Vitality, but it needs to survive one more fight to get there. Meanwhile, Milk back to all reliable. The Akali, it has been so powerful across the course of this tournament, but can Milk in his final stand, his potential final game of TFT competitive, can he get the job done?
Is Milk versus Setsuko, the Nova line versus Setsuko's Nami Blitz trio carry. The Riven is moving onto the backline now as well. I think she might actually move directly onto the Kindred. She's very, very close. I think this might be the win for Setsuko. He might be the player to try and defend this all for Vitality.
The fate of Milk will be in Setsuko's hands. The trust put into the player who has been known for capping boards across his entire career. Setsuko, the best player at doing this potentially in the world, going up against Safo, the new young blood from the Spanish region. This is insanity. One of these teams will advance further. One team will be crushed.
Can Safo somehow win against a capped out Space Groove line with Jinx 3 and Bel'Veth 3? That's the big question. The burst coming in the left side of the screen, that's what we have to pay attention to.
The Blitz never found, looked for the wrap from the Riven. Can it make its way to the backline? Can it make its way to the Jinx? She sneaks to the middle of the board. She's not there yet, but where will she move next? Does she go to the Kindred? Does she go to the left? It is going to be the Bel'Veth that was thrown in front by the Blitzcrank. She doesn't the Blitz onto the Jinx. Does not get a cast off. The Jinx blows up the board, and it will be MKOI taking down Vitality.
The Blitz was a sliver away, but the burst from the Jinx came through. The amount of damage killing off the Blitz and the Riven yet again. And then the easy cleanup on the backline from Setsuko's Space Groove board. What a surprise. What a dark horse finish from MKOI here, sending a message to the rest of the competitors in this tournament. They are here to play some high-level TFT.
An insane upset from MKOI, and you can see it written on the faces of Vitality. A crushing loss. Back-to-back years. They came with the plan that anything less than first was a failure, and they still cannot escape out of groups back-to-back. It's crushing for Milk. This may be his last time competing in TFT, wanting to leave in a high note, and unfortunately going to leave in the group stage.
The MKOI magic, too much to handle. The power of friendship, the synergy, the game plans, the adaptation, game to game, the handshakes comes through. The respect I think these two teams have to have for each other with how close this series was. An absolutely insane 1v1 finish there between Safo and Setsuko.
Monstrous performance from Safo across this series. In game one, it was the Lulu stabilization on the no scout, no pivot. The entire story of that game was, can they send him 8th? And they couldn't. And now, when they needed to clutch it up the most, in a 1v1 against Setsuko, storied for his ability to cap out boards, he gets it done. We send it now to the stage to talk to MKOI.
right, it is Koi winning this match. Congratulations, guys. That pop-up at the end, that celebration, the team feels so happy. How are the vibes?
We are super happy to actually win. It was really close, but in the end we got it, so really happy.
So now you're there. We know you missed last year, and now you're back still at the same team, stronger. Objective is to win at the end of the weekend. Tomorrow you're back with more matches. What's up for tonight? Are we celebrating or are we preparing tomorrow?
We are probably gonna play some flex queue to be ready for tomorrow.
All right, last question, of course, bro. Spain just won World Cup. You have to win the other World Cup, right?
We are gonna do it, and we are gonna do while Superestrella is singing in the back, like in the football team.
Vamos España! Congratulations, Koi!
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for a key to be crushed as we say goodbye to Team Vitality here in TFT for the Esports World Cup. Congratulations, brother. You got to be feeling hella relieved right now, huh? How intense was that match at the end? It was clutch.
It was pretty close, but we are happy we did it, and we actually showed that EU is way better than NA.
Oh, he talking spicy! Man, go crush your key. Go ahead. Yeah, so right here, actually, our key master. Yo, I can't even defend it. I can't even defend us, NA. The victory speak for itself. Yeah. Oh my goodness. And ladies and gentlemen, just like that, that's gonna do it as movie star Koi moves on in the bracket and we say goodbye to Team Vitality. Ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna do it for us right here, but we do have a little bit more for you over at the studio. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Man, movie star Koi living in the movie, it seems. They're the main characters, eliminating Vitality. Movie star Koi move forward. What a moment this is for the organization, Latin America as a whole. They fought hard to do so, and they got the job done. Vitality's key has been crushed.
I just can't believe how many of these games go down to the absolute wire. So many of these seem like the finals for the very first game.
It's intense for sure, but Milk, we've got to say goodbye. Unfortunately, he will be retiring. It's heartbreaking, to say the least.
We have to give him a proper send-off. He actually led the entire region twice at the TAC round, was known as one of the best one-trick players ever, but he is moving on to a different stage in life, and we wish him the best in his future endeavors.
Yes, we do. Of course, let's start recapping that final game, which was the send-off of Milk's career. We start with our first action from game number 3, and it was an intense one for sure. What are we looking at?
Well, of course, bringing Milk into focus again. Of course, we had the birthday present not turning out to be exactly what he was hoping for. There are so many variables at play in all of these games, but that was just one piece that didn't fit.
We were setting up kind of the conclusion. It was starting off with Vitality in a very strong position. They had 2 win-out players in both Milk and Setsuko, and they got the correct players into the Final Four. So whoever won the last fight was going to take everything. And we had 2 player eliminations earlier on to kind of set the stage up for that to happen.
And I do want to, to switch across to Koi and talk about Sappho in particular. In this series, as I was saying on the cast, he had some absolutely incredible career-making moments here. We pulled it back from the brink. That last fight in particular, I could not believe it.
Yeah, I mean, even Sappho, right, versus Milk from game number 1, and Sappho staying alive very well could have been the difference maker, and it in fact was. We take a look at our second action from game number 3 as it went down.
Oh, and this was such a tough fight. Very unfortunate on the side of Setsuko. He had 2 high cap games, but could not find the Blitzcrank in either of them. And I want you to look at the left side of the map. There were so many low HP units about to be taken out, but the spread damage did did not finish the targets off. On the other side for Safo, he gets the challenger procs early on the killed units on the right side and is able to roll from right to left and finish off Setsuko.
I just can't believe the decision from Movistar Koei to put this all in Safo's hands with the Jinx board. I just didn't think that was going to be able to pull off this level of play.
It's just an amazing start for Safo, really seeing the torch passing from Revan, who opened it up for Spain, who was the first TAC round player, and then handing it to Safo, which MKOI says is their best new carry on the team.
Well, this is in fact day number 2. We've had a lot of great action. Let's start walking you through some of it. Of course, now looking at Stream A, or Group A, I should say, excuse me. Group A has been absolutely action-packed for sure. And just looking at the opening matches, the quarterfinals, man, I mean, come on, Weibo Gaming T1, that's where we started. That could very well be the grand finals. Well, I guess not. Or actually, excuse me, it still can be. T1 still in. Godlike Esports, of course, getting a big win. Vision looking strong, and Flash Wolves as well. Going through the gauntlet, forged in fire, they continue to live. But Group B was equally as impressive for sure. And again, you go back to the opening matches, and we had so much go down, including AGAL representing their organization not only as a team in TFT, but also for the club championship race. Virtus Pro also getting some tremendous wins, Aura Gaming and Zeta Division. There's still plenty more matches to come, and this is going to be our schedule for tomorrow. It's all happening here on Stream A. So much to go down, and let's not forget, we're also crushing some more keys tomorrow. We'll be starting off with Team Vision versus T1, Aurora Gaming versus Mouse, Zeta Division, Noxium Red Force, and Godlike Esports and Movistar Koei. In fact, they'll all be decider matches. It's going to be intense, but we crushed some keys today, and Kitty, I'm ready to hear who keys we ended up getting rid of.
We are crushing keys, and keys were crushed today with the lower bracket playing out. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to 4 teams who are officially eliminated from the Esports World Cup 2026, including JDG, Nemesis, Fnatic, and Vitality. This is a brutal format with no time for adjustments. So, who can come out on top? Because we have the quarterfinals coming up. Damascus, what do we think about tomorrow's games?
Listen, Kitty, tomorrow's games are looking ridiculous. Taylor mentioned one, and that's the one I want to talk about, right? T1 versus Vision. Lower bracket, one of them has to get out. T1 one of the favorite, Vision winning through the hardest qualifier in China. One key's getting crushed though.
I almost said that there's no way that T1 loses to dang near anybody right now after they showed that plot armor, but Team Vision has shown how insane they are. We've seen a big 2-0 on day 1, big 2-0 victory, and with them qualifying through the China region, the strongest region in the world, that goes to show that they do have an extremely strong chance to win this entire thing.
Of course, only banger matches tomorrow. As all of the matches tomorrow are elimination matches. We've seen Koi being super excited. We hope they do well as well. I love the bit of trash talk.
Hold up, you said everything is an elimination match, huh?
Yeah.
So you mean every single match, somebody got to go home?
Yeah, NA is already home, just so you know.
Put some respect on NA. I really had to stand there while my man said that EU is way better than NA. That said, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't want somebody to talk trash, then you got to handle it on the sticks and get your W. And of course, that's what Movistar Koei did. And with all of our teams tomorrow are going to be trying to do as well. At this point, it is all elimination matches, the highest of stakes, the creme de la creme in the world of team fight tactics. You do not want to miss day 3. We'll see you then.
Teamfight.